Chapter 1. God-level bug talent. Since you say you care about me, then fine, my BB cream for skincare is at Villa number 43 on Pisces Road. Go help me find it now. Okay. Henin, you finally entrusted me with a task. Regardless of mountains of knives or seas of flames, I will forge ahead. You must search carefully. If you can't find it, I'll punish you by not allowing you to eat. Understood. Gu Mingyuan, who had just crossed over to this world, sat alone in the dim corridor, pondering for a long time. Recalling the experiences of his predecessor just 2.5 hours ago, it felt like watching a free dog-licking movie, and the ultimate version at that. He was originally the only son of the Gale War God on the Southeast Asian front. Since childhood, he had received elite training, possessing the bloodline of a war god. At a young age, he was awarded the rank of first-class non-commissioned officer, a true prodigy, commanding with ease. However, fate had other plans. During an invasion by abyssal aliens, he was injured and deemed a useless person by international experts, and his father, the Gale War God, also died in battle. Transforming into a low-income household, Gu Mingyuan could only take the 600,000 compensation and come to the current capital, Wangjing, to find his fiancée, fulfilling the marriage agreement made by their parents. But now he had found his fiancée. Due to becoming a useless person and his extreme inferiority complex, the predecessor had turned into a little dog that came when called and left when dismissed. Villa No. 43 on Pisces Road was notorious for its bad feng shui and had been uninhabited for years, making it a famous haunted house. Just because his fiancée, Xiao Miaohan, said a simple line, Gu Mingyuan was sent here. The roof was covered in cobwebs, dim and gloomy, with old and dilapidated furniture, devoid of any human presence. BB cream, in this place that even dogs would shake their heads at, it could be described as, if I find that thing, I'll take your surname. There's actually a type of dog more pitiful than a dog, and that's a licking dog. Recalling the various experiences of his predecessor, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but sigh. He slowly got up, just about to stand. But unexpectedly, a sudden feeling of transformation struck him, catching him off guard. Damn, am I about to cross over again? Gu Mingyuan's vision blurred slightly. When it cleared, several lines of neatly arranged golden letters suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have crossed into the world of high martial arts, successfully awakening a god-level dual talent. Active god-level talent Eye of Insight. You can actively perceive the true HP and weaknesses of your opponent. Passive god-level talent Angel's Blessing. Each time you kill an enemy, you will receive a blessing from a great angel, converting it into various rewards that can enhance your combat power. For Gu Mingyuan, who loved reading novels, this wasn't unfamiliar. Soon, he realized that this was his benefit as a traveler. A god-level dual talent that is practically a bug. As long as it's an opponent, I can exploit their weaknesses, then convert them into rewards that enhance myself. Noxus is about to rise. Gu Mingyuan clenches fists, filled with confidence for the upcoming dog-licking counterattack. He stood tall and slowly groped his way forward through the dark corridor. In such darkness, he should have carried a national mobile phone for lighting. However, the predecessor had been such a licking dog that all his belongings had been spent to please his fiancée, including the 600,000 compensation after his father's death and the mobile phone he carried, because only by leaving no room for retreat could his fiancée, Xiao Miaohan's friend, say that he, Gu Mingyuan, indeed had a bit of sincerity. Whoosh whoosh. Gu Mingyuan controlled his breathing in an orderly manner, quickly walking in the dim villa, using the light coming in from outside to guide him. What he needed to do now was to leave this eerie bird villa and find a suitable dungeon outside, using his god-level bug talent to become stronger step by step. In this world, chaos reigns and the strong hold power. Because no one can guarantee which will come first the next time they open their eyes, crisis or the mundane. Rank, Gray Shadow Corpse Monster LV1, 99 HP. Weakness Exploit. Strong sunlight can deal critical damage between 823 times to its shadowy body. Suddenly, Gu Mingyuan saw two lines of text slowly moving towards him in a corner of the villa. His heart raced, and he immediately stopped. With the active bug talent, I can see the opponent's HP and final weakness, now that I see it then. At this moment, Gu Mingyuan realized there were other monsters in Villa number 43. Because no normal person would have a name like Shadow Corpse Monster, and its weakness is light. He slowly moved his body and reached for a stool in front of the vanity. The shadow corpse monster, hiding in the darkness, seemed to sense the intent to counterattack and suddenly pounced. Gu Mingyuan's eyes widened, grabbing the stool and charging forward. Want to fight? Come on! With two shouts, Gu Mingyuan used the stool in his hand to push the shadow corpse monster straight to the window, where sunlight streamed in. It was a large, black monster resembling a beetle, its body quite limp. Hiss! Hiss! It struggled continuously, trying to gather strength to push Gu Mingyuan back into the darkness of the room. However, facing this life-threatening moment, Gu Mingyuan would not easily give the monster a chance to counterattack. He gritted his teeth, firmly using the stool to keep the suddenly jumping monster suppressed under the sunlight. Critical hit 13-8 HP. Critical hit 16-10 HP. Critical hit 11-7 HP. Watching the HP of a shadow corpse monster gradually decrease, Gu Mingyuan knew that persistence was victory. Before long, when the HP percentage hit 0, the shadow corpse monster ceased its previous counterattack, that a golden light of blessing burst forth from Gu Mingyuan's body, transforming the dead shadow corpse monster into a collectible item called corpse essence. Gu Mingyuan slightly focused his mind, storing the item in his mind's newly opened independent space. White level corpse essence. Effect: absorb to increase 170 pounds of strength, 3 mental power for endurance, and 0.5 agility. Gazing at the enhancement the corpse essence could bring him, Gu Mingyuan quickly thought of something that he decisively focused his mind and absorbed the essence into himself. He didn't even have time to experience the comfortable feeling of strength increase and hurriedly left Villa number 43. At Shunwu Vocational College, Gu Mingyuan had just gotten out of a taxi and rushed onto the college playground, finding the assessment mentor who was recruiting students. It was now 11:33, and there were still 27 minutes until the college assessment ended at noon. He still had time. Mentor, I want to sign up. Gu Mingyuan panted heavily, resolutely raising his right hand. You awakened your profession and failed you the waist to the waist. What are you here for? The mentor in a black suit shot him a scornful look. I just said I want to sign up. Even though I failed my awakening 2 days ago, isn't there a rule in the academy that I can adjust my peak state and come back to awaken again? Gu Mingyuan spoke decisively. Although 2 days ago he had failed his career awakening and was defined by the academy as a hopeless waste with no chance of awakening a career, facing imminent expulsion, he still wanted to continue studying at the Career Academy and participate in the upcoming artificial anomaly dungeon, Lost Mingxi Street, through another channel. That was to exceed 130 kilograms of punch power and enter as an ordinary warrior through the ongoing testing assessment. In the eyes of the Career Academy, someone like him, who had failed his career awakening but possessed brute strength, was just right to be sent to the military. While powerful careerists could fly and escape, people like him could serve as ordinary soldiers to carry things or be used as cannon fodder. The punch power testing machine is right there. Go ahead, the assessment instructor shrugged, indifferent. A waste is still a waste. No matter how strong one's confidence is, it's useless. Chapter 2. Goodbye, fiancé. Gu Mingyuan treated the testing machine as his enemy and resolutely exerted all his strength to punch down. The data displayed on the instrument changed from 0 kilograms to 167 kilograms. Instructor, please review. Gu Mingyuan stepped back to the side. The assessment instructor, standing by the instrument panel, suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. He remembered that in the last punch power test, Gu Mingyuan's strength was only 81 kilograms, no different from an ordinary person. Now it had nearly doubled. This kid, could it be that he's pretending to be weak? The responsible instructor started to feel confused. After all, Gu Mingyuan's background was somewhat special, possessing the bloodline of a war god and having extensive experience. Since childhood, that he blinked and reluctantly handed over the pass to enter the Lost Mingxi Street dungeon tomorrow, recorded Gu Mingyuan's punch power test results, and issued a new student qualification certificate. Gu Mingyuan tightly held the two items in his hands. Fortunately, he caught the timing and joined the Shunwu Career Academy in time. If he had missed the assessment enrollment opportunity, given his status as a low-income household due to being a martyr's family member, finding a suitable dungeon card bug talent would have been quite difficult. Just as he turned to head towards the academy dormitory, in the distance, a black luxury car with a silver logo came to a screeching halt. The car door opened, and two reasonably attractive JK girls got out. Through the memories in his mind, Gu Mingyuan quickly recognized them. Those two were his fiancée, Xiao Miaohan, and her inseparable best friend, Chu Shirshir. TSK. He saw a young man wearing black sunglasses pull Xiao Miaohan into his arms and sweetly kiss her on the cheek. To reciprocate, TSK. Xiao Miaohan also kissed the young man's face and said some sweet nothings, prompting her friend Chu Shirshir to awkwardly turn away. After a reluctant goodbye to her little boyfriend, the two turned to walk towards the academy and finally noticed Gu Mingyuan standing not far away at Yo Miaohan. Is that little lapdog of yours really bringing you BB cream? Chu Shirshir covered her mouth and chuckled. Impossible, there's no BB cream over there. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Xiao Miaohan, in a young lady's demeanor, gradually walked towards Gu Mingyuan. Upon meeting, she placed her hands on her hips and deliberately tilted her head to the side to question. Gu Mingyuan, where's the BB cream I asked you to find? None, Gu Mingyuan replied coldly. Seeing this, Xiao Miaohan pouted, instantly putting on a face that seemed to want to make things difficult for him. All right, Gu Mingyuan, you actually treat my words as nonsense. With her left hand on her hip and her right hand pointing at Gu Mingyuan's nose, she scolded. I punish you to not talk to me for a month and tonight. No, today, tomorrow, and the day after, you're not allowed to eat. Gu Mingyuan looked on disdainfully, remaining silent. He suddenly turned and walked toward the shop set up at the academy entrance. Hey, Gu Mingyuan, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Xiao Miaohan followed behind, constantly scolding. Even her friend Chu Shirshir began to mock at this point. Hey, little Gu, you can't pursue our Miaohan like this. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll reluctantly give you a piece of advice. Hurry over and kneel on one knee to apologize to Miaohan. Maybe she will forgive you a little. Oh, you going to the shop? Are you going to buy flowers from Miaohan again? That's a bit klitsch, you know. Chu Shirshir's voice was light and airy. Every time she saw Gu Mingyuan, the little lapdog, she couldn't help but want to tease him. He was just too obedient, doing whatever was asked, even rolling on the street or barking like a dog, just to win the favor of his fiancée, Xiao Miaohan. Xiao Miaohan and Chu Shirshir stood at the shop's entrance, discussing among themselves. What would that little lapdog buy this time? Why not have him buy out the entire shop later? If he can't do it, they could just take the opportunity to hit him down a notch. Moments later, when Gu Mingyuan walked out of the shop, a letter of divorce suddenly flew towards Xiao Miaohan's chest. From now on, you are no longer my fiancé, Gu Mingyuan. This letter of divorce is the proof. Gu Mingyuan said word by word, his gaze filled with indifference and disdain. 20 years ago, during the peak of his life, the Gale War God had arranged a marriage for the newly born Gu Mingyuan. The fiancée he was to marry was the daughter of his sworn brother, Xiao Miaohan, who was born a month earlier. Now, things have changed. Xiao Miaohan, about to be a wife, openly flirted with other men on the street without any concealment, and even played with her own fiancé multiple times. Such a fiancé, Gu Mingyuan didn't want her anymore. That green hat, whoever wants it can take it. After all, with Gu Mingyuan's current low-income household status, he could never climb the high branches of the Gale War God's family. Although he lived in Xiao Miaohan's family, he only stayed in his servant's room, eating and living with the servants of the War God's household, and his meals were even worse than. Those are the guards, Yu. Xiao Miaohan looked at the divorce letter she received, her chest heaving. She was so angry that she could hardly speak, feeling utterly humiliated. Her father was a war god, second only to none, and her status in Wangjing City was that of the war god's daughter, possessing the bloodline of a war god. When did it become the turn of a little lapdog to throw a divorce letter at her? Gu Mingyuan, have you gone crazy? Chu Shirshir, seeing this scene, was equally shocked. Just a second ago, she had expected Gu Mingyuan to come up with some interesting idea to apologize to Xiao Miaohan. But unexpectedly, he threw a divorce letter instead. Was this kid's head squeezed by the door today? Do you know what you're doing? Chu Shirshir continued to point and scold. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to Miaohan, beg for her forgiveness, and then bark 3 times like a dog. Let me tell you, this time Miaohan is really angry. For someone with a bump on their head, Gu Mingyuan didn't want to waste too much time talking. Instead of wasting time, he might as well put it to better use and do something else. Especially towards these two in front of her, thinking that Bija Ovenfu Jiaonan Run is right for a green tea. Girl is simply like talking to a brick wall. After a few angry curses, Xiao Miaohan, pouting her lips, began to tighten her expression. She was determined to show this kid a thing or two. Let Gu Mingyuan know what it means to not offend a young lady, and that he could only ever be treated with care. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Miaohan took out her phone and quickly dialed the butler's number, issuing an angry order. Starting tonight, the War God Mansion will not host any guests. Everything that does not belong to the War God Mansion must be cleared out by me. On the other end of the phone, the butler listened. In the next moment, he immediately understood. Currently residing in the Tianlei War God Mansion, the only one who could be considered a guest was the future son-in-law, Gu Mingyuan. Not hosting guests tonight. That kid must be thick-headed. Provoking Xiao Miaohan. This young lady, as the daughter of the war god Xiao Tianlei, Xiao Miaohan was his only precious daughter. It can be said that within the War God Mansion, what Xiao Miaohan said often carried as much weight as a royal decree if not followed. One could expect to face consequences. Okay, young lady, I understand. The butler on the other end didn't need to think and immediately responded with a series of obedient replies. Humph. Xiao Miaohan gritted her teeth. Her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Gu Mingyuan and declared, "You useless piece of trash, with your meager 600 a month as a martyr's family support. In a place like Wangjing, let's see where you can live once you leave the Tianlei War God Mansion, don't worry about it." Gu Mingyuan coldly waved his hand. "I'm leaving right now. Without the halo of your father, the war god Tianlei, if someone like you walked down the street, I wouldn't even glance at you. You, get lost. Get out right now." Xiao Miaohan was so angry she ground her teeth and stomped her feet. "Let's see what you have for your next meal. A dead waste who can't even awaken a profession." Chapter 3. A person won't be useless for a lifetime about half an hour later. In the War God Mansion, Gu Mingyuan walked in with an indifferent stride, entering through the door. However, just like before, he was promptly blocked by the guards. "Gu Mingyuan, the master has given orders. You cannot enter through the main door. You must use the side door." The guard called him not as young Master Mingyuan but by his full name. As a mere gatekeeper, he was just following orders, and Gu Mingyuan had no intention of making things difficult for him. A side door is just a side door. A true man knows how to be flexible. Once inside the War God Mansion, he headed straight for the storage room where his belongings were kept, along with some relics left by his father. The Wind God of War, Jiang Meilin, the mother of Xiao Miaohan, was leisurely watering flowers with two young maids. When she saw Gu Mingyuan walking from a distance without coming to greet her, her expression darkened instantly. "Stop right there. Have you forgotten something? Did I forget something?" Gu Mingyuan retorted defiantly. Jiang Meilin's displeased gaze immediately shifted, and seeing his obliviousness today, she angrily scolded. "Do you believe I can have you thrown out of the War God Mansion right now? No need for that. I'll leave right now." Gu Mingyuan continued towards his residence in the storage room. Jiang Meilin was momentarily stunned, water from the watering can dripping from her hand. Something was off about what just happened. That useless boy. Didn't he always bow and greet her when he entered through the side door? This needed to be reported to the master quickly. Jiang Meilin handed the watering can to a maid and hurriedly walked in another direction. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyuan arrived at the storage room and saw the butler directing people to carelessly rummage through his belongings. He shouted, "Who told you to touch my things?" The two servants inside had to stop what they were doing. "Gu Mingyuan, the young lady has just given orders. The War God Mansion will not be hosting guests tonight." The butler spoke without intending to create enmity. After all, his father, the Wind God of War, and their master, the War God Tianlei, were once the best of sworn brothers, sharing life and death and wealth. As a servant, the butler had to be cautious. Who knows when a useless young master might suddenly turn the tables and use that relationship against him. "Put it down. I'll handle my own things," Gu Mingyuan coldly declared. Upon hearing this, the butler had no choice but to take the two servants outside, occasionally watching the movements inside. Gu Mingyuan wasted no time packing his belongings. Before long, muffled voices filled with resentment came from outside the storage room. "A waste who can't even awaken a profession wants to pursue a phoenix flying in the sky. Ha, isn't that a joke? Let's see how I can teach him a lesson. He's really gone too far. I never expected that kid would dare to publicly write a letter of divorce for our Miaohan right in front of the entrance to the Shengwu Professional Academy. It infuriates me." Xiao Tianlei and his wife walked quickly, their anger palpable. Just moments ago, their beloved daughter, Xiao Miaohan, had returned to the war god mansion in a fury, smashing things around, causing her parents great distress. Now, they had learned the full story behind the letter of divorce. Upon seeing Gu Mingyuan, Xiao Tianlei's anger boiled over. Useless? Even if your father is my sworn brother, you cannot be so reckless. The precious jewel of the war god mansion, even I, as her father, rarely dare to say more than a word to her. And you dare to throw a letter of divorce at her first? He took a deep breath, pointing forcefully at the ground. Kneel before me. Gu Mingyuan slowly turned around, casting a glance at the couple who had come to seek justice. Title: War God Tianlei. Xiao Tianlei LV 263. 63 HP weakness insight. 3 inches above the left chest. With an unhealed serious injury, attacks can deal 7 to 34 critical damage. Profession: Berserker Master, adept with heavy blades. Using the same thunder array against enemies can deal 3 to 37 times critical damage. Title: Enchanting Immortal Master, Jiang Meilin LV 218. 98 HP weakness insight. The Enchanting Immortal Master's profession. Using poisonous miasma for a full-on assault can deal 5 to 27 times critical damage. Why should I? Gu Mingyuan retorted boldly, then added, your daughter has been seeing other men behind my back and even kissed them in front of me. Shouldn't I divorce her? Since the war god Tianlei has spoken, I want to ask, what punishment is due for sneaking around with someone else while engaged? Gu Mingyuan did not call him Uncle Xiao as usual, but directly addressed him coldly. You. Xiao Tianlei's eyes widened, raising his hand to strike the young man in front of him. Clearly, at this moment, the war god Tianlei had murderous intent. If you strike down, you would be the murderer of my sworn brother's child, the murderer of the martyr's orphan. Gu Mingyuan stood tall, showing no sign of fear on his face. Did Tianlei forget? Who saved his life multiple times back then, helping him rise to the position of the war god through thick and thin? When Gu Mingyuan mentioned the past again, a flicker of guilt crossed Xiao Tianlei's eyes. It could be said that if it weren't for the wind god of war supporting him through many dangers, he would have died countless times and would never have become the war god Tianlei, standing above all others. However, Xiao Tianlei, who enjoyed freedom, hated being bound by moral constraints. By this logic, the war god mansion should be ridden by a useless kid who couldn't even awaken a profession? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Tianlei would never allow his precious daughter to marry such a useless person. Speaking of which, I've also helped your father a lot. He snorted coldly, declaring with righteous indignation, between us brothers, we've long settled everything. But you, useless, don't think you can morally bind me with your excuses. I want to fall for that. Indeed, Jiang Meilin, who had been standing aside, quickly chimed in to support. Do you dare say my husband has never helped your father? When your father, the wind god of war, was injured, who brought him the medicine in time? And what's wrong with my daughter dating outside? It's not like anything happened. You're just being petty, you useless. Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but sneer, finding it amusing. He continued to question, does the war god Tianlei dare to say that without your tacit approval, Xiao Miaohan could be out there flirting with those wealthy second-generation kids? Can she treat me like a lapdog? Do you dare to say that? Yes. Xiao Tianlei nodded, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. He resolutely waved his hand, exhaling. I'm done pretending. I admit it. I don't want to marry Miaohan to you. What can you do about it? Within the capital, do you know how many capable young men are pursuing Miaohan? At least one company. One company. Do you hear me, you useless? All right. Gu Mingyuan chuckled. No one can guarantee that a person will be useless for a lifetime. Everyone has their worth. The river will flow east for 30 years and west for 30 years. War god Tianlei, don't regret it when the time comes. Oh dear, regret? At this moment, Xiao Tianlei was suddenly amused and then pretended to frown and said, with my family's Han Hong's beauty and talent, she should at least marry a martial arts god in the future so that it matches our status. As for what you just said, if that day really comes, I will directly take your surname. Yes, Jiang Meilin said firmly, her heels lifting as well. If that day you mentioned really comes, I won't be the wife of a martial arts god anymore. I'll just come to your house, and do whatever you want. She waved her outstretched index finger and clearly said word by word. Absolutely no second thoughts. Chapter 4. Why should I humbly welcome others' charity? Gu Mingyuan quickly packed his bag. Just as he was about to step out the door, the imposing Xiao Miaohan appeared abruptly. She angrily threw the divorce letter she had written at Gu Mingyuan. Look carefully. This is a divorce letter. A divorce letter. From today on, I, Xiao Miaohan, have divorced you, this useless waste. Get lost. You guy who can't even compare to a stupid dog. With the advice of her close friend, sure. Xiao Miaohan initially intended to train Gu Mingyuan to be a docile little lapdog. She thought she could dangle him along, and he deserved to be treated that way. Unexpectedly, that kid Gu Mingyuan actually dared to provoke her. Xiao Miaohan had already decided that she would make this waste who had come from Southeast Asia lose face, living a life worse than even a dog afterward. Starting tomorrow, the morning news in the entire Wangjing city will report that you, Gu Mingyuan, have been divorced by me. Miss Xiao, the reason is, you are a waste. Gu Mingyuan did not accept the divorce letter. He merely glanced at it disdainfully and continued to walk out of the War God mansion with his bag. Let me tell you, Gu Mingyuan, it is I who divorced you, not you divorcing me. Even if there were passers-by who witnessed what happened today, do they dare to speak? Moreover, my divorce letter is sealed with proper thick paper. What is yours? Just a worthless piece of paper, and no one has fully seen what is written on it. I already burned it. Xiao Miaohan, who was behind him, gritted her teeth and continued to suppress Gu Mingyuan. According to her methods, Gu Mingyuan's identity as a divorced son-in-law would become known throughout the world, and everyone would know that such a waste existed. At the vocational academy, no one would want to be friends with Gu Mingyuan. When he goes out to work, no colleagues would want to be close to him. This is the consequence of offending Miss Xiao. As Gu Mingyuan stepped closer to the entrance of the War God mansion, Xiao Tianlei suddenly remembered something. Kid, leave the marriage certificate you brought from Southeast Asia. I am a soft-hearted person, and for the sake of her deceased father, I will now give you two choices. 1. Kneel and take 1 million in cash and get lost. 2. Be assigned to the properties under the War God mansion to clean up garbage, with food and accommodation provided. In front of the servants of the War God mansion and some passers-by outside, Xiao Tianlei suddenly transformed his persona, dramatically acting with righteous kindness. The two choices presented were merely a matter of raising his hand for him. Gu Mingyuan, as the son of his sworn brother, had angered his fiancée several times and had been kicked out for being a waste. All of this would be reported in tomorrow's morning news in Wangjing City. Regardless of whether it was true or false, he, as the war god Tianlei, could produce evidence. This time, he had truly done everything possible. No one could find fault with him or criticize the war god mansion. Gu Mingyuan opened his bag and took out the marriage certificate that had been sealed for many years. This thing is no longer in use. Do you want it? Here. Do you see this? Everyone, do you see? This is the waste who claimed he would marry my daughter Han-in. Jiang Meilin pretended to cry, feeling aggrieved. Could my daughter Han-in marry him? That would be a disgrace. Oh, my poor daughter. At this moment, Gu Mingyuan did not look back. He knew what kind of people were from the War God mansion, and those who understood the situation knew what was going on. He did not care about those who only judged based on appearances and became loudmouthed. Waste. Since the old man is being sentimental. Hurry up and choose between the two options. Don't wait for me to change my mind, Xiao Tianlei warned. At this time, the passers-by, lingering in front of the War God mansion, couldn't help but lower their heads and discuss among themselves. Wow, 1 million. 1 million. Do you know how much that is? Enough for me to buy a BMW 7 Series. If it were me, I would choose the 1 million. Fool. Staying at the War God mansion means no worries about food and clothing in the future, and no fear of unemployment or being bullied, right? If I had that 1 million, I could gather enough betrothal gifts to marry my ideal girl. Just when everyone thought Gu Mingyuan would make one of the choices, he waved his hand nonchalantly and said something very manly. I, Gu Mingyuan, will make a name for myself through my own efforts. Why should I humbly accept others' charity? Xiao Tianlei stood still, tugging at the corner of his mouth. It seems he has been spoiled since childhood, not knowing what the harshness of society is. Jiang Meilin's eyes narrowed. What a fool of a waste. Xiao Miaohan cursed in front of the War God mansion. Just like that, Gu Mingyuan, as the divorced son-in-law of the war god mansion, carried his bags and gradually disappeared around the corner by the road. He didn't even have a mobile phone with him. Broke and penniless, fortunately, he managed to join the Shengwu Vocational Academy just before the assessment time ended. Now, Gu Mingyuan still had a dormitory at the academy to serve as a temporary shelter. The next day, news about the divorced son-in-law of the war god mansion was published promptly at 8 o'clock in the morning throughout Wangjing City. Gu Mingyuan used the teleportation array in the academy to arrive at the gathering place of the bizarre instance, Lost Mingxi Street. Many students cast surprised glances at him and then stepped back to avoid him. In an instant, Gu Mingyuan became the target of everyone present. No one wanted to talk to him, let alone spare him a second glance. As the divorced son-in-law who had been disloyal before marriage, everyone regarded him as a disgrace and quietly gossiped behind his back. However, among the more than 23,000 students gathered at the entrance of the instance, only Gu Mingyuan knew the true story behind it all. But he was not worried at all, just because Xiao Tianlei was a martial arts god. Most news agencies and reporters would not dare to offend him. With his bug talent in hand, there would definitely come a day when they would have to change their surname to Gu. Is there a healer in the party? Come on, preferably a girl. To help for free. The goal of the team is an S-level rating. Male team, currently 3 Qigong masters, only accepting strong men for an all-out assault. If your fears come, oh dear. Is there a brother to guide someone whose profession is a heavy artillery slaughterer? In this instance, Lost Mingxi Street. The ranking of performance would range from the highest SSS to the lowest D. A well-equipped 5-person team with good combinations of attack, defense, assassination, healing, and support would find it easier to clear the instance and obtain level evaluations. All kinds of students were diligently searching for suitable teammates to form team. Once the number was complete, they could immediately enter the instance and start. However, after a while, the number of people in front of the Lost Canyon entrance had decreased by more than half. Gu Mingyuan rubbed his growling stomach, slightly adjusted his state, and decided to go in alone. Yes, he was alone, that was correct. But after he killed monsters, his bug talent would convert rewards. For others, entering the instance might just be about killing and retreating. But Gu Mingyuan's strategy was like rolling a snowball, an eternal underdog who could endure and adapt. TSK. He had clearly told a story to a primary school student yesterday afternoon and earned $5 for instant noodles. Sigh. Gu Mingyuan felt the taste of hunger. He lifted his feet and fearlessly walked toward the entrance of the instance. To the left, a familiar shout suddenly came. Mingyuan, hey. Mingyuan, it's really you. Gu Mingyuan stopped in his tracks and glanced over. The young man who was shouting while standing on his tiptoes was someone he recognized. His name was Ma Su, nicknamed Sima Masu. He remembered when Ma Su had just arrived from Southeast Asia to Wangjing. He had once used the compensation money he brought to invite Ma Su for a foot wash, a massage, a hot pot meal, and to live the life of a wealthy young man. Their relationship had even developed into kindred spirits in some respects. Later, after passing the strength test and not being expelled, he entered the academy again. Gu Mingyuan smiled slightly. Slap. Masu immediately slapped his thigh. Wow, that's great. It seems like you're still alone. Huh? We can get into trouble together again. I'll send a message to the captain right now to invite you to join the team. Chapter 5. The grassroots 5-man team, given my current situation, they probably won't accept me, right? Gu Mingyuan shrugged and then took a light breath. I still have a little self-awareness. Hey. Masu slapped his thigh, showing a confident face in front of his good buddy. Count on me, bro. Immediately, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to the team leader, Hu Zhengyong. 3 Kingdoms Ma Su. Report to the captain. I'm bringing someone in. He's a really good buddy of mine. And most importantly, he knows how to play and is loyal. Mighty Hu. Is he a professional? Most importantly, does he have money? Soon, upon hearing that the person to be invited into the team was the useless son-in-law who was decisively kicked out by the Tianlei war god mansion reported in the morning news. The atmosphere of the chat changed. Not only was he broke, but he was also a useless grassroots warrior. Masu tried to explain, but he received a group chat notification. You have been kicked out of the group chat by the group owner. Masu. His heart immediately surged with indignation, and he couldn't help but mutter. This damn little team isn't worth it. Who cares? What a joke. Gu Mingyuan saw this. This scene was indeed quite awkward. In fact, students like Ma Su, who were poor and had neither awakened a profession nor had any money, were just substitutes for those with harvesting capabilities and had no say at all. Whoever paid more, the team leader would take them. Once a student with higher value was found to harvest, the lower value students would be discarded like trash. Even without Gu Mingyuan's appearance, Ma Su would soon be kicked out of the team. Otherwise, the team would have rushed into the dungeon to start grinding. Unwilling to give up, Ma Su immediately entered the world team interface and applied to team up with a big shot. Unfortunately, the conditions offered by the big shots were too high. To join their team and share experience and rewards, he had to transfer 50,000. For grassroots students like Gu Mingyuan and Ma Su, this was simply unacceptable. Ma Su, there's a saying in the Three Kingdoms: if the way is different, do not make plans together. Gu Mingyuan patted the busy Ma Su, who was fiddling with his phone. Even if we join such a team, we won't get respect. A poor person can't rely on others. Winning or losing depends on oneself. Gu Mingyuan's words truly express the determination of grassroots students to rise through their own efforts. After a brief discussion, the decision to team up independently was made. After all, a fully equipped 5-man team could earn scores and rewards that increased by 5, and after exiting the dungeon, the captain would distribute the resources. Even if a few deadweights were included, it would still be 5 times better than solo grinding. At that moment, as the captain, Gu Mingyuan suddenly thought of a special popular profession: the actor. An actor, in simple terms, is someone who enters the dungeon with a team but quickly slips away when things go wrong. They can still receive the team score rewards and pay the team leader for joining, typical freeloading. Unlike Ma Su's situation, actors have no responsibilities and can leave when things get tough. In contrast, Ma Su had previously agreed with those combat teams that he must follow the captain's orders, even if it meant becoming cannon fodder. Otherwise, the whole team would turn on him. Therefore, actors are generally feared and not everyone can handle them. Mingyuan, are you sure? Ma Su asked, surprised. I'm sure, Gu Mingyuan nodded. Just a mere actor, what's the harm in bringing them along? Besides, we can make money off them. Right now, Gu Mingyuan was broke and hungry. Harvesting a wave of actors was just what he needed to improve his financial situation. Even if it was a makeshift team, he wasn't afraid. With his god-level bug dual talent, once they entered Lost Mingxi Street, as long as the team followed his lead, they could still enjoy a good life. On the other hand, as the captain, Gu Mingyuan could also have a few extra hands to help him deal with some trivial matters. Well, okay. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Su nodded in agreement. Given the current situation, it was better to treat a dead horse as a live one and earn a little money first. Without further ado, Ma Su immediately sent out a team invitation in the World Team channel, indicating that actors could join. Before long, a female student named Jiang Lingwei approached. Princess Wei Wei, a maximum of 3,000. If that doesn't work, I'll look elsewhere. 3 Kingdoms Ma Su. Can you have a bit more? After all, it's me and the captain doing the heavy lifting. Princess Wei Wei. No way, if it's too expensive, they won't be willing. Ma Su hesitated with his phone, then glanced at Gu Mingyuan. Given the current weak state of the team, it was indeed hard to ask for more. Fine. If she says 3,000, then 3,000 it is. Gu Mingyuan gritted his teeth and agreed. As the vice captain, Ma Su was fully committed. After replying to the female student, Princess Wei Wei, she somehow brought another friend over, also at the price of 3,000. Thus, Gu Mingyuan and Ma Su met with 2 so-called actors at the entrance of the Yuri dungeon. Meanwhile, a student dressed in a side-up costume stopped not far away. This person, named Zhong Tsinhao, was a classmate from the same cohort as Gu Mingyuan, known as the most pretentious person in the entire vocational academy. Zhong Tsinhao had no real abilities, but he didn't want others to look down on him. So he often boasted that his dad drove a Land Rover and that he had a brother-in-law working in the city hall, earning him the nickname King of Bragging. Due to his failure to awaken a profession, Zhong Tsinhao had become a future cattle or horse in the eyes of the instructors and a useless grassroots in the eyes of his classmates. Gu Mingyuan, does your team still need people? Zhong Tsinhao's keen eyes immediately spotted the 2 pure and lovely girls. Yes, we need one more. Jiang Lingwei, who was mixed in the team, responded proactively. Do you want to join? The main and vice captains are going in, and the actor team only charges 3,000 for entry. Zhong Tsenhao, stunned, glanced at Gu Mingyuan and Ma Su, then lowered his head to recall the humiliation he had just faced. Now he only needed 3,000 to team up with two beautiful girls. Once they entered the dungeon, who knows, he might even get AV. He decisively pulled out his phone. Send me the payment code. I want to apply to join. Beep. Jinfu Treasure received 3,000 yuan. Just like that, Gu Mingyuan and Ma Su made a hefty profit of 9,000 from the three of them. Thus, the first makeshift team of the 9th class of Shunwu Vocational Academy was born. The students lingering in the square were dumbfounded. What the hell? 5 ordinary warriors, 3 actors, and 2 useless ones going in to seek death? No, no, no. Even a score of 1 point counts as grinding. If they encounter monsters inside, they can retreat and still expand their horizons. Such a trashy team, they might as well go home and sleep. It's embarrassing to come here. From a scientifically assessed standpoint, the team formed by Gu Mingyuan and Ma Su had no combat power. Even if they encountered low-level monsters in the eerie dungeon, they would only have the option to hide and escape. Others have special professional abilities and armor treasures to support them, while they are merely barehanded and empty-handed. Although they can also rely on some treasures and the physical environment within the eerie dungeon to increase their scores. The reason why Lost Mingxi Street is named as such is that it represents the entire dungeon, which has already fallen silent and completely plunged into the abyss of order. For an ordinary person to succeed inside using the tactic of borrowing objects to fight, it is no different from a fantasy. As the trainees gradually disappear before the entrance of the eerie dungeon, there are almost none left. Gu Mingyuan also leads his grassroots team into Lost Mingxi Street. Ordinary warriors: Captain Gu Mingyuan, Vice Captain Ma Su, member Zhong Tsenhao, member Jiang Lingwei, member Zhang Yuran, entering the dungeon trial. A mechanical and desolate voice echoed in the entrance square of the dungeon. Chapter 6. Zhou, who doesn't work. In the gloomy sky, mixed with a few strands of something eerie from the abyss. The sky above, Lost Mingxi Street, resembled a piece of broken tofu mixed with black soy sauce, looking as if it would shatter at any moment. Buzz, 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 with a few blue beams of teleportation light flashing. The entire team, led by Gu Mingyuan, appeared near an abandoned auto repair shop. A chilling wind swept through the air, mixed with sounds of strange beasts' hisses and screams, making it all the more unsettling. Captain, where should we go next? Jiang Lingwei asked, looking around. The current team had no map of the terrain for this bizarre dungeon and had not received any signs of impending danger. She only knew that once they entered Lost Mingxi Street, the first step to survival was to find food. Otherwise, by the next day, their physical condition would not withstand the radiation from the abyss, causing their stamina to drop sharply, leaving them as slow as old men and women. Gu Mingyuan paused, carefully observing the surroundings, then chose a path that appeared to have been taken by others before. There were already scouts ahead, and if they encountered danger, they could withdraw in time. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Every member of the team walked cautiously, afraid of startling anything. Through the hazy mist, Gu Mingyuan skillfully used his talent's bug to sense the presence of strange beasts in all directions. As the captain and resource allocator after exiting the dungeon, he led the team at the front. The vice captain, Ma Su, followed closely behind. The 3 actors trailing behind were like startled birds, ready to flee at any moment. Gu Mingyuan led the team through the collapsed and dilapidated housing area, gradually approaching the main street. At this moment, they could faintly hear the sounds of battle ahead. A bit further, they could see professionals fighting bizarre monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Strength made them formidable, ready to engage. Unlike Gu Mingyuan's 4, each holding a red brick and empty-handed, like wandering souls in a dark corner, waiting for the right moment. Captain, once they're done fighting, let's go pick up the scraps, proposed Zhong Sena, who was behind. Even a few remnants from the strange beasts could be exchanged for a good score when they exited the dungeon. However, facing the tempting opportunity ahead, Gu Mingyuan turned around and waved his hand toward the direction they were about to go. Withdraw. Such a great opportunity, Captain. Zhong Sena was a bit reluctant. Being in a bizarre dungeon was like playing PUBG. Once others spotted you, they would find a way to eliminate you and steal your supplies. You understand? Gu Mingyuan raised an eyebrow. Zhong Sena thought for a moment. It did make sense. Captain, wait for me. He hurried to catch up. After going through several places, Gu Mingyuan fortunately discovered an abandoned shop, gaining some supplies to temporarily replenish their energy. This confirmed the saying, "Heaven will not close off all paths." When they wandered again at the edge of the main street, preparing to find a vehicle for transport, they spotted a mutant homeless man with an expressionless face by the roadside. The homeless man had a sack on his back that looked like it contained some precious supplies. Zhong Sena, thirsty and tired, glanced back at the two actress teammates in the same predicament and decided he could no longer endure it. He grabbed his stick and charged forward. "Hand over what's in your bag." Ouch! Before Zhong Sena could finish his shout, he was kicked by the homeless man, flying 4 to 5 meters away and landing on the ground with a grimace. He had tried to show off in front of the girls, but this time he hit a brick wall. In the next moment, the enraged homeless man turned his fierce gaze toward Gu Mingyuan and the others. Captain, what do we do? Hold your ground, quickly." Jiang Lingwei clutched Gu Mingyuan's shirt tightly. The actress Zhang Yuran, who was nearby, also became tense. "Zhong Sena, you really know how to act tough." Ma Su gripped the stick he had picked up tightly, ready for a desperate fight. If they couldn't defeat the opponent, they would have to crush the signal badge given by their academy mentor and withdraw from the dungeon in time. Just as Ma Su was about to charge in, Gu Mingyuan stopped him in time. "Class, tiny mutant homeless man, Zhou LV3. 37 HP weakness strategy. The obsession of not working has completely taken over his body, even as a mutant. He refuses to be a beast of burden for the dungeon's boss, suffering from bullying and humiliation by many strange beasts and beings. You just need to show him respect. Encourage him to pursue his dreams and provide the help he needs on his wandering path, and he will regard you as the light on his life journey, like Jesus." Through the words that appeared above the homeless man's head, Gu Mingyuan immediately realized that rushing in to confront him was not a wise choice. Zhou, being a homeless man, must have been wandering on Lost Mingxi Street for some time, having suffered bullying from the boss monsters here, and was somewhat familiar with the bizarre nature of this place. If he could learn something from him, it might help Gu Mingyuan's team avoid unnecessary detours in their upcoming exploration of the dungeon. "I understand your tragic journey as a wanderer. No one wants to be a miserable homeless person, and no one wants to be bullied by those bizarre bosses. It's already rare for someone to persist in their desires despite environmental influences. It's a 1 in a million occurrence." As Gu Mingyuan spoke, he continuously gestured, giving the impression that he was truly a divine presence descending to help the unfortunate. He was there to ferry the world's unlucky ones, understanding the greater meaning, and would not be swayed by surface appearances and judgment. He focused on essence and inner feelings. In a moment, just as the homeless man Zhou was about to counterattack, he gradually lowered his raised arm like a child who had been wronged. "Here, take these meager supplies. Don't think they are too little. They represent my heartfelt intention to help you continue on your path until you reach your peak." Gu Mingyuan, like coaxing a child, handed over the supplies he had collected from abandoned buildings and supermarkets. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Zhou, who had initially had a fierce gaze, was gradually softened. He curved his already decayed and rotting lips and rushed toward Gu Mingyuan, embracing him as if they were long-lost friends. "Captain, you actually hugged him." The scene left Jiang Lingwei a bit dazed. "Huh?" Zhang Yuran opened her cute little mouth in disbelief. Humans and mutated beasts could actually embrace? All right, no more sadness. Even if everyone in this world says you can't do it, don't easily doubt yourself. At least I believe in you. Gu Mingyuan continued to comfort the emotionally touched Zhou. Before long, the homeless Zhou was completely transformed, becoming a strong child who learned to be resilient. Confidently standing in front of him. "All right, Zhou, you will have your day at the peak, and those bosses who once bullied you will kneel at your feet." Gu Mingyuan lightly patted Zhou's shoulder, instilling in him the belief to keep persevering in his wandering life. "Next, I have a few small questions to ask you. Is that okay?" Upon hearing this, Zhou nodded vigorously. Can you draw me a small map of the lost Mingxi street on the ground? We need to survive here. Perhaps we should grasp some basic information and learn other means to continue living. Gu Mingyuan spoke at a moderate pace with clear gestures, ensuring that this mutated person, who had suffered through homelessness, could understand him. Zhou's body had completely mutated, devoid of emotions. For him, the figure before him had unraveled the obsessions he carried, so in return, he needed to share everything he knew. MMM. MMM. Zhou's voice was already damaged, making his speech unclear. His primary means of expression was through drawing patterns on the ground and using sign language. Chapter 7. San Huang Chicken Processing Stall, known as the Ma Su of the Three Kingdoms. Ma Su was momentarily stunned. Can this really work? Through Zhou's narration, Gu Mingyuan learned that at the center of the main street of Lost Mingxi Street, there were several powerful beast bosses. As a local lord and a top-tier capital presence, these bosses also enslaved many smaller beasts to do various tasks for them. For instance, just a few days ago, Zhou was targeted by a restaurant boss who wanted him to run errands delivering blood plasma for those powerful beasts. Zhou refused to be treated like a pack animal. So the restaurant boss sent some lackeys to beat him up in the back kitchen until his bones were nearly shattered, then tossed him into a stinking ditch filled with maggots. It was precisely because his body could not bear the weight that Zhou now walked like a limping shrimp. No wonder Zhou Sinhao thought he saw a soft persimmon and rushed in immediately. Ma Su murmured to himself. Gu Mingyuan squatted down, focusing all his attention, and memorized the small map Zhou had sketched on the ground. For sufficiently powerful creatures, they could go straight to the main street center to challenge the bosses for food. However, for small fry like them, who were not much of a threat, they had to start developing from the southwestern vegetable market of Lost Mingxi Street. While there were also some small bosses there, their combat power was far inferior to those at the main street center, and there were plenty of resources to be gathered. All right, let's keep moving. You're doing great. Gu Mingyuan comforted Zhou with a hug and bid him farewell, watching his limping figure gradually fade away. Although Zhou had mutated due to the Abyss invasion, he still had his own life, at least as a cold-blooded beast. He could differentiate between enemies and those who helped him through his obsessive struggles. His Jesus. I thought he couldn't understand human speech. Zhou Sinhao, holding his aching waist, was nearly in tears. That kick from Zhou probably broke a rib. Oh no, several ribs. Although Zhou Sinhao could still stand and walk, he had also turned into a limping figure like Zhou. I'll say it again, all actions, listen to orders. Gu Mingyuan raised a finger and said sternly, Vice Captain Ma Su and I will lead you to gain experience, and if anyone acts rashly and gets killed, don't blame others. Jiang Lingwei and Zhang Yuran both nodded. After this incident, they had gained more recognition for Gu Mingyuan as their captain. Humans rely on their mouths, while grasshoppers rely on their legs. Being able to gather the map of Lost Mingxi Street, just with his words, and to bewilder the mutated vagrant was truly impressive. Soon after, they stealthily made their way to the southwestern vegetable market. Gu Mingyuan led the team to patrol the perimeter and finally found the entrance Zhou had mentioned, covered in discarded bags. Normally, there weren't many monsters wandering around here, making it the easiest place to enter. The fiercest monsters in the market gathered in the seafood area, which reeked of blood and guts, not only containing the innards of living people, but also those of bizarre monsters, making it a slaughterhouse for butchers. Gu Mingyuan and his team began their exploration. The first place they found was called the San Huang Chicken Processing Stall. Class: Tiny, mutated San Huang Chicken LV1. 87 HP weakness strategy. It is afraid of darkness. Once its vision enters darkness, it becomes timid and restricted in movement. One mutated San Huang chicken after another, with larger beaks and fiercer gazes, were no longer the weak creatures that could be easily slaughtered by butchers. However, in Gu Mingyuan's eyes, those San Huang chickens wandering around the stall were mouth-watering delicacies. Although they, as humans, could not directly consume these mutated chickens, they could collect them as bargaining chips to exchange for resources with monsters. Captain, should we go for it? I think I can catch one and stuff it in a sack. Jiang Lingwei, as a woman, was suddenly excited. Just moments ago, Zhou Sinhao had been full of bravado, but now he was quiet. Gu Mingyuan assigned him to keep watch to avoid any accidents. I could do it too, just swing one and run. Zhang Yuran chimed in. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyuan slightly raised his hand. No, I want them all. All of them. Masu was astonished. Mingyuan, don't underestimate these San Huang chickens just because they seem easy now. If they get angry, they might peck your eyes out. Plus, they can easily make noise and attract other monsters and adventurer teams. We could just lock them in a dark room and deal with them. Gu Mingyuan thought it wouldn't be a problem. He briefly explained the battle strategy to the 3 team members. The simple and rough operation to collect the chickens began. Ma Su acted as bait, luring the San Huang chickens out of the processing stall and leading them to the house where Gu Mingyuan and the others lay in ambush. Once the mutated San Huang chickens entered, Gu Mingyuan blocked the light at the door with discarded bags, isolating most of the light from the room and leaving only a dimly lit area. Bang! 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 Gu Mingyuan swung his stick like playing tennis, knocking each chicken down and stuffing them into the old sacks. Although he felt a bit sneaky as a chicken thief, Gu Mingyuan's bug talent, Angel's Blessing, was continuously stacking up at this moment. White level, nourishment from San Huang chicken, strength 0, 1, speed 0, 0, 1. Although the conversion bonus was a bit low, the sheer quantity made up for it. After dealing with all the San Huang chickens in the stall, Gu Mingyuan felt much lighter and stronger than before. He focused his mind and looked at the personal information panel floating in his mind. Name, Gu Mingyuan LV0. Profession, unawakened. HP, 94. Strength, 33. 7. Every 1 strength point equals 10 pounds of force. Speed, 3. 4. Every 1 speed point equals the number of limb movements per second. Stamina, 72. Every 1 stamina point allows for 1 attack. Defense, 10. 6. Every 1 defense point equals 10 pounds of impact force. Mentality, 4. 2. Every 1 mentality point equals the intensity of situational awareness. Rage, 12. 5. Every 1 rage point equals 1 critical damage. Equipment, none. His strength had seen a significant increase. Gu Mingyuan thought to himself. The blessings gained from the bug talent Angel's Blessing are divided into 7 levels. White, green, blue, yellow, red, orange, and gold. He was even somewhat eager to see what kind of enhancement a green level blessing could bring him. Quick, pack up and retreat. Gu Mingyuan commanded his team. Just as they were about to leave the vegetable market, a fierce sound of combat suddenly resonated from outside. No, this is bad. Captain, it's not good. Zhong Tsunhao, who had been stationed outside as lookout, rushed in, panting heavily and limping. Monsters are coming? Masu asked nervously. No. Zhong Sena shook his head, then raised his hand to point in the direction they had come from, saying, Su Qing and his team are coming this way. Su Qing? Gu Mingyuan frowned slightly. The name was not unfamiliar to him. This person was the leader of their dormitory, room 511. Although he hadn't successfully awakened a profession, he usually relied on a few underlings to avoid being bullied in the practitioner academy. Shortly after, before Gu Mingyuan and the others could react, Su Qing, who had sensed an unusual sound, led his team in quickly. Upon seeing the large and small sacks on Gu Mingyuan and the others' backs, they were overjoyed. Chapter 8. Looting. Oh, our war god mansion's son-in-law has actually become a captain? Su Qing swung the wolf-tooth club in his hand with a sneer, blocking the exit. The D-grade equipment, which carried a general poison damage, was a special type of weapon usually used by ordinary professionals. This guy was lucky to have gotten his hands on such a thing from who knows where. What? You still want to leave? Hand over the supplies on you. 4 team members, also armed, immediately rushed forward to surround Gu Mingyuan and the others. Since entering Lost Mingxi Street, they had been exploring and barely escaping death several times from mutated monsters. Now that they saw an opportunity to replenish their supplies, they were determined not to let it go. What do you want? We have never provoked you. The weaklings Jiang Lingwei and Zhang Yuran knew they were outmatched and quickly stepped back, ready to abandon their supplies and escape at any moment. Gu Mingyuan focused his mind and looked at the leader Su Qing. Class, Ordinary Warrior, Su Qing LV0, 87 HP weakness strategy. This person practices special military boxing. and due to poor skills, his lower body is prone to mistakes. Primarily attacking his lower body can increase the chances of victory in battle. In the face of such a situation, talking about negotiation was nonsense. Su Qing's team was well equipped. Since they had come to him, Gu Mingyuan would not hold back. Swish, swish, swish. Gu Mingyuan tightened his grip on a scrap iron pipe he picked up and charged at Su Qing with all his might. Strike first. Bang. The sound of iron clashing against flesh echoed. Su Qing let out a pig-like squeal and fell to the ground. No one noticed how Gu Mingyuan charged over. They thought he would plead for mercy and negotiate abandoning supplies for his life. Unexpectedly, Gu Mingyuan, you are seeking death. Su Qing's throat was firmly pressed by the hard steel pipe, restricting his movement. Before he could react, Gu Mingyuan searched his waist and pulled out a blue signal tag of decent size. Every student entering the strange dungeon for trials would have one, in a crisis. Crushing the tag would allow them to exit the dungeon and return to the Practitioner Academy, saving their life. No, Su Qing's eyes widened like a bull's. He watched helplessly as Gu Mingyuan ruthlessly crushed his signal tag. Buzz, with a blue beam of light enveloping him. Su Qing disappeared from everyone's sight at an unimaginable speed, on the cracked and mottled concrete floor. Only the D-grade Wolf-Tooth Club and some personal supplies he had were left behind. Captain, Gu Mingyuan, you. Su Qing was kicked out of the dungeon, and the remaining 4 team members instantly lost their backbone, their faces filled with disbelief. Among the 5 of them, the captain had the highest combat power. Unexpectedly, he was resolved by the opponent just like that. Now, immediately leave all the supplies and equipment on you, or I'll send you out of the dungeon. Gu Mingyuan picked up the Wolf-Tooth Club left on the ground, weighing it in his hand. Compared to the rusty round pipe, it was indeed much more comfortable to wield. He shifted his focus to the 4 people in front of him. Even though he could discern his opponent's weaknesses, given the current increase in his attack power, it seemed unnecessary to employ complex battle strategies. Holding the D-grade Wolf-Tooth Club, no one here was his match. Bang! As Gu Mingyuan dealt with one of them and crushed the signal tag on that person, the 4 who had hesitated immediately turned into 3. Bro, give me a chance. I'll give you all my supplies and equipment. The 3 hastily surrendered all their belongings and then fled the market, as if rushing to be reborn. Yay! The captain is mighty. Masu immediately clenched his fists and energetically hyped up the atmosphere. Just a moment ago, he thought they were done for, not even getting a proper look at this so-called strange dungeon. Unexpectedly, Gu Mingyuan took the initiative, capturing the leader and wiping out the team. Gu Mingyuan donned a set of black armor and then turned to the stunned 4 team members, saying, the remaining equipment on the ground. You each take a set and put on. Upon hearing this, the few immediately stepped forward to divide the equipment on the ground. Thank you, Captain. The captain is mighty. The team wipe is mighty. After this round of armament, they not only had armor and weapons, but also some monster remains left behind. At this moment, everyone felt a wave of joy wash over them, reminiscent of the exhilarating feeling of looting in PUBG. It was coming, it was coming. Next, they would just need to seize the opportunity to continue taking down the surviving wandering warrior teams, and their group could become even stronger after acquiring the supplies looted from other teams when they returned to exit the dungeon. They could also settle scores and receive different rewards from the mentors at the Shengwu Practitioner Academy based on their scores. All right, it's not safe to linger here. If we encounter another practitioner team, we might get wiped out. Having gotten a good deal, Gu Mingyuan did not let his guard down. He carried the supplies and walked out of the market, clenching his fists. According to the records in the practitioner scriptures, a waste who failed to awaken their profession could still potentially trigger a hidden or divine profession after their body was abnormally enhanced. This opportunity of rising from the ashes applies equally to practitioners. I will definitely become a practitioner, Gu Mingyuan thought. The homeless man, Zhou, not only told them about a secret place to easily obtain supplies, but also mentioned another secret spot to exchange supplies. Gu Mingyuan led the team along the planned route, and soon arrived at the designated location. Here, a strange odor filled the air, reminiscent of overnight soup and rotting meat. Ding dong, ding dong. A burly mutant man was rummaging through the trash in a car trunk. Gu Mingyuan looked up at the sagging sign above the collapsed building, which had several hasty, blood-red characters. A Chong scrap recycling station. Looking up, the mutant man's bug-like title appeared. Class, Tiny Boss. Mutated Scrap Worker, Chong LV5. 92 HP Weakness Strategy. Chong will never forget that this scrap recycling station was left to him by his mother. To protect the recycling station, Chong often clashes with monsters, resulting in broken bones and deformities that leave him with a lifelong painful condition that prevents him from turning around. Captain, is that big man the mutant who can exchange things for me? After Zhou's kick, Zhong Xinghao was left with some aftereffects regarding mutants. Chong, we brought some different types of supplies. I heard we could have a pleasant trade here. Gu Mingyuan confidently walked over. Gurgle, gurgle. Chong's voice, like Zhou's, had also become corrupted and mutated. He wanted to respond, but could only emit sounds reminiscent of a pig at a trough. It was clear he was eager to check the supplies these strangers had brought him. Gu Mingyuan opened his backpack, revealing the mutated 3 yellow chickens inside. These items may be unusable by ordinary people, containing acidic viruses that could corrode the flesh. However, for those higher-tier monsters, they are a delicious treat. We want to trade with you for supplies that can help us survive in Lost Mingxi Street, including some sturdy armor and weapons, and preferably a vehicle. As Gu Mingyuan spoke, he communicated using sign language. The other, a Chong, nodded in response and turned to lead them to a sealed warehouse with a large door. Chapter 9 Blood Bodhi. As Gu Mingyuan's team entered the warehouse, a strong smell of blood hit them. Except for Gu Mingyuan himself, the team members quickly covered their mouths and noses. It's unbearable. Ma Su felt that his lungs were filled with filthy air, far worse than the socks of a 70-year-old man who hadn't washed them for 6 months. Zhong Xinghao took out several gas masks and handed them to everyone. After putting on the masks, the nauseous symptoms of the team members eased a little. When they finally saw what was ahead, they found that the so-called secret treasure land was actually piled high with various bloody flesh and broken syringes. Anyone unaware of the situation would never associate this place with the term treasure land. Captain, we must have gone to the wrong place, right? Monantai sununtai visprit topstai Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan looked at the bloody scene before him, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't disgusted. However, he had compared it with the map. This was indeed the treasure location. In other words, they had been tricked. There were no treasures here, only countless filthy things. Ma Su hit the wall in frustration, cursing, "Damn homeless people! How dare they trick us?" The 3 actors also felt disappointed. If there had really been treasures here, they could have shared in the glory. Ma Su turned around and saw Gu Mingyuan squatting in front of a pile of bloody flesh, occasionally poking it with a stick. The flesh began to move rhythmically as if it were regaining life under Gu Mingyuan's prodding. Big brother. Before Ma Su could finish his sentence, Gu Mingyuan immediately gestured for silence. Could this pile of flesh be unusual? Ma Su and the other 3 team members quickly approached and squatted not far from Gu Mingyuan. However, no matter how they looked, they could only see a writhing mass of flesh, nothing else extraordinary. Soon, the 4 lost interest and exited the warehouse to wait for Gu Mingyuan outside. "Boss, how much is this blood bodhi?" Gu Mingyuan asked casually as he poked at the writhing flesh. In his main, god-level talent, insightful, the information about this writhing mass of flesh was laid bare. Grade, blue, blood bodhi LV10, 0, 1 HP weakness strategy. It has lost its attacking ability. Now is a good opportunity to harvest its life. If it weren't for Gu Mingyuan's main god-level talent, insightful, he might have truly missed this treasure. Legend has it that there is a peculiar item in the 9th layer of the abyss called blood bodhi, which can help one transcend from mundane to immortal when consumed, and can increase a martial artist's chance of breaking the mirror when used in medicine. Right in front of Gu Mingyuan were actually more than a dozen blood bodhi. If those top figures on Blue Star knew about this, they would spare no expense to clear this place. A Chong, seeing a business opportunity, immediately flashed a grin that stretched from ear to ear. 3,000, he replied in broken common language. Almost 300. Boss, this is just the most ordinary juvenile version of a flesh puppet. If it weren't for a recommendation from a friend, I wouldn't even want to give you 30. 500. All right, but you need to prepare a vehicle for me. Okay, a Chong, seeing the deal was done, quickly pulled out a nearly new sports car from the recycling station and loaded one blood bodhi onto it. I don't have any rice for now, so I'll use 5 mutated 3 yellow chickens to pay off the debt. One is worth 100 rice at market price. How about that? Okay. Seeing he was about to make a profit, Chong quickly agreed without caring much. Gu Mingyuan handed over the 5 fattest mutated 3 yellow chickens to Chong and called the team members to get into the sports car. Slow down. Chong, seeing the 5 mutated 3 yellow chickens, immediately shed tears and waved goodbye to Gu Mingyuan as he drove away. In the sports car, all the team members, including Ma Su, looked at Gu Mingyuan with expressions of astonishment. Ma Su broke the silence first. Captain, did you really buy a piece of rotten meat? Gu Mingyuan glanced at him, said nothing, closed his eyes to rest, and absorbed the blood vitality emanating from the blood bodhi. I thought this pretty boy was clever, but it turns out he's just a fool. Haha, you probably don't know he's the infamous #1 sycophant in Shunwu, having licked Xiao Miaoyin for 5 years. And she just turned around and gave him a green hat. The whispers of the team members reached Gu Mingyuan's ears, but they didn't shake his heart at all. Over the past 5 years, he had heard this kind of talk many times. By now, he was almost immune to the matter concerning his fiancée, Xiao Miaoyin. But Ma Su was different. He angrily shouted, "Shut up!" The 3 were stunned for a moment, then immediately mocked him. We're just speaking the truth. Just look in the capital. Who doesn't know that Gu Mingyuan is a sycophant with a green hat? You guys! Ma Su was furious, but couldn't find a reason to refute them. Enough. Gu Mingyuan opened his eyes. I brought you here to act, not to mock me. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. He clenched his fist, and immediately a cracking sound came from his knuckles. The 3 fell silent. After all, the image of him beating Su Qing was still fresh in their minds. Oomph. Ma Su snorted coldly and closed his eyes to rest. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. It seemed that 2 groups of people were confronting each other ahead. Get out of the car, Gu Mingyuan decisively ordered, as the 2 groups had already noticed them. Bro, this mutated Wolf King was killed by me. You suddenly barging in is inappropriate, right? The leader of the Tree Heart team said, swinging a big iron hammer and pointing at the leader of the Ice Cold team. Sorry, what I see is mine, the leader of the Ice Cold team said, playing with a dagger, dismissing the Tree Heart team leader. Captain, we shouldn't reason with this kind of person. A tall, lean, muscular man said. Right. I'm that kind of person. If you have the ability, come kill me. The leader of the Ice Cold team said nonchalantly, disregarding the muscular man's words. You. The muscular man was furious and charged at the leader of the Ice Cold team with a heavy sword. Clang. The muscular man's heavy sword was blocked by an invisible barrier just 1 meter away from the leader of the Ice Cold team. Grade. Elemental Mage. Chu Tampeng LV30. 100 HP weakness strategy. A dark mage who was once hunted by humans. There is a restriction in his Dantian. If activated, one can control him. Reverse. Chu Tianpeng slowly uttered a word, and in an instant, the muscular man was sent flying as if struck by an enormous force. His ribs were nearly all broken, and his internal organs were bleeding. If it weren't for the protective treasure he had on him, he would have likely died. Ergo. Cheng Qi was heartbroken. Chen Ergu was his best friend, and he would rather be the one injured than him. His eyes reddened. Damn it, I'll fight you, he shouted, gripping the big iron hammer and activating his professional skill, Brawny Bull Charge, as he rushed toward Chu Tianpeng. Chapter 10 Xiao Bei snorted, ignorant little brat. Chu Tianpeng showed no fear, forming a fire shield with his hands, which he placed in front of his chest. The fire shield radiated temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees. Even a piece of metal would melt instantly if placed within. However, the enraged Cheng Qi charged straight at it without hesitation. Captain, a female team member's heart raced as she sensed the threat from the fire shield. She swung her long spear towards Cheng Qi, intending to knock him away. But midair, Cheng Qi used the momentum to accelerate further, crashing directly into the shield. Ah! Cheng Qi screamed in agony as both weapon and person turned to ashes. No! Luo Yingxia, leaning on her spear, was heartbroken. Clap, clap, clap! Xiao Bei applauded mockingly. Girl, are you cheering for me? Luo Yingxia wiped away her tears, her voice low and hoarse. I will kill you. She gripped her spear, bathed in bloodlight. and charged madly at Xiao Beibei. Xiao Beibei exchanged a glance with Chu Tianting, who immediately understood and used the water prison technique to firmly restrain Luo Yingxia. Ha ha ha, girl, you walked right into this. Xiao Beibei leered at Luo Yingxia's figure, marveling, thinking, isn't this more entertaining than that flirtatious Xiao Miaoyin? He had already begun to envision Luo Yingxia kneeling and begging for mercy in his mind. Realizing Chu Tianting's lewd smile, Luo Yingxia immediately understood what was happening and took out a token. However, Chu Tianting was quicker, snatching it away and handing it to Xiao Beibei. Xiao Beibei put away the token, nodding in satisfaction. Girl, if you perform well tonight, perhaps I'll spare your family when I get out. Luo Yingxia's body froze, tears of grievance instantly streaming down her face. Her family was her Achilles heel. She never expected Xiao Beibei would use her family to threaten her. At that moment, danger! Chu Tianting suddenly retreated, a pitch-black shadow striking where he had just been. The water prison technique collapsed as it lost his magic power. Luo Yingxia fell from the sky, caught by Gu Mingyuan. Xiao Beibei frowned, looking at Chu Tianting in confusion, as if asking what had just happened. Master, someone was using that compass. Chu Tianting reminded him. Xiao Beibei's expression changed as he understood, looking at Gu Mingyuan, finally recognizing him, and screamed, how did that thing end up in your hands? Gu Mingyuan held a dark compass, which was indeed Chu Tianting's control compass. He had swiped it before leaving the Xiao family, never expecting it to be Chu Tianting's control compass. At this moment, a hint of fear rose in Xiao Beibei and Chu Tianting's eyes, clearly indicating they were considering retreat. Wait, Gu Mingyuan said, Chu Tianting, don't you want freedom? Chu Tianting's heart wavered, but he maintained a calm facade, saying, my life belongs to my master. You won't shake my resolve. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Beibei's mouth, clearly pleased with Chu Tianting's words. Gu Mingyuan, don't think just because you've got a compass you can act all high and mighty. Our Xiao family has worked with Chu Tianting for many years. We have feelings, and no mere object can compare. Is that so? Gu Mingyuan manipulated the compass, and instantly, it unraveled one of Chu Tianting's restrictions. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chu Tianting's mental defenses crumbled. He transformed into an afterimage, grabbing Xiao Beibei and lifting him up as if he were a chick, bringing him before Gu Mingyuan. From now on, you are my master. Very good. Gu Mingyuan looked at Xiao Beibei with a cold smile, mocking, is this what you call feelings? Xiao Beibei's face instantly turned a shade of deep red, pointing at Chu Tianting and cursing, you traitor, let me go. Shut up. Chu Tianting, furious, slapped Xiao Beibei hard. At first, Xiao Beibei cursed back, but soon it turned into pleas for mercy. Gu Mingyuan watched this dog-eat-dog show with amusement, applauding. Young Master Xiao, I didn't expect your skills in bed were as impressive as your skills with words. What Gu Mingyuan referred to as bed skills were, of course, his escapades with Xiao Miaoyin, while skills with words pointed to Xiao Beibei's stubbornness. Xiao Beibei felt extremely wronged. He never imagined he would one day be captured by the useless Gu Mingyuan. Do whatever you want. I prepare for death. He was well aware of Chu Tianting's strength. To commit suicide in front of him was merely a fantasy. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. Gu Mingyuan's words sounded like heavenly music in Xiao Beibei's ears. But before he could rejoice too soon, Gu Mingyuan's next words shattered his mental defenses. I'm planning to find some mutants to exploit you. Xiao Beibei's face turned green instantly. If he heard correctly, Gu Mingyuan meant exactly that. He immediately surrendered. Big brother, I was wrong just now. It was my mouth that got me into trouble. He said this while slapping himself wildly. Too late. Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly. Wait. Xiao Beibei suddenly thought of something, grasping at a lifeline. Gu Xiao, I know where the treasure is. Kill me, and I can tell you. I know too. I know where the key to open that treasure is, and I know all the traps and mechanisms inside. I bought the guide to get in. How can I trust you? Seeing Gu Mingyuan relent, Xiao Beibei quickly took out a map, saying, this is the map for the treasure key. It's not far from here. We can get there in less than 5 minutes by car. He looked at Gu Mingyuan with hopeful eyes, making Gu Mingyuan feel a bit embarrassed. Gu Mingyuan took the map and kicked Xiao Beibei towards the weeping Luo Yingxia, saying, "Here, take him. You could do whatever you want, but try not to kill him." Luo Yingxia nodded heavily, inserting her spear into the ground and drawing a dagger from her waist, walking towards Xiao Beibei. Xiao Beibei immediately fainted from fear. The sharp dagger quickly sliced through his skin, and soon he woke up in pain. Ah! A shrill scream echoed as Xiao Beibei's eyes widened in agony. Luo Yingxia's demonic voice rang in his ears. "Do you know? In my hometown, people like you get 1,000 cuts." With that, she made another cut, causing Xiao Beibei to convulse in pain. Her blade was poisoned. If he was cut, he couldn't recover as before. "I heard you were with Xiao Miaoyin?" Luo Yingxia smiled playfully. Xiao Beibei remained silent, fearing to provoke her. "Answer me." Luo Yingxia made a deep cut across his philtrum. If Xiao Beibei weren't a martial artist, he would have already met his end by now. Chapter 11. Meatball chicken soup, miss. I was wrong. Just kill me. Luo Yingxia was very satisfied with his begging for mercy and made another cut. "Don't worry, I won't let you die." Xiao Beibei was in and out of consciousness from the pain, repeatedly teetering between fainting and waking up. It wasn't until Xiao Beibei stopped waking up that Luo Yingxia finally stopped. Clang! She tossed the knife aside and squatted beside Chen Ergu. "Ergu, Chung Chi is gone. Beast." Chen Ergu spat out clear words from his bloodied mouth, clearly hating Xiao Beibei to the bone. Luo Yingxia applied healing medicine all over Xiao Beibei's body and whispered, "Don't get excited. Excitement will affect the wounds. Is that beast dead?" "No, but it's already useless." Luo Yingxia looked at the bloody Xiao Beibei and said angrily. Chen Ergu's frown relaxed. His last wish was fulfilled. Soon after, his heartbeat slowed and gradually stopped. Chen Ergu. Dead. Ergu? Luo Yingxia sensed something was wrong and hurriedly shook Chen Ergu's body, but he remained unmoving. "Wake up. Don't scare me." Gu Mingyuan squatted beside him and comforted. "Miss, don't be sad. They will definitely be happy over there. What we need to do is live well for them." Luo Yingxia wiped her tears and suddenly knelt down to Gu Mingyuan. "I'm an orphan. They were my only friends. Now they're all dead. If you don't mind, I would like to be your sworn sister." Gu Mingyuan helped her up and said, "I don't need a sworn sister. If you are willing, you could be my teammate." "Okay." Luo Yingxia nodded vigorously. Gu Mingyuan took Luo Yingxia back to the sports car and introduced her to everyone. The three actors had no reaction, but Ma Su joked, "You don't want such a pretty girl as your sworn sister, but you want her as your teammate?" Luo Yingxia's pretty face instantly turned red, not knowing what to say. "Ma Su, your mouth is really foul." Gu Mingyuan retorted blandly. "Haha, just joking." 5 minutes later, the sports car arrived at the entrance of a vegetable market. "Boss, is the key inside there?" In the market, many mutated creatures were wandering around, and there were quite a few of them. If disturbed, it would be enough to trigger a zombie tide. Gu Mingyuan got out of the car and pointed to a nearby guest house. "It's too late today. Let's rest somewhere and kill monsters tomorrow." Oh, after everyone went upstairs, Gu Mingyuan took out the blood bodhi from his storage space and quietly cut off a piece of meat. "Ow!" Blood bodhi cried out in pain, and an invisible sound wave spread out. The mutated creatures in the market sensed something and began to gather around. Gu Mingyuan quickly stored the blood bodhi back in his storage space and ran swiftly towards the residential building. The next second, a giant mutated human appeared at Gu Mingyuan's original position. It was puzzled, as it had clearly just smelled food here, but in a matter of moments, it had disappeared. It howled and left. Inside the residential building, the 6-member team plus the half-dead Xiao Beibei had already been assigned rooms. 3 girls shared one room, and 5 men shared another, with the 2 rooms next to each other for convenience. After the rooms were assigned, Ma Su pulled Gu Mingyuan aside and mysteriously said, "Boss, guess what I found on that Xiao Beibei?" "Spit it out." Ma Su pulled a round pearl from his backpack. "If I'm not mistaken, this pearl should be the inner core of a clam demon." Gu Mingyuan examined it closely and confirmed it was indeed so, speechless as he said, "I didn't expect you to pick up a treasure. If I'm not mistaken, this clam demon is at least level 100. If this pearl is used to make a weapon, it would definitely be of blue quality. Blue, Millennium Clam Demon Inner Core, LV 100 usage. can be used to create a weapon in the storage space. Can also be used in medicine. If ground into powder and combined with blood spirit mushroom and blood bodhi to make a blood-breaking pill, it can significantly enhance the physical quality of a practitioner. Boss, if you need it, I can give it to you. Ma Su held the clam pearl, grinning. Gu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, let's talk after we get out. If we can get blood spirit mushroom and Tongshin bamboo after we get out, maybe we can refine the blood-breaking pill, and at that time, my physical quality might be comparable to a second-term practitioner. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Boss, then I'll keep this pearl for you. If you need it, just let me know. Gu Mingyuan nodded and then walked into the kitchen. Boss, are you going to cook? Ma Su asked in confusion, thinking that cooking was something they should leave to Zhong Tsinghao. Upon hearing this, Zhong Tsinghao immediately jumped up. What nonsense are you talking? Why should I cook? Ma Su snorted coldly. You didn't lift a finger from start to finish. What's wrong with asking you to cook? I'm an actor, according to our prior agreement. I don't have to work. I don't care. You can't eat for free. You idiot. Are you looking for trouble? Or do you want to compete? Let's go outside and fight. Come on. The two opened the door and walked out. Gu Mingyuan shook his head, thinking, this idiot really can't stay calm anywhere. However, their departure just gave him the opportunity he needed, because what he was going to make was not ordinary ingredients, but blood bodhi. His military career had taught him many things, such as how some plant juices could reduce inflammation and pain, and how some monster meats combined with certain plants could quickly heal injuries. Now, he was going to make something that could significantly enhance physical quality in a short time. The ingredients were blood bodhi and mutated 3 yellow chicken. In the army, it had a nice nickname called meatball chicken soup. He had learned this dish from an old predecessor, but it was his first time actually making it. First, he needed to remove the blood gall from the blood bodhi, then soak it in warm water to wash out all the parasites inside. Finally, he would throw the meat bodhi into the soup and stir it vigorously. The blood bodhi would immediately turn into a pool of blood, and after being boiled at high temperature, the blood bodhi would gradually turn into meatballs. Practitioners would be able to enhance their physical quality after consuming it. The method wasn't difficult, and Gu Mingyuan quickly finished making it. He counted, and there were exactly 7 meatballs, just enough for each person to have one. Little friend, are you making meatball chicken soup? A voice came from Chu Tianpeng. Gu Mingyuan replied without turning his head. I know something that can double the effect of this dish. What is it? Chu Tianpeng took out a vial from his storage space and said, this is the essence of flesh and blood. Practitioners who consume it can enhance their physical quality. If added to the soup, it will definitely strengthen the power of this dish. Thank you. Gu Mingyuan took the potion and poured it into the soup. Instantly, the originally white soup base turned into an eerie blood-red color, but quickly returned to normal. Chapter 12. The Wave of Mutant Mosquitoes, Thank You. Gu Mingyuan bowed solemnly to Chu Tianpeng. Chu Tianpeng nodded, no longer speaking, picked up a spoon, scooped a meatball into his mouth, and in an instant, a powerful surge of vitality erupted from his body. His level began to rise steadily at that moment. Class: Elemental Mage, Chu Tianpeng LV30, strengthening LV 4100 HP weakness exploit, a dark mage who was once hunted by humans. There is a seal in his dantian. If activated, it can control this person. Gu Mingyuan looked at Chu Tianpeng's attributes and nodded in satisfaction. This recipe is useful. As a reward, I will use seal. After saying this, a beam of dark light shot towards Chu Tianpeng, who felt his body relax and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master, for your reward. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. If there is anything useful in the future, I will reward you heavily. Yes. Chu Tianpeng did not expect that by merely taking out a bottle of worthless flesh essence, Gu Mingyuan would one of his seals. Given time, he might truly regain his freedom. Of course, Gu Mingyuan was a person with a broad perspective. Chu Tianpeng posed too great a threat to humanity. He would not let the tiger return to the mountain. Boss, what are you doing? The bruised fool walked in. Clearly both of them were not being polite to each other. Meatball soup, 1 for each person. Gu Mingyuan divided the meatballs into 6 bowls and handed them to Ma Su and Zhong Tsinghao. After that, he took his own portion and drank it down. Name: Gu Mingyuan LV0. Occupation: not activated. HP: 93, strength, 34, 710, speed, 3, 62, stamina, 8,220, defense, 10, 93, mental, 4, to rage, 12. 5. Equipment. None, Gu Mingyuan thought. This meatball soup is indeed remarkable. It not only temporarily increases attributes, but also permanently boosts cultivation. If it weren't for the fact that permanent cultivation can only be increased once, I would love to have a bowl every day. He still had over 20 chickens, meaning he could make this soup over 20 times. Fortunately, it was Gu Mingyuan who traded with a Chong back then. If it had been someone else, they might have traded all those chickens away. Gulp, gulp. Ma Su, disregarding everything, drank the meatball soup. Instantly, a powerful surge of vitality exploded from his body, and his level rose by 10 levels. Damn! Zhong Tsinhui, seeing the extraordinary effect of the soup, followed Ma Su's example and drank it down. The next moment, his bones cracked and popped like frying beans, and a gentle energy flowed through his limbs. His level also broke through 10 levels. I feel like I could punch 10 Ma Su's away. Oomph. Ma Su grunted coldly, swinging his fist the size of a sandbag towards Zhong Tsinhui's face. Watch your words. Zhong Tsinhui dodged and made a face. I was just saying it casually. Do you really take it seriously? Ma Su wanted to chase him, but Gu Mingyuan stopped him. There might be a fierce battle tonight. Quickly distribute the meatball soup to the 3 girls next door. Ma Su did not dare to be slow, quickly carrying 3 steaming bowls of meatball soup to the next room. Zhong Tsinhui asked in confusion, Captain, we're very safe here, right? Why do you say there will be a fierce battle tonight? Gu Mingyuan looked towards the direction of the market and said, the things in the market have set their sights on us. To be precise, they have set their sights on Gu Mingyuan's blood body. Zhong Tsinhui couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly asked, is that thing powerful? Can the old man win against it? Before Gu Mingyuan could speak, Chu Tianpong spoke first. First of all, my surname is Chu. From now on, do not call me old man, call me Chu Lao. Secondly, that thing is trapped in the market. It cannot come here personally. After hearing Chu Tianpeng's explanation, Zhong Tsinhui let out a long breath. Since it can't come here, what do we have to worry about? Hee hee. Gu Mingyuan sneered. What is most abundant in the market? Vegetables? Guess again. Meat? Wrong, try again. Zhong Tsinhui racked his brain and finally said, could it be mosquitoes and flies? Yes. Zhong Tsinhui wanted to cry without tears, thinking, I'm just an actor. You want me to fight against a swarm of mutant flies and mosquitoes? Isn't that asking for my life? Captain, can I withdraw now? Yes. But you need to pay me a breach of contract fee of 30,000 yuan. Zhong Tsinhui fell silent. 30,000 yuan was not a small amount for him, especially since their squad had performed well. If he withdrew now, it would be a loss of both the lady and the soldiers. Damn! Zhong Tsinhui made up his mind to fight tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, countless red dots appeared in the darkness. They're coming, Gu Mingyuan said. I can't protect you all completely. Your task tonight is to protect yourselves. After saying this, he jumped down from the building with Chu Tianpeng, facing the swarm of mosquitoes directly. Gray level, mutant mosquito, effect, absorbs 0.05 speed, 0.01 mental. Although the attribute points added by these mosquitoes were small, the sheer number was overwhelming. Gu Mingyuan instructed Chu Tianpeng to cast a wide area spell to weaken the mosquito swarm. Then he went in to reap the rewards, quickly raising his own attribute points. Name, Gu Mingyuan LV0, occupation, not activated, HP, 72, strength, 36, 710, speed, 4, 62, stamina, 9,220, defense, 11, 93, mental, 4, 5, rage, 12, 5, equipment. None in the massive swarm of mosquitoes. Soon, a piece of equipment dropped. Class, white level, blood-sucking scythe, LV5 effect, 1 strength, 5 lifesteal. Gu Mingyuan put it on without hesitation. A small surge of power flowed into his body, making him moan comfortably. He swung the scythe and continued to harvest the lives of the mutant mosquitoes. He was like an unwearied warrior, going in and out of the battlefield against the mutant mosquitoes, exterminating 90 of the mutant mosquitoes. However, things were not so easy for Ma Su and the others. They were blocked in a small dark room by the mutant mosquitoes. Ma Su, you were the one who brought us in. Now that we are in danger, why don't you let us go? Jiang Lingwei was the first to speak up. Zhang Yuran chimed in. Yeah, I remember we agreed that if we encounter danger, we could leave. Ma Su blocked the door of the small dark room and said with difficulty, it's not that time yet. I believe that as long as the boss solves those beasts outside, he will come to help us. He struggled because the number of mutant mosquitoes crashing against the door was too great. Even with his strength reinforced, he could barely hold on. Chapter 13, 3 Confidence. I support you, brother. Zhong Sena and Ma Su were blocking the door together. What are you up to? As soon as Ma Su finished speaking, he instantly regretted it. If Zhong Sena had a moment of impulse like those two girls and decided to run away, this door would definitely be broken open. I'm not up to anything, just trying to show off. Damn it. Ma Su laughed and scolded. Since that's the case, put in more effort. And after we get out, I'll give you half of my reward. Who would want it? Although the two were joking about the situation, they were actually both at the end of their ropes. If it weren't for Luo Yingxia's special profession, they would have been done for a long time ago. Class, Blood Warrior, Luo Yingxia LV10, Strengthening in Progress LV 2053 HP description. Blood Warriors gain strength by burning their life force. If they can obtain a great supplement, perhaps they can turn the tide of battle. She was actually a trump card for Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan had long seen her profession and attributes through Inside Eye. So when he sensed the malicious gaze, he immediately prepared meatball soup for the team. Boosting their attributes was secondary. The main purpose was to replenish Luo Yingxia's life force. This way, they would have the strength to protect themselves in tonight's battle. You idiot, stop talking. I feel like I can't hold on much longer. Luo Yingxia gritted her teeth, beads of sweat sliding down her pretty face. Damn, are we going to die? Zhong Sena immediately started to backtrack. Although he liked to show off, he didn't want to die. Ma Su gritted his teeth and said, Luo Yingxia, I know your profession. I packed the meatball soup for those two girls and didn't let them drink it. If you really can't hold on, I'll give you a bowl. As soon as Ma Su finished speaking, the 5 people in the small dark room exploded with noise. Zhong Sena laughed and scolded. As expected of you. Coming up with such a wicked plan. The two girls immediately protested. Jiang Lingwei was the first to take action. Why should our things be given to her? Zhang Yuran also shouted. What can she compare to us besides being able to take a hit? Ma Su was speechless, but Zhong Sena scolded. Ladies, this isn't a beauty pageant. This is a dungeon, and good resources should naturally be concentrated with the stronger individuals. Moreover, this meatball soup belongs to the captain, not you. Jiang Ling rolled her eyes and angrily said, I don't care. Since every team member has a share, we must have our portion. Saying that, she stepped forward to grab Ma Su. Get lost, Ma Su shouted sternly. His scolding didn't deter Jiang Lingwei. Instead, it sparked her anger. Sisters, let us team up. We can definitely get the stuff. I'll give you half when the time comes. How about that? Zhang Yuran was a bit tempted, but worried about the mutated mosquitoes outside, making her hesitant. Jiang Lingwei gritted her teeth and said, I'm the daughter of the Jiang family. If you help me, I'll hire the best medical team to treat your mother after we get out. Zhang Yuran was tempted. Her biggest soft spot was her bedridden mother. She was born in a rural area, and her father was an abusive man. Her mother couldn't stand his torment and chose to divorce him, taking her with her. Growing up, she and her mother depended on each other, but later, her mother suddenly fell ill. They searched for doctors everywhere, spending almost all their savings. Yet still couldn't cure her mother. Therefore, her mother's illness had always been a knot in her heart. Really? Zhang Yuran looked at Jiang Lingwei with burning eyes. Okay. Zhang Yuran immediately rushed forward, using all her strength to pull at Ma Su. Ma Su was furious and shouted, You two traitors. His words didn't stop the two. Instead, it ignited their anger. Hurry, use your skills, Jiang Lingwei said. Although her profession was a priest, Zhang Yuran's profession was a rare berserker, comparable to Luo Yingxia. A bright red light descended upon Zhang Yuran, instantly increasing Ma Su's pulling force by 10 times. Ma Su was pulled down to the ground, his face instantly turning pale. It's over. Jiang Lingwei didn't care about that. She directly rummaged through his backpack and, sure enough, found 2 boxes of meatball soup in the corner. Her intuition told her that this was good stuff. She poured the 2 boxes together and wolfed it down. Instantly, a pillar of white light shot up from her body, rising into the sky. However, the next moment, her white light turned dark red and then shattered. Ah! Jiang Lingwei cried out in pain, as if she had received a tremendous impact. What's wrong? Zhang Yuran immediately panicked. If Jiang Lingwei died here, her mother wouldn't get treated. However, she, after all, was just a rural girl who didn't understand much. She could only look at Ma Su with pleading eyes. Thud! She knelt before Ma Su, constantly bowing her head, begging you all, please save her. I'm also forced by life. If my mother doesn't get treated soon, she will die. She kept bowing. Even when her forehead was bleeding, she showed no signs of stopping. Blood flowed down her forehead, pooling into a small puddle on the floor. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyuan, who was fighting, suddenly turned around and just happened to witness the scene of the white light turning blood red and then shattering, snorting. Which little greedy cat is so gluttonous? Eating 2 bowls. Although meatball soup is a treasure that enhances strength, if consumed in excess, the accumulated life force can corrupt the profession, turning the practitioner into a fallen one. Old Chu, wait here for now. I'll go handle something. Understood. When Gu Mingyuan arrived, a swarm of mutated mosquitoes was blocking the small dark room's door, madly crashing against it. When they saw Gu Mingyuan, they swarmed towards him. Oomph. Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly, using his martial arts to kill all the mutated mosquitoes. Gray level. Mutated mosquito 30. Effect. Absorb to gain 1 speed 0. 0-5 spirit, 5 stamina 0. 0-5 defense. At this moment, his attributes had improved significantly. Name. Gu Mingyuan LV0. Profession. Unactivated. HP. 22. Strength. 56. 310. Speed. 912. Stamina. 15,920. Defense. 19. 23. Spirit. 6. Anger. 12. 5. Equipment. Blood-sucking scythe. White level. LV5. He looked at his attribute panel with satisfaction, then walked to the small dark room door and knocked. I'm back. Open the door. Soon, the voice of the idiot came from inside. Damn, have the mosquitoes become sentient? Stop talking nonsense. The boss is back. Soon, the door opened, and Gu Mingyuan looked at the 3 exhausted individuals, a faint smile appearing on his face. Ever since he became a sycophant of Xiao Miaoyin, the number of companions around him had dwindled. Now, to have 3 confidants is truly a blessing from heaven. Chapter 14 Contract. Zhang Yuran boss. Are you here to save us? The door opened, and Ma Su rushed out first, wanting to give Gu Mingyuan a hug. However, Gu Mingyuan took a step back, leaving Ma Su to fall empty-handed. Heartless. Ma Su stumbled, and after getting up, she looked at Gu Mingyuan with resentment. Zhong Senhad mocked you, a grown man, hugging the captain. Aren't you ashamed? The captain must be disgusted too. Before Ma Su could retort, Zhong Senhad spoke again. Captain. Jiang Lingwei just ate 2 meatballs and then fainted. What happened? Oomph. Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly. You brought it upon yourselves. Gu Mingyuan turned to leave, but then he felt something hugging his leg. I'm begging you, don't go. Zhang Yuran clung to Gu Mingyuan's leg, refusing to let him leave. Get off. Gu Mingyuan exerted force, trying to break free from her grip, but how could Zhang Yuran, a berserker, be easily pulled away? I'm begging you, my mother. Zhang Yuran recounted her mother's situation and her deal with Jiang Lingwei to Gu Mingyuan in detail. After listening, Gu Mingyuan fell silent. He didn't expect that the actress he casually recruited into the team had such a tragic background. Before Gu Mingyuan could speak, Ma Su said first, just now. The situation was extremely dangerous. If the boss hadn't returned in time, we might have been killed by the 2 of you. You still have the face to ask the boss for help? What can I do? I just want to save my mother. You. Stop. Gu Mingyuan interrupted Ma Su. I can indeed save her, even your mother, but what can you give me in return? I. Zhang Yuran realized something. Her pretty face flushed, but for her mother, she gritted her teeth and said, I can be your woman. I'm still innocent. Seeing that Zhang Yuran misunderstood, Gu Mingyuan quickly interrupted her. What I mean is, are you willing to sign a slave contract with me? In this world, legal profession characters can create contract scrolls once they reach a certain level. Contract scrolls come in 3 forms: slave contracts, equal contracts, and life and death contracts. A slave contract, as the name suggests, means one party is the master and the other is the slave, with the master having control over everything, including life. An equal contract requires both parties not to betray each other. A life and death contract means that if one party dies, the other must also die. I agree. Gu Mingyuan was momentarily stunned. You must think this through. If you sign this contract, I won't let you go. Okay. Gu Mingyuan sighed, took out the contract scroll, pressed his handprint on it, and then handed the scroll to Zhang Yuran. It's your turn. Zhang Yuran looked at the yellowed parchment in front of her. A hint of bitterness surged in her heart. Her gaze alternated between determination and distraction, but in the end, she signed her name on the parchment. Instantly, the parchment emitted a white light, floating in midair, then gradually transformed into white light, splitting into 2 streams that entered Zhang Yuran and Gu Mingyuan's bodies. Both felt an invisible connection formed between them. After sensing the power of the contract within his body, Gu Mingyuan wasted no time and took out the antidote he had prepared long ago. Zhang Yuran instantly understood that Gu Mingyuan had planned all of this, including her mother. Sorry. Class, Berserker, Zhang Yuran LV7, 92 HP weakness strategy, hexagonal warrior, but her bedridden mother is her Achilles heel. With a god-level talent, Eye of Insight, Gu Mingyuan had seen through Zhang Yuran's weakness from the start. Those 2 bowls of meatball soup were actually bait, if Jiang Lingwei hadn't gone to snatch them. Zhang Yuran might not have walked into the trap. Zhang Yuran's face turned ashen. She knew she had fallen for the trick, but it was too late to say anything now. Master, you really calculated everything. As the saying goes, learn from your mistakes, although you suffered losses. Isn't it also a kind of tempering of your character? While saying this, he fed the antidote to the unconscious Jiang Lingwei. Cough, cough. Soon, Jiang Lingwei slowly regained consciousness. She looked at the large group of people surrounding her, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. But when she saw Zhang Yuran standing behind Gu Mingyuan, she suddenly recalled what had just happened and pointed at Ma Su and Zhong Senhad, shouting, "You 2 lowly scum dare to poison me and plot my murder." Ma Su immediately became displeased and retorted, "You dead old hag. Who are you cursing?" Zhong Senhad said, "That meatball soup clearly belonged to the captain. When did it become yours?" Jiang Lingwei stood up and pulled Zhang Yuran over to stand behind Gu Mingyuan, shouting, "Yuran's job is Berserker. I advise you to apologize to me. Otherwise, none of you will have it easy." Hihi. Masuchakod, Ignoringer. Jiang Lingwei, furious, whispered to Zhang Yuran, "Hurry up and beat them up, otherwise your mother." Zhang Yuran frowned, unmoved. Jiang Lingwei continued to threaten, "I am from the Jiang family. If you don't want anything to happen to your mother." Zhang Yuran's pupils constricted, and she felt a moment of hesitation. Don't listen to her. Gu Mingyuan used the contract to communicate telepathically. Slap her. Due to the power of the contract, Zhang Yuran forcefully slapped Jiang Lingwei. Jiang Lingwei, whose profession was a priest, was knocked to the ground, looking at Zhang Yuran in disbelief, clearly not expecting Zhang Yuran to slap her suddenly. "Ha ha, Masu laughed. You didag. Your little sister has turned against you." Jiang Lingwei looked at Zhang Yuran with a venomous expression and cursed, "You bastard child of the dead father. Come help me up." Zhang Yuran's gaze instantly changed. She now wished to slice Jiang Lingwei into 1,000 pieces. "Go." After receiving Gu Mingyuan's affirmation, Zhang Yuran revealed a cold smile, dragging Jiang Lingwei by her hair toward the dark room. As the door to the dark room closed, after a moment, screams from Jiang Lingwei echoed from inside. Ma Su and Zhong Senhad eavesdropped outside. "I'm going too. Boss, I need to use the restroom." "Wait a moment, I need to go too." "Get lost." Hearing this, the 2 felt a chill down their spines. "I'm just joking. I'm going too." Gu Mingyuan ignored them and turned to Luo Yingxia. Class, Blood-Burning Warrior, Luo Yingxia LV10, reinforcing LV 2014 HP weakness strategy. Burning blood enhances strength. Currently low on blood. A good opportunity to kill her. Chapter 15. The tomb under the vegetable market. It's been tough. It's okay. Luo Yingxia forced a smile. Although her current state was poor, she couldn't let her benefactor down. Do you want this? Gu Mingyuan took out a set of ancient battle armor. Class, green level, vampire armor LV10 effect, 2 defense 5 strength -1 speed 10 lifesteal. Green level equipment? Luo Yingxia exclaimed. This gear is very precious. I can't take it. If you don't want it, I'll just throw it away. Luo Yingxia asked, where did you get this green level equipment? I killed a mosquito the size of a person, and it dropped this. Luo Yingxia was astonished. Are you really giving this to me? This equipment, if listed in the trading market, would surely sell for at least 7 figures. Gu Mingyuan smiled and ruffled Luo Yingxia's hair. I am merciless against enemies, but I never hesitate to help my teammates. Teammates? In Luo Yingxia's perspective, Gu Mingyuan's figure gradually overlapped with that of the big boy who had once taken her on dungeon runs and given her equipment. Shazi, this gear is for you. No, I can't take it. We're teammates. Giving you equipment is for the improvement of the whole team's strength. Okay. Luo Yingxia accepted the equipment, staring blankly into the dark night ahead. Gu Mingyuan chose not to disturb her. After all, it takes time for someone to walk out from the shadows of their past. All they could do was comfort her, encourage her, and once she accepted the reality, she would be able to integrate into a new life. Gu Mingyuan glanced out the window. At this moment, the sky was starting to brighten, and the swarm of mutated mosquitoes had become sparse. A wave of invisible sound waves emanated from the vegetable market, causing the swarm of mutated mosquitoes to begin retreating. Zhu Lao. Gu Mingyuan used his compass to call back Chu Tianting. Master, I'm here. Chu Tianting appeared behind Gu Mingyuan, kneeling on one knee. Do you know what that thing is? Gu Mingyuan looked toward the distant vegetable market, a sudden wave of unease flooding his heart. If I'm not mistaken, it's a corpse king. Gu Mingyuan's pupils constricted sharply. He had heard from military veterans that the corpse king evolved from the corpse lord, with a minimum level of 100. With his current strength, it would be impossible to defeat it. Chu Tianting noticed Gu Mingyuan's concern and said cautiously, although the corpse king is fierce, cannot leave the vegetable market. As long as we're careful, we might survive. Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly, and then called for the team to set off. At the bottom of the residential building, Gu Mingyuan looked at his team members, who had dark circles under their eyes, and apologized. Our goal this time is to obtain the treasure key, which is located in the vegetable market. What? Then we might encounter that thing from last night. Not necessarily. From my observations, those things don't appear during the day. Gu Mingyuan paused and added, besides, when you went to the vegetable market to catch the mutated San Huang chickens yesterday, you didn't get attacked by that thing, did you? Mentioning this, the faces of the crowd turned pale. If they had been told in advance that there was a corpse king in the vegetable market, they would never have come. Cough, cough. Gu Mingyuan cleared his throat. We should set off. With that, he walked ahead to lead the way. In the past, some team members would have jumped out to challenge him, but now no one objected. Before long, Gu Mingyuan's team arrived at the center of the vegetable market. Most of the stalls here had been destroyed, and the once fresh vegetables and meats had all rotted and deteriorated, emitting a nauseating stench. On the ground of the vegetable market lay basketball-sized, mutated mosquitoes, while in some stalls selling live poultry, mutated roosters and geese curiously observed Gu Mingyuan and his team. We'll split up to search. The key is here somewhere, Gu Mingyuan said as he walked toward a stall. The remaining few didn't hesitate and scattered to search for the key. Gu Mingyuan discovered a drawer in one of the stalls. Upon opening it, he found a plump cabbage. Class, green level, mutated cabbage LV1 effect, 0, 5 speed, 1 strength. Gu Mingyuan stored the cabbage and continued searching other stalls, soon finding 5 or 6 more vegetables with similar effects. The other team members had similar luck, discovering some attribute-enhancing vegetables. Boss, it seems there's a hidden chamber here, Masu shouted. Everyone immediately gathered around. Where? Gu Mingyuan asked. Masu pointed at a peculiar tile on the ground and said, when I stepped on this tile just now, the sound was noticeably different. It must be hollow underneath. Gu Mingyuan's eyes lit up. Everyone stepped back. Chu Lao. Blow this open. With Gu Mingyuan's command, the team members quickly stepped aside, and Chu Tianting used a fireball spell to blast a large hole in the tile. A concealed opening appeared beneath the tile. Captain, I'll go down to scout. Zhong Sinhao volunteered. Okay. After receiving Gu Mingyuan's approval, Zhong Sinhao leaped in. 3 seconds later, Zhong Sinhao's voice came from the hole. Captain, it's safe. Let's go. Gu Mingyuan jumped down as well. Soon after, all the team members followed one by one. The bottom of the opening revealed a resplendent palace. To be precise, it was a tomb. Wow, a tomb under the vegetable market? Are they using a butcher's knife to intimidate the spirits? Masu complained. I wonder if there's something like this under the 711 vegetable market across from my house. No one paid him any mind, all carefully surveying their surroundings. Those who had read tomb rating notes knew that tombs often concealed various traps, poisonous insects, and even zongzi. Chu Lao, is this the tomb of that corpse king? Chu Tianting frowned, as he could not sense the presence of the corpse king. I'm not sure. I don't feel the corpse king's aura. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint rustling sound suddenly echoed in the tomb. After listening for a moment, Chu Tianting's face turned pale. Not good. It's poisonous insects. Before he could finish, a swarm of corpse beetles emerged from the depths of the tomb, rushing frantically toward Gu Mingyuan's team. Chu Lao, quickly use a firewall to isolate them. The rest of the team, go kill the insects that break through the firewall. His method was effective. Many of the insects immediately died or were injured. Chu Lao, how long can your firewall hold? 5 minutes. Everyone, except for Chu Lao, go up. Gu Mingyuan commanded. I'll go into the depths of the tomb with Chu Lao to get the key. No one objected. After all, staying here would only be a burden to Gu Mingyuan. They all wished him well and then rushed out of the tomb. Chapter 16, The Death of Zhong Sinhao. Gu Mingyuan followed Old Chu to the center of the palace. Here, there was a golden coffin. Old Chu, please open the coffin. Yes. Chu Tianting used his magical power to open the coffin from a distance. Inside the coffin, there was a corpse dressed in ancient palace attire, holding a luminous pearl in its mouth, with various jewelry placed beside it. Key. Gu Mingyuan noticed a golden key among the jewelry, if he guessed correctly. This was the key to the treasure. He stored the key in his storage space and then scanned the jewelry. Rank, non-entry, ordinary jewelry, LV0 effect, none. Rank, non-entry, ordinary jewelry, LV0 effect, none. Rank, non-entry, ordinary jewelry, LV0 effect, none. After scanning all the treasures, he found that they were all non-entry level ordinary items, losing interest. However, just as he was about to give up, he discovered that the luminous pearl in the corpse's mouth was a treasure. Rank, purple, spirit stabilizing pearl, LV5 effect, spirit 20, keeps the wearer's mind awake. Immune to most illusion attacks, immune to strange invasions and pollution. Good stuff. Gu Mingyuan's eyes lit up as he reached out to take the pearl. However, as his hand touched the pearl, all the venomous insects in the palace went into a frenzy, rushing madly toward Gu Mingyuan. Master, my magical power is almost depleted. Gu Mingyuan did not dare to delay and quickly pulled the pearl out with force. Run. As his words fell, the two of them dashed toward the cave entrance. A strange voice echoed throughout the market, causing all living beings within to become agitated instantly. Damn it. Gu Mingyuan spat, feeling extremely frustrated. Is it really necessary to react like this just for one broken pearl? In the palace, after waking up, a massive zombie figure appeared beside the golden coffin, kneeling on one knee and speaking in broken common language. Greetings, Your Majesty. A quarter of an hour later, the finger of the palace-dressed woman in the coffin moved, and then a dignified voice echoed in the corpse king's mind. How long have I been asleep? Replying to Your Majesty, it has been 100 years since your servant awoke. My body needs the nourishment of blood. Go find me some offerings. Yes. Outside the market, Gu Mingyuan breathed in the fresh air deeply. Masu gasped for breath and said, Boss, did you poke the nest of that corpse king? Gu Mingyuan replied innocently, I don't know. I just took a pearl. After saying that, he took out the pearl and displayed its attributes for everyone to see. Rank, purple, spirit stabilizing pearl, LV5 effect. Spirit 20, keeps the wearer's mind awake, immune to most illusion attacks, immune to strange invasions and pollution. When Zhong Sinhao saw the pearl's attributes, his eyes turned red. Damn, this pearl is actually purple-grade equipment. This must be worth a small fortune. Gu Mingyuan nodded and said, now that we have the item, how do we distribute the benefits? Everyone fell silent. They all knew this item was a treasure. But no matter who got it, it would be unfair to the others. How about we sell it? Masu suggested. You fool, this thing is worth more than money. Can purple-grade equipment be measured in gold? Zhong Tsinghao scolded. Masu, rarely not arguing with Zhong Tsinghao, pondered for a moment and said, how about the 5 of us form a team, and this spirit-stabilizing pearl will be considered our team's loot, owned collectively by our team. There were exactly 5 people left. Unexpectedly, although you're silly, your idea is quite good. I agree. I agree too. The rest had no objections. Seeing that everyone agreed, Masu took out 5 team formation tokens that he had prepared earlier and said, this is the team formation token. Each of you just need to drip a drop of your blood on it, and the team formation will succeed. Everyone followed suit, and soon, the tokens absorbed their blood and transformed into flowing light, entering each person's body. Can you hear me? Masu's voice echoed in everyone's minds. The first use of the team formation token is to allow us to communicate even if we are thousands of miles apart. In the future, if someone gets lost in the dungeon world, we can still contact each other. Everyone was amazed. Masu continued, we now need to elect a leader, otherwise, the team storage space cannot be used. Zhong Tsinghao rolled his eyes. Is there even a need to choose? It has to be Gu Mingyuan. Masu was Gu Mingyuan's good brother. Zhang Yuran was Gu Mingyuan's servant, and Luo Yingxia had received Gu Mingyuan's favor. Moreover, Gu Mingyuan had a terrifyingly powerful follower like Chu Tianing. Was there still a need to choose? Seeing no objections, Masu appointed Gu Mingyuan as the leader. Leader, where should we go next? Luo Yingxia asked. 2. Gu Mingyuan's expression changed. Just now, he received a sound transmission from old Chu. There are people at that intersection. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause approached Gu Mingyuan unexpectedly, revealing that a level 30 elemental mage was hiding in a rookie team. Everyone's expressions changed as they raised their weapons, vigilantly looking at the newcomer. You guys are so impressive. Does your mother know? Zhong Tsinghao retorted without hesitation. The leading young man's expression darkened instantly, and a golden spark of over 10,000 degrees appeared in his hand, pointing at Zhong Tsinghao as he scolded, you little brat, I'll teach you a lesson today. After saying that, he quickly approached Zhong Tsinghao and, without hesitation, punched him in the abdomen. Zhong Tsinhao's abdomen instantly had a large hole, and his internal organs were nearly burned away. His eyes turned gray, and he opened his mouth but could no longer make a sound. How's he? Masu shouted, trying to grab Zhong Tsinhao's corpse, but was kicked away by the young man. The young man moved his limbs and said, my name is Xiao Beijing. Pay attention in your next life. As Zhong Tsinhao's last signs of life faded away, the young man could no longer control his laughter. Haha, a bunch of idiots. You dare to join this waste team. Even if you got high-level equipment, so what? Without a backing, your things can only be given up willingly. His words instantly incited everyone's anger. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I'd love to slap you 800 times. How despicable. On what grounds do you say our benefactor is waste? I say you bullies are the real waste. Ha ha ha. The people on the opposite side seem to have heard the biggest joke, and one even mocked, don't you know? That bitch Xiao Miaoyin uses this waste like a dog to attract attention. And this waste really went to be a dog. Ha ha ha. Chapter 17. Ambush. Gu Mingyuan's fists were tightly clenched, his expression as dark as water. That woman, Xiao Miaoyin again. I don't know how you found me. Gu Mingyuan paused, walked towards the sports car, and dragged the severely injured and unconscious Xiao Beibei out like a dead dog. You know this guy, right? If you dare to provoke me, your fate will definitely be worse than his. Brother. Xiao Beijing recognized Xiao Beibei the moment he saw him. He quickly snatched Xiao Beibei from Gu Mingyuan's hands and had the priest in their group frantically heal him. Cough, cough. Xiao Beibei slowly woke up, realizing the person in front of him was actually his brother. He was momentarily taken aback. Brother, am I in heaven? Don't think nonsense. Feel your body. Is there any restriction or curse? Xiao Beibei closed his eyes and found that besides some stagnant blood, there was nothing abnormal. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he realized his second brother was missing. Brother, my second brother is gone. Stop talking nonsense. There are only the two of us brothers in our family. Where did your second brother come from? Just as Xiao Beijing was speaking, he suddenly thought of a possibility and hurriedly reached to check Xiao Beibei's groin, finding it empty. His eyes instantly filled with blood. Damn it, Gu Mingyuan, you waste. How dare you ruin my second brother's second brother? He was so furious that he coughed up blood, his health bar dropping by half in an instant. Gu Mingyuan's lips curled up slightly. His goal had been achieved. Class, Battle Mage, Xiao Beijing LV-27, 42 HP Weakness Strategy, a profession that combines close and range combat. Flawless. However, he was recently poisoned with a curse. If we can make him furious, perhaps it can trigger a backlash from the cursed insects. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Beijing's teammates rushed forward to support him and helped him sit down nearby. I'm Fine. Xiao Beijing looked at Gu Mingyuan with a murderous gaze. Kill him. Yes. The teammates immediately surged forward to attack Gu Mingyuan. Their levels were all above 25, and even though Chu Tianpeng could use shields to block attacks, it was still very strenuous. My lord, my magic power is rapidly depleting. In about half an hour, my magic will be exhausted. Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly, then said to Masu, take the remaining people to Chang's side. I'll find you after I finish the battle. Masu nodded, knowing that staying here would only cause trouble for Gu Mingyuan. Once Masu left, Gu Mingyuan revealed a bloodthirsty smile that sent chills down people's spines. I don't think I've killed anyone yet. Name, Gu Mingyuan LV0, occupation, unawakened, HP, 72, strength, 71, speed, 11. 2, stamina, 222, defense, 29, mental, 12, rage, 15, equipment, blood-sucking scythe, focus orb. These are his current attributes. After a night of fighting, his physical condition underwent a tremendous change. He stretched his muscles and turned into an afterimage, lunging towards the back row of priests and archers. The archer sensed the air's fluctuations and narrowly avoided it, but the priest wasn't so lucky. His chest was pierced through, and his heart vanished without a trace. By the time the team reacted, it was too late. The priest's health bar hit 0. Green grade, profession template, priest, effect. Using this grants the priest profession template. Gu Mingyuan was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. He didn't expect the divine talent, Angel's blessing, to be this powerful. It even dropped a profession template. He accepted the profession template, priest, and then looked maliciously at the remaining few. In the next moment, he struck again, attacking the shadow assassin. The shadow assassin nimbly dodged, but exposed the archer behind him. Not good. The shadow assassin realized too late. Thud! A blood-red heart appeared in Gu Mingyuan's hand. Critical hit, minus 100 HP. The archer's health bar instantly emptied. Green grade, profession template, ranger, effect. Using this grants the ranger profession template. Gu Mingyuan looked at the newly acquired profession template with satisfaction, then cast a malicious glance at the remaining two. The shadow assassin broke out in a cold sweat and said to the other, Fatty, come back, let us back to back. But before he could finish, a massive fireball shot towards Fatty. Critical hit, minus 20 HP. Burn, minus 1 HP. Burn, minus 1 HP. Burn, minus 1 HP. Want to get past? You must first get past me. In an instant, the balance of power shifted, and Xiao Beijing's team's original advantage vanished. Gu Mingyuan began to counterattack. Xiao Beijing, your teammates are useless. Did they not eat today? Critical hit, minus 1 HP. Xiao Beijing's injuries had partially recovered, but upon hearing Gu Mingyuan's taunt, the scabs on his wounds split open again, bleeding profusely. Bleeding, minus 0.5 HP. Bleeding, minus 0.5 HP. Bleeding, minus 0.5 HP. You damn shut up. The shadow assassin saw the captain injured and his eyes turned red. He recklessly charged at Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan's lips curled up slightly. Gotcha. He put away the blood-sucking scythe, turning it into a palm strike, capturing the shadow assassin alive. The shadow assassin realized he had fallen into a trap, but in mid-air, he had nowhere to go. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Mingyuan captured him. He wielded a dagger and stabbed towards his abdomen. But Gu Mingyuan reacted faster. snatching the dagger away in an instant. Just kill me. The shadow assassin's eyes revealed a hint of despair. He didn't want to end up like Xiao Bei. Huh. Gu Mingyuan scoffed. You're a prisoner now. Prisoners have no right to negotiate. Saying that, he tightly bound the shadow assassin and sealed his profession, then tossed him aside. At this moment, the battle on Chu Tianping's side was also nearing its end. Fatty's health was left with a pathetic one. Damn it. Chu Tianping incapacitated Fatty and kicked him next to Gu Mingyuan. My lord, please handle it. Gu Mingyuan nodded, saying, tie him up and toss him aside. Yes. Gu Mingyuan walked over to Xiao Beijing and patted his face. Your teammates are all in my hands. You. Xiao Beijing was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. Please let them go. I will do anything you want. Let who go? That little girl? Chapter 18 Hidden Truth. Xiao Beijing's pupils suddenly contracted. He didn't expect Gu Mingyuan's gaze to be so sharp, immediately recognizing Jiang Shui's female identity. What do you want? Gu Mingyuan pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and said calmly, my principle is great love. I won't kill you. I just hope you can give me an explanation. What explanation? Oof. Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly, instructing Chu Tianping to sever the fat man's arm. The fat man immediately cried out in pain, boss. You, just say it, I'm about to die from the pain. Xiao Beijing gritted his teeth and said, if you have the ability to kill us, I will never tell you a single word. Oh really? Gu Mingyuan revealed a devilish smile, causing a trace of ominous premonition to rise in Xiao Beijing's heart. At that moment, a 5-member team appeared in Xiao Beijing's line of sight. The leader cupped his hands toward Gu Mingyuan and said, dude, were you the one who posted on the forum, asking us to come? Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly. The 5 of them looked at the shadow assassin, Jiang Shui, with ill intentions, their faces displaying lewd smiles. Xiao Beijing realized something and, disregarding his injuries, charged madly toward Gu Mingyuan. Unfortunately, his attack was blocked by Chu Tianping and rebounded back. Injured, -0, 5 HP. Bleeding, -0, 5 HP. Poison, -5 HP. A series of damage notifications appeared above his head, worsening his injuries. Beast. He weakly pounded the ground, filled with regret, thinking that if he had known, he wouldn't have tried to ambush Gu Mingyuan, and this wouldn't have happened. The 5-member team only glanced at Xiao Beijing before shifting their gaze and smilingly asked Gu Mingyuan, how much for this little beauty? She's a level 25 shadow assassin and still a virgin. Gu Mingyuan deliberately paused, watching the increasingly perverted smiles of the 5, and continued, if you all come together, it will cost at least 500 meters. 1 meter equals 1,000 yuan, which means you need to pay me a full 500,000 yuan. Bro, can you give us a discount? The leader said, in the red light district, a woman costs less than 1 meter. Why is she so expensive? You just said that was in the red light district. Gu Mingyuan paused, glanced at the distant furious Xiao Beijing, and continued, and she is the daughter of the Jiang family. This price is already very fair. The 5 were taken aback, clearly not expecting her to have such a background. They huddled together and began a heated debate. Xiao Beijing closed his eyes, not wanting to see what was about to happen, but the image of Jiang Shui being humiliated burrowed into his mind like a brain-eating worm, forcing him to confront it. He took a deep breath, calmly looked at Gu Mingyuan, and said, I will tell you everything I know, but you must spare Jiang Shui. At that moment, the 5-member team reached a conclusion. We agree, 500,000 it is. Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly, looking at Xiao Beijing with a mocking expression. It's easy to invite the gods, but hard to send them away. I can't give them up. You. Before Xiao Beijing could curse, the 5 big men approached Jiang Shui, continuously tearing at her clothes while muttering, little beauty. Later your brother will make you feel like you're in heaven. Stop. Xiao Beijing activated a secret method, forcing his potential, and violently slashed off the heads of the 5 men. Cough, cough. He collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Next, I will ask you a question, and you will answer. After what had just happened, Xiao Beijing dared not resist anymore and could only obediently comply. Who sent you to ambush us? Su Fingyan. He is one of Xiao Miaoying's lovers. What is his purpose? I don't know. How many people did he send this time? For teams. What about the strength of the other 3 teams? About the same strength as our team. Who was behind the arrow that hit me back then? Xiao Beijing froze, his expression showing some struggle. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes, took out his phone, opened the forum, and prepared to recruit again. Wait. Xiao Beijing was frightened and quickly stopped him. It was instructed by Deputy Chen back then. He was bribed by the Xiao family. Gu Mingyuan halted his actions, cursing. Damn it. His fist, the size of a sandbag, smashed into the nearby high-rise, creating a hole as high as a person. I knew it was that useless Chen Guang causing trouble. Chen Guang was only around level 30, yet he could become a deputy. None of the soldiers under him gave him a good face. Gu Mingyuan was even more of a thorn among thorns. He had repeatedly defied orders, even once deliberately leaving him on the battlefield. This guy is definitely taking revenge for personal grievances. Gu Mingyuan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then asked, over the years, how many men has Xiao Miaoying slept with? This is hard to tally. Xiao Beijing's gaze was evasive. From my memory, this bitch has been selling herself for 7 years. Gu Mingyuan's vision darkened, nearly fainting. 7 years. He felt as if the green hat on his head had been put on him again and again, and his anger was immense. Has anyone from the younger generation of the Xiao family entered? Xiao Beijing instantly understood and replied, I heard that Xiao Miaoying has a younger sister named Xiao Miao Miao, who is a high school student and should still be a virgin. Her position. Gu Mingyuan patiently listened and said, you can leave now. After saying this, he crushed the signal talismans of the 3 men. As 3 blue pillars of light enveloped them, the 3 vanished from everyone's sight at a speed difficult to catch with the naked eye. On the cracked and mottled concrete floor, only their storage rings and equipped gear remained. Gu Mingyuan casually glanced at them before tossing them into his storage ring. Zhu Lao, go meet with Ma Su and the others. I'll be there shortly. Yes, master. After giving his orders, Gu Mingyuan sprinted toward the blood-type restaurant on the main street. According to Xiao Beijing, Xiao Miao Miao would go there to take on a mission, and his goal was to cause trouble. At the blood-type restaurant, Xiao Miao Miao, who was serving plates, suddenly felt a jolt in her heart, and the plate in her hand nearly fell. What are you doing? The mutant expressed some discontent toward Xiao Miao Miao. The next moment, the restaurant's owner appeared and slapped Xiao Miao Miao hard, scolding, useless. Can't you even hold a plate properly? Xiao Miao Miao was slapped, but did not cry or make a fuss because she had undergone special training from her family before entering and wouldn't make a life-threatening mistake over such a small issue. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Chapter 19, Blood-type Restaurant. The mutant customer snorted coldly, seeing that you looked a bit pitiful, and chose not to argue with you. Thank you, brother, Xiao Miao Miao said, not forgetting to throw a flirtatious glance at the mutant. The mutant customer was quite pleased with Xiao Miao Miao's behavior, and didn't he forget to give her a tip before leaving. Miao Miao, what just happened? Asked Tang Kai Dai, a girl from the back kitchen who was on the same team as her. Nothing, Xiao Miao Miao replied lightly, as the image of her sister's fiancé, Gu Mingyuan, suddenly flashed in her mind, causing a hint of irritation in her heart. She shook her head vigorously to calm herself down. It doesn't team matter, anyway. The family has sent out 4 teams of nearly third-tier professionals to ensure the safety of the family members participating in the instance. Even if that waste really comes, it will just be a moth to the flame. However, she didn't expect that Gu Mingyuan had already entered the restaurant. In the manager's office, a warm-hearted middle-aged mutant woman sat at the main table, facing Gu Mingyuan, who was in disguise. Young man, I appreciate your abilities, but I hope you won't use them in my restaurant in the future. Understood, Gu Mingyuan said, cold sweat breaking out. He didn't expect that just a small trick against Xiao Miao Miao would be keenly noticed by this woman. Well, the woman leisurely took a sip of coffee and said, tell me, what is your expected salary per day? 5 meters. The woman nodded. A salary of 5 meters was within her acceptable range. She took out a contract. Sign this. Gu Mingyuan carefully looked it over and found it to be an ordinary labor contract, so he signed his name. In the next moment, the contract emitted a glow, floated in mid-air, transformed into a ball of light, and split into 2 parts, each entering Gu Mingyuan and the manager's body. Go change into a uniform in the back kitchen, then come out to serve the customers, the manager said. You need to serve at least 10 tables a day and cannot receive any negative reviews. Gu Mingyuan nodded and walked toward the back kitchen. Along the way, many mutants looked at Gu Mingyuan as if he were prey, with some showing malicious intent in their eyes. Gu Mingyuan ignored them and walked to the back kitchen, just in time to bump into Xiao Miao Miao and Tang Kai Dai whispering to each other. "Who are you?" Gu Mingyuan looked at Xiao Miao Miao's face, unintentionally overlapping it with the memory of Xiao Miaoyin who had humiliated him for years. "I am Xiao Miao Miao, and this is my friend Tang Kai Dai." Xiao Miao Miao was a complete airhead, revealing all her information as soon as they met. Tang Kai Dai tugged at Xiao Miao Miao's clothing and interjected, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Gu Mingyuan shrugged and said, "I am Gu Yuanming, just like you, here to work and earn some food." "Oh, so we are all here to earn food. Why don't we team up?" Xiao Miao Miao proposed an alliance without any guard. Tang Kai Dai, however, was more cautious. "Are you alone? Where's your team?" "I got separated from my team, but I have already notified them with the team token. They should be here soon." Tang Kai Dai let out a slight sigh of relief and said, "You are applying for the position of server. If you have any questions later, you can ask me in Miao Miao." "Okay." Gu Mingyuan replied and headed toward the employee changing room. Just as Gu Mingyuan walked in, 3 other girls entered behind him. The leader, named Tang Shu, was 168 centimeters tall, the youngest PhD in the country, the family's top professional genius, and the head of the business association. Her resume was exceptionally impressive, and she shouldn't normally appear in this instance, but due to family marriage pressures, she had to follow her cousin Tang Kai Dai into this instance. "Sis, did any blind mutant provoke you?" Tang Kai Dai asked with concern when she saw Tang Shu return. "No. A big brother even gave me a bracelet," Tang Shu said with a smile, displaying the bracelet's attributes. Yellow grade, calming bracelet. Effect, 10 spirit, 10 speed, 5 defense. Can resist mental attacks. The other 4 girls' eyes instantly turned red. This bracelet was actually yellow grade, even though they were all the top daughters of their respective families. Obtaining a yellow grade equipment required considerable effort. They couldn't help but feel a hint of jealousy toward Tang Shu. Tang Shu, completely unaware, smiled and asked, "How was your haul today?" After a brief moment of silence, Tang Kai Dai was the first to speak. "I only earned a little over 10 meters in tips today." "Me too. I really envy you, Sister Tang Shu. Just carrying a tray can earn you a yellow grade piece of equipment. If I had Sister Tang Shu's talent, why would I even go into instances? Wouldn't it be better to just lie down?" Although Tang Shu had a low emotional intelligence, she could still sense the jealousy from the others and wave her hand, saying, "How about this? This bracelet will be our team's trophy. Anyone who needs it can apply." "Sister Tang, isn't that a bit unfair? After all, it's your item." Tang Shu smiled. "What is unfair about it? We are a team. Good things should be shared." Everyone nodded in agreement, and Tang Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, "Why are today's young girls so jealous? It's just a piece of yellow gear. Is it really that serious?" While they were chatting, Gu Mingyuan also walked out of the changing room. When Xiao Miao Miao saw Gu Mingyuan, she immediately introduced him enthusiastically. "This is Gu Yuanming, like us, a server at the blood-type restaurant." The girls all greeted Gu Mingyuan, who politely responded and asked him about being a server. "Get out." A hefty mutant chef appeared at the kitchen door, brandishing a kitchen knife. Gu Mingyuan picked up a plate of food and followed the girls out of the kitchen. "Hello, here is the dish you ordered." Gu Mingyuan placed a plate of blood-stained, unknown meat on a couple's table, speaking politely. They glanced at Gu Mingyuan and said, "This dish was cooked too long. The meat is dry. Go tell your chef to replace it." Restaurant rule number 4. Please appease customers requesting a dish replacement, as our chefs are incredibly skilled, and the dishes they prepare will not taste bad. "I'm very sorry, but our restaurant has a rule that if customers request a replacement, we cannot accept it because we have confidence in our chefs. They will not make bad-tasting dishes," Gu Mingyuan explained with a smiling face and a low tone. "Oomph. Are you implying that my judgment is flawed?" The middle-aged man glared at Gu Mingyuan fiercely, wishing he could swallow him whole right then and there. Chapter 20 Profession. Nightmare. Gu Mingyuan still maintained a smile, neither humble nor arrogant, and said, "I didn't say your judgment was wrong. I just wanted to say that our chefs are all very excellent, and they cannot possibly make bad food. Call your manager over. I want to speak with her." The middle-aged woman couldn't bear it any longer and screamed, "All right, Please wait a moment. Gu Mingyuan walked toward the manager's office and knocked on the door. Come in. Gu Mingyuan entered and said, Manager, a customer says there is a problem with the taste of the dishes and wants to see you. The mutated female manager nodded slightly, stood up, and said, Let's go. Take me to see them. Soon, the female manager was on the line with the couple. Gu Mingyuan didn't know the specific outcome. After he took the female manager over, he was dismissed. According to Xiao Miao Miao, she saw them fighting with the security guards when she passed by. That evening, Gu Mingyuan was resting when he suddenly received an internal voice message from Ma Su. Boss, where are you going? To the blood-type restaurant on Main Street, Gu Mingyuan replied. We are surrounded. By whom? I don't know. I just know that the other party's levels are very high. If we weren't hiding in the warehouse, we might have been done for. You guys hold on for a bit. I'll go get reinforcements. Boss, don't do it. Outside are nearly 30-level professionals. Even if old Chu goes out, he won't be able to handle it. Gu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, You guys hold on for a while longer. I'll go find help. In the warehouse, the team members, who were once pale as death, instantly perked up at the mention of reinforcements. Ma Su said, Everyone, stay alert, block the warehouse doors. We must not let those bastards from outside in. Yes. However, they didn't know that the so-called reinforcements Gu Mingyuan was referring to were actually the manager of the blood-type restaurant. Manager, I have some friends who are also preparing to come to the blood-type restaurant to work, but they encountered robbers on the way. I wonder if you could accompany me for a trip? The mutated female manager snorted coldly. A chilling aura rushed into Gu Mingyuan's mind, and she said coldly, Don't think I don't know what you're planning. If you wanted to save people, dream on. Gu Mingyuan had long guessed it wouldn't be that simple. So he took out the mutated 3 yellow chicken and purple equipment, saying, If you can save my companions, these things are all yours. The female manager picked up the spirit-stabilizing pearl, examined it for a moment, and exclaimed, I didn't expect a small character to have such fortune. How about this? I'll give you a clear path. She put away the spirit-stabilizing pearl and said, A customer with a unique taste has come to our restaurant, and its strength is very powerful. Even I feared a bit. If you can get pusa wine and meat spirit mushrooms, it might help you. After a brief pause, Gu Mingyuan quickly relayed this message to Ma Su. Ma Su was a bit confused, thinking, So the reinforcements coming over are mutated beasts? The boss might as well live with mutated beasts for a lifetime. Boss, I heard from a Chong that while they have meat spirit mushrooms here, they don't have pusa wine. Gu Mingyuan frowned slightly, secretly cursing. It's fine, we'll find another way. However, Ma Su's voice came again. Boss, a Chong said it can make pusa wine. Great, I'll go ask that mutated beast right away. After Gu Mingyuan finished speaking, he immediately rushed to the second floor of the restaurant and walked to table 040. Dear guest, hello, I am server 006. What can I get for you? Opposite Gu Mingyuan sat an elderly man with a rhinoceros horn, dressed in a tailcoat, 1 bottle of pusa wine, and a plate of meat spirit mushrooms. I'm sorry, but pusa wine and meat spirit mushrooms have already sold out in our store. I am a VIP customer of your store. I order you to bring them within an hour. Otherwise, I will make you disappear immediately. He glared fiercely at Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan, undaunted, replied, How about this? Why don't you follow me to meet our restaurant's delivery team? They seem to have encountered a bit of trouble. If you are willing, this meal is on me. The rhinoceros horn man squinted slightly, took a deep puff of his cigar, and exhaled a ring of smoke, saying, Kid, I admire your courage to dare to play tricks in front of me. Gu Mingyuan broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect to be seen through. But the more this happened, the less he could show fear. The rhinoceros horn man stared at Gu Mingyuan for a moment and said, Lead the way. Yes. After receiving a positive response, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He gathered all his strength and rushed towards the warehouse. Soon, they arrived at the warehouse entrance. The area nearby had turned into a sea of flames, with only the warehouse standing tall in the center of the fire. Who? A hoarse voice echoed in the empty night. In an instant, 15 figures charged towards Gu Mingyuan from all directions. Make your move, Gu Mingyuan said calmly. A black hole opened before Gu Mingyuan, wildly absorbing the surrounding matter and energy. Retreat. The 15 figures realized something was wrong and immediately turned to run back. However, they were shocked to find that their bodies were completely immobilized and could not move at all. They could only watch helplessly as the black hole slowly devoured their bodies and energy. Some young ones, driven to despair, tried to unleash all their energy for self-destruction. But under the pressure of the black hole, they couldn't even self-destruct. Seeing that their health bars were nearly empty, Gu Mingyuan quickly moved in to finish them off. Blue level, profession template, Light Knight. Effect. Using this will allow you to obtain the Light Knight profession template. PSS. Each player can only obtain one profession. Green level, profession template, Sword Hero. Effect. Using this will allow you to obtain the Sword Hero profession template. Yellow level, profession template, Nightmare. Effect. Using this will allow you to obtain the Nightmare profession template. A blazing, golden blessing light suddenly emanated from Gu Mingyuan's body, transforming the fallen professionals into various collectible profession templates. Gu Mingyuan was very satisfied. He unexpectedly dropped a yellow-level profession. Ordinary profession templates belong to the white level category. Slightly better ones are green level. Above green level are blue level, and yellow level is considered a rare profession. Gu Mingyuan did not hesitate to use the profession template. Name, Gu Mingyuan LV0, profession, Nightmare, HP, 91, strength, 72, speed, 11. 5, stamina, 234, defense, 29, spirit, 12, anger, 15, equipment, blood-sucking scythe. Gu Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Now I can be considered a professional too. Let's see who dares to offend me in the future. Chapter 21. Zombies in the tomb. Boss, is that you? Masu, hearing the commotion outside, quietly poked his head out and saw a figure hovering in the sky that looked somewhat like Gu Mingyuan, so he called out, "Yes, it's me." Gu Mingyuan said as he and the man with the rhinoceros horn arrived at the warehouse entrance. "Boss, you can fly now." Flying is a sign of a fourth-tier powerhouse, a level of professional that can communicate with the forces of heaven and earth to achieve true flight. The other two girls immediately looked at Gu Mingyuan with starry eyes upon hearing the word fly. Gu Mingyuan scratched his nose and said shyly, "I can't. This big brother brought me here." He pointed at the man with the rhinoceros horn. The man with the rhinoceros horn glanced at him and asked, "Where are the pusa wine and the meat spirit mushroom?" "Here." Masu handed over the prepared items to the man with the rhinoceros horn. After receiving them, he immediately shot into the sky and disappeared into the night. "That was close. I almost got caught here." Masu sat down on the ground, still feeling the lingering fear. At that moment, their score had soared into the top 5. Outside the instance, some lower-grade students noticed this small team. What the heck? Didn't tease something unclean just shoot up? It's that useless Gu Mingyuan team. They actually made it to the top 5? They must have used some shady means. I don't think so. I think the machine must be broken. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and soon, the news of Gu Mingyuan's team entering the top 5 spread throughout the Shengwu Professional College. In the principal's office, the principal stared intently at the screen. On the screen was the scene of Gu Mingyuan and the man with the rhinoceros horn slaying 15 powerful foes. He nodded from time to time, feeling a mix of emotions. This Gu Mingyuan truly deserves to have the bloodline of a war god, both brave and resourceful. If he successfully awakens his profession, he will surely be a great talent. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the door to the principal's office was knocked on. "Gumin." The visitor was Xiao Miaoing. "Miaoing, why did you suddenly come to see me?" Tang Long asked, puzzled. "Uncle, I just heard that useless Gu Mingyuan score has reached the top 5. You should take a look. I've seen it. What's wrong?" Xiao Miaoing bit her lip, tugging at her clothes, and said, "Did he cheat or something?" "No." "Then is the machine broken?" "No." Seeing that she couldn't get the answer she wanted, Xiao Miaoing resorted to being unreasonable. "I don't care. He definitely cheated. You must cancel his score." Tang Long rubbed his temples and explained, "Our Shengwu Professional College treats every student fairly. I cannot target a particular student because of your grievances. If you have doubts about my judgment, you can file a complaint against me." Seeing that she couldn't sway Tang Long, Xiao Miaoing had to leave in a huff. Tang Long repeatedly watched the footage of Gu Mingyuan defeating the 15 strong foes. He felt that this segment could definitely be included in textbooks. In the instance world, Gu Mingyuan and Masu rested for a moment before heading to the blood-type restaurant again. The 5 of them stood before the female manager. The female manager couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Are you all here for job interviews? Yes. The female manager rubbed her temples and said, we don't need more servers. You should go to the supply group. The supply group is divided into two types of people. Type A mainly responsible for bringing back supplies from fixed sources. Type B goes around the restaurant to collect supplies and bring them back to sell to the restaurant. The 5 of them were assigned to Group B. Isn't this the so-called outsourced workers? Masu complained. The others also looked displeased because there were rumors that the Supply B group at the blood-type restaurant often had 4 people, with many changes happening within a month. Ahem. Everyone quiet down. The supervisor Group B stood before everyone and said, we will now take roll call. Lu Mao, Chun Dali, Wang Taiju. As the roll call finished, the Group B supervisor began assigning tasks. Gu Mingyuan's group's task was to find a material called Phoenix Liver, located in a small alley on Meiji Street. Coincidentally, this small alley was right next to the vegetable market. Boss, why don't we just give up? What if those things from the vegetable market come rushing out? Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. Do you think we have a choice? This isn't like the companies back home, where if you can't continue, you just get let go. Here, if you can't keep up, the female manager will definitely skin you alive. Besides, didn't we receive a token that blocks our aura? As long as we don't act recklessly, nothing should happen. Green tier, blood-type restaurant token. Effect, a token of the blood-type restaurant that can shield one's aura. Masu chuckled awkwardly and said, since that's the case, let us head out. On the way, Gu Mingyuan's right eyelid suddenly twitched. It is said that the left eye twitches for fortune while the right eye twitches for disaster. Wait, Gu Mingyuan stopped everyone. Let us hide in that residential building for a moment. Although the others were a bit confused, they obediently hid. 5 minutes later, the ground suddenly shook violently as an army of zombies marched down the street. Beneath them were swarms of poisonous insects. Boss, are those zombies from the vegetable market? Just as Masu finished speaking, 4 hairy zombies appeared, carrying a large sedan chair, bouncing into their view. The 5 of them couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Chu Tianpeng and Gu Mingyuan had seen big scenes before, but they still felt a bit uneasy at this sight. I didn't expect that tomb to belong to royalty, Gu Mingyuan said lightly. What do you mean? Masu instantly caught the key point in Gu Mingyuan's words. What I mean is, this zombie army is extremely powerful, and we currently do not have the strength to contend with them. Masu nodded and looked out the window again. The sedan chair stopped in front of the residential building where they were, and a corner of the curtain was lifted, revealing the head of an old woman, who glanced in the direction of Gu Mingyuan. In an instant, the members of the team felt as if they had fallen into an ice pit. Soon, the curtain fell, and the sedan chair set off again. Gu Mingyuan's team waited until the zombie army passed before slowly letting out a breath of relief. Boss, I feel like that old woman seems to have her eyes on us. Remove the seems part, Gu Mingyuan said. There will definitely be a battle between us and them. Masu asked in confusion. Can't we escape back to the real world? We can, but our score will drop. Damn. Masu gritted his teeth for the score. Gu Mingyuan nodded and said, if we really can't win, remember to crush the signal token. That should be enough. Let us go. Gu Mingyuan lifted his leg and opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, several black shadows lunged at him. Gu Mingyuan exerted his body, but unfortunately, he couldn't dodge. Chapter 22, the small shop in the alley. At a critical moment, Chu Tianpeng used minor teleportation to move Gu Mingyuan a short distance. When everyone saw clearly, they discovered that the thing that had ambushed Gu Mingyuan was actually a corpse turtle from the ancient tomb. At this moment, the corpse turtle had retreated, leaving only a note. Gu Mingyuan picked it up and found 4 big characters written haphazardly. Wait for death. After seeing this, Masu felt a mix of emotions. Boss, it seems the zombie in the ancient tomb doesn't intend to let you go. Gu Mingyuan also began to feel anxious. Didn't I just take one of your beads? Is it really that serious? If it weren't for me, would you have woken up so quickly? Truly a dog-biting El Dombin, unable to recognize a good person's heart. Seeing Gu Mingyuan silent, Masu felt even more anxious. Boss, why don't we just return that bead? Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said, it's gone. Where did it go? To please the boss. Gu Mingyuan paused and continued. If it weren't for me using that bead to please the female manager last night, you all would probably be blown to bits today. Masu was instantly speechless. Fine. They continued walking and quickly found the alley. At the end of the alley was a small shop, and a pungent smell came from inside, but after experiencing so many bloody scenes, everyone had become immune to it. Masu stepped forward and asked, "Boss lady, do you sell phoenix marrow here?" The boss lady glanced at him. "Yes." Masu hurriedly said, "1 portion, please." "All right. Please wait a moment." Everyone felt a bit confused when they saw the task completed so easily. Luo Yingxiao frowned and said, "Captain, I don't think it's that simple." As soon as she finished speaking, the boss lady came over holding a red bag. 100 meters per portion, cash or card. Huh. Masu was instantly dumbfounded. Their budget for buying phoenix marrow was only 10 meters, while the boss lady's quote was 10 times higher. Masu immediately retorted, "Boss lady, did you make a mistake? Our supervisor only gave us a budget of 10 meters. Upon hearing this, the boss lady smiled strangely. "If you can't afford it, that's fine. 5 meters for a finger, 10 meters for an arm, 8 meters for internal organs." As the boss lady listed the numbers one by one, everyone felt their stomachs churn, and the 2 girls with weaker stomachs almost threw up their overnight meals. Gu Mingyuan held back his nausea and asked, "Are you sure your phoenix marrow is 100 meters per portion?" "Aye." The boss lady had the words on the tip of her tongue, but swallowed them back. Just now, Gu Mingyuan had used his professional skill, charm, on her. At that moment, Gu Mingyuan had transformed into a handsome man in front of the boss lady. "I remember my phoenix marrow is 5 meters per portion. Please wait a moment while I get another portion for you." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the boss lady's attitude to change so quickly and looked at Gu Mingyuan with some confusion. Gu Mingyuan shrugged innocently. "What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me?" "Captain, why was that woman so fierce just now? And your one sentence changed her attitude so much?" Luo Yingxia asked. Cough, cough. Gu Mingyuan cleared his throat and said, "I guess she was charmed by my good looks." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Gu Mingyuan didn't mind. After all, his current profession was nightmare, and at night he could just enter their dreams and give them a beating. Soon, the boss lady came back carrying 2 red bags. Seeing how accommodating the boss lady was, Masu got up and approached her with a grin. "Boss lady, we bought 2 bags. Could you give us one for free?" After seeing Masu, the boss lady's expression gradually returned to clarity. "Get lost." She raised a large cleaver and swung it at Masu. "Oh my god." Masu screamed and dodged the attack. The boss lady tried to attack again, but Gu Mingyuan had already appeared in front of her. "Sorry. It was that person who scared you just now." The boss lady's eyes became dazed again. "It's okay." Gu Mingyuan took the phoenix marrow from the boss lady and said, "Let's go." Masu was struck by lightning at this scene, his face full of disbelief. "Boss, am I really that ugly?" Gu Mingyuan suppressed a laugh and lightly patted Masu's shoulder. "Being ugly isn't a crime, but causing trouble is." After saying this, he took Masu's hand and walked out of the shop. A minute later, the boss lady regained her senses. She looked at the empty shop and felt a bit puzzled. She clearly remembered that she seemed to be picking phoenix marrow for the customers. But how did they disappear in the blink of an eye? And 2 portions of phoenix marrow were also missing. She thought to herself, "I must have dozed off and the shop was robbed. If I had known, I would have hired someone to help sell phoenix marrow." At the blood-type restaurant, after Gu Mingyuan handed over today's task objective to the supervisor, he went to rest. The others went to rest, but Chu Lao. "Come with me." Gu Mingyuan settled the team members and then took Chu Tianpeng back to the alley they had just visited. At this time, a new person had appeared in the shop. "Boss lady, do you have blood spirit mushrooms and tongshin bamboo?" Gu Mingyuan used charm on both of them simultaneously. The boss lady immediately became enthusiastic. "I have blood spirit mushrooms, but only a small section of tongshin bamboo left. I was saving that for my husband to boost his health. If you want it, I'll give it to you." The boss lady hurriedly walked 3 steps at a time and brought out the materials Gu Mingyuan needed. "Thank you. You're welcome. Take care. Come again next time." Look, what a kind boss. Knowing I have no money, not only gives me things for free, but also tells me to come again next time. People in the real world are actually not as good as a mutant. I really don't know if it's this noisy world that has become too impetuous or if people's hearts have changed. Gu Mingyuan felt a myriad of emotions. After he left, the boss lady woke up and immediately asked her assistant, "Did two people just come into the shop?" The assistant looked confused and uncertainly said, "There should possibly have been. Damn it, are you just eating for free?" Bang, bang, bang. After Gu Mingyuan returned, he immediately went to Ma Su's room door. "Who is it?" Ma Su opened the door and, upon seeing it was Gu Mingyuan, immediately put on a smile. "Boss, what brings you here?" The door was slightly ajar, and a glimpse of white silk flat shoes could be seen. Gu Mingyuan's mouth twitched, not intending to expose this kid, and reached out. "Give me that 1,000-year clam demon's inner pill." "Just a moment." Ma Su closed the door, afraid Gu Mingyuan would see inside. However, with Gu Mingyuan's physical prowess, he could hear everything clearly inside. There was a sound of rummaging through boxes mixed with a woman's soft voice, and the door opened. Ma Su, with a bruised face, handed over the 1,000-year clam demon's inner pill. "Here." Chapter 23. The war begins. Gu Mingyuan took the Millennium Clam Demon Pill and said earnestly, "So-called beauty is nothing more than a handful of yellow earth in the end. Dust returns to dust. A beautiful girl in this world is just like a flower, either trampled by passers-by or wilting with time, becoming ugly fertilizer that nourishes the land. Without powerful strength, even the most beautiful things are just illusions." Ma Su seemed to understand and said, "Boss, I get it. I need to level up and chase after stronger girls." Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly and returned to his room with the Millennium Clam Demon Pill. He took out the materials for the blood-breaking pill one by one, placed them aside, and then retrieved the alchemy furnace from his storage space, lit it, and added the herbs in order. After a quarter of an hour, all the herbs in the furnace turned into pure medicinal liquid, and now was the most critical moment. Gu Mingyuan took out an item called Yuanlian Gloves, which helps non-alchemists refine pills, with a market price of 1,000 meters. Gu Mingyuan put on the Yuanlian Gloves, quickly formed seals, and removed the dregs from the alchemy furnace and impurities from the pills. This process was very slow. Any mistake could lead to a destroyed pill or even an exploded furnace. Fortunately, Gu Mingyuan successfully fused the medicinal liquid and reached the final step. Gu Mingyuan let out a long breath, thinking to himself, "The Yuanlian Gloves are indeed a product invented by the Yuanlian Venerable, referring to a practitioner of the 9 transformations. And the Yuanlian Gloves were derived from a Venerable's understanding of the alchemist's art." Gu Mingyuan held his breath and focused, fearing even the slightest mistake. Suddenly, a girl's delicate shout reached Gu Mingyuan's ears, causing him to shake his hand and nearly blow up the furnace. "Damn it, Ma Su, who lived next door, must be at it again." Gu Mingyuan unceremoniously used the team token to send a message. "Ma Su, tell your girlfriend to keep it down." Ma Su, caught at a critical moment, was suddenly scolded and immediately softened. Seeing it was the captain, he hurriedly replied, Okay. After dealing with Ma Su, Gu Mingyuan continued to refine the pills, and soon, 5 round pills appeared in the furnace. Gu Mingyuan picked one up and tossed it into his mouth to test its effects. In an instant, Gu Mingyuan's body temperature soared, exceeding 100 degrees Celsius and still rising. If it weren't for his strong physique, he would have been in serious trouble by now. Gu Mingyuan endured the strange sensations in his body and used all his strength to refine the blood-breaking pill. "Break for me." With a loud shout from Gu Mingyuan, the medicinal power within him instantly transformed into streams of pure energy flowing into his body. Name: Gu Mingyuan, LV10, Profession, Nightmare, HP, Strength, 92, Speed, 17, 5, Stamina, 329, Defense, 30, Mental, 13, Rage, 20, Equipment, Blood-Sucking Scythe. Remaining experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please proceed to the task hall to complete the job transfer task. Gu Mingyuan looked at his attributes and laughed heartily. 92 points of strength? Even a 3rd-tier practitioner wouldn't scare me. He stored the remaining 4 blood-breaking pills and stepped out of the room for some fresh air. The street was empty, with only a few mutated creatures passing by. These mutated beings retained high intelligence. Although their bodies had decayed, their behavior was no different from ordinary humans on Blue Star. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A large group of zombies appeared on the street, right where the Blood-type tavern was located. Gu Mingyuan's pupils constricted as he spotted a familiar palanquin among the zombies. However, its owner seemed temporarily uninterested in him, as she appeared to be in a dispute with the blood-type restaurant. The customers still dining in the blood-type restaurant were urgently evacuated by the owner, while some mutated individuals dressed in police uniforms stood in front of the restaurant, confronting the zombies. They seemed to have exchanged words, and eventually a fight broke out. Gu Mingyuan's face turned pale with fear, and he immediately called his team over. Ma Su, looking embarrassed and angry, said, "Boss, why are you blabbering nonsense?" Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said, "Zombies from the market cemetery are here, and they're fighting with the blood-type restaurant." "What the hell?" Zhang Yuan, who was drinking water, spat it out upon hearing Gu Mingyuan's words. The group looked towards the blood-type restaurant and found the battle had escalated. Most of the police forces in this world had gathered there, and even the military could be seen. Cough, cough. Gu Mingyuan cleared his throat and said, "This world is about to descend into chaos. We need to grab the treasure and then retreat." No one objected. The five of them got in the car and sped towards the Madman Commercial Center. The Madman Commercial Center was located in the city center, where a large number of high-level mutated creatures were concentrated. For some reason, these mutated creatures were often stronger in combat than those in other areas. "Get out of the car." Gu Mingyuan was the first to step out. As soon as he did, a swarm of completely irrational mutated rats surged towards them. However, these mutated rats were no match for Gu Mingyuan, who quickly dispatched them with ease. Among them, the mutated rat king dropped a piece of green equipment. Green, heart shield. Effect, can withstand one lethal attack below 4 transformations. Gu Mingyuan accepted it without hesitation, as the current team was essentially under his command, and there was no need for courtesy. "Boss, I feel something is off about these rats." Ma Su dissected one of the rats, looking at its shriveled brain with a frown. "Yeah," Gu Mingyuan replied. "Do you feel your heart rate speeding up?" "It seems, yes." Gu Mingyuan continued. "I heard from mutated vagabonds that the treasure in this mall is something like an aura that can enhance the combat power of surrounding teammates, but will lower their mental power. Perhaps these rats were influenced by this treasure." The group was relieved. Gu Mingyuan added, "If my guess is correct, this treasure is the rumored Rage Aura." Everyone's eyes lit up, as the reputation of the Rage Aura was well known among low-tier practitioners. There was once a scholar from a humble background who, with the help of this treasure, defeated a second-tier practitioner and escaped unscathed. However, this scholar gradually became twisted in character under the influence of the Rage Aura and eventually assassinated a senior male student, leading to an official manhunt. Chapter 24, Rage Aura. "What are you doing?" A tall man approached them, speaking fluent common tongue. Gu Mingyuan looked him up and down and noticed that he was strong and robust, but his purplish-blue skin revealed that he was a mutant. "Hello, big brother. We are here to look for a treasure called Rage Aura," Zhang Yuan said. The tall man frowned and impatiently replied, "What? Rage Aura? I haven't heard of it. We are from the official side, and our purpose here is to find the Rage Aura." Upon hearing that they were from the official side, the tall man's frown deepened. "Ahem." Gu Mingyuan cleared his throat, "Take me to see your boss." "Go to hell, you little brat." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a tremendous force hit him and crashed straight into the wall. Poof! A large gush of dark green blood spurted from his mouth, and he fainted. The scene quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. Soon, a plump mutant man in a suit approached. Class, Elite Mutant, Fu Donglai, LV-20, Enhanced LV-25 100 HP Description. Manager of the Madman Business Center, his Achilles heel is his college student Miao Miao. He glanced at Gu Mingyuan's team, then at the fallen tall man, and his expression instantly darkened. He pointed at Gu Mingyuan and cursed, "You bastard. How dare you come to the Madman Business Center to cause trouble?" He waved his hand, signaling the security to attack. "Wait." Before the security could act, Gu Mingyuan stepped forward and said, "I have something to say." Fu Donglai raised an eyebrow, disdainfully replying, "Speak up, or let it out. I want to talk to you privately. I think you're just trying to stall for time. It's about Miao Miao." "Ah." Fu Donglai's throat seemed to be constricted by an invisible force, and he momentarily didn't know what to say. However, years of workplace experience made him immediately withdraw the security and take Gu Mingyuan to his exclusive office. Go ahead. How do you know about Miao Miao? He was now very agitated and suspected that someone had leaked information. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to know about this. Seeing Fu Donglai's expression, Gu Mingyuan understood that he had entered into a negotiating position. You wouldn't want others to know about this, would you? Fu Donglai nodded slightly and then asked, How much rice do you want? I said, I just want to meet your boss. Fu Donglai rubbed his forehead and asked, Is it about the rage or a... Yes. Bang. Fu Donglai slammed the table angrily and shouted, That's impossible. Miao Miao. Fu Donglai instantly wilted. Can you change the condition? Miao Miao. Sigh. Fu Donglai sighed. To be honest, that thing was left by his wife before she died. Tell me more. On the eve of the disaster, his wife was killed by a pack of brutal mutant dogs, leaving behind a strange stone for our boss, who cherishes that stone very much. If anyone dares to snatch it, they will suffer 10 times worse than death. Gu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and asked, What level is your boss now? About level 5. Gu Mingyuan gasped. What does level 5 mean? In the military, such a talent would at least be promoted to a major. Take me to see him. Gu Mingyuan decided to use his wits since he couldn't force it. Seeing that Gu Mingyuan was still persistent, Fu Donglai sighed and said, I can only help you make the introduction. If you can really convince him, then that's your fate. Gu Mingyuan nodded in agreement. Then, Fu Donglai picked up the landline and started making a call. A minute later, a tall mutant man over 2 meters appeared. Uncle Fu, is there something? Class, Boss Mutant, Senhu LV-100, Enhanced LV-1 on 100 HP description. Owner of the Madman Business Center. If you return the spirit stabilizing pearl to him, you might receive a reward. Fu Donglai pointed to the young man beside him and said, This young man urgently needs to see you. Gu Mingyuan naturally greeted him and introduced himself. All right, what do you need me for? Senhu interrupted Gu Mingyuan, straightforwardly saying, Do you want the stone around my neck? I could tell you clearly, no way. Of course not. Gu Mingyuan smiled and said, I want to ask if you need this spirit-stabilizing pearl. Senhu looked at him disdainfully. I have plenty of that stuff. Saying this, he casually took one out and tossed it to Gu Mingyuan, saying, This is a gift for you. Consider my greeting. Thank you. Gu Mingyuan quickly put away the spirit-stabilizing pearl and smiled. Sorry for bothering you. Oomph. Senhu snorted coldly. Next time if you come looking for me without any business, I'll definitely skin you alive. After Senhu left, Fu Donglai couldn't help but roar. What are you doing? Didn't you want that stone? Why didn't you say anything? Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said, I just said I want to see him. I never said I wanted his stone. Fu Donglai was speechless, unsure how to respond. By the time he regained his senses, Gu Mingyuan had already taken his team and left. Boss, what are you just doing? Masu asked curiously. Nothing much. Gu Mingyuan replied lightly, just meeting the boss of the Madman Business Center. Impressive boss. Masu couldn't help but give Gu Mingyuan a thumbs up. That boss is at least level 4, right? Lower, level 5. Master, forgive me for being blunt. How did you survive? Zhang Yuran's eyes widened, disbelief written all over his face. I just had a chat with him. By the way, you've been talking a bit too much lately, Gu Mingyuan said. Zhang Yuran realized he had misspoken and quickly shut up. Boss, where are we going now? 722, Daxiong Road. At 722, Daxiong Road, in a luxurious villa, a young girl stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. Her skin was no different from an ordinary person, her heart beating rhythmically. Her name was Shun Miao Miao, a sophomore at Shengwu Academy. While exploring this dungeon, she encountered the boss of the Madman Business Center, was captured, had her powers sealed, and was rewarded to his subordinates. Miss, what are you doing? A green-skinned woman appeared behind Shun Miao Miao, asking with a teasing smile. Nothing. Shun Miao Miao dragged her exhausted body back to the bedroom. Ever since she was captured, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. She was very tired now and needed to take a nap. Chapter 25. Confrontation between couples in her dream. She saw a man. Little girl, are you human? Yes. What is your relationship with Fu Donglai? I was given to him as a reward after being captured by his boss. Do you want revenge? Yes. I'll take you to meet his wife. Remember to cooperate with us then. The dream ended there, and Shun Miao Miao woke up to find 5 people surrounding her bed, with the leading man being the one from her dream. How did you get in here? Shun Miao Miao spoke with a mix of fatigue, caution, and hope. Wu Ma? She looked towards the living room and found Wu Ma lying on the floor, motionless. Who are you? What do you want? Gu Mingyuan spoke up. You are Shun Miao Miao, the second-year senior at the Shungu Vocational Academy, right? Yes, what about it? Gu Mingyuan smiled. Your parents are very worried about you. Please come back with us. Shun Miao Miao's name was well known at Shungu Vocational Academy because her parents were third-term professionals. After Shun, Miao Miao mysteriously disappeared. Her parents reported it immediately and offered a reward of up to 10,000 meters, along with a yellow weapon. Sigh. Shun Miao Miao said, I can't leave. That devil left a restriction in my body. No matter where I escape to, they will find me. Oh, that's really a pity. Gu Mingyuan paused and said, I heard your parents offered a 10,000 meter reward to find you. It seems I won't be able to get that reward. What? Shun Miao Miao's face changed instantly. Are you serious? Yes. I heard your reward amount has increased recently. Gu Mingyuan shrugged, as if discussing something trivial. Shun Miao Miao frowned tightly. I'll go back with you. But how can you guarantee we won't be hunted by that monster? I naturally have my ways, so Miss Shun doesn't need to worry. All right, let's go. Shun Miao Miao tidied up and then got into Gu Mingyuan's car. Meanwhile, far away at the Madman Business Center, Fu Donglai's expression changed, and he asked for sick leave from his superior before heading towards Shun Miao Miao's coordinates. In Gu Mingyuan's car, Shun Miao Miao appeared somewhat uneasy. What's your name? Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan, where are we going? Mingji Street, in the alley. Why? Do you see that car behind us? Gu Mingyuan pointed to the rearview mirror. Shun Miao Miao looked back, her face instantly turning pale as she stuttered, monster. That car belongs to Fu Donglai, the monster who imprisoned and violated me. Gu Mingyuan shrugged. We're going to find his wife now. Guess what will happen when the original wife sees the mistress? Shun Miao Miao suddenly realized. She will be so angry that she will tear her husband apart. Shun Miao Miao's eyes sparkled. Wonderful. Then she blushed because she was the mistress. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel like crying without tears. While others sought wealthy uncles as mistresses, she was sold to a monster. Soon, they arrived at Mingji Street. Get out. Everyone quickly exited the car and ran towards the alley from their memories. At the same time, Fu Donglai, who was following them, also got out of the car. His mind solely focused on Shun Miao Miao, momentarily ignoring that this was actually the place his wife ran the shop. Stop. Fu Donglai used brute force to accelerate, surprisingly entering the alley ahead of Gu Mingyuan and the others. Husband? The shop owner came out for some fresh air and happened to see this scene. Wife. Fu Donglai turned around and, upon seeing the people behind him, broke into a cold sweat. Come in and sit. The shop owner invited everyone inside. They are my. Fu Donglai hadn't finished speaking when Shun Miao Miao burst into tears first. Boss lady, he forced me. He imprisoned me. You had to stand up for me. The shop owner's face turned from sunny to overcast. Fu Donglai, what is going on? This. Before Fu Donglai could speak, Shun Miao Miao continued. This bastard imprisoned me in a villa and tortured me every night. Under Shun Miao Miao's embellishments, the shop owner's face darkened to an unrecognizable level. Guests, please wait outside for a moment. I have some family matters to attend to. Before the shop owner finished speaking, Gu Mingyuan had already tactfully exited. Bang! The shop's roller shutter was pulled down, and soon, sounds of smashing things and shouting came from inside. In the end, even the sound of a chainsaw was heard. A quarter of an hour later, the shop door reopened, and the shop owner came out with a blue signal plate, smiling as she handed it to Shun Miao Miao. Little girl, you've suffered during this time. Take this, leave here, and don't come back. Shun Miao Miao nodded, touched, and at that moment, her grievances poured out like the Yangtze River and the Yellow River from her eyes. Thank you. No need to thank me. The shop owner kindly handed Shun Miao Miao a tissue, saying, after all, it's my husband's fault to you. I've dealt with him properly. Don't cry, don't cry. Shun Miao Miao crushed the signal plate, and as a blue beam of light enveloped her, she disappeared from everyone's sight at an almost imperceptible speed. Young man, I truly thank you all. I don't know what to say. Take these things and replenish yourselves. The shop owner brought out a bloody piece of meat, and upon seeing it, everyone felt a bit nauseous. But Gu Mingyuan joyfully said, Thank you, boss lady. You truly have a beautiful heart. Blue level, blood and meat stew. Effect. After use, 10 spirit, 10 speed, 10 strength. Increases resistance to pollution. Although the thing looked disgusting, the attributes it increased were indeed substantial. Gu Mingyuan took it and said, "We were actually looking for its boss and happened to stumble upon this matter. Can you help us contact him?" Oomph. The shop owner snorted coldly. "My husband has been staying home during this time. I'll talk to the company about it. If you want to contact the boss, I can help you." "Thank you very much, but we need to prepare some things, and we'll come back later." "No problem." In the car, the expressions of several team members were not good. Masu spoke first. "Boss, what was that thing the boss lady gave?" "It smells awful." Luo Yingxia couldn't help but complain. "That smell is even worse than a pigsty that hasn't been cleaned for a week." "You guys don't understand," Gu Mingyuan said. "This thing is called blood and meat stew. It can be consumed by both normal people and mutants, and it also significantly increases attributes." Chapter 26. Blood and meat stew. When everyone saw the attributes of blood and meat stew, they were shocked, but the pungent smell and unappealing appearance still stirred their hearts. "Boss, why don't you take a bite?" "I'm afraid it might be poisonous," Masu said, covering his mouth and nose, struggling to speak. "Captain, I think it will be more appropriate for you to try first." "Master, my stomach isn't good. I can't digest it." Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes at the group of ill-intentioned people. He scooped a spoonful and stuffed it into his mouth, quickly rejecting it. Instantly, a taste akin to a mix of stinky socks and rotting vegetables surged to his head. Gu Mingyuan gagged, nearly throwing up. Name, Gu Mingyuan LV10. Occupation, Nightmare, HP. Strength, 93. Speed, 18. 5. Stamina, 329. Defense, 30. Mental, 14. Rage, 20. Equipment, blood-sucking scythe, spirit-fixing pearl, heart-protecting mirror. Although this thing was hard to swallow, the attribute increase was substantial, adding 3 points. To achieve that by killing those mutated mosquitoes, he would at least need to kill 60 of them. Soon, Gu Mingyuan took another spoonful. This time, he didn't react as strongly as before and had nearly adapted. "Boss, can this thing be eaten?" Masu skeptically scooped a spoonful and swallowed it. Ugh. Masu immediately vomited everything he had just eaten, cursing, "What the hell is this?" The two girls immediately turned their gaze away from Masu. Soon, Gu Mingyuan finished a bowl of blood and meat stew. Name, Gu Mingyuan LV10. Occupation, Nightmare, HP. Strength, 100 with speed, 26. 5. Stamina, 329. Defense, 30. Mental, 22. Rage, 20. Equipment, blood-sucking scythe, spirit-fixing pearl. Heart-protecting mirror. Gu Mingyuan looked at the strength over 100 in his attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. With his current attributes, he should be able to handle ambushes easily. However, thinking of that bitch Xiao Miaoan, his heart sank. Just wait. The day of my revenge is not far off. Get off the car. They had arrived near the blood-type tavern, and faintly, they could see the battle ahead. Everyone got off the car, and Gu Mingyuan asked Shu Tiangpeng to cast invisibility on them, then quietly slipped into the back door of the blood-type tavern. In the kitchen, the chef was nowhere to be seen, leaving only the 5 female survivors. When Tang Kai-dai saw Gu Mingyuan arrive, she hurried over. "Where have you been? The manager has been looking for you for a long time." "We were in the residential building across the street." Gu Mingyuan casually told a lie, then changed the subject. "You just said the manager was looking for us?" Tang Kai-dai nodded. "The manager is counting heads and distributing weapons." "Are we supposed to go out and fight?" "Yes." "Then why are you hiding here?" Tang Katie's face turned red. "We are not strong in combat. And since we are girls, the manager asked us to handle logistics." Gu Mingyuan nodded. "Hiding here is not a solution. Would you be willing to cooperate with us on a task?" No one responded. Gu Mingyuan left with disappointment, as his initial intention for coming to the blood-type tavern was to find Xiao Miao Miao, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and she had evaded a disaster. After they left, Xiao Miao Miao whispered, "Sister Tang, why didn't you let me speak just now?" Not only her, but the other team members also looked confused. Tang Kai-dai pondered. "That man kept glancing at us while he was speaking, which indicates he has ill intentions towards us." Everyone was speechless, and Xiao Miao Miao muttered, "I think he's so handsome, even if..." Meanwhile, Gu Mingyuan's team arrived at the manager's office. I thought you all were dead. Gu Mingyuan awkwardly replied, we barely made it back after going through life and death. Oomph. The female manager snorted coldly, unsure of what to make of it. Gu Mingyuan continued, Manager, can you give us back the spirit-fixing pearl? I have urgent use for it. Impossible. That thing is no longer yours. Get lost. If you give me that thing, I can bring reinforcements. Say that again. I can bring reinforcements. Are you sure? The female manager looked at Gu Mingyuan suspiciously. If it was a low-level mutant, it would be better not to come. In such a war, they would only become cannon fodder. 5-star. What? Cough, cough. Gu Mingyuan cleared his throat and said, if you can give me that pearl back, I can call for 5-star powerhouse. The female manager raised an eyebrow. Really? Of course. I'll trust you for a while. The female manager took out the spirit-fixing pearl and a contract of equality from her drawer. This is the equality contract. As long as you swear you can definitely call a 5-star powerhouse, this spirit-fixing pearl will be yours. Okay. After Gu Mingyuan swore, the equality contract transformed into 2 streams of light and entered Gu Mingyuan and the female manager's bodies. After leaving the manager's office, Gu Mingyuan still felt apprehensive, thinking, this woman is really difficult to deal with. The original plan was to get something for free, but unexpectedly, she brought out an equality contract. In the kitchen, when Tang Kai-dai saw Gu Mingyuan come out of the manager's office empty-handed, her heart sank, thinking, did these 5 people get thrown into the cannon fodder team by the female manager? The so-called cannon fodder team is a group of low-level professionals with a death rate of nearly 100. Gu Mingyuan, are you all right? What the hell? Gu Mingyuan felt angry just thinking about the contract he had just signed. Tang Katie's heart finally settled. She patted Gu Mingyuan's shoulder and comforted him. It's okay. I believe you can survive. Gu Mingyuan was a bit puzzled, looking at the sympathetic gazes from the girls, and suddenly understood, so he played along. So what if I survive? Tang Shu, seeing Gu Mingyuan's fearless demeanor, couldn't help but feel a bit moved. This is for you. As a fellow Chinese, I sincerely hope you can come back alive. Blue grade, MP5 modification. Effect. The bullets fired can cause considerable damage to mutated creatures. What a treasure. Gu Mingyuan's eyes lit up, pulling Tang Shu's hand and thanking her repeatedly, making Tang Shu a bit embarrassed. As the saying goes, the one involved is confused while the bystander sees clearly. Tang Kai-dai noticed a slight sense of disharmony, so she pulled the seemingly naive Ma Su from Gu Mingyuan's team and asked, why is your boss so grateful to her? Ma Su couldn't hold back and spilled everything that happened in the office like a flood. Chapter 27. Top of the rankings upon hearing this. The girl's eyes instantly turned red with anger, especially Tang Shu, who pointed at Gu Mingyuan and scolded, you rogue. Give me back my things. Haha, once it's in my hands. It's mine, Gu Mingyuan said before bolting away. His teammates, sensing the situation was dire, followed him, leaving Tang Shu and the other girls seething with rage. In the car, Ma Su said, boss, you're still impressive. He admired Gu Mingyuan from head to toe. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have gained even more. Master, I think you're being a bit excessive. They are girls after all. Can't you be a little gentler with them? Gu Mingyuan pinched Zhang Yuran's face hard. It's the 21st century. People now talk about equality. Master, let go, you're hurting me. Zhang Yuran struggled to break free from Gu Mingyuan's grip, gasping for fresh air. Don't you know the identity of that woman named Tang Shu? Gu Mingyuan said. She is the youngest PhD in the country and a prodigy from a prominent family. The resources she has are nothing compared to this gun. Boss, I suddenly feel like we lost out. Gu Mingyuan snorted, so next time I speak, don't undermine me. Okay. The blood-type restaurant was not far from Meiji Street, and they soon found a landlady and reconnected with Sun Hu. What do you want from me again? I am Buse. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, I have a calming pearl here. I think you'll be interested, Gu Mingyuan said. Get lost. Sun Hu was stunned, as he sensed a familiar aura from the calming pearl. Ame, is it you? Upon closer inspection, he realized that the pearl contained a fragment of his lover's soul. Before Sun Hu could react, Gu Mingyuan stored it away in his storage space. Cough, cough. Gu Mingyuan cleared his throat. Can we talk now? Sun Hu gloated fiercely. Keith, if you don't return that calming pearl to me, you and your teammates will die. Hee hee. Gu Mingyuan sneered. If we were afraid of death, we wouldn't be standing in front of you. Say that again. Sun Hu grabbed Gu Mingyuan by the collar and lifted him up. Gu Mingyuan raised the storage ring in his hand. I believe that before you kill me, I will definitely detonate the storage ring first, and by then, Young will be dead. Sun Hu's expression changed rapidly, but in the end, he released Gu Mingyuan. Speak, what do you want? As long as I can do it. Gu Mingyuan straightened his clothes and said, First, I need you to help the blood-type restaurant. Second, I want the rage aura. Okay. Seeing how quickly Sun Hu agreed, Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt. Could it be a trap? However, Sun Hu didn't seem inclined to explain and instead made a phone call. Hello, is this Mayor Zhou? I ran into some trouble. After finishing his call, Gu Mingyuan felt the power of the contract on him begin to dissipate. He thought to himself, I didn't expect Sun Hu to have connections with the mayor here. No wonder he agreed so quickly. After the call, Sun Hu took the stone from around his neck. I've agreed to all your requests. Now give me that calming pearl. Gu Mingyuan took the stone, confirmed it was the rage aura, and without hesitation, handed over the calming pearl. He wasn't afraid of Sun Hu playing tricks. First, Sun Hu wasn't that kind of person. Second, the female manager of Blood-Type Tavern had prepared a backup plan for them. If Sun Hu dared to act up, they would just be teleported out of the instance. Pleasure doing business. Humph. After leaving Meiji Street, their team had already reached the top of the rankings. Wow. I just saw that Gu Mingyuan's team is #1. Oh my god, am I seeing things? You're not mistaken. I said long ago that guy can get things done. I think the rumors are unreliable. Gu Mingyuan is definitely not a useless sycophant. He is clearly a dragon among men. Do you think there is a possibility that Gu Mingyuan has been hiding his strength all along? Xiao Miaohan was among them, looking at Gu Mingyuan's team's ranking with gritted teeth. Damn it. How did that jerk get such good results? In order to make Gu Mingyuan disappear, she sent people to ambush him, even dispatching 3 teams sent by her family. However, all those teams went in and lost contact. A bad thought arose in her mind. Could it be that they all died? Xiao Miaohan shook her head vigorously, trying hard not to think about it. Sister? Xiao Miaohan opened her eyes and saw Xiao Miao Miao walking out with their team. Xiao Miaohan quickly put on a smile and asked, Did you gain anything this time? Xiao Miao Miao stuck out her tongue. I've been a cow and horse for a month. Xiao Miaohan tapped Xiao Miao Miao's forehead and said with a smile, You, at your age, still can't behave properly. See who'll want to marry you in the future. Then, Xiao Miaohan turned to Tang Shu, surprised, Isn't this Tang Shu? What are you doing here? Umph. Tang Shu snorted coldly. What is it to you? Even though Xiao Miaohan was being cold-shouldered, she wasn't angry because Tang Shu was the youngest PhD in the country, and even Xiao Tianlei had to show her some respect. I just wanted to ask if my Miao Miao was treated unfairly inside. Xiao Miao Miao shook her head like a rattle drum. No, the sisters took very good care of me inside. Miao Miao had a lot of fun. Xiao Miaohan's expression froze instantly, and she pinched Xiao Miao Miao's face hard. As long as you're happy, that's good. While outwardly expressing concern for Xiao Miao Miao, she inwardly thought, You little brat, I was trying to get close. By doing this, aren't you undermining me? These words Xiao Miaohan would never say out loud. In front of outsiders, she had to strive to be a lady, as that was the only way to be liked. At that moment, the crowd began to stir. I think I saw the first-place team disappear. Take away the I think. If nothing unexpected happens, they're about to come out. I just saw Xiao Miaohan. I wonder if they will start fighting when they meet. Xiao Miaohan suddenly felt uneasy. She wanted to escape, but was stopped by Tang Kaidai. Sister, where are you going? I have something urgent. What is it? Why not wait a moment? Your fiancé is about to come out. Tang Kaidai emphasized the word fiancé deliberately. Chapter 28. Hellish scene, that dead girl. Xiao Miaohan cursed Tang Kaidai madly in her heart. But due to the presence of classmates and Tang Shu, she couldn't explode in anger. She's out, someone shouted, and immediately everyone gathered at the entrance of the lost Mingxi Street dungeon. Tang Kaidai smiled playfully. Miss Xiao, aren't you going to take a look? No. Xiao Miaohan's face turned pale, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Xiao Miao Miao asked curiously, Isn't Gu Mingyuan your brother-in-law? Why isn't sister going to see? Who said he is your brother-in-law? Just then, Xiao Miaohan's best friend, Chu Shishir, arrived. Little Shishir. Upon seeing her friend, Xiao Miaohan immediately felt braver, even a bit proud. What was there to see about that lickspittle? Tang Katie's eyes narrowed, and she whispered to Chu Shishir, "Do we have to do it this way?" Chu Shishir retorted without hesitation, "Unless you bring my brother back." Tang Kaidai sighed and stopped speaking. Xiao Miaohan saw that Tang Kaidai had fallen silent and instantly revealed a victorious smile. "Shishir, you came just in time. And in. Did she bully you just now?" Chu Shishir pointed at Tang Kaidai with a fierce expression, looking ready to fight. "No, we were just playing around." Xiao Miaohan smiled. "Oomph." Tang Shu snorted coldly, colluding with her. Chu Shishir was immediately displeased, pointing at Tang Shu and scolding. "Do your eyes grow on the back of your head? That girl named Tang Kaidai just bullied my Henin, and you didn't do anything about it, yet you dare to lecture me." After saying that, she gathered her strength, ready to fight at any moment. Shishir. Xiao Miaohan panicked when she saw Chu Shishir about to make a move, quickly stopping her. After being stopped by Xiao Miaohan, Chu Shishir was filled with anger and pinched Xiao Miaohan's but hard to vent her frustration. At that moment, a head poked out from the crowd. "Ladies, what are you doing?" The newcomer was Ma Su. "You, aren't you the person from the dungeon?" Xiao Miao stuttered. "That's right." Tang Shu quickly grabbed him and asked, "Where's your boss?" "Behind." Tang Shu looked behind him and found Gu Mingyuan among them. "Pervert, get my gun back." Tang Shu grabbed Gu Mingyuan, ignoring the gazes of others, and punched his shoulder hard. The onlookers immediately erupted. "Did I just see a beauty throwing herself at that useless Gu Mingyuan? From now on, we can't call others useless anymore. Just look at yourself, you're so grown up. Haven't you even held a girl's hand? Aren't you more useless than useless?" I think Gu Mingyuan has changed. From now on, we should call him Big Brother when we see him. "Are you Gu Mingyuan?" Xiao Miao immediately sensed something was off. "Aren't you called Gu Yuanming?" "He's using a pseudonym," Tang Kaidai reminded. Xiao Miao nodded, her gaze flickering between Xiao Miaohan and Gu Mingyuan, the corners of her mouth curling up, seemingly lost in thought. "Gu Mingyuan, do you think you can get my attention this way?" Xiao Miaohan pushed through the crowd and angrily pointed at Gu Mingyuan. "Oomph." Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "When did I say I wanted to attract your attention? In my eyes, your actions are nothing but the antics of a clown trying to gain attention. I'm only doing this for myself. I don't know which dog it was back then that clung to my family for a marriage contract." Gu Mingyuan took a deep breath to calm himself. Those things were set by the elders, and some people don't abide by them. I can't do anything about it. Xiao Miaohan was a loss for words, unsure of what to say. Chu Shishir reminded, "Did you wash the stinky socks that Henin asked you to wash last month?" As soon as she said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. How pitiful for the lickspittle, having to wash stinky socks. I don't think Xiao Miaohan is making Gu Mingyuan wash stinky socks. She's insulting his character. I think, let go of that basin of socks. Let me do it. Envious, contemptuous, and mocking gazes weighed on Gu Mingyuan, making it hard for him to breathe. "I sold it," Gu Mingyuan said, and everyone fell silent. The entire dungeon area became so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. "Bro, add me on WeChat. 1-1. It was unclear who spoke first, but the previously calm dungeon area instantly boiled over. Xiao Miaohan gritted her teeth, her pretty face flushed with anger, unable to speak. Chu Shishir was also momentarily speechless. However, Xiao Miao frowned and scolded. "Since you promised sister to help her wash socks, how can you?" Before she could finish, a cheerful passerby interrupted. "Handsome, does this little beauty have socks?" Xiao Miao's fragile heart shattered instantly, and tears streamed down her face like they were free. Seeing that things were going wrong, Tang Kaidai quickly covered Xiao Miao's ears and whispered to Gu Mingyuan. "Rogue, quickly explain to them." Gu Mingyuan secretly laughed. Although this girl is very scheming, she is ultimately too young. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Explain what?" Tang Kaidai thought Gu Mingyuan wanted to renege on his promise and immediately became anxious. "You quickly tell them that you didn't wash Xiao Miao's socks." "Okay." Gu Mingyuan immediately revealed a meaningful smile, and Tang Kaidai instantly realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. Gu Mingyuan pointed at Xiao Miao and said, I did not wash this little beauty's socks. The crowd fell silent again before erupting once more. What you said? I don't believe a single word. An explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is a fact. Quickly hand over this little beauty's socks. Beauty, I'll help you wash socks. For free. Xiao Miaohan's face turned from green to white, unable to comprehend how Gu Mingyuan, who was so easy to handle, suddenly seemed like a different person. At this moment, the announcement sounded. Congratulations to Gu Mingyuan's team for clearing lost Mingxi Street with first place. Please have the team leader go to the principal's office to collect the reward. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Seeing the girl silent, Gu Mingyuan swiftly left the area. In the principal's office, the principal was grading papers. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Gu Mingyuan walked in with his head held high. Tang Long didn't lift his head and asked, "Are you here to collect a reward?" "Yes. We have 3 types of rewards for the first place in the dungeon. First, 5 million cash. Second, 5,000 meters. Third, a blue-grade weapon. Which one does Gu Mingyuan choose?" "I don't want any." Chapter 29. School Forum. Tang Long raised his eyebrows, pausing his movements. "You don't want the reward?" "Principal, you misunderstood. What I mean is I want to change the reward." "What reward?" "I want to awaken my profession again." Tang Long was taken aback. He didn't expect Gu Mingyuan to make such a request. As if someone fails their first profession awakening, they typically wouldn't succeed on the second try. "Are you sure?" Gu Mingyuan looked into Tang Long's eyes, his gaze deep. "I'm sure." Gu Mingyuan had his reasons for saying this. After resolving the issue with the blood-type restaurant, the female manager happily allowed Gu Mingyuan to enter the treasure vault of blood-type restaurant and choose a treasure. With his god-level talent, Eye of Insight, he couldn't be deceived by any treasures. He originally intended to select a yellow-level elixir, but on his way out, he was drawn to an inconspicuous stone. Unranked, Profession Advancement Stone. Effect: when used with an awakening stone, it can elevate the original profession once. "Manager, can I have that stone?" "If you want it, take it." The manager of blood-type restaurant couldn't see its significance, so it became a bargain for Gu Mingyuan. Tang Long looked at Gu Mingyuan and took a deep breath, saying, "Tomorrow at noon, the first-year students will come for the awakening ceremony. Be there on time." "Okay." After bidding farewell to Tang Long, Gu Mingyuan hurried to Kaiyuan Pawn Shop. Kaiyuan Pawn Shop has chain stores nationwide and is a place for professionals to sell monster materials. Due to its excellent reputation, it is highly sought after by civilian professionals. "Boss, how much are these worth?" Gu Mingyuan entered Kaiyuan Pawn Shop and dumped out all the materials he had obtained from killing monsters in the dungeon. The shopkeeper of Kaiyuan Pawn Shop was an old man, who called over 2 assistants to help with accounting. Gu Mingyuan sat aside, sipping tea while waiting. After a stick of incense, the old man stood up and said, "A total of 928 credits. Do you want cash or card?" Gu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, "I need some items. I wonder if I can exchange for them here." "Go ahead." Rotten meat spirit, Inwood mushroom, blood flesh placenta. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gently patted Gu Mingyuan's back. "Young man, what do you need those for?" "I obtained a juvenile blood flesh puppet in the dungeon, and I want to feed it to adulthood." The old man thought for a moment and said, "We have these materials in the store. After deducting the costs, you will have 322 credits left." After sending Gu Mingyuan out of the store, the old man immediately dialed a mysterious phone number. "Master, we have a person in our store who seems to possess blood bodhi." Gu Mingyuan was unaware that he had already been targeted and leisurely made his way to the school dormitory. Upon returning to the dorm, he immediately smelled the familiar scent of instant noodles. "Waste, what have you done?" A slipper flew toward Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan slightly sidestepped to avoid it and frowned. "Do I need to report to you about what I do?" The speaker was Xiao Xinyuan, whose mother was a businesswoman and father a soldier, making him a small, wealthy second generation in school. Previously, when Gu Mingyuan's father was alive, Xiao Xinyuan was his sycophant. But now he had become Gu Mingyuan's enemy. "Look at the school forum. Everyone is saying you humiliated goddess Xiao Miaohan at the dungeon entrance. She asked for it." Gu Mingyuan said indifferently, then lay down on his bed to rest. Seeing Gu Mingyuan's nonchalant attitude, Xiao Xinyuan was instantly enraged. Pointing at Gu Mingyuan and cursing, "You wait for me." He slammed the keyboard and walked out of the dormitory. Gu Mingyuan was very tired and didn't want to deal with him, quickly falling into a deep sleep. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Gu Mingyuan woke up leisurely. His roommate was not in the dorm, so he casually ordered takeout and summoned the Blood Bodhi. Rank, Blue, Blood Bodhi LV10, 0. 1 HP weakness strategy. It has lost its attacking ability. Now is a good opportunity to harvest its life. Gu Mingyuan began to feed materials to the Blood Bodhi while eating. Rank, Blue, Blood Bodhi LV10, 11 HP weakness strategy. It is now very weak, but has a slight fondness for you. Gu Mingyuan looked at the Blood Bodhi, which had regained a bit of vitality, very satisfied. The materials he purchased from Kaiyuan Pawn Shop were specifically for repairing the Blood Bodhi. Now its hidden injuries had mostly healed, and it could start to recover naturally. Gu Mingyuan happily cut a piece of meat from the Blood Bodhi and chewed it. The Blood Bodhi not only did not cry out in distress, but instead let out a pleasant hum. A monster knows to be grateful. While people only care about their own petty gains, Gu Mingyuan sighed. Bang! The door was kicked open from the outside, and Gu Mingyuan quickly stored the Blood Bodhi into his storage space. Gu Mingyuan, get the hell out here. The person at the door was Xiao Xinyuan. Behind him was a group of men in black holding baseball bats. Do you even qualify? You, come at me. The men in black charged towards Gu Mingyuan with their baseball bats. Oof. Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly, activating the dream entry skill, and instantly, all the men in black fell to the ground asleep. Gu Mingyuan walked step by step toward Xiao Xinyuan. Xiao Xinyuan, frightened, continuously retreated. You. Don't come over. My dad is Xiao Zemin. Before he could finish, Gu Mingyuan's fist, the size of a sandbag, struck toward his face. Xiao Xinyuan's screams quickly attracted students from nearby dormitories to watch. Most were civilian students who had been bullied by Xiao Xinyuan before, so they naturally wouldn't help Xiao Xinyuan report to the teachers. Half an hour later, as more and more students gathered, it attracted the dormitory supervisor's attention. Everyone disperse. This is none of your business. The dormitory supervisor waved a feather duster, driving away the onlooking students. Seeing there was no more spectacle to watch, the students gradually dispersed. However, a video of Gu Mingyuan violently beating Xiao Xinyuan topped the school forum. Rich second generation brutally beaten. Is it really due to parental neglect? Shocking. The collapse of the sycophant image is actually because, at that moment, Chu Shishir was walking with Xiao Miaoan. That Gu Mingyuan is truly detestable. I only punished him to wash socks for a month, and he actually exposed it, causing me to be laughed at by classmates. If he didn't want to do it, he could just say so. Who knows how many people want to do it? Xiaoshi, don't you think so? Chapter 30 Jiang, you little poetry. When Xiao Miaohan saw Chu Shishir ignoring her, she turned her head and found that the girl was actually looking down at her phone, occasionally giggling to herself. Xiao Miaohan was instantly infuriated and snatched the phone away. Scolding, what are you looking at? So engrossed. When Xiao Miaohan saw the content on Chu Shishir's screen, her eyes darkened, and she nearly fainted. Chu Shishir, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Henin, you must be feeling really bad after seeing this, right? She had just been browsing the school forum and happened to stumble upon the video of Gu Mingyuan beating up Xiao Xinyuan. Not just bad. I feel like I want to die. Seeing that Xiao Miaohan was silent, Chu Shishir continued to add salt to the wound. I didn't expect that little sycophant to be so manly, actually beating up Xiao Xinyuan. Xiao Zemin must be going crazy, right? Xiao Miaohan's mouth twitched. Going crazy? He probably wants to come to school and personally kill Gu Mingyuan. She took a deep breath and asked, is he dead? Huh. Chu Shishir replied, Gu Mingyuan is alive, but he should be in the disciplinary office now. Xiao Miaohan rolled her eyes and cursed. What does it matter to me whether he is dead or not? I'm asking about Xiao Xinyuan. Him? Chu Shishir thought for a moment and gave a vague answer. He should still be alive. Xiao Miaohan secretly lamented. If Gu Mingyuan really killed Xiao Xinyuan, their Tianlei War God Palace would probably face retaliation. Meanwhile, in the disciplinary office, you are all classmates. You should get along well. You beat him up like this. Don't you feel any guilt? The disciplinary director was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. Initially, he intended to favor Xiao Xinyuan, But upon recalling that Gu Mingyuan had recently received an award in the principal's office, he decided to take a neutral stance. At this moment, Xiao Xinyuan's mother was already in tears, leaning on Xiao Zemin's shoulder. Oomph! Xiao Zemin snorted coldly, and the pressure of a fifth-tier warrior swept towards Gu Mingyuan. The disciplinary director broke out in a sweat, unsure of whether to intervene or not. The moment Gu Mingyuan felt the pressure, he knew the nature of the situation had changed. Kid, let me tell you, this matter is not over. Xiao Zemin dropped a harsh remark and left with Zhao's mother. The disciplinary director breathed a sigh of relief and patted Gu Mingyuan on the shoulder, saying, "Young man, think twice before acting in the future. Don't be reckless." Gu Mingyuan smiled and replied, "He has already bullied me. Am I not allowed to fight back?" The disciplinary director realized he couldn't convince Gu Mingyuan and could only sigh deeply before lighting a cigarette. Gu Mingyuan took out a bottle of Matai from his storage space and handed it to the disciplinary director, saying, "You've seen the grievances between Xiao Xinyuan and me. I hope to move to another dormitory. Which dormitory do you want to go to?" The disciplinary director calmly accepted the Matai into his storage space and asked, 6,201. The disciplinary director logged into the school's academic system and began to operate. Half a minute later, he said, "All right, here, that's the key to 6201. Gu Mingyuan accepted the key, thanked him, and then returned to his dormitory to start moving. In dormitory 6201, Ma Su was taking a nap. Suddenly, the door was pushed open with great force. Bang! Who the hell? Ma Su was woken up and was about to curse. But upon seeing Gu Mingyuan standing at the door with a bunch of stuff, he instantly wilted. "Boss." Ma Su was stunned. Cough, cough. Gu Mingyuan cleared his throat. "I'll be living in your dorm from now on." Okay. Ma Su couldn't help but swallow hard. "Why did you suddenly move to dorm 6201? Gu Mingyuan had his reasons for moving to this dorm. First, since Ma Su was in this dorm, they could communicate promptly if issues arose. Second, it could avoid disputes with other classmates. Third, he felt he was being targeted and it was safer to live with Ma Su. "What? Don't you welcome me?" "Of course I welcome you. You're the boss. How could I not welcome you?" Ma Su was overjoyed because he had been living alone in this dorm. Ever since Gu Mingyuan's father died in battle, Ma Su had also been affected. All the classmates began to ostracize him, and Ma Su could only apply for a single dorm. He had originally planned to live with Gu Mingyuan, but the original owner, that sycophant, had given up because of a single word from Xiao Miaoan. Thinking of this, Gu Mingyuan suddenly remembered a girl named Jiang Qingqing. "Ma Su, how is Jiang Qingqing doing now?" "Pretty good." Ma Su rubbed his sore eyes and choked out. "After your family had an accident, Jiang Qingqing was ostracized. But relying on her superb medical skills, she is still living quite decently." Gu Mingyuan patted his shoulder hard, encouraging him. Narrow-minded people often get angry because of insults and happy because of praise. In fact, it's just others' opinions of you. This journey, life is short. What is it for? It's nothing more than a trip to witness the wonderful. Ma Su stopped his tears, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "I understand. Boss, how about I ask Jiang the doctor out for us to meet?" They three had previously been in the same small team, and Jiang the doctor was Jiang Qingqing's nickname, as her profession was a physician. "Let us talk about it tomorrow." The next day at noon, Gu Mingyuan arrived early at the playground to participate in the awakening ceremony, leaving Ma Su in the dorm sleeping soundly. Next, Jiang Yu. When Xiao Miaohan saw it was Jiang Yu's turn, she hurriedly shook her awake. Yeah, it's your turn." Jiang Yu jolted awake, her plump body shaking, nearly tearing her clothes. Damn, almost missed the awakening ceremony. Jiang Yu pushed through the crowd with her hefty body, forcefully creating a path. Instantly, cries of despair arose from the crowd. "Damn it, where did this tank come from?" "2nd Battalion Commander, bring my Italian cannon." 2nd Battalion Commander received. "The enemy has already crippled the 2nd Battalion. Please advise." Command Center received. "The enemy has approached New Delhi. The Command Center requests negotiations." Ignoring the crowd's jokes, Jiang Yu charged straight to the awakening platform. "Teacher, I'm here." The awakening mentor glanced at the tank, who was panting heavily, his mouth twitching slightly, but ultimately didn't say anything. "Place your hand on the awakening stone." "Okay." As Jiang Yu placed her hand on it, the awakening stone instantly erupted with brilliant blue light. Immediately, the students present let out wails. Damn, the tank has turned blue. Truly blinding. I can't imagine how many male classmates will be harmed in the future. Politely asking for the price. Chapter 31. Xiao Miao Miao's pursuers. The levels of ability users range from D to SSS, corresponding to the awakening stone's radiance of white, green, blue, yellow, red, orange, and gold. The blue radiance indicates that Jiangyu has awakened an ability of B level, surpassing most of the students. At this moment, several handsome boys have already thrown her flirtatious looks. However, many girls cast jealous glances at her. Why can that big fat pig awaken such a high-level profession while I only have C level? Sister, my profession is even worse, only D level. So I can only do some dirty and tiring work in the future. Why is that? We are more outstanding than her. Why is our awakened profession not as good as hers? Jiangyu's expression instantly fell, and she pointed at the audience and shouted, "Why? Just because I weigh a few dozen pounds more than you." Her words were somewhat nonsensical, but they caused some still unawakened girls to waver slightly. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be that the more meat you have, the stronger your awakened ability? I eat on time every day. Could it be that I don't have enough meat? This is the first time I've heard that meat can increase the level of an awakened profession. Jiangyu disregarded others' opinions, walked down, and hugged a pure-looking boy before returning to her seat. When Xiao Miao Miao saw Jiangyu return, she glanced at the boy in her arms, then looked at the gazes coming from the crowd, awkwardly retreating to the side. Jiangyu was immediately dissatisfied, reaching out to grab Xiao Miao Miao. "Miao Miao, why are you hiding?" Xiao Miao Miao's face turned pale instantly. She struggled to break free from Jiangyu's chubby hand. Awkwardly smiling, "Nothing, nothing." Jiangyu wanted to grab her again, but unexpectedly, a lightning bolt struck, causing her to yelp in pain. "Don't use your pig hands to touch my Miao Miao." The newcomer was Reno, the S-level profession, Thunder Knight, holder, and also one of Xiao Miao Miao's pursuers. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the boy in Jiangyu's arms quickly slipped away. Jiangyu looked at the boy and muttered something, then faced Reno head-on. "What do you mean you're Miao Miao? I'm Miao Miao's best friend. Can't I even hold Miao Miao's hand?" Reno's face instantly darkened. Infinite lightning power swirling in his hands, as if he was about to turn Jiangyu to ashes the next moment. The surrounding students felt the violent lightning elements and quickly distanced themselves. "I'll say it again. Don't use your pig hands to touch my Miao Miao." Reno was furious, wishing he could kill Jiangyu on the spot. Seeing that Reno was serious, Jiangyu immediately shrank back, begging for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. I want to touch her again, okay?" Reno nodded slightly, the lightning in his hand dissipating. Xiao Miao Miao sighed in relief, but unexpectedly, just as one wave settled, another rose. A large hand grabbed her hand. "What are you doing here?" The newcomer was Gu Mingyuan, who was very close to Xiao Miao Miao, faintly able to smell her perfume. From a bystander's perspective, their posture seemed very ambiguous, like a couple in love. Oh, you're not allowed to touch her. Your Miao Miao is going to be taken away." Jiangyu immediately took pleasure in their misfortune. The air stilled, and the violent lightning elements coalesced into a spear in Reno's hand. "Let go of Miao Miao. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Reno aimed the spear directly at Gu Mingyuan's throat, seemingly ready to fight to the death. Gu Mingyuan replied indifferently, "You have the ability to kill me?" Reno's eyes turned red instantly. A dragon has a reverse scale. Touching it means death or injury. Xiao Miao Miao was Reno's reverse scale. He wouldn't allow anyone to take advantage of Xiao Miao Miao, not even himself. "Beast, die for me." Reno thrust the spear towards Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan smirked coldly, lightly tapping the spear's tip with his finger, instantly breaking Reno's momentum, sending him flying back at a faster speed. Bang! Reno crashed into the school wall, creating a large hole. Soon, student volunteers and some mentors arrived to carry Reno away. "Hello, could you tell us what just happened? Can you come with us?" A student volunteer approached Gu Mingyuan and asked. Gu Mingyuan replied, "I was just acting in self-defense. I'm not convenient right now. I have to attend the awakening ceremony." The student volunteer wanted to say something, but Xiao Miao Miao preemptively said, "It was Reno who attacked out of nowhere. I can testify." The student volunteer was taken aback. He initially thought Gu Mingyuan was harassing Xiao Miao Miao, So Reno acted, but he didn't expect the victim to speak up for Gu Mingyuan. Just then, the awakening mentor's voice rang out. Next, Gu Mingyuan. Before the student volunteer could react, Gu Mingyuan was already on stage. The awakening mentor looked at Gu Mingyuan. To be honest, she had already remembered this student because he had awakened here for 3 full years without success. The Shengwu Professional Academy is divided into high school and university. Gu Mingyuan attended high school here, but had not awakened a profession, almost missing out on university. Place your hand on the awakening stone. Gu Mingyuan complied, simultaneously taking out a profession advancement stone from his storage space, hiding it in his palm to prevent others from noticing. Wow, what did I just see? ISNT, that Gu Mingyuan? How dare he? A waste who has failed to awaken a profession for 3 years actually went up to participate in the awakening ceremony? I think one should be self-aware. So he is not human. However, the next moment, a yellow beam of light shot up into the sky, slapping everyone in the face. Could it be the legendary A-level profession? The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. Why can this waste awaken such a powerful profession like a tank? While I only have D-level. Don't worry, although our awakened professions are not as good as theirs, we can obtain powerful professions through job transfer. Before they finished speaking, the yellow beam disappeared, and a red beam shot up to the clouds. Instantly, everyone was stunned because they all understood what a red profession represented. If A-level professions are 1 in a million, S-level professions are about 1 in an entire high school. However, it wasn't over. The red beam disappeared again, turning into an orange beam. Mom, my eyes are blind. I actually saw the legendary SS-level profession. No, you're not blind. That waste. No. Our comrade has awakened an SS-level profession. This is our shared glory. Currently, our school has a total of 9 SS-level talents. If we count this one, our school will have 10. I feel like we can walk sideways in the future. Chapter 32. Jiang Qingqing's current situation, however, before everyone could rejoice. The orange pillar of light on the awakening stone disappeared in an instant, replaced by flickering white lights. The awakening mentor was momentarily stunned, and after regaining composure, announced, Gu Mingyuan, awakened as a D-level profession. Suddenly, everyone started booing. What a false alarm. I thought our school would produce another SS-level professional. Oof. All talk and no action. Gu Mingyuan is nothing special. Now that he has awakened a profession, does that mean he is considered a professional? The discussions among the crowd had no effect on Gu Mingyuan. He smiled gently, seemingly pitying their ignorance. At the moment he awakened to SS level, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Detected host has awakened SS level profession. Does the host wish to hide it? Hide. Gu Mingyuan clenched his fists, feeling the immense power coursing through his body, his excitement soaring. Name, Gu Mingyuan LV14. Profession, Nightmare Creator, HP, 100, Strength, 112, Speed, 24. 5. Stamina, 340. Defense, 32. Mental, 16. Rage, 21. Equipment, Blood-Sucking Scythe, Focus Pearl, Heart Guard Mirror. Due to the profession upgrade, Gu Mingyuan naturally skipped a job transfer quest. The experience from the experience pool flooded into his body, allowing him to break through to level 14 in one go. Moreover, his profession changed to the SS level, Nightmare Creator. Generally, a person's profession level does not change after a job transfer. To enhance the profession level, one must obtain treasures like profession upgrade stones. Gu Mingyuan and Xiao Miao sat together, chatting casually. During the conversation, Renault returned and made a harsh remark, only to be taken away by the enforcement mentor. In dormitory 6201, ma sus loli woke up. So comfortable. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. Ma Su yawned and suddenly remembered something he seemed to have forgotten. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed that today was the day his boss awakened, and he actually forgot. Immediately, he jumped out of bed and rushed to the playground, spotting Gu Mingyuan sitting next to Xiao Miao. He ran over and asked, "Boss, did you awaken successfully?" Although he said this, he didn't have high hopes for Gu Mingyuan, as he had failed to awaken a profession for 3 whole years. However, as long as the boss was happy, what did it matter if he held the awakening ceremony every year? Successfully. Masu forstas mind. patted Gu Mingyuan on the shoulder, and said, "It's okay if you didn't succeed." Suddenly, he realized something was off. Succeed. Succeeded? Yeah, that's great. I knew you could do it, boss. Monantai sununtai kunshidil minuanes mailder enthusiastically. Gu Mingyuan was speechless. If he didn't know this guy's character, he would suspect that his 3 years of awakening failures were somehow caused by him. Who is this? Ma Su glanced at Xiao Miao Miao beside Gu Mingyuan, feeling she looked somewhat familiar. "Uncle, I'm Xiao Miao Miao." Ma Su remembered that he had seen her before at the Blood-type Tavern, but her addressing him as uncle annoyed him. "I'm only 18 this year. You should call me brother." Xiao Miao Miao pouted and retorted, "Uncle, remember to shave your beard next time before trying to deceive me." Ma Su touched the stubble on his chin and suddenly realized that over the years, he had spent most of his time in the dormitory and hadn't trimmed his beard much. So, his appearance was similar to that of an average middle-aged man. Ahem. Gu Mingyuan interrupted them. "Ma Su, how's Jiang Qingqing doing?" Ma Su smiled awkwardly and said, "Boss, I slept the whole day in the dormitory and forgot about this matter." Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes, then picked up his phone and personally dialed the number he hadn't called in years. Soon, the call was answered, and a pure female voice came from the phone. "Hello? May I ask who you are?" "Gu Mingyuan." The voice on the other end was clearly stunned, but a reprimanding voice pulled her back to reality. "Dr. Jiang, what are you doing? The patients are still waiting for you." "Oh, okay." Gu Mingyuan's call was abruptly hung up, indicating that Jiang Qingqing was still at work. Xiao Miao Miao, hearing the voice, felt it was somewhat familiar and asked, "Was that just now? Jiang Qingqing?" Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly. Xiao Miao Miao was suddenly excited. "Are you friends with Jiang Qingqing?" "What does that matter?" The original owner had been a devoted admirer for 3 years and knew little about Jiang Qingqing. Ma Su had been in the dormitory, depressed for 3 years, and was no more informed about the outside world than Gu Mingyuan. They could only rely on Xiao Miao Miao to gather some news about Jiang Qingqing. Sister Jiang is the pride of our Shengwu Professional Academy, although she is only a second-tier professional due to her exceptional medical skills. She was exceptionally recruited as a part-time physician by the Central Hospital, responsible for treating patients' injuries. Her reputation has been excellent over the years. Gu Mingyuan nodded gently and asked, "From what you're saying, with her qualifications, she could easily join a regular adventure team for quests. Why did she choose to join the Central Hospital?" Xiao Miao Miao frowned and whispered, "According to rumors, Jiang Qingqing was once an adventurer, but for some reason, that adventure team disbanded. Later, Su Fengyan from the Su family wanted to recruit her, but for some unknown reason, she rejected all requests from adventure teams and chose to join the Central Hospital." Gu Mingyuan's fists tightened, a tremendous force vibrating in the air. Ma Su's eyes reddened, wishing he could immediately take down Su Fengyan. Anyone could see that Su Fengyan was clearly using coercion and temptation. Gu Mingyuan said in a deep voice, "Do you know who Su Fengyan is?" Su Fengyan is the second son of the Su family. He has a brother named Su Qing, who is said to be participating in this dungeon as well. He himself is a graduate of our school and currently serves as a team leader in the Demon Hunter Mercenary Corps. Gu Mingyuan nodded and said, "We have some matters to attend to. Let's head back." After saying that, he took Ma Su and left, to avoid arousing suspicion. They first returned to the dormitory, and then took a shortcut to leave the school. Chapter 33 Attack on the Demon Hunter Mercenary Group. At this moment, 2 people wearing baseball caps were sitting in a van, with Gu Mingyuan driving. "Ma Su, what are you doing here?" Gu Mingyuan asked. "That bastard is forcing Jiang Qingqing." "Naturally, I'm going to kill him," Ma Su replied. According to online information, Su Fengyan has at least the combat power of a 4-turn class. "And you're only a 2-turn. You'd just be a burden if you went," Gu Mingyuan retorted. Ma Su gritted his teeth, anger evident on his face. "Boss, even though I can't beat him, I can deal with his lackeys." "All right," Gu Mingyuan nodded. "Bring Chu Lao and the others over too. More people means more strength." At this time, inside the Demon Hunter Mercenary Group, Su Fengyan had just finished a mission and was lying in bed resting. "Captain, has that old fox given us the reward yet?" asked a slender, handsome man. Hee. Su Fengyan chuckled self-deprecatingly. "That thing is invaluable to professionals. How could that old fox let go so easily?" "Xiao Qi, don't overthink it. Just rest well and recharge." "Oh, Li Qi nodded, suddenly thinking of Jiang Qingqing, and asked, Captain, has Jiang Qingqing still not agreed to join us? Su Fingyan pondered for a moment and said, I really don't know what is so good about that woman that makes you like her so much. She has excellent medical skills. It's rumored that she once saved a 5-turn professional all by herself. But it's been almost 3 years, and you've written her so many letters without getting even one reply. Why not give up on her? I think you is pretty good. How about letting her join us? Su Fingyan's face darkened, and he scolded, Don't mention her. Li Qi chuckled awkwardly. All right, I won't mention it. Boss, you were just holding a grudge. Yu's full name was Jiang Xiangyu, an S-class priest. Although her healing effects couldn't compare to Jiang Qingqing, it was more than enough for a low-tier team. Su Fingyan had once intended to recruit her, but didn't expect her to have a domineering sister who demanded 3,000 meters for her release upon meeting. Therefore, the healing support position in Su Fingyan's team had always been vacant. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Hello, your takeaway. The door isn't locked. Come in, Li Qi said, feeling puzzled since neither he nor the captain had ordered takeout. Could it be that the delivery guy went to the wrong place? Su Fingyan, as the captain, thought more deeply, this isn't good. Just as his voice fell, the door opened, and a blazing fireball shot inside. Instantly, a raging fire broke out in the room. The fire alarm rang at that moment, and everyone in the Demon Hunter mercenary group realized they were under attack. Boss, did we succeed? Gu Mingyuan and his group quickly retreated to the van after the explosion. Otherwise, they would have been caught red-handed. Gu Mingyuan sighed. That young man was blown to pieces, but Su Fingyan only sustained minor injuries. How did they survive in that intense fire? Masu was puzzled, as Chu Tianping's fireball technique reached temperatures of at least 10,000 degrees, which would instantly vaporize even metal. Gu Mingyuan sighed and pointed to the sky, saying, Su Fingyan grabbed that young man and flew into the sky the moment the explosion occurred. If it weren't for the young man's relatively low level, he would have even been injured. Masu nodded and said, they were lucky. Gu Mingyuan replied, Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Our city's Demon Hunter mercenary group has reportedly been attacked by cultists. The attack resulted in 1 person seriously injured, 1 person lightly injured, and 0 deaths. The police are currently investigating. The next day, this incident made headlines, with various media outlets rushing to report it, temporarily overshadowing Gu Mingyuan's fame. At this time, Masu and Gu Mingyuan were having a meal with Jiang Qingqing at a restaurant. Are you saying that the commotion last night was caused by you? Jiang Qingqing paused her actions, staring with wide eyes in disbelief. Shu, keep your voice down. Ma-Su looked around and, noticing no one was paying attention, allowed a sigh of relief. I heard Li Qi seems to be seriously injured and lost an arm. Su Fingyan will probably go mad. Ha! Jiang Qingqing said, bursting into laughter, looking as if she had avenged a great grievance. Seeing you laugh so happily, did that Su Fingyan provoke you? Gu Mingyuan asked. Jiang Qingqing stared out the window in a daze and sighed after a while. 3 years ago, we went our separate ways. That same year, I joined another adventure team. And later, due to my excellent healing abilities, my reputation grew. Su Fingyan secretly eliminated all the adventure teams that dared to reach out to me to win me over. If it weren't for a fish that slipped through the net escaping from Su Fingyan's hands, I would still be in the dark. Bang! Masu's fist slammed down on the table. That Su Fingyan is truly despicable. He wants to recruit you, but resorts to attacking those around you. Gu Mingyuan nodded and continued. Is that why you joined Central Hospital? Jiang Qingqing nodded, although I can't enter the dungeons. I can see the scenes in those dungeons through the patients. At this point, a wave of sadness surged in her heart, and 2 glistening tears welled up in her eyes. Gu Mingyuan comforted her. All right, don't cry. Do you still want to enter the dungeons? I do. Jiang Qingqing hesitated. Aren't you afraid of Su Fingyan? Ma-Su scolded. What is there to be afraid of? Sooner or later, I'll dig up his ancestral grave. Hee. Jiang Qingqing chuckled lightly. If your team is short on people, I'm ready to join at any time. Gu Mingyuan slightly nodded just in time. Our team is lacking a healer. Captain Good. Jiang Qingqing excitedly saluted Gu Mingyuan. When are we going into the dungeons? No rush. Let us wait a bit. Tianlei War God.'s mansion. What? Heavenly War God looked at his daughter, who was in tears, and an unnamed anger rose in his heart. That Gu Mingyuan is truly audacious. I kindly let him go, and he actually dared to humiliate my daughter. Dad, that video is going viral in the school forum. Xiao Miaohan cried. Next to her, Jiang Meilin also angrily said, that bastard dares to bully my daughter. He is asking for trouble. Xiao Miao yawned, looking indifferent. Tianlei looked at his useless second daughter, and an unnamed anger rose in his heart. Your sister was bullied by an outsider, and you're acting so indifferent? Xiao Miao pouted and muttered. Isn't she asking for it? Her voice was not loud, but as a seven-turn expert, the Xiao couple heard her clearly. Chapter 34 Revenge of the Xiao family. Jiang Meilin was instantly filled with rage, running over to slap Xiao Miao hard. You little jinx. Go back to your room and reflect. Xiao Tianlei let out a cold snort, tacitly agreeing to the punishment. Xiao Miao returned to her room with tears of grievance, continuously cursing Jiang Meilin, that old woman, in her heart. Staying in her room, Xiao Miao recorded the plan to eliminate Gu Mingyuan word for word and then forwarded it to Gu Mingyuan. Brother-in-law, I help you again, making a face. JPG. Gu Mingyuan, who was walking on the street, felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and found a message from Xiao Miao, smiling slightly. He casually found an excuse to say goodbye to Jiang Qingqing, then turned left and right, arriving at a small alley. Masu puzzled asked boss, why did you bring me here? Gu Mingyuan did not answer him, but instead looked at the shadow behind him. You've been following for so long. Why don't you show yourself? Masu was startled and suddenly looked at his own shadow. At that moment, his shadow began to twist and deform, gradually turning into a figure shrouded in darkness. Following that, shadows surrounded them from all directions. Hey. The leading shadow sneered, emitting a voice that was neither male nor female. Kid, how did you find us? Gu Mingyuan coldly snorted, don't worry about how I found you. Just know that next year on this day will be your funeral. After saying that, he immediately charged at the shadow, and at the same time, the shadow's weakness was revealed under his talent. Class, Shadow Demon, Shadow Wuqian LV72, 99 HP weakness insight. Once a big shot who operated in both the black and white markets. Now is converted to the Heavenly War Goddess estate. Left eye injured. If attacked, can cause 2 to 7 times critical damage. Gu Mingyuan pulled out a bag of poison powder he had prepared from his storage space and sprinkled it towards Shadow Wutian's head. Shadow Wutian coldly snorted, his body dispersing like flowing water, avoiding Gu Mingyuan's attack, then reassembling not far away. Kid, is this all you've got? Shadow Wutian mocked. Is it? Shadow Wutian suddenly felt something was wrong as he saw poison powder appearing around him, exactly the same as what Gu Mingyuan had just used. Not good. Shadow Wutian vanished into a shadow again. When he reassembled, he found that the surrounding poison powder had increased rather than decreased. Useless. It won't matter where you escape to. Kid, what kind of trick is this? Shadow Wutian was increasingly alarmed as he realized he couldn't shake off the poison powder. Gu Mingyuan certainly wouldn't tell him that this was due to one of his SS-class profession skills, Nightmare Creator. Skill, turning fake into real description. Based on the target's fear level of the caster, it manifests 0, 0, 1, minus 90 of the target's inner fears. Although Shadow Wutian didn't know Gu Mingyuan's profession and skills, he understood that the longer this dragged on, the worse it would be for him. So he decisively launched an attack. In an instant, an extremely cold aura locked onto Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan smiled slightly, his blood surging, and a sound like frying beans came from his dantian. He then threw a powerful punch towards the northeast. Coincidentally, Shadow Wutian happened to be in that position. This punch carried immense force. If it hit Shadow Wutian, he would either die or be severely injured. Shadow Wutian felt the terrifying pressure from Gu Mingyuan and tried to dodge, but it was too late. He could only frantically summon shadows to block in front of him, acting as a shield. Even so, he was still knocked back by Gu Mingyuan, crashing heavily to the ground, and the shadow dispersed, revealing his true form. Cough, cough. Shadow Wutian coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and cursed, Kid, not bad strength. Thanks for the compliment. Gu Mingyuan replied, raising his fist again and charging at Shadow Wutian. Shadow Wutian laughed, But that is not enough. After saying that, countless shadows enveloped him, forming a black sphere. Gu Mingyuan's fist struck the sphere, but couldn't shake it at all. Seeing that a strong attack wouldn't work, Gu Mingyuan immediately steadied himself, quietly observing the changes in the black sphere. Soon, the black sphere dissipated, revealing rows of shadow soldiers armed with cold weapons. These shadow soldiers had significantly higher attributes than the previous ordinary shadows. Green class, shadow sword and shield soldier weakness insight. A single sword and shield soldier poses no threat, but they're dangerous in groups. Green class, shadow spearman weakness insight. A single spearman poses no threat, but they are dangerous in groups. Green class, shadow archer weakness insight. A single archer poses no threat, but they are dangerous in groups. Gu Mingyuan died. With a command from Shadow Wutian, all the shadow soldiers attacked Gu Mingyuan. Damn it! Gu Mingyuan dodged desperately but still suffered significant injuries, and at this point his health bar had dropped to 51. Gu Mingyuan, you never thought you would die in my hands, did you? Shadow Wutian laughed triumphantly. I admit. Your journey to today is due to a bit of luck and a bit of strength, but today your luck has run out. Gu Mingyuan ignored Shadow Wutian, secretly searching for his traces. He had underestimated his opponent this time. If he had dragged Shadow Wutian into the dream realm at the first moment he was injured, the subsequent matters would have been much easier. While dodging, he secretly notified Chu Tianpeng to come. Shadow Wutian seemed to see through Gu Mingyuan's intentions and laughed. Are you waiting for that old geezer? To tell you the truth, he has already been stopped by our people. Gu Mingyuan's heart sank. His biggest trump card now was Chu Tianpeng. If he couldn't come to rescue him, he truly had no way out. The shadow soldiers were fearless and had no thoughts of their own. His professional skills were completely useless against them. Gu Mingyuan realized he was trapped in a dead end. Barring any accidents, he might really die here. Suddenly, a cat's meow sounded. An inspiration struck Gu Mingyuan's mind, and he immediately activated the skill as in a dream. In an instant, all the small animals within 100 miles entered the dream he wove. Then, he activated the skill, manipulation, and these cats and dogs immediately ran toward Gu Mingyuan, including some mutated beasts. Gu Mingyuan, what have you done? By the time Shadow Wutian noticed, it was too late. The mutated beasts led the cats and dogs to attack his shadow army madly, momentarily separating the battlefield and giving Gu Mingyuan a brief moment to breathe. Chapter 35. Su Fengyin arrives. The mutated cats and dogs were not a concern, but the presence of mutated beasts hidden among the beast horde was what troubled Wutian. As the commotion grew louder and he couldn't do anything about Gu Mingyuan for the time being, he began to consider pushing him away. At that moment, a sharp eagle cry echoed from the sky. Both Wutian and Gu Mingyuan looked up to see a figure appearing in the sky. Gu Mingyuan's pupils contracted sharply, for the figure was none other than Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin's figure slowly descended, his piercing gaze fixed on Gu Mingyuan, and his thin lips parted. I thought that little mouse would hide after committing the crime, but I didn't expect to catch him so easily. The little mouse he referred to was, of course, the one who had ambushed the Demon Hunter mercenary group that night. Gu Mingyuan's expression darkened, but he maintained his composure and said, "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Su Fengyin chuckled lightly and said, "I have tracking skills. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will catch you." Damn! Gu Mingyuan cursed inwardly. In his moment of rage, he had forgotten that Su Fengyin's profession was God Envoy, which allowed him to track enemies by their scent and possessed formidable combat abilities, placing him among the stronger types within S-class professions. So what if you come? The noise here has already attracted the authorities' attention. Are you stalling for time? So what if you are? Gu Mingyuan replied defiantly, "You might as well take a look. Does anyone often come this way?" Gu Mingyuan was startled to realize that the police had intentionally avoided this area during their search. This was one of Su Fengyin's skills, hunting domain. Skill, blue level, hunting domain description, can be cast over a 10-mile radius. Once the hunting domain is formed, all living beings will subconsciously ignore events happening within this area. Your domain is indeed impressive, but there are also many experts among the police. Someone will eventually see through it. Gu Mingyuan retorted. Then why hasn't anyone come yet? Su Fengyan Gao De. Gu Mingyuan was taken aback. He suddenly recalled a rumor. Su Fengyan's cousin was employed at the police station, and it was said that he held a significant position. It was possible that he was shielding Su Fengyan. Indeed, Su Fengyan's ability to act recklessly in Wangjing City was largely due to this familial connection. Even the Tianlai War God Mansion had to give him some face. Have you rested enough? Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly and activated entering dreams again. Su Fengyan flapped his wings to dodge, entering dreams, then flapped his wings again. And in the next moment, a flurry of feathers swept toward Gu Mingyuan like arrows. Ying Wutian was not idle either. He commanded some spearmen to break through the beast horde's obstruction and charge toward Gu Mingyuan. In an instant, Gu Mingyuan found himself besieged. Gu Mingyuan could only choose to dodge the more threatening feathers, but he was still pierced through by a spearman, leaving him feeling cold all over. Critical hit, minus 10 HP. Critical hit, minus 11 HP. Critical hit, minus 9 HP. Gu Mingyuan's health bar plummeted by more than half in an instant. If it weren't for the heart protector mirror he had equipped, he might have already met his end. Seeing that his attack had missed, Su Fengyan began to gather his wings again, preparing for a second strike. Ying Wutian, feeling triumphant, licked his lips and said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to offend Su Shao. You're doomed today." He commanded the shadow soldiers to break through the beast horde's encirclement and charge at Gu Mingyuan. A dead end, a true dead end. Gu Mingyuan had reached the end of his rope. Not only was his body at its limit, but his strongest subordinate, Chu Tianpeng, had also been intercepted. He looked at the rain of arrows and the shadow soldiers behind him, closed his eyes, seemingly accepting the arrival of death. At that moment, a gentle female voice whispered in his ear, "Little licking dog, don't give up." Gu Mingyuan opened his eyes to see a stunning figure appear before him, blocking all attacks. "Who are you?" Gu Mingyuan asked in confusion, feeling not joy at being saved, but rather a deeper frown forming. "Class, Shadow Scout, Feng Yuan LV 100. 100 HP weakness insight, extremely strong in speed and stealth. If her true form is found, she can be matched in power." Feng Yuan smiled and said, "My name is Feng Yuan, an envoy of the War God Alliance. I happened to pass by and saw a little licking dog being bullied, so I came to uphold justice." Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, "Little licking dog? Who are you calling that?" However, he feigned gratitude and said, "I am Gu Mingyuan. If you can save me, I will surely repay you in the future. Let's not talk about that." Feng Yuan interrupted, looking at Su Fengyan in the sky, and called out, "Hey, Birdman, this matter is now under my control. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and leave." Su Fengyan narrowed his eyes. He hated being called Birdman more than anything. If an ordinary person dared to call him that, he would have long since torn them to shreds. However, the person before him was a peak 4-turn powerhouse. He took a deep breath to calm himself and advised, "He injured my brother lightly. You can leave today, but he cannot." His words were filled with malice and resentment, enough to scare off anyone with a weak mind. Feng Yuan didn't care about that. She gathered energy in her hands and coldly said, "Is the second young master of the Su family trying to give face, but not accept it?" Su Fengyan glanced at Ying Wutian, his eyes flashing with urgency. "How about we join forces?" Although Ying Wutian was a 4-turn powerhouse, there were still differences among 4-turns. He had broken through to 4 turns through dark arts, and his potential had long been exhausted. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to take down Gu Mingyuan. A mere 2-turn. Although Ying Wutian wanted to complete the mission for the war god of Tianlai, he valued his own life even more. For a moment, the scene became deadlocked. Su Fengyan gritted his teeth, flapped his wings, and charged at Feng Yuan. Seeing Su Fengyan attack, Ying Wutian no longer hesitated and manipulated the shadows to charge forward as well. "Oof." Feng Yuan coldly snorted, splitting the energy in her hand into 2 and throwing it at the 2. In the next moment, the energy exploded, sending Ying Wutian flying backward, crashing into the wall, and knocking him unconscious. Su Fengyan wrapped himself in his wings, sustaining only light injuries, but his wings were tattered, and one was even broken. Su Fengyan staggered up from the ground, feeling a headache from the shock. "Sister, how about we negotiate? What do you need to leave?" After witnessing Feng Yuan's strength, Su Fengyan decided to take a softer approach since hard tactics were not working. Feng Yuan chuckled lightly and said, "Little handsome guy, you're quite humorous. As I said, I've taken charge of this matter." Chapter 36. God of War Alliance. Feng Yuan squinted slightly. It seemed that his sister had no intention of showing gratitude. After speaking, a crystal suddenly appeared in his hand, which he crushed. Immediately, a yellow energy body appeared in the purple crystal. Red level, Earth God Fragment LV-150. 100 Weakness Insight. This fragment is ancient, with holes on its forehead, left forearm, and philtrum. Attacking can cause 4 to 7 times critical damage. After the Earth God Phantom was summoned, it let out a roar. This sound carried the power of the Earth God, causing Gu Mingyuan to spit blood again. Sonic attack, minus 12 HP. If this sonic wave continued for a while longer, Gu Mingyuan might completely lose his composure. Even the fourth-turn powerhouse Feng Yuan was not feeling well, gathering energy in her ears to minimize the attack. Su Fengyin looked at the Earth God Phantom in front of him, showing a crazy expression. "You forced my hand." Ha ha. He had originally planned to use this killing move as a trump card for survival, but now he had to use it early to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan looked at the Earth God Phantom in front of her, and instead of feeling scared, she mocked. "Su Fengyin, if this is all you have, I advise you to surrender obediently." Oof. Su Fengyin coldly snorted, "You shameless woman. I'm looking forward to seeing you kneeling on the ground soon." As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth God Phantom quickly attacked, transforming into a series of afterimages, charging towards Feng Yuan. Boom! The Earth God Phantom collided with the ground, stirring up layers of dust. When the dust settled, Feng Yuan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Su Fengyin immediately activated his reconnaissance talent, frowning slightly. He actually found no trace of her. Even Gu Mingyuan had disappeared. Su Fengyin, unwilling to believe it, ordered the Earth God Phantom to bombard the area with sonic attacks. Soon, with the help of the Earth God Phantom, Su Fengyin discovered a flaw 100 meters to the southeast. Su Fengyin was overjoyed and commanded the Earth God Phantom to attack that spot frantically. The Earth God Phantom bombarded for a full 5 minutes before Su Fengyin arrived, only to find that the spot was actually a dummy prop. Not good. By the time Su Fengyin reacted, it was too late. Gu Mingyuan and Feng Yuan appeared behind him, and Gu Mingyuan immediately activated the Dream Invasion skill. Su Fengyin was hit by a mental attack, falling into a momentary daze. Feng Yuan seized the opportunity, gathering energy and crashing into Su Fengyin's chest. Su Fengyin was sent flying, falling to the ground in pain, nearly fainting, and was unable to command the Earth God Phantom. Gu Mingyuan, worried that Su Fengyin would come back for revenge, quickly said, "Sister, attack the left forearm of the Earth God Phantom. That's its weak point." Feng Yuan nodded and unleashed a powerful attack on the Earth God Phantom. Critical hit, minus 14 HP. Critical hit, minus 14 HP. Critical hit, minus 14 HP. After a continuous 8 hits, the Earth God Phantom finally dissipated. When Su Fengyin awakened, the battle was already decided. He pulled out a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, wanting to escape, but Feng Yuan completely denied him this opportunity, directly shattering the talisman and taking him away. Sister is taking this person back to the God of War Alliance for judgment. For a short time, he should not trouble you. After Feng Yuan dropped this sentence, she disappeared into the night. Gu Mingyuan said loudly, "Thank you, sister." He didn't know if Feng Yuan heard him, but at least his gratitude was conveyed. Then, Gu Mingyuan collapsed on the ground and lost consciousness. When Gu Mingyuan woke up again, he found himself in a hospital room at Central Hospital, with Ma Su and Zhang Yuran sitting beside him. Gu Mingyuan struggled to sit up and looked at Ma Su, lowering his voice to ask, "Last night." Ma Su instantly understood and whispered, "Ing Wuqian has been captured, facing multiple charges. He shouldn't get out. As for Su Fengyin, I heard he has connections in the God of War Alliance and was only sentenced to 15 days. After hearing Ma Su's report, Gu Mingyuan nodded secretly, roughly piecing together the situation. Ing Wuqian had obviously become a discarded pawn. The real headache should be Su Fengyin. He was not only powerful and had countless trump cards, but also came from a prominent family with unimaginable connections. Such a talent was truly what troubled Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan's heart was filled with uncertainty. But when he thought of his former comrades being bullied, he felt that what he was doing was right. Ma Su, tell Jiang Qingqing to handle my discharge procedures. Ma Su's eyes widened instantly. Boss, your injuries. Gu Mingyuan immediately interrupted him, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Ma Su nodded and immediately went to find Jiang Qingqing to handle the discharge procedures. Zhang Yuran beside them opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Gu Mingyuan asked in confusion, Yuran, if you want to say something, just say it. Zhang Yuran looked around, her meaning clear. Gu Mingyuan nodded and said through voice transmission, Go ahead. Zhang Yuran nodded and also transmitted. I heard from my classmates that Su Jiao, the eldest of the Su family, has returned from the dungeon. Why don't you lay low for a while and avoid the spotlight? Hee hee. Gu Mingyuan sneered. If I leave, what will you do? Even if we all go into the dungeon, our family and friends will face endless retaliation. Zhang Yuran was stunned. Her family still had her mother. If Su Jiao really wanted to target her, what would happen to her mother? A resolute determination arose in Zhang Yuran's heart, and she said, Master, if you want to confront Su Jiao head-on, I support you, but next time, please take us with you. After saying that, a second-turn professional aura exploded from her. Gu Mingyuan nodded. It seems you secretly completed your job change during our time apart. Zhang Yuran nodded, shyly saying, I want to save my mother. I want to protect my master. After saying this, she hugged Gu Mingyuan on the hospital bed, kissed him on the forehead, then blushed and fled. Gu Mingyuan closed his eyes, savoring the softness on his forehead and the girl's fragrance. The tension in his spirit eased considerably at that moment. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Qingqing walked into the hospital room, looking at Gu Mingyuan, who was pretending to be asleep, and patted him. Gu Mingyuan opened his eyes, saw Jiang Qingqing had come, and asked, Dr. Jiang, can I be discharged? Jiang Qingqing nodded. Out of trust in her captain, she ultimately took the risk to issue Gu Mingyuan a discharge certificate, but still cautioned, although you can be discharged now, your injuries have not fully healed. If you feel uncomfortable, you must come to the hospital immediately. Chapter 37 Revenge, Dr. Jiang. Our big brother is also feeling unwell. Why haven't you gone to check on him? At that moment, a bald man entered the ward, glaring aggressively at Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing snorted coldly. Your captain can obviously get up and move around now. He insists on staying in the hospital. If I go over, what about the other patients who need me? The bald man, named Lai Guangtou, was a small-time thug in the area. The big brother he mentioned was named Jiang Wan, a notorious local boss who controlled 2 illegal businesses and 6 gray operations. Lai Guangtou didn't care about that. He reached out with his greasy hand as if to grab Jiang Qingqing. However, the next moment, Zhang Yuran's axe came crashing down on Lai Guangtou's arm. Lai Guangtou let out a piercing scream and quickly withdrew his hand, looking at Zhang Yuran and cursing, Where did this little bitch come from? Daring to hit me? Do you believe I can deal with you here? As he spoke, Lai Guangtou approached Zhang Yuran menacingly, even unbuckling his belt, seemingly serious. Zhang Yuran immediately felt a chill and, with a powerful kick, executed a no-progeny kick. Lai Guangtou howled in pain, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Help! Murder! Outside the ward, Lai Guangtou's underlings saw him fall and immediately panicked, shouting to call the police. Zhang Yuran glanced at them indifferently, allowing them to call the police. Her kick, while appearing fierce, was actually controlled. Lai Guangtou was merely unconscious, and his body was unharmed. 5 minutes later, the police arrived and took Zhang Yuran and Lai Guangtou away. However, the final outcome was surprising. Zhang Yuran was released for acting in self-defense, while Lai Guangtou was detained for 10 days for attempted sexual assault. Yuran, I didn't expect you to be so fierce. Can't tell at all. Outside the police station, Ma Su gave Zhang Yuran a thumbs up. Zhang Yuran shot him a sideways glance and coldly said, Don't call me Yuran. It's disgusting. Ma Su replied aggrieved. But the boss calls you that. Why can't I? Because I said so, it's really disgusting. Zhang Yuran pushed Gu Mingyuan and walked into a deserted alley. Thank you. After Gu Mingyuan finished speaking, he took out a small bowl of pink medicinal soup from his storage space and gulped it down. This soup was made from blood bodhi as the main ingredient, supplemented with ginseng, angelica, and other blood-activating, blood-replenishing herbs. making it even more effective than Jiang Qingqing's treatments. Name: Gu Mingyuan, LV-14, light injury. Occupation: nightmare creator. HP: 70, strength: 112/70, speed: 24. 5/17, stamina: 340/240, defense: 32/28, mental: 16/13, rage: 21, equipment: blood-sucking scythe, meditation pearl, heart-guarding mirror. After downing the soup, Gu Mingyuan's injuries healed significantly, leaving him to recuperate. You've worked hard. Gu Mingyuan stood up from his wheelchair, removed the bandages from his body, and walked out of the alley alongside Zhang Yuran. Outside the alley, Lai Guangtou's underlings were lurking around. Why are we not going in, just waiting here? Of course, because the boss hasn't given any orders. Come on. Big brother, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Are we just wasting time here? The small-time thugs chatted idly until Gu Mingyuan came out and fell silent. Gu Mingyuan's gaze swept over the thugs, landing on a high school thug with a black dragon tattoo. The high school thug was named Li Shi, originally named Tan Shi, and was sworn brothers with Li Qi. After becoming brothers, he changed his surname to Li. Li Shi was also sizing up Gu Mingyuan. He had just finished a previous task when he received a mission regarding Gu Mingyuan, prompting him to rush over. Hey, Li Shi greeted Gu Mingyuan. Are you Gu Mingyuan? Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly and asked, Who are you? A young second-tier peak. Why are you helping that scoundrel? I'm Li Shi, sworn brother of Li Qi. I heard recently that my brother was injured by you. Gu Mingyuan instantly understood and retorted, Tell your brother to quickly withdraw from Su Fengyan's team, or next time it won't just be an injury. Li Shi was not angry and looked at Zhang Yuran behind Gu Mingyuan, saying, If I remember correctly, that young lady behind you is called Zhang Yuran? A sense of unease rose in Zhang Yuran's heart, but she still steeled herself to respond, That's me. Ha ha ha. Li Shi laughed maniacally. You might not know, but our boss has already sent someone to invite your mother over as a guest. What? Zhang Yuran's face turned red instantly as she swung her axe toward Li Shi. However, Li Shi did not dodge, instead summoning a layer of earth armor around his body to withstand Zhang Yuran's attack. Zhang Yuran's class, Berserker, could amplify her strength tenfold, but due to the significant attribute gap, they ended up in a stalemate. Didn't he expect that, did you? Li Shi looked at Zhang Yuran, who was struggling, feeling ecstatic. His class was SS level, Heavenly Martial God. As long as his feet remained on the ground, he could double all his attributes. If he stood on the earth for a long time, he could slowly absorb the earth's essence to nurture his body and gain attribute points. Now, in terms of attributes alone, he was not inferior to any third-tier professional. Seeing that Zhang Yuran wanted to continue fighting, Gu Mingyuan quickly called for her to stop. Although we can't do anything to you, it seems you can't kill us either. Li Shi smirked, having anticipated the current situation. Have you forgotten Miss Zhang's mother? However, at that moment, one of his underlings reported, Brother Shi, that bitch Zhang Saixia has run away. Li Shi was shocked and turned to Gu Mingyuan, sneering. Didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. Likewise, Gu Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. After offending Su Fengyan, he had arranged Luo Yingxia to guard near Zhang Saixia's home. If anything happened, she would provide immediate support. It seemed this step was the right move. Seeing that he had lost his leverage for the time being, Li Shi signaled his underlings to attack. Gu Mingyuan swung his fists, taking down the front-line underlings one by one. However, these underlings were merely the vanguard. The real threat lay among the second-tier professionals in the group. In an instant, colorful energies bombarded Gu Mingyuan. These attacks didn't deal much damage, but they subtly aggravated Gu Mingyuan's internal injuries, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing Gu Mingyuan injured, Zhang Yuran split off her combat avatar, only to be struck down hard by Li Shi. Critical hit, -11. Her health bar dropped instantly. But using the momentum, she rushed to Gu Mingyuan's side. Are you okay? Do you need a rest? Zhang Yuran looked at Gu Mingyuan with concern. Chapter 38. Team 008. Gu Mingyuan shook his head, clenched his fist with one hand, and knocked away a rushing underling, saying it's fine. Just focus on dealing with Li Shi, don't overthink it. Zhang Yuran nodded, no longer paying attention to Gu Mingyuan, swinging her axe to knock away the surrounding underlings, then charging towards Li Shi again. Once Zhang Yuran moved further away, Gu Mingyuan immediately used the skill into the dream, forcibly controlling the low-spirited underlings' dreams, making them form a human wall to delay the attack of other underlings. At the same time, Gu Mingyuan took out a talisman and threw it towards the densely packed crowd. The talisman exploded upon contact with the crowd, and a large number of bright red characters floated above the underlings' heads. Injured, -5. Injured, -6. Injured, -4. However, that was not the end. After the explosion, the talisman left behind several 1-meter-tall paper soldiers, which charged towards the underlings. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate. On Li Shi's side, things were not going well either. His profession was Song Tian martial god, and although his combat power was extremely strong, he was being completely suppressed by Zhang Yuan. If he couldn't find a way to break the deadlock, when the police arrived, neither he nor his underlings would be able to escape. Thinking of this, a trace of fierce determination flashed in his eyes as he took out a broken mirror from his storage space, saying, "Too much." He then activated the mirror. This mirror, called Copying Mirror, could replicate any object, but the copied object could only exist for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the copied object would dissipate like foam. This mirror was a treasure Li Shi had found in an antique street, and he didn't know whose family heirloom it was. It only had 3 uses left, and he had already used it twice. After this use, the mirror would no longer exist. The Li Shi in the mirror began to twist, and then gradually morphed into a human shape, jumping out from the mirror, while the mirror shattered completely at that moment. Attacked together, Li Shi called to his mirrored clone and then launched a fierce attack toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan immediately felt immense pressure. Dealing with one, Li Shi was already her limit, and now she had to face his mirror clone as well. Soon, Zhang Yuan exposed a flaw, and Li Shi, with a clenched fist, struck hard at her waist. Zhang Yuan was sent flying, leaving a large hole in the wall. Li Shi gave Zhang Yuan no chance to catch her breath, and, along with the mirror clone, launched another attack. Zhang Yuan performed a flip and stood up, swinging her axe at the two of them. However, Li Shi's main body mysteriously disappeared, only to reappear behind her. In an instant, Zhang Yuan was attacked from both the front and back. Both Li Shi and the mirror clone attacked simultaneously, forcing Zhang Yuan to block the attack in front, while she could only endure Li Shi's attack from behind with her body. However, at that critical moment, Gu Mingyuan arrived beside Li Shi and slowly extended a fist towards him. This punch seemed slow, but in reality, it was extremely fast. Li Shi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he could only abandon his offensive and raise his arms to block. Boom! Li Shi was knocked away by Gu Mingyuan's punch, crashing to the ground and kicking up layers of dust. As the dust settled, Li Shi clumsily got up and looked around, realizing that all his underlings had retreated. And at the same time, the time for his mirror clone was almost up. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You're ruthless." With that, he fled to the northeast. Gu Mingyuan sneered. Just as he was about to chase, he was blocked by the mirror clone and had to give up. 5 minutes later, confirming that Li Shi had truly left, Gu Mingyuan could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. He was already injured, and that punch had seemingly been powerful, but it was actually a strike powered by secret methods that forced out his potential. Now his body could no longer endure, and he fell. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan hurriedly helped him up and placed him in a wheelchair, scolding, "Master, your body is not healed. How can you use such a powerful move?" Gu Mingyuan said lightly, "Isn't it because I saw you being bullied, and I felt sorry for you?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Gu Mingyuan to respond like this. Her heart warmed. "Master, you are so good to me." The commotion attracted the attention of the police, and soon, police cars arrived, surrounding the area tightly. All of Li Shi's underlings were arrested and interrogated, while Gu Mingyuan and Zhang Yuan were only asked a few questions before being released. After leaving the police station, Gu Mingyuan had Zhang Yuan take him to a suburban area. "Master, what are we doing here?" Zhang Yuan looked at the desolate suburb, and inappropriate images suddenly filled her mind. Hearing Zhang Yuan's tone, Gu Mingyuan knew she was thinking wrongly, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes, saying, "I want to find Team 008 to protect us. What are you thinking all day?" Zhang Yuan, seeing Gu Mingyuan's look of disappointment, smiled awkwardly, then asked curiously, "What is Team 008? Gu Mingyuan patiently explained, Team 008 is a national-level secret elite unit responsible for resisting the abyssal alien races and executing some secret missions. Although this unit is not well known in the outside world, its power is not weaker than that of the highest state authority. If this unit is willing to help Gu Mingyuan's team, no one in Wangjing City would dare to bully them. Little Gu? Gu Mingyuan and Zhang Yuran turned towards the voice and saw a middle-aged officer waving at Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan quickly responded, "Hello, Captain." The middle-aged officer, named He Hong, was Gu Mingyuan's former captain. Seeing Gu Mingyuan in a wheelchair, he frowned slightly and asked, "Little Gu, has someone bullied you?" Gu Mingyuan immediately shared his experiences over the years with He Hong, including the fall of the god of war Tianlei, the death of the god of war Jifeng, and their current situation. He Hong nodded and asked, "So you mean you want me to intervene and protect you?" Gu Mingyuan nodded, looking at He Hong with hopeful eyes. He Hong frowned, because Gu Mingyuan had already withdrawn from Team 008, and strictly speaking, he was no longer a member of Team 008. He had no obligation to use the unit's resources to help an outsider. He Hong sighed, "I'm sorry, I can't make that decision." Gu Mingyuan's heart sank. If He Hong was unwilling to protect them, his purpose for coming here would also fail. Seeing He Hong refuse, Zhang Yuran immediately became anxious. "Hey, old man, what do you mean? We came all this way to ask you for help, and this is your attitude?" He Hong, seeing Zhang Yuran scolding him, became furious. "Little girl, do you know what you're talking about?" he said as he swung a fist toward Zhang Yuran. This punch was merely a warning, so He Hong only used 1/1000th of his strength. However, Zhang Yuran was not willing to back down and also threw a punch, colliding with He Hong's fist. Chapter 39, the dormitory, exploded in an instant. A visible wave of energy spread between Zhang Yuran's two fists, and she didn't take a step back, surprisingly matching He Hong's strength. He Hong's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the inconspicuous girl behind Gu Mingyuan had such powerful punches. He immediately changed his tone and looked at Zhang Yuran. "Little girl, what's your name?" Zhang Yuran snorted coldly and did not answer. He Hong awkwardly turned to Gu Mingyuan and asked, "Xiao Gu, what is your relationship with her?" If it were the original host, upon hearing He Hong's words, she would have immediately revealed everything about Zhang Yuran to him. However, he was a time traveler from the 21st century, no longer comparable to that useless original host. Gu Mingyuan smiled slightly. "Commander He, I've already left the army, so we are not obligated to answer your questions." This sentence hit He Hong like a boomerang, striking him hard in the face. Damn brat. He Hong felt stuck. He couldn't advance or retreat. He thought to himself, "Let us negotiate a price. I want this little girl." Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not a human trafficker. What price should I negotiate?" He Hong's face instantly turned red, realizing the inappropriateness of his previous words. So he changed his tone. "You are part of our 008 unit, and, as your captain, I will definitely help you through your current difficulties. However, as a member of the 008 unit, if you find excellent recruits, you should also recommend them for enlistment." Gu Mingyuan silently complained. This old pervert, he just refused to agree, and now he agrees as soon as Zhang Yuran gives him a punch. But on the surface, he remained calm and said, "Although I am part of the 008 unit, I am not a human trafficker. I can only say that I will consider giving your contact information." He Hong was instantly furious, thinking, when did this little brat become so smart? He wasn't this clever when I was deceiving him before. "Comrade Gu Mingyuan, I really appreciate you informing me of her contact information. I will report honestly to the organization and reward you accordingly." Gu Mingyuan sneered inwardly. "Reward me? Are you trying to fool a kid? What I want is for you to protect us. You think a reward will dismiss me? No way. Commander, I don't need your reward. I just hope you remember me and treat me the same way you did in the unit." He Hong's face darkened instantly, secretly cursing the shameless brat. However, if he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to get the little girl's contact information. So he could only grit his teeth and agree. "All right, I agree." Seeing that He Hong agreed, Gu Mingyuan, fearing he would backtrack, quickly wrote down Zhang Yuran's contact information and handed it over. Then, he took Zhang Yuran and left the place. After returning to the school dormitory, Gu Mingyuan took a refreshing hot shower to relieve the fatigue of the past few days. However, what he didn't know was that after returning to her rented place, Zhang Yuran's phone was bombarded with calls from Yihong. Even if he knew, Gu Mingyuan wouldn't care because Zhang Yuran had already signed a slave contract with him, and without his consent, she would never agree to Yihong. After coming out of the bathroom, Ma Su curiously looked at Gu Mingyuan. "Boss, what were you and Yuran doing?" "Nothing, just met with my former leader in the suburbs." Ma Su's gossip spirit ignited instantly. "What leader? Is he high-ranking?" Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. "High-ranking, very high, and national-level official." Ma Su's eyes widened. "Really? Really? Idiot." Gu Mingyuan didn't want to talk to him, lay on the bed, and pulled out his phone to open King of Glory. Just as the game started, a soft male voice suddenly came from the door. "Hello, delivery. I didn't order any delivery?" Masu Said, in confusion. Gu Mingyuan sensed something was off. This scene felt familiar. Suddenly, a memory of that night, when he ambushed Su Fengyan, flashed through his mind. Wait, just as Ma Su was about to open the door, Gu Mingyuan pulled him back and leaped down from the dormitory building. Boom! A violent explosion occurred at the door of room 6201, affecting several other dormitories on the same floor. Ma Su and Gu Mingyuan laid down beside the green belt in front of the dormitory, watching the raging fire engulfing the building, feeling a lingering fear. "Boss, good thing you were clever. Otherwise, I wouldn't die, but would be crippled." Gu Mingyuan ignored him and looked at a sneaky figure. The figure noticed Gu Mingyuan staring at him and quickly sped up, disappearing into the crowd after a few evasive maneuvers. Chase. Gu Mingyuan was unwilling, so he took Ma Su and pursued the person. They followed him all the way to an intersection. Ma Su touched his nose. "Boss, which way should we go?" Gu Mingyuan, annoyed, rolled his eyes and activated the dream invasion skill, sending all nearby beasts to search for the person's whereabouts. Found it. Gu Mingyuan looked south, where a figure was hiding behind a utility pole. If one wasn't careful, they might not even notice. Seeing he was discovered, the person stopped hiding and walked towards the two with a strange laugh. At the same time, Gu Mingyuan also got a clear look at the person's appearance. He had a face with soft lines, skin as delicate as porcelain, as if he had never experienced the trials of time. His eyebrows were slender like willow leaves, and the slightly upward-turned corners of his eyes carried a hint of charm, with a deep and mesmerizing gaze, as if hiding endless secrets. He slowly approached Gu Mingyuan and said with a flirtatious smile, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Sha Baichuan." At the same time, his profession was revealed in insight. Class, Fox Girl, Sha Baichuan, LV24, 100 HP weakness insight, has a severe cleanliness obsession. If contaminated with dirt, combat power will drop sharply. After reading the introduction of his profession, Gu Mingyuan's mouth twitched slightly. "Dude, are you a guy or a girl?" Sha Baichuan said in a delicate voice. "Two smelly men. Can't even tell if I'm a guy or a girl." Ma Su couldn't hold back. "Bro, you're a big man. Why learn something bad? Why become a sissy? Look into my eyes." Sha Baichuan got angry and activated the skill, Charm. The next moment, pink hearts appeared in Ma Su's eyes. Immediately, Ma Su mimicked Sha Baichuan, raising his fingers like a flower, and said, "Sister, why are you out alone so late?" Gu Mingyuan shuddered because Ma Su's voice now sounded more delicate than some girls, making him feel disgusted, as if he had eaten 10 chicken intestines. Gu Mingyuan shook his head and quickly used the dream invasion skill to wake Ma Su up. "Boss, what just happened to me?" Ma Su had no recollection of what had just occurred. Chapter 40. Fox Lady kills Shibachuan. Gu Mingyuan suppressed his laughter and patiently explained. His profession is Fox Lady, and you were just controlled by his skill, Charm. Ma Su nodded and looked at Shibachuan, cursing, "You sissy, if you have the guts, don't use Charm. Let us have a real man-esque contest." Come on. Shibachuan made a provocative gesture and then charged towards Ma Su with a punch. However, just as his fist was about to hit Ma Su smiled. He had no intention of confronting Shibachuan head-on, as he was not a professional and clearly understood the physical gap between professionals and ordinary people. His goal was merely to provoke Shibachuan into a frontal attack, thus nullifying his greatest advantage. Oh no! By the time Shibachuan realized it, it was too late. Gu Mingyuan swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, straight toward Shibachuan's face, hitting him squarely. Shibachuan felt as if his face had been hit by a dump truck, with immense force causing his entire face to cave in. Boom! Shibachuan was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. But it wasn't over. Gu Mingyuan controlled the stray beast to swarm in, tearing at his clothes, some even defecating on his body. Shibachuan was furious. "You filthy rat. I will kill you." A red light flickered in Shibachuan's eyes, and he actually began to levitate in the air. His hair, dark as ink, floated wildly around him, resembling a real nine-tailed fox. Shibachuan let out a long howl, and 9 clusters of foxfire appeared, swirling around him. He pointed his arm, and the 9 clusters of foxfire shot towards Gu Mingyuan like sharp swords. Gu Mingyuan stared at the foxfire, his gaze sharpened, and grabbed Ma Su, running away at full speed. "Boss, it's a monster." Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and explained. "That's his skill. He can summon 9 clusters of foxfire, which are extremely powerful." "Boss, can't you command the beast horde? Why not let the block?" Gu Mingyuan was taken aback, and after realizing it, he was overjoyed. He could indeed have the stray cats and dogs use their bodies to block the foxfire. He quickly commanded the beast horde to stand in front of them. Soon, the 9 clusters of foxfire crashed into the cats and dogs, taking away some of their lives, but they were extinguished in the process. Gu Mingyuan turned to the weakened Shibachuan and mocked. "Your foxfire has been extinguished. What do you have left?" "Damn it." Shibachuan never expected that his proud foxfire would be blocked by a bunch of cats and dogs. Now he knew, but it was too late. The 9 clusters of foxfire had drained his mana. If Gu Mingyuan attacked now, he might not see the sun tomorrow. Thinking of this, he pulled out the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman that his captain had given him, wanting to leave. Gu Mingyuan was quick-witted and snatched it away. Looking at the talisman and feeling a sense of familiarity, suddenly recalling the scene of being ambushed by Su Fengyan that night, and asked, "Are you a member of Su Fengyan's team?" Shibachuan did not answer, but instead showed a guarded expression, as if brewing some big move. Gu Mingyuan put the talisman away, thinking it might come in handy later. "Do you think my strength is only this? Are you talking about your last skill, Phantom Clone?" Shibachuan was taken aback, not expecting Gu Mingyuan to know even his trump card. However, he had never tried it, and he still felt some reluctance. So the next moment his figure blurred, and 2 clones sprang out from his body. 3 Shibachuans attacked Gu Mingyuan at lightning speed. Gu Mingyuan sneered, completely ignoring the 3 Shibachuans, and instead threw a punch backward. Bang! Gu Mingyuan's fist made intimate contact with Shibachuan's body, and instantly, the 3 front clones dissipated like bubbles. Shibachuan's true body was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out blood. Gu Mingyuan did not give him a chance to catch his breath, closing in and delivering an uppercut, sending him flying into the air, then punching quickly at his stomach. After a full minute, Gu Mingyuan stopped when he saw that Shibachuan's health was down to 1. Gu Mingyuan stepped on Shibachuan's hand, looking down at him. "I'll ask a question, and you answer." "Got it." "Oomph." Shibachuan coldly snorted, "Just kill me." Gu Mingyuan's lips curled slightly. "I like tough guys like you." Saying that, he commanded a mutated cat to pounce on him, then start to defecate. Shibachuan was instantly dumbfounded, pleading repeatedly, "Wait, wait." Gu Mingyuan let the mutated cat move away, mocking, "What's wrong? Not going to continue?" Shibachuan's face turned extremely ugly. He didn't want to betray his captain, but he also didn't want to dirty his clothes, finding himself in a dilemma. Gu Mingyuan saw through his thoughts, thought for a moment, and said, "I know you don't want to betray. How about this? You do me a favor, and I'll let you go." "Deal." Shibachuan's eyes instantly lit up. Gu Mingyuan whispered to him for a moment. After Gu Mingyuan finished speaking, Shibachuan's face turned green. "Are you crazy?" Even Shibachuan thought Gu Mingyuan's plan wouldn't work. Gu Mingyuan's expression darkened, and at the same time, the cats and dogs beside Shibachuan began to whimper. "I agree." Shibachuan, fearing that the nearby beasts would come for him, hurriedly pleaded. Gu Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction, then took out an equal contract. "Sign it." Shibachuan glanced over it, found no issues, and signed his name. "Contract established. From now on, we are temporary allies." Gu Mingyuan patted Shibachuan's shoulder and said. Shibachuan shivered in pain. "Give me some medicine. If you don't let me die, I'll help you with whatever you need." Gu Mingyuan impatiently took out a bottle of life potion from his storage space. This is all I have. Shabachuan took the life potion and drank it all at once. His health returned to 10, but his state was still not optimistic. Shabachuan continued to look at Gu Mingyuan with hopeful eyes, his meaning clear. Gu Mingyuan rubbed his forehead. He had thought he found a henchman, but ended up with a father figure. However, thinking about needing Shabachuan to do things now, he reluctantly took out a few bottles of high-level life potions and handed them to him. Here, this is all I have. If it's not enough, go to the hospital and find a doctor. Shabachuan took the potions, thanked him, and then walked away. Ma Su, seeing Shabachuan walking far away, looked at Gu Mingyuan with curiosity and asked, "Boss, what were you just talking about?" Gu Mingyuan replied, "Nothing much. I just asked Shabachuan to burn down a club that Xiao Miaoyin opened in Wangjing City." Ma Su looked bewildered. If you remember correctly, the club Xiao Miaoyin opened was frequented by big shots all year round, with security forces comparable to the American White House. Chapter 41, the deal with Yihong. Why do you blow up someone else's club when you have nothing to do? Even if you blow one up, she could just open another one. This is what Ma Su couldn't understand the most. Gu Mingyuan smiled and said, "Xiao Miaoyin's club is filled with her followers and influential people from all walks of life. If this club is blown up, she will definitely go mad." Ma Su frowned and said, "If that's the case, then we would only be hurting ourselves while killing 1,000 enemies." Gu Mingyuan shook his head and fell silent. He couldn't tell Ma Su that his main god-level talent, Eye of Insight, had seen an important piece of information. Class, Illusionist, Xiao Miaohan LV30, 100 HP Weakness Insight, will meet Su Fingyan at Miaohan Club this weekend. If Sha Baichuan knew that their captain was going to meet Xiao Miaohan at that club, he might have wanted to die. However, Su Fingyan was cautious and hadn't mentioned this to anyone. So, this allowed Gu Mingyuan to take advantage of the situation. At this time, the Shengwu Vocational Academy was in chaos. Tang Long stood in front of Dormitory 6 smoking a cigarette, while the school leaders and teachers were calming the frightened students. Half of Wangjing City's police force was deployed, surrounding the school tightly. What was the source of the explosion? I don't know. I just remember a loud bang coming from the 6th floor, and then the whole teaching building caught fire. Countless students were taken away by the police for questioning, and it was eventually concluded that the source of the explosion was a modified military anti-tank mine. This mine exploded at the door of room 6201. "Hello, Principal Tang. Where are the students from room 6201 now?" Tang Long extinguished his cigarette and said, "The two of them have been missing since the explosion. Can you contact them?" Tang Long nodded and dialed Gu Mingyuan's number. At that moment, Gu Mingyuan and Ma Su had already found a hotel and were comfortably lying in bed playing games. Suddenly, Gu Mingyuan received a call from an unfamiliar number. Reluctantly, he answered, "Hello? I don't need financial advice. I didn't subscribe to a membership. I don't want an internal number." Cough, cough. Tang Long's voice came from the phone. Gu Mingyuan felt it sounded somewhat familiar and realized it was Principal Tang calling him, hurriedly saying, "Sorry, Principal. I thought it was a nuisance call." Tang Long, who had a very good temper, didn't mind and asked, "Where are you now?" "At the Orange Hotel. Our school caught fire, and the source of the fire is in front of your room, so the police want to ask you a few questions." Gu Mingyuan had anticipated this, so he took out the prepared statement. "Ma Su and I were originally sleeping, but in my dream, I heard the sound of a clock, and I felt something was off, so I took Ma Su and jumped from the 2nd floor. The next moment, the whole building exploded." Tang Long patiently listened and asked the nearby police officer, "Officer, do you have any other questions?" The police officer leaned close to the phone and asked, "Hello, student. I'm a criminal police officer from Wangjing City headquarters. I want to ask if you saw the appearance of the suspect." Gu Mingyuan was silent for a moment and said, "No." "Okay." The police officer ended the call and reported everything Gu Mingyuan had said to his superiors. After the call ended, Ma Su closed the game and asked, "Boss, what's going on now?" To be honest, he felt uneasy. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said, "The explosion in the dormitory has attracted the police's attention. Are we going to be arrested?" Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes again and said, "It's not like we blew up the teaching building. If anyone should be arrested, it should be the Sha Baichuan guy." "Boss, don't you know a leader at the provincial level? Shouldn't we go hide with him?" Gu Mingyuan slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about that old sly fox, he honked. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello? Who is this? Don't call randomly. Be careful, or I'll sue you for stealing state secrets. It's me, Gu Mingyuan. Upon hearing Gu Mingyuan's call, He Hong immediately changed his tone and said, Xiao Gu, have you encountered some trouble? I am indeed in trouble, but I don't know if Captain He is willing to help me. Just say it. I'll do my best to help. Su Fengyin wants to kill me. You need to lock him up. This. He Hong hesitated because he had heard of Su Fengyin's name. At a young age, he was already at the 4th transition level, and his future prospects were limitless. Not long ago, he had even tried to win him over. Isn't that impossible? Xiao Gu, in life and work, one must value evidence. I can't wrongfully accuse an innocent person based solely on your word. Gu Mingyuan felt angry at He Hong's slyness, but he needed his help, so he could only take a step back and say, I have a set of professional templates. What? Before Gu Mingyuan could finish, He Hong couldn't help but interject. Are you sure you have that kind of thing? Professional templates, even the lowest level gray ones, can sell for a sky-high price. This kind of thing can allow a non-professional person to gain a profession. Normally, places like the military wouldn't need this. But Unit 008 is special and often performs dangerous tasks, leading to a high casualty rate. Even experienced veterans often have to retire due to broken professions. So one can imagine how tempting this professional template is for He Hong. Xiao He, why are you in such a hurry? I have plenty of that stuff. He Hong didn't mind Gu Mingyuan calling him Xiao He and continued to ask, what level is your professional template? That depends on your efficiency in handling things. Don't worry, I will report your matter truthfully to the superiors. By the time you report it, my relatives and friends might already be corpses. How about this? I will go pick them up to our 008 unit's military family area right now. Okay. Gu Mingyuan hung up the phone and continued playing games. Ma Su was dumbfounded beside him. He didn't expect that leader to agree so quickly, nor did he expect Gu Mingyuan to have such a precious item as professional template. Boss, do you really have a professional template? Of course. Ma Su's heart suddenly raced. He felt that the greatest opportunity of his life was beckoning him. Boss, to be honest, I want to become a professional, so it's not the right time yet. Gu Mingyuan didn't even look up. He had already planned this out. Although he had a professional template in hand, the level was too low and not suitable for Ma Su. As his subordinate, Ma Su's professional template had to be at least yellow level or higher. Chapter 42. Angry Reno. However, Ma Su didn't think so. Is the boss testing me? It seems I need to serve the boss well from now on. I can't let him be unhappy. Boss, do you need a back rub? Get lost. The next morning, Ma Su and Gu Mingyuan arrived at school with dark circles under their eyes. Many classmates looked at them with questioning gazes. Gu Mingyuan felt that his biggest mistake in life was going to the hotel with Ma Su and even staying in the same room. This guy is such a pervert. He whispered sweet nothings to him all night, making Gu Mingyuan too scared to sleep, fearing that this guy might suddenly pounce on him. Ma Su, on the other hand, was extremely frustrated. He felt that he had performed well last night, but it was clearly not up to Gu Mingyuan's standards. It seemed he needed to work even harder in the future. This morning's classes were history of martial arts development and classification of professional abilities. Gu Mingyuan listened particularly attentively, as he had crossed over and his understanding of this world was like a blank slate. The history of Huaxia spans 5,000 years. From the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, the Spring and Autumn period, and the Warring States period. The historical trajectory of this world was quite similar to that of Earth. However, during the late Qing dynasty, for unknown reasons, the Kunlun Mountains experienced a tremor, and a bottomless cave appeared in the mountains. Countless monsters crawled out, forcing the Qing government to mobilize a large military force to guard the area. This led to the loss of customs and foreign invasions. Later, an old farmer accidentally found a strange stone while cutting grass for pigs on a mountain and became the first awakened. He made money with his abilities and quickly became a powerful landlord. However, his awakened profession was only D-rank soul master, so when he was captured by Hong Xiuquan's army, he was exhausted. Hong Xiuquan interrogated him severely and obtained the awakening stone, which delighted him. He immediately contacted friends and family to use the Awakening Stone together and established the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, self-proclaiming as the Heavenly King, expanding from hundreds to millions of followers. In just 3 years, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom swept across half of China. However, 12 years later, the Qing government exterminated the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, and the secret of the Awakening Stone was made public. Suddenly, professionals began to emerge across the country. Some could shoot fireballs, some could control zombies, and some could fly with swords. These people formed the initial resistance forces and occupied a place in Huaxia. However, due to insufficient military strength among these people, various talented individuals hoarded troops, leading to their downfall. Later, more and more people awakened, and the actions of the Qing government and foreign powers were exposed to the public. The people's anger surged like a torrent, reclaiming national sovereignty and establishing new Huaxia. Gu Mingyuan listened intently, seemingly able to see the predecessors of Huaxia advancing under enemy fire at the front lines, and he could almost hear the sound of victory from the trumpets. Classmates, class is over, please. At the end of the class, Gu Mingyuan was still immersed in it. This segment of history was fascinating, but there was a doubt. Why did the Awakening Stone appear just when the Abyss Cave emerged? Could it be that the Awakening Stone was related to the Abyss? As Gu Mingyuan thought of this, he felt as if a great hand was pushing the history of this world forward, and he shivered. Boss, what are you thinking about? Masu appeared in front of Gu Mingyuan, grinning. Nothing. Gu Mingyuan left his seat and saw Xiao Miao Miao waving to him at the door. Brother-in-law, there's something I want to ask you for help with. Go ahead. Xiao Miao Miao looked around and leaned closer to Gu Mingyuan's ear, saying mysteriously, I want to sleep with you. No way. Gu Mingyuan's forehead was filled with black lines. Xiao Miao Miao's face turned red as she realized her words could be misunderstood and quickly corrected herself. What I mean is, my parents have placed me under house arrest, and I managed to escape. I want to stay with you for a while. Gu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, All right, Yini. And Masu can rent a room next to the school. Thank you, brother-in-law. Xiao Miao Miao bounced away happily. Gu Mingyuan returned to his desk and started organizing it. Just then, an angry voice came from outside. Gu, get the hell out here. Gu Mingyuan looked out the classroom window and saw a familiar figure radiating blue light, standing outside. Instantly, all the students in the classroom turned to look out the window, and many took out their phones to start recording. What's the matter? Gu Mingyuan frowned. Stay away from Xiao Miao Miao. Gu Mingyuan looked at the figure and finally remembered who he was, sneering, Isn't this young Master Lei? What brings you to my class all of a sudden? What were you doing with Xiao Miao Miao just now? Reno was almost going crazy. As a seasoned pursuer of Xiao Miao Miao, he hadn't even held her hand, while Gu Mingyuan had just been so close to her. Before Gu Mingyuan could speak, Masu spoke first. Kid, this is my boss. Watch your mouth. Say that again if you dare. Reno pointed at Masu and cursed. You idiot. Reno was furious, and a lightning snake formed in his hand, shooting towards Masu. Masu was not a professional, and if hit by this lightning snake, he would probably be bedridden for half a month. However, Masu did not dodge or avoid it because his boss was behind him. Although the boss could resist lightning, as his loyal little brother, he couldn't retreat. Just as the lightning was about to hit Masu, a blonde figure blocked in front of him and took the hit from Masu. Reno saw who it was, and his eyes widened with rage. Yu Sheng. This blonde guy, named Yu Sheng, was Reno's loyal follower. Usually, if anyone dared to bully him, Reno would seek revenge, but now he was actually falling to Reno's hands, causing many classmates to sigh. And the root cause of all this was naturally Gu Mingyuan. He used the dream entry skill to briefly control Yu Sheng, making him block the attack from Masu. Masu looked at Gu Mingyuan with gratitude and said, Thank you. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said, You're not even a professional. Don't be so reckless in situations like this. He didn't want to lose this little brother because he needed more people to help him deal with the Xiao family. Masu nodded and tactfully asked, Boss, do you have any way to help me become a professional? Gu Mingyuan almost understood. So this guy had been pestering him since last night because he wanted to become a professional. With so many people around, Gu Mingyuan chose to communicate with Masu telepathically. Not now. The professional templates I have are too low level. Once I get an A rank or higher profession, I'll help you. Chapter 43. Mentor Tang, A class or above. Masu's heart suddenly raced. He didn't expect the boss to be so good to him. Not only wanting to help him awaken a profession, but also to awaken one that was A class or above. It's important to know that for someone without a profession, even an E-class profession is a precious thing, and an A-class profession is as distant as the stars. Boss, I actually think it's fine if the profession is a bit lower. No way. You are my little brother, and in the future, you will be my foundation. The profession I give you must be at least A-class. Masu was very touched. He had locked himself in his dormitory for 3 years, and during that time, no one had cared about him. He stopped talking and quietly retreated behind Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan looked at Reno and asked knowingly, "So that blondie is your little brother?" Reno pushed Yusheng aside, gathering lightning in his hand, and swung a fist at Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan did not dodge and also swung a punch. The two fists collided, and Reno was sent flying, crashing heavily into the classroom wall, activating the classroom's alarm array. Gu Mingyuan shook his fist. Even though his defense was as high as 30, he still felt a bit numb in his arm. "Come again." Reno got up and, not believing in evil, threw another punch. However, Gu Mingyuan did not dodge or avoid it, sitting there leisurely watching Reno. As Reno's punch was about to hit Gu Mingyuan, his body was suddenly restrained by an invisible force, and the lightning power within him became unusable. To everyone's shock, Reno was sent flying out of the classroom and landed on the playground. Everyone looked over and found that the law enforcement mentor and student council members had arrived. "Don't crowd around. Just go do what you need to do. You'd be better off studying a bit more with this time." Seeing that there was nothing to watch, the crowd dispersed. The law enforcement mentor had the student council members take Reno away, then walked up to Gu Mingyuan and said, "Gu Mingyuan, please come with me for a moment." Gu Mingyuan frowned slightly, but said nothing, following the law enforcement mentor to the teaching office. At this moment, the head of the teaching office was anxiously pacing in his office when a knock sounded. "Gu Min, Director, Gu Mingyuan is here." The director saw Gu Mingyuan following the law enforcement mentor and looked as if he had seen a savior. He had the law enforcement mentor leave and then close the door. "Ancestor." Gu Mingyuan's face turned dark, and he quickly said, "Director, please don't do this. I'm just an ordinary student. Acting like this will shorten my lifespan." However, the director continued, "Ancestor, I beg you, please go apologize to that Xiao Xinyuan." Gu Mingyuan was taken aback. He originally thought the director had called him in because of the incident with Reno, or at the very least because of the explosion at dormitory 6201 last night. But he didn't expect the director to call him in just for this trivial matter. Seeing Gu Mingyuan silent, the director began to speak at length. "Ancestor, please do me this favor and apologize to him. Apologizing is just a matter of losing face. It won't cost you anything. Stop." Gu Mingyuan interrupted the director. "First, who is Xiao Xinyuan? Second, why should I apologize to him?" The director paused, feeling a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly choking. A minute later, after listening to the director's explanation, Gu Mingyuan finally remembered that there was indeed such a person. Xiao Xinyuan was Gu Mingyuan's former roommate. His mother was in business, his father was in the military, and he was a somewhat famous rich second-generation student at school. According to the director, his father, Xiao Zemin, had brought in the media to expose Gu Mingyuan and Shengwu Vocational College. Gu Mingyuan opened his phone and found that this news was trending at 5th place. Is there actually campus bullying at Shengwu Vocational College? According to the victim, the perpetrator's methods are extremely cruel. Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but complain in his heart. "Didn't I just beat him up a bit? Is it really that serious?" Then, he inadvertently noticed that the top 4 trending topics were all related to him. Gu Mingyuan's face darkened. Was the world really revolving around him? He turned off his phone and looked back at the director, seriously saying, "Isn't it just trending? Come find me when he's number 1 on the trending list." The director was taken aback, and by the time he reacted, Gu Mingyuan had already left the teaching office. The director felt like crying. Are today's kids really this resilient? Leaving the teaching office, the class bell rang just in time. Gu Mingyuan went to the bathroom and then leisurely walked towards the classroom. "Classmates, let us turn to page teacher. I'm sorry, I'm late." Gu Mingyuan stood outside the classroom, locking eyes with the beautiful Minter in a death stare. After a while, come in. Gu Mingyuan walked to his seat and opened the cola he had just bought, making a loud fizzing sound in the quiet classroom. Tang Ruoxue broke her chalk, turned to look at Gu Mingyuan, and said with a forced smile, "This student seems to be quite familiar with what I'm teaching. Why don't you come up and answer the question on the board?" Gu Mingyuan looked around and found that his classmates were all watching him with gloating expressions. At that moment, Masu's voice echoed in his mind. "Boss, this girl is related to Principal Tang. You'd better be careful." Gu Mingyuan's expression instantly darkened as he silently walked up to the podium, staring at the cryptic question on the board, feeling overwhelmed. "Boss, the answer to the first question is B." Gu Mingyuan's mouth curled slightly. Thankfully, he had formed a team, which was the best decision of his life. However, from the perspective of others, Gu Mingyuan smiled confidently, took the chalk, and quickly answered all the questions on the board, flowing smoothly, as if it were from a textbook. Tang Ruoxue's expression improved significantly. This student answered all the questions correctly. Let us give this student a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Gu Mingyuan scratched his head, looking embarrassed at Masu, who was grinning at him from the corner. He suddenly felt a sense of guilt, like he was stealing. "All right, you can go back to your seat." Gu Mingyuan returned to his seat, put away the cola, and began to listen to the lecture seriously. Minter Tang Ruoxue's foundational knowledge was very solid, and her teaching methods were also quite innovative and engaging. Before he knew it, an entire class had passed. Many puzzled classmates went up to the podium to ask her questions. Minter Tang Ruoxue answered each one thoroughly, without holding back. Gu Mingyuan also held his textbook and, like the other students, asked questions. "Boss, if you have any questions, just ask me." "Get lost." Masu was stunned. In the past, whenever the boss had questions, he was the one answering them. Did he want to start a teacher-student romance? Masu looked at Gu Mingyuan, then at Tang Ruoxue, and thought, "Boss, don't worry. No matter what you want to do, I will support you." Chapter 44 Revenge. A joke. Gu Mingyuan was unaware of Masu's thoughts at this moment. He was carefully listening to Tang Ruoxue's explanations. The Huaxia government categorized professions into two main types based on their roles: combat and non-combat. Professions that can cause a certain amount of damage are termed combat professions, while those that cannot fight are classified as non-combat professions. Combat professions can be further divided into four categories: melee, ranged, enigmatic, and supportive, along with some special professions like summoners, which strictly belong to the enigmatic category. Time flew by, and soon it was lunchtime. At this point, Gu Mingyuan realized he hadn't eaten yet. "Boss, I got you a meal. Do you want it?" Masu called him over as he saw Gu Mingyuan in the cafeteria. Gu Mingyuan felt deeply moved. Indeed, at home, one relies on family, and outside, one relies on brothers. "Thank you." After expressing his gratitude, Gu Mingyuan picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of beef, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed a large mouthful of rice. "It's nothing," Masu replied. "By the way, this afternoon's class is also taught by Minter Tang Ruoxue." Cough, cough. Gu Mingyuan almost choked. Masu handed him a bottle of water and said, "Boss, tell me the truth. Are you trying to start a student-teacher relationship?" Gu Mingyuan was exasperated and retorted, "Who the hell said I want to start a student-teacher relationship? Then why did you suddenly go ask Minter Tang questions?" Gu Mingyuan slapped his forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. "I just wanted to learn some cultural knowledge." Masu nodded. The afternoon class was a vocational skills training class, which had nothing to do with cultural knowledge. "How about we skip class?" "Not going." Masu scratched his head and asked, "Boss, does your desire to learn cultural knowledge have anything to do with this class?" Gu Mingyuan focused on his meal, ignoring Masu. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the cafeteria entrance, accompanied by several beautiful female students. "Gu Mingyuan?" Xiao Shenyuan glared at Gu Mingyuan with a look of hatred. Gu Mingyuan raised an eyebrow. "Who are you? Do I know you?" Xiao Shenyuan was instantly speechless. He hadn't expected this guy wouldn't even recognize him. A blonde beauty beside Xiao Shenyuan saw him getting angry and realized it was her moment to shine. She gently took Xiao Shenyuan's left hand and pressed it against her chest, whispering, "Xiao Xiao, is he the worthless sycophant you mentioned?" Another long-haired beauty beside her did not fall behind. mimicking her by pressing Xiao Xinyuan's right hand against her chest and chiming in. How dare he? Xiao Xinyuan's anger evaporated instantly as he greedily squeezed the chests of the two beauties with his greasy hands. Gu, you come here right now about 3 times and call me grandfather, and I might consider forgiving you. Before Gu Mingyuan could respond, the black-haired beauty beside Xiao Xinyuan spoke first. You better apologize to Xiao Xiao quickly. You poor bastard without parents. How dare you offend him? The blonde beauty also chimed in. Gu Mingyuan, I used to think you were a loyal sycophant. But now it seems you're not only poor, but also lacking on the inside. Damn, how can these two girls have mouths like assholes? Spewing shit as soon as they open their mouths? Ma Su couldn't help but curse. Growing up, he had mostly encountered gentle and virtuous girls. And this was the first time he met someone who didn't care about their image. What are you talking about? You barking like a dog. The two beauties shouted in unison, making Gu Mingyuan and Ma Su feel as if their heads were being pricked with needles. Boss, these two bitches are really cheap. It doesn't matter. You'll get used to it after seeing more. The long-haired beauty couldn't take it any longer, pushed Xiao Xinyuan's hand aside, and stormed over to grab Ma Su's face. If she succeeded, Ma Su would undoubtedly end up with a long scar on his face. However, just as her claws were about to reach Ma Su, the long-haired beauty halted, stiffened, and walked toward Xiao Xinyuan. Boss, thank goodness for you, Ma Su said, still shaken. Gu Mingyuan nodded. As the boss, he naturally couldn't just watch his little brother get bullied, so he used the dream invasion skill to control the long-haired beauty, directing her to claw at Xiao Xinyuan's face. Xiao Xinyuan sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated, but how could his body, already worn from indulgence, compare to the youthful and vigorous long-haired beauty? In an instant, the long-haired beauty's claws landed on his face, leaving a deep gash. Ah, you bastard! Xiao Xinyuan pushed the long-haired beauty away, clutching his bleeding wound. At that moment, Gu Mingyuan released the dream invasion skill, and the long-haired beauty regained her senses. Looking at the blood on her hands, and then at Xiao Xinyuan, she thought to herself that something was wrong. The next moment, a loud slap echoed across the room. You little slut! The long-haired beauty had been pampered all her life, and was suddenly slapped, causing her anger to erupt. She shouted at Xiao Xinyuan, you fat pig. Do you believe I'll beat you to death? After saying that, she activated her professional skill and launched a frenzied attack. Xiao Xinyuan was not to be outdone. His professional skill level was higher than the long-haired beauty's, and for a time, he managed to overpower her. However, once the blonde beauty joined the fray, things changed. The two beauties combined their efforts and managed to keep Xiao Xinyuan at bay. Boss, it's not good for you to just hold your phone while they're fighting, right? Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. What's wrong with that? Xiao Xinyuan's father hired trolls to attack me. Can't I expose his dark secrets? Ma Su nodded, pondering, boss, I have a good idea. We can spread the news here and let other students come and see. No way, if too many people come, Xiao Xinyuan and the others won't be able to fight. Oh, I see. At this moment, the battle between Xiao Xinyuan and the two beauties had reached a fever pitch, and many people in the cafeteria began to stop and watch. Some even bought sunflower seeds and peanuts, cheering them on as they watched. Porky, let go of me. You little bitch. Why didn't you say anything when you were under me last night? One thing at a time. Our matter is over. If you dare to touch me again, I'll kill you. All right. Don't think you could do business with your dad. I mean it. As they were about to explode into even bigger scandals, the students began to stir. However, a supervising mentor suddenly appeared, interrupting them. What are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be resting at noon? The long-haired beauty got up, tidied her disheveled clothes, and then burst into tears. Chapter 45, Sentinel Frontline. The mentor just now wanted it strongly. The long-haired girl looked pitiful with her tears, and anyone who came would prioritize standing on her side. The enforcement mentor nodded and immediately changed to an angry expression, saying, Young man, how can you bully your female classmate? Look, she's crying. Xiao Shun was already angry because he lost face, and now he was even angrier after hearing the enforcement mentor's words. He pointed at the long-haired girl and yelled, She's just a bitch. She was in a hotel with me yesterday. If you don't believe me, I can show you the hotel record. Saying this, he really pulled out the hotel record on his phone to show the enforcement mentor. After looking at it, the enforcement mentor displayed an unusual expression and thought, I originally thought this guy was just yearning for something unattainable. But it turns out there's a conflict between the flower protector and the flower. Cough, cough. The enforcement mentor cleared his throat and said, I don't care what your situation is, but you broke the school's rules by fighting at the cafeteria entrance. Now, let's go to the guidance office. I have no objections. The long-haired girl stood behind the enforcement mentor, looking at Xiao Shun with disdain. Xiao Shun felt furious and wished he could push her down again and ruthlessly trample on her. At this moment, the class bell rang. Students, the lunch break is over. Please return to the classroom and prepare for class. Students in the cafeteria dispersed in small groups. But the news of Xiao Shun's fight with the two beauties quickly spread on the forum. Who is Xiao Shun? What is his relationship with those two beauties? It seems he is a little rich second generation, and those two women are supported by him. Is that true? Those two beauties are very pretty. I didn't expect them to be taken care of by him. Don't talk nonsense. They're just ordinary classmates. Who the hell are you? Using a small account. Dare you to challenge me with your main account? I think the sister is right. You men are always thinking about dirty things. They're just close classmates. Yet you insist on saying they are being supported. Sister DD. The school's forum was suddenly in an uproar, and all the students with phones were battling in a thread about Xiao Shun. However, Gu Mingyuan was completely unaware of all this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was at the entrance of the school's dungeon. Tang Ruoxue was teaching. Every profession has its own characteristics. Some students might say that mysterious professions are stronger in combat than others. But what the teacher wants to tell you is that professions are not distinguished by high or low status. It depends on the practitioner's ability to develop and master the profession. They had heard this during high school, and many students began to yawn. But Gu Mingyuan listened with great interest. All right, now you can enter the beginner dungeon, Sentinel Frontline. Immediately, everyone perked up, eagerly waiting for Tang Ruoxue to distribute the dungeon tokens. However, Tang Ruoxue took out a small box from her storage space. This is called Storm Pear Blossom Needle, which can seriously injure a fourth-tier practitioner. Since Gu Mingyuan has been attentive and performed excellently, I have decided to reward him with this. Suddenly, the students who had been dozing off became alert, wishing they had paid attention to the lesson. Gu Mingyuan stepped forward and received the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, amidst envious gazes, saying, Thank you, teacher. Masu couldn't help but feel jealous. Thinking, I remember I wasn't dozing off either. Why didn't the teacher reward me? Despite feeling frustrated, he still congratulated. Congratulations, boss. You got a treasure for free. Seeing that everyone was awake, Tang Ruoxue smiled, knowing her goal had been achieved. She then distributed the dungeon tokens and cautioned, if you encounter an enemy too strong for you to handle, be sure to crush the dungeon token immediately. Understood? Understood. Their voices rang out like thunder, echoing at the dungeon entrance, drawing glances from nearby classes. Brother-in-law? Xiao Miao Miao noticed that the shout had come from Gu Mingyuan's class and immediately lost her drowsiness. She tugged at Jiangyu. Yeah, that's my brother-in-law. Jiangyu glanced over and huffed. Your sister has long since divorced him. Why mention him? Do you want to marry him? Xiao Miao Miao punched Jiangyu hard. What are you talking about? He is my brother-in-law. If I get with him, wouldn't that be incest? Jiangyu's mind conjured up the unclear relationship between Xiao Miaohan and certain people. Holding back laughter, she said, Your family is already chaotic enough. Adding you to the mix doesn't matter. Stupid yeah, I'm ignoring you. Xiao Miao Miao let go of Jiangyu's hand and ran over to Gu Mingyuan's class. Brother-in-law? Gu Mingyuan and Ma Su were discussing the details of entering the dungeon when they saw Xiao Miao Miao suddenly appear. Their expressions instantly darkened. What are you doing here? Where's your class? Xiao Miao Miao smiled brightly. Our mentor is great. As long as we don't make mistakes, we can go anywhere. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said, Ma Su and I are going into the dungeon. Why are you here? Of course, I'm coming with you into the dungeon. Have you been in a dungeon before? Dungeons are very dangerous. If you're not careful, you can die inside. Ma Su tried to scare her. Don't worry, big uncle. I know what I'm doing. Ma Su nearly spat out blood. What the hell? I'm your brother. Big uncle, stop messing around. The problem now is that even with me, we still don't have enough people. Xiao Miao Miao made a valid point. If Gu Mingyuan wanted to achieve a higher score, The best way was to gather 5 people like last time before entering the dungeon. Just as the 3 were at a loss, Reno stormed over. I'm going too. The moment he saw Gu Mingyuan, an unpleasant thought rose in his mind, and it seemed his suspicion was correct. He secretly vowed that this time in the dungeon, he would make this guy cry and be afraid, so he wouldn't dare to approach Meow Meow again. When Xiao Meow Meow saw that the newcomer was Reno, she immediately became unhappy. Reno, our relationship is purely platonic classmates. Please don't pester me anymore. Reno was furious, but thinking about how there would be no mentor to stop them in the dungeon, he had to hold back. Meow Meow. I just want to find a team to go into the dungeon and gain some experience. Xiao Meow Meow looked at him suspiciously. Fine, just don't cause trouble. Chapter 46. Entering the instance, Reno quickly responded, but Masu jumped out and shouted, Kid, where did you come from? Get out of here. I'm telling you. It's impossible to join my team. Are you looking for a fight? Reno was furious. After all, he was a second transformation powerhouse. Yet he was being scolded by an ordinary warrior. As he spoke, he began to gather energy, seemingly ready to charge forward at any moment. Reno. Xiao Meow Meow glared at him, which made Reno snap back to reality. He dispersed the energy in his hands and, looking at Masu, who was making faces at him, he resentfully said, You've got guts. With that, he left Gu Mingyuan's team. Boss, I scared that kid away. Am I impressive or what? Masu boasted, seeking praise from Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan replied, Let's go in. After the 3 completed their temporary team formation, they entered the instance. Captain, Gu Mingyuan, Vice Captain Masu. Team member, Xiao Meow Meow. Entering the instance trial, a mechanical and desolate voice echoed in the entrance plaza of the instance. When Gu Mingyuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a barren desert. The scorching sun raised the surface temperature to a staggering 60 degrees. Enduring the discomfort, Gu Mingyuan opened his backpack and took out a book titled Instant Strategy. After careful reading, Gu Mingyuan confirmed that he was in the southern part of this instance. To reach Sentinel City, he would need to travel northeast for 3 days and nights. Relying solely on his physical strength, it would be nearly impossible. Not to mention the long journey. The scorching sun could evaporate him. The priority in this desert environment was to find a water source. The matter of Sentinel City could wait. He then activated his professional skill, Entering Dream. However, all he received in response was the blazing sun and the swirling yellow sand. Damn it! This godforsaken place doesn't even have a single living creature. Gu Mingyuan cursed. He had originally planned to use Entering Dream to control some creatures to help him find water, but now it seemed he had to search for it himself. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Who? Gu Mingyuan buried himself in the yellow sand, disguising himself. 3 minutes later, a group of alien tribesmen riding camels appeared in Gu Mingyuan's line of sight. His eyes lit up. They were merchants, each with a strong talent for business and often traveling to sell goods. Gu Mingyuan seized the opportunity, controlling one of the merchants to intentionally lag behind and come to him. He took out a prop that looked like a makeup case from his backpack, slapped it on himself, and instantly transformed into an identical appearance as that merchant. Gu Mingyuan killed the merchant, donned his clothes, and mounted his camel, catching up with the group. As soon as Gu Mingyuan rejoined the team, an older merchant ordered the team to stop and asked Gu Mingyuan, Wolf Su, where did you just go? Gu Mingyuan was taken aback, but quickly realized he was being addressed, so he replied, My camel went crazy and wouldn't move. After hearing the explanation, the older merchant nodded and signaled for the team to proceed. At dusk, they encountered a group of alien soldiers. Upon seeing the merchants, their eyes lit up with excitement. Had it not been for the presence of powerful individuals in the merchant group, they might have rushed in. Hello, I am Tatar from the Sand Tribe. I would like to purchase a first-tier life potion. How many human pills do you need? Human pills were concocted by alien alchemists from the essence of human bodies. These items not only enhanced the strength of aliens, but also healed their injuries, making human pills a form of currency for trade among aliens. Gu Mingyuan's expression darkened, but he concealed it well. 5, he replied. Tatar immediately became displeased, saying, Respected merchant, I cannot accept the price you offered unless the life potion has some unique quality. Before he could finish, Gu Mingyuan used the entering dream skill to control Tatar to exchange all the human pills for first-tier life potions. Gu Mingyuan counted. There were exactly 50. Looking at these human pills, Gu Mingyuan's gaze grew colder. For each human pill represented a life lost. He controlled Tatar to provoke their leader. However, fate was not on his side. Suddenly, a fierce fire broke out behind the merchant group. Put out the fire. All the merchants ran to extinguish the flames. Gu Mingyuan had no choice but to release his control over Tatar and ran to help with the fire. Once Tatar was free, he touched the 10 bottles of life potions he had, his expression grim, but he dared not report to the leader and could only give up. When Gu Mingyuan reached the back, he found that the merchant experts had already engaged in combat with the arsonist. Gu Mingyuan noticed that the arsonist looked somewhat familiar, and, upon closer inspection, he finally remembered that it was Fong Ping, a classmate of his. This guy, usually mediocre in class, was surprisingly hiding his strength and was evenly matched with a third-tier merchant expert. At that moment, another group charged into the merchant camp. This group was well-trained and formed a military formation, their strength terrifyingly formidable. In an instant, a large number of merchants fell. Just then, the Sand Tribe army rushed in to provide support. Upon seeing the Sentinel City army, the Sand Tribe squad leader immediately rallied and directed the formation to charge at the enemy. As the two formations collided, an explosion occurred, and some weaker Sand Tribe members and human soldiers were knocked to the ground. The captains of both sides engaged in battle, and the soldiers below began to clash as well. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos. A merchant expert fell from the air, an arrow piercing through his chest. Gu Mingyuan looked into the distance and spotted a golden-haired beauty with pointed ears hidden in the shadows. She held a bow in her left hand and knocked arrows with her right, shooting them frantically. An elf. Gu Mingyuan was taken aback. He never expected to see this legendary race here. Wild elves typically lived around ancient elven trees, so it was virtually impossible to encounter them in the desert. Therefore, this elf must be Fong Ping's contracted slave. Gu Mingyuan was secretly astonished. Before his injury, even with his strength, he hadn't been able to obtain an elf slave. Yet Fong Ping, at only 18, managed to acquire one, showcasing his terrifying power. The elf seemed to sense something, drawing her bow and shooting an arrow at Gu Mingyuan. Simultaneously, Fong Ping charged toward him. Oof. Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly and quickly retreated. Chapter 47. The demon blade Fong Ping an arrow grazed his cheek and struck a small sand dune beside him. Fong Ping's blade collided with Gu Mingyuan's vampiric scythe, slicing through it like tofu. Just as Fong Ping's blade was about to fall upon Gu Mingyuan decisively used the dream invasion skill. Fong Ping felt his mind go blank, and by the time he regained his senses, Gu Mingyuan had retreated 10 meters away. Interesting. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto Fong Ping's lips. He then swung his long knife again, charging forward. Gu Mingyuan attempted to use the same trick again, but Fong Ping had already anticipated it. Although he couldn't block Gu Mingyuan's mental attack, he could command his spirit slave to shoot arrows and seal off Gu Mingyuan's escape route. Damn it! Gu Mingyuan realized there was no way out. In front of him was Fong Ping, and around him were arrows flying through the air, caught between a rock and a hard place. Gu Mingyuan found himself unable to advance or retreat. Just as he was about to tear off the 1,000-mile teleportation talisman, a female merchant suddenly teleported to his side, waving her small hand, causing all the arrows shot by the elven archers to break. Tatar, the merchant, was named Sha Linger, the daughter of the merchant clan leader, and had a good relationship with Tatar. Seeing the arrows around her break, Gu Mingyuan quickly retreated to Sha Linger's side and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you. We are friends, and friends don't need to say thank you," Sha Linger said, blinking her big eyes. Gu Mingyuan nodded, thinking to himself, although the original owner was weak, he had good connections. At this moment, Fong Ping woke up from the dream invasion skill and, seeing his objective unachieved, became furious. "Shaolin, let's go together." The name of that spirit was Kesselin. Hearing her master call her, she immediately responded, "Yes." Sha Linger narrowed her eyes slightly, stepping forward to protect Gu Mingyuan behind her. Tatar, The enemy's strength is very strong. You need to protect yourself. Gu Mingyuan was slightly shaken. This was the first time he had been protected, in both his past life and this one. A hint of jealousy arose in his heart. Why don't I have such a confidant? At this time, Kesselin and Fong Ping's attacks had already approached them. Xiaolinger began to emanate a faint misty energy, and then a yellowish palm phantom formed in midair, pushing forward fiercely. In an instant, Fong Ping and Kesselin's attacks were completely shattered, and the yellow palm struck them, sending them flying. However, the next moment, Fong Ping's left hand gripped the air, and a pitch-black demon blade shattered the void, charging directly at the yellow palm. Not good. Xiaolinger sensed the immense energy concealed within the demon blade and quickly retreated with Gu Mingyuan. Just 1 second after they retreated, the demon blade collided with the yellow palm, easily shattering it and continuing unabated towards Kesselin. Kesselin quickly formed seals with both hands, the misty energy gathering at her fingertips to form a circle of yellow vortex. With a low shout, the yellow vortex sank into the sand, and thick earthen walls rose up to block the demon blade's path. A fierce glint flashed in Fong Ping's eyes as he bit his finger, squeezing out a drop of essence blood. As this drop of blood dissipated into the air, the demon blade erupted with a strange red light, while Fong Ping's complexion turned pale, as if he were about to faint at any moment. With the demon blade receiving Fong Ping's essence blood, its power multiplied, and an invisible pressure radiated from the blade in waves. In an instant, the combat power of the Sand and Merchant tribes diminished sharply. However, that was not the worst part. The worst was that Fong Ping took out a small cauldron from his storage space. This small cauldron looked unremarkable, but emitted a strong life force. A cactus beneath Fong Ping absorbed this life force and came back to life. Ha ha ha. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Fong Ping swallowed the liquid from the cauldron, and a tremendous life force radiated from him. Some of the fighting human soldiers felt invigorated at that moment, charging towards the Sand and Merchant tribes as if they had been injected with adrenaline. At the same time, his injuries visibly healed, and the essence blood he had lost was instantly replenished. Oomph. Xiaolinger snorted coldly, unfastening a gourd from her waist and drinking the liquid inside. In an instant, countless misty energies surged around her, while Xiaolinger quickly formed seals, creating an even larger cyclone in her hands. With a delicate shout, it entered the sand. The endless desert began to stir as the wind picked up. By the time Fong Ping realized something was wrong, it was too late. A massive tornado suddenly appeared before Xiaolinger, blocking out the sun. As soon as the demon's sword entered the tornado, it lost its sentience and was ground to dust. Fong Ping lost contact with the demon's sword and suffered backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, he remained unperturbed, his eyes fixed on the tornado. And then he took out a stack of talismans from his storage space, throwing them at the tornado. At this moment, the tornado had reached the height of an 8-story building. Even the oceanic overlord, the blue whale, would be unable to withstand it. However, when the talismans approached the tornado, they were not torn apart, but instead arranged themselves into a formation. As the formation completed, the talismans began to emit faint light. Is this all you have? Xiaolinger mocked. Just wait. I will make you see my strength. As soon as her words fell, the talismans began to spin slowly, then faster and faster. The tornado's size began to be restricted and showed signs of shrinking. Oomph. Xiaolinger snorted coldly, forming seals with both hands, and a yellow arrow appeared in her hand. With a low shout, the arrow shot out like lightning, forcefully splitting the talisman formation apart. But that wasn't the end. The arrow crossed the tornado and shot towards a human soldier. The arrow was as fast as lightning, and the human soldier engaged in battle had no chance to react before being killed. Retreat. When a human captain saw Fong Ping defeated, he immediately ordered a retreat. Instantly, all the fighting human soldiers withdrew from the battlefield. Fong Ping glared at the demon sword in the tornado with anger, gritted his teeth, and chose to abandon the sword to protect himself. However, how could Xiaolinger let him escape so easily? Chase, with Xiaolinger's command. Countless Sand and Merchant tribesmen brandished their weapons and pursued. Gu Mingyuan, seeing Fong Ping driven away, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tatar, what are you still doing? Everyone is going. Okay. To avoid showing any flaws, Gu Mingyuan picked up his weapon and joined the pursuit with the main force. Chapter 48, Do-Chi Techniques. As the great battle came to an end, the Sand Clan and the Merchant Clan began to divide the spoils of war. Gu Mingyuan didn't know how they divided it, only that the two clans parted ways unhappily. Gu Mingyuan came to the Merchant Clan's camp and sat down with Sha Linger. At that moment, Sha Linger was roasting a human left leg. Eat. Sha Linger handed it to Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan's face turned ugly as he said, "Thanks, you eat. I'm not hungry." Sha Linger asked in confusion, "Aren't you the one who loves eating the meat of these two-legged sheep the most?" "I've changed my taste." Sha Linger nodded and then started chewing on the human left leg, constantly praising, "Although this human species is a bit hard to kill, the taste is really good." Gu Mingyuan listened, his mouth twitching. He felt like a pig that could understand human speech. "What did you come to find me for?" After finishing the human leg, Sha Linger asked, "Why do those Sand Clan people seem to dislike us?" Sha Linger sighed slightly and said, "Hundreds of years ago, our Merchant Clan and Sand Clan were actually one family." Gu Mingyuan's pupils shrank sharply. He didn't expect to hear such a shocking secret from Sha Ling. Later, for some unknown reason, some Sand Clan people defected and formed the current Merchant Clan. In other words, we are actually Sand Clan people. You could say that. Sha Linger formed a cyclone in her hand and said, "This thing is called Do-Chi. We can use it as a medium to unleash various powerful combat techniques. Not only can we do it, but the Sand Clan can do it too." Gu Mingyuan nodded and asked, "How do you cultivate this thing?" Suddenly, Sha Linger fell silent, the quiet night casting a shadow over her small face, making it hard to discern her emotions. Gu Mingyuan's heart raced as he realized he had stepped on a landmine. After all, Tatar, as a member of the Merchant Clan, must have heard of Do-Chi. However, the expected attack did not come. Instead, Sha Linger sighed and said, "You fool, didn't you listen well in class? You don't even know such a basic thing?" Gu Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He almost exposed himself. Do-Chi is an energy that exists in the world. Our Sand Clan naturally has the ability to harness it. Absorbing a wisp of Do-Chi into the body is the first stage of Do-Chi. If one can gather Do-Chi into a sea, one can become the 9th stage of Do-Chi. Beyond that is the legendary Do fighter, even Do master. Gu Mingyuan nodded and asked, "What stage are you at now?" Sha Linger proudly puffed up her chest and said, "I am now a 2-star Do fighter." "That's great." Gu Mingyuan looked at Sha Linger's proud smile and changed the subject. "I'm really envious of you guys. I wonder if I can cultivate? I can help you ask Grandpa, the clan leader. If he agrees, I believe no one in the clan will oppose it." After saying that, she took Gu Mingyuan's hand and walked towards the largest tent in the Merchant Clan's camp. "Grandpa." Sha Linger excitedly rushed into the tent. Sha Wei glanced at Sha Linger and scolded, "You're already such a big girl, still so unruly, really shameless." Sha Linger buried her head in Sha Wei's beard, speaking in a sweet voice, "I'm only 16. I'm still young." "Humph." Sha Wei snorted coldly, glancing at Gu Mingyuan standing at the tent entrance. "Did you come to find Grandpa for this brat again?" At the same time, he secretly sighed. "I raised my granddaughter so well, but I didn't expect her to end up with a pig." When Sha Linger saw her grandpa's dismissive attitude, she immediately pouted. "Grandpa, Tatar is also a part of our Merchant Clan. You can't discriminate against him just because he is a bit foolish." Sha Wei sneered and scolded. "I see this kid as pure trash. Someone like him can't control the bigger picture. If you marry him, you'll be crying in the future." "Grandpa." Sha Linger's face turned red, quickly interrupting Sha Wei. "We are just ordinary friends. We haven't developed to that stage." Sha Wei tapped Sha Linger's forehead and laughed scoldingly. "All right, what are you here to find Grandpa for?" "I want to ask for a Do-Chi manual for Tatar," Sha Linger said straightforwardly. Sha Wei frowned. This matter was neither big nor small. According to clan rules, only those with a Sha surname can receive a technique manual, and Tatar obviously doesn't meet the criteria. Sha Linger said seriously, "From now on, Tatar is my consort. Is that enough?" "Nonsense." Sha Wei immediately blew his top, angrily picking up a stick to hit Sha Linger. Sha Ling dodged awkwardly. Grandpa, listen to me. Many of our Sand Clan members have already died in battle. If we don't replenish our combat power in time, we might not make it back to the camp. Sha Wei stopped his actions and began to think. Sha Ling was right. Tonight's battle had caused a significant number of merchant clan members to die, most of whom were experts who had cultivated Do Qi. If the human army attacked again, they might really not be able to return. However, even so, why should I give him the technique? Seeing her plan succeed, Sha Ling quickly seized the opportunity. Although Tatar is an outsider, he was able to escape from the hands of human experts and survived. I believe that if he can cultivate Do Qi, he will definitely become a strong combat force. Sha Wei stroked his beard fine. Sha Wei gritted his teeth and said, give him a Do Qi manual. From now on, he will be responsible for your safety. Thank you, Grandpa. Sha Ling quickly pulled Gu Mingyuan to thank him together. Gu Mingyuan looked at the happy Sha Ling in front of him, feeling a mix of emotions. If Sha Ling knew that the person she was helping today was not Tatar, but Gu Mingyuan, she would probably go crazy, right? But what does that have to do with me? What I need to do now is to become stronger. Only by continuously becoming stronger can I protect the people around me. Gu Mingyuan's mindset suddenly became clear, no longer entangled by the earlier matters. Sha Ling brought Gu Mingyuan to the clan's elder responsible for passing down techniques. The elder didn't even lift his eyelids and handed Gu Mingyuan a dark green pill. Gu Mingyuan received it and could faintly smell the fishy odor emitted by the pill, causing his face to turn ugly. Sha Ling noticed Gu Mingyuan's concerns and explained, this pill is made from the poison of a sand snake. Every merchant clan member who receives a technique must take this pill. I took it back then too. As long as you come to the elder to receive the antidote every month, there won't be any problems. Chapter 49. Repairing the incomplete cultivation method. Gu Mingyuan looked at the well-meaning Sha Ling and then at the elder in charge of passing on teachings sitting beside him. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the poison pill. Instantly, a subtle toxin was released from the pill, beginning to erode Gu Mingyuan's internal organs. This erosion was very slight and would not take Gu Mingyuan's life in a short time. The elder handed Gu Mingyuan a cultivation method called Crazy Sand Decision and instructed, there's no need for me to elaborate on the poison pill matter. Also, this cultivation method cannot be shared with others. It can only be practiced by yourself. Gu Mingyuan nodded and asked, can I get a fighting technique? The elder shook his head and rejected. Come back to claim it when you reach the first level of fighting power. Now go. Sha Ling tugged at Gu Mingyuan's clothes and pulled him out, saying, I'll take you to collect your cultivation resources for this month. Human pills? You'll know when you get there. Sha Ling led Gu Mingyuan to a remote tent, where two guards from the Sand Tribe stood outside. Halt! Sha Ling explained, we are here to collect our cultivation resources. Miss, I'm really sorry. Due to a recent battle, we have exhausted all the human resources we had, and now we only have some human pills left. Sha Ling's face darkened instantly as she took the human pills from the guard and complained, how can human pills compare to real people? Gu Mingyuan, confused, said, what are you talking about? Aren't we here to collect cultivation resources? Sha Ling patted Gu Mingyuan's shoulder sympathetically and said, I originally wanted to allocate a living person to assist you in your cultivation, but now you'll have to make do with human pills. Saying this, she handed a human pill to Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the human pill. Living person? These foreign tribes are truly cruel, actually eating living people. Gu Mingyuan maintained a calm facade and said, it's fine. After settling Gu Mingyuan, Sha Ling casually made an excuse and wandered off. Gu Mingyuan stayed in the tent assigned to him, staring at the human pill, feeling nauseous. He tossed the human pill aside and began to focus on practicing Crazy Sand Decision. An hour later, Gu Mingyuan helplessly opened his eyes. Although this cultivation method was simple and easy to understand, finding the sensation of energy was particularly difficult. Gu Mingyuan still hadn't felt the mysterious energy described in the method. Gu Mingyuan glanced at the human pill he had tossed aside and thought, could it be that I need to swallow the human pill to sense it? If possible. Gu Mingyuan would not swallow the human pill. After all, this thing was made from people, and eating it was revolting. However, if there was truly no other option, Gu Mingyuan wouldn't mind consuming it. Just then, Gu Mingyuan inadvertently activated his talent Eye of Insight. Green level, Crazy Sand Decision, Fragment, Description. A simplified version of Crazy Sand Decision can be cultivated up to 5 stars for fighters, with 128 loopholes and 23 errors. Gu Mingyuan was taken aback, not expecting his Eye of Insight to reveal information about this cultivation method. However, he was not in a good mood, because this method was actually a simplified version with numerous loopholes and errors. I finally got this cultivation method, yet it can't be practiced at all. Gu Mingyuan thought of the poison pill in his body and nearly ripped the entire book apart. However, reason told him not to do so, as this book still held value for him. He took a deep breath and opened the first page of Crazy Sand Decision. Use Eye of Insight. As Gu Mingyuan's voice fell, lines of information appeared before his eyes. Looking at this information, Gu Mingyuan's mouth curled upwards, for it was the complete version of Crazy Sand Decision. Gu Mingyuan took out paper and pen and began recording Crazy Sand Decision. Time flew by, and as the first ray of morning sunlight appeared, the merchant caravan began to set off again. Due to time constraints, Gu Mingyuan only copied half of Crazy Sand Decision. But that was enough to excite him. Get up, lazy pig. Xiaolinger opened Gu Mingyuan's tent and dragged him up. On the way, Xiaolinger used fighting energy as a medium to communicate with Gu Mingyuan. How did your cultivation go yesterday? I have poor aptitude and couldn't sense the energy. You're too weak. I sensed it in just 3 hours back in my day. You're really impressive. The two chatted casually when suddenly, the caravan ahead stopped. Xiaolinger ceased her conversation and ran ahead to check the situation. Gu Mingyuan secretly operated the modified Crazy Sand Decision, trying to capture that faint sensation of energy. As he continued to practice the method, a small earthy yellow light spot suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Gu Mingyuan was overjoyed. This light spot was the energy described in Crazy Sand Decision, and now he just needed to absorb this energy into his body. However, as his emotions fluctuated, the energy dispersed like startled birds. Gu Mingyuan quickly cleared his thoughts, returning to a calm state. The energy reappeared in Gu Mingyuan's consciousness, and he began using the method to try to draw this energy into his body. With his relentless effort, a small clump of earthy yellow energy successfully entered his body, circulating through his meridians and entering his dantian. Gu Mingyuan opened his eyes, filled with joy. The fatigue in his body lessened significantly with the nourishment of this energy. Now, he had successfully drawn energy into his body, becoming a true first-level fighter. Gu Mingyuan focused the energy on his eyes and found that his vision had improved. He looked ahead at the caravan and noticed that the merchant leader seemed to be arguing with a giant snake. White Chi, you're too greedy. Can't your merchant clan even afford a bit of toll after accumulating wealth for so many years? Our merchant clan's wealth is earned through our own labor. Why should we pay a toll? Then there's nothing to discuss? Suddenly, the tension between both sides escalated, and many merchant clan cultivators secretly formed hand seals, ready to unleash their fighting energy at a word from their leader. White Chi glanced at the merchants and then at the remnants of her own forces behind her, thinking, if it weren't for that human who slaughtered all my trusted generals, I would make these Sand Tribe people pay. However, she alone couldn't handle so many merchant clan cultivators and had to swallow this bitter loss. Fine, 100 human pills, and I'll let you pass. Sha Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief, signaling everyone to be at ease, and said, okay, wait a moment. Chapter 50. The Fallen by Qi. Just as Sha Wei was about to agree, Gu Mingyuan's voice came through. 100 human pills is not enough. We need at least 1,000. Sha Wei immediately frowned, and some merchants cursed under their breath. Who is this kid? Are you out of your mind? The patriarch worked hard to negotiate a price. Even Xiaolinger scolded, Tatar, don't mess around. However, Gu Mingyuan insisted, I'm not messing around. Look closely behind her. They're just some weak, ordinary sand snakes. Her elite troops have long been killed in battle against the human race. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked back at Bai Qi, realizing that the aura of those sand snakes was indeed as weak as Gu Mingyuan had said. Damn, I almost got tricked. I was scared before, but I didn't expect this guy to use an empty city strategy. Even Sha Wei showed a thoughtful expression. Bai Qi, where are your soldiers? Bai Qi thought, not good, this old fox has seen through me. Her soldiers had long been killed, and those sand snakes couldn't form any combat power. They were just brought in to scare people. Patriarch, even if my soldiers are all dead, so what? As long as I have breath in me, the rules must not be lessened. Bai Qi's eyes flashed with fierceness as she stared at Sha Wei, and at the same time, a pressure emanated from her, making everyone feel breathless. Sha Wei hesitated because Bai Qi was a full realm higher than him. Even if she was just a lone commander, she was not something they could deal with. Gu Mingyuan saw his concern and quickly added, Patriarch, she is already at the end of her strength. After fighting with the human experts and not receiving food for a long time, her strength has already dropped to the fighter 7 stars. Everyone was startled, and upon careful sensing, they indeed found that Bai Qi's aura was very chaotic, likely only at the fighter 7 stars level. Captain Bai, I think you need to give me an explanation for today's matter. Bai Qi panicked instantly. She was indeed seriously injured, and her purpose for appearing this time was to trade for some human pills to recover. Now that she had been exposed, she could only say, let us each take a step back. The previous rules are void, and I can let you pass. Sha Wei's face instantly darkened. Captain Bai might have misunderstood my meaning. It is not about whether you let us go, but whether we will let you go. This old fox is really annoying. Bai Qi thought bitterly, while secretly preparing to escape. Just then, a group of human soldiers charged over from a distance. Everyone run. Sha Wei, being cautious, saw the situation was not good and immediately ordered his people to flee the battlefield. Bai Qi breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Fortunately, this group of fools chased after them. Otherwise, with this old fox's character, I would probably have to give up all my assets. Bai Qi led the sand snakes to follow alongside the merchant group and escape with them. Gu Mingyuan, with his keen eyes, immediately spotted the problem. Patriarch, get that big snake away. These human soldiers were brought here by her. Upon hearing this, Sha Wei formed hand seals, and a yellow energy gathered in his hands. With a low shout, the yellow energy formed a large hand that slammed towards Bai Qi, old man. You will get your comeuppance. Bai Qi was struck by the large hand, suffering more injuries, and her speed began to slow down. After Bai Qi disappeared from view, the merchant clan members finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sha Wei looked at Tatar and gratefully said, indeed, young heroes emerge. My previous views were biased. It seems Tatar is a talent worthy of great use. Sha Wei's words immediately drew cheers from the clan members. If it weren't for Sha Wei, they might have lost not just 100 human pills, but could have died in this desert. Thank you. Sha Wei nodded and said, according to clan rules, I now award Tatar a 3rd-class merit, and you can receive 5 human pills as a reward. After finishing, Sha Wei took out a porcelain bottle, poured out 5 human pills, and handed them to Tatar. Gu Mingyuan was not polite, as human pills, while unpleasant to consume, could be traded for supplies with other races. The moment Sha Wei's hand touched Gu Mingyuan's, he realized something was off. He felt a trace of fighting energy had already formed in Gu Mingyuan's dantian, meaning Gu Mingyuan had entered the first stage of fighting energy. Sha Wei originally wanted to praise Tatar, but he quickly calmed down. Compared to honor, safety was of utmost importance. If he revealed everything about Tatar today, Tatar might be assassinated the next day. Thinking of this, Sha Wei calmed down and discreetly exchanged the ordinary human pills for first-turn human pills. First-turn human pills are made from the refined essence of first-turn human blood and flesh, making them more precious and effective than ordinary human pills. Thank you, Patriarch. Sha Wei nodded. Let us continue on our way. A day passed, and by evening, as the last word from Gu Mingyuan fell, the complete version of Kong Sha Ju was restored by him. Yellow level, Kong Sha Ju introduction. The ancestral core skill of the Sand People, powerful enough to cultivate to the Dozong realm. And if combined with Soul Sand and Lava Earth for training, the effects are doubled. Gu Mingyuan browsed through the complete version of Kong Sha Ju and then compared it to the fragmented version of Kong Sha Ju, instantly feeling a headache. This is clearly 2 different skills. No matter how Gu Mingyuan looked at it, he couldn't connect these 2 skills. Gu Mingyuan shook his head. Try not to think about it. Took a deep breath, and began to cultivate fighting energy. Meanwhile, a A small team was advancing in the darkness. Little brat, are you sure the one ahead is the Sand People's camp? Uncle, I am sure and certain. I'm still young. Call me brother. Uncle, next time, when pretending to be young, remember to shave your beard. Disobedient kids will get their bottoms spanked. The speakers were Xiao Miao Miao and a strange man in armor. This strange man, named Chang Baishan, was the captain of this team. Originally on an exploration mission, when Xiao Miao Miao fell from the sky and happened to land on him, Boss Wei discovered an alien camp ahead. Everyone stop. Chang Baishan took out a telescope and looked into the distance, finding that the tents were embroidered with alien characters. Boss, should we attack? Attack my ass. Chang Baishan put down the telescope. Calm as ever, they are not the Sand People. They are the merchants. Let's go buy some supplies from them. Just as they left, a disheveled figure appeared at the spot they had just occupied, glaring with resentment towards the merchant camp. Chapter 51. The sold Xiao Miao Miao Sha Wei, if you are unkind. Do not blame me for being unjust. At the merchant camp, Chang Baishan appeared with a group of subordinates not far away. The patrolling merchants immediately reported this news to the clan leader. Sha Wei personally came to greet them with 2 personal guards. Greetings to our distant guests. I am Sha Wei, the clan leader of the merchants. May I ask what you need? Although Sha Wei did not believe that the human race would buy anything from them, he felt it necessary to extend a gesture of goodwill. I am a captain of Team 101 of the Wolf Cavalry Brigade from Sentinel City. We wish to purchase a batch of supplies from you. Upon hearing this, all the merchants who had been secretly casting spells let out a sigh of relief. Sha Wei also showed a warm smile. Dear guests, welcome to your arrival. As it was already dark, many merchants had gone to sleep. So Sha Wei simply took them to the merchant supply storage and gave Chang Baishan a list that clearly stated the prices of each type of supply. An hour later, after Chang Baishan selected the supplies, he asked, "How much does all this cost, clan leader?" 301 meters in total. I'll round it down to 300 meters. How about that? Chang Baishan nodded and then grabbed Xiao Miao Miao. Clan leader, how much is she worth? Sha Wei looked Xiao Miao Miao up and down, admiring. Second transformation human, young and beautiful, with tender skin, worth 600 meters. The market price for a common human pill is 10 meters. A first transformation human is worth 100 meters. And a second transformation human is worth 500 meters. However, because Xiao Miao Miao is relatively young and has delicious flesh, Sha Wei offered a price 20 higher. Upon hearing that Chang Baishan was going to sell her, Xiao Miao Miao was instantly frightened, her face turning pale as she pleaded, "Please don't buy me. I could do laundry and cook for you." Enough. Chang Baishan interrupted her. Our army's female slaves will also do laundry and cook for us. There's no need for you. The only value you have staying with us is to exchange for rice. Seeing Chang Baishan's fierce expression, Xiao Miao Miao was immediately too scared to speak. Just then, a messenger hurriedly ran over. Clan leader, it's bad. A large number of sand snakes have gathered at the camp's perimeter. We are surrounded. Sha Wei frowned. Dear guests, please wait here for a moment. I have something to deal with. After saying that, he followed the messenger outside. At this moment, Bai Qi stood at the back, gazing at the merchant camp. Suddenly, a large black snake appeared beside her. Bai Qi, don't forget the condition you promised me. Of course, Bai Qi replied, as long as you eliminate these merchants, I will grant you whatever you desire. You are truly bold. The black snake entwined with Bai Qi for a moment before moving to the front of the group of snakes and shouted, "Charge!" Instantly, 1/3 of the sand snakes charged towards the merchant camp. The merchants had almost no chance to react before being bitten to death by the majority. Gu Mingyuan watched the sand snakes that had burrowed into the tents, deep in thought. Could these creatures be the reinforcements called by that snake during the day? The group of sand snakes hissed and surrounded Gu Mingyuan. After observing for a moment, he used the dream invasion skill to control all the sand snakes that had entered, commanding, "You all guard this tent." After giving the command to the sand snakes, Gu Mingyuan lifted the tent flap and stepped outside. The area was already filled with these sand snakes. As soon as Gu Mingyuan emerged from the tent, he was attacked. If it weren't for Gu Mingyuan's high physical fitness and his cultivation of the desert madness, he might have already been killed. Gu Mingyuan dodged the attack of the sand snakes and casually smashed one. However, the smell of blood from the dead sand snakes sparked the ferocity of the group. and they recklessly lunged at Gu Mingyuan. This is troublesome. Gu Mingyuan frowned. If the enemy's target was only one, he might be able to take them down in one strike, but the number of sand snakes in front of him was countless. If he wanted to kill them one by one, he didn't know when he would finish. Fortunately, he directly released all the sand snakes that were controlled in the tent, letting them fight amongst themselves. Sand snakes, being creatures of low intelligence, immediately shifted their focus to attack other sand snakes. Only then did Gu Mingyuan have the opportunity to observe the situation in the merchant camp. Countless screams echoed from various tents, and blood stained the ground. Every surviving merchant was fighting the sand snakes with large cleavers. The urgent matter now was to regroup with the clan leader. Gu Mingyuan shook his head. The current situation was beyond his control. All he could do was join up with the merchant clan leader, as staying close to them would increase his chances of survival. Thinking of this, Gu Mingyuan commanded the controlled sand snakes to create a small path with their lives, leading directly to the clan leader's tent. At this moment, Xiao Wei looked at the countless sand snakes and the 3 sand snakes of fighter-level strength, feeling overwhelmed. If ordinary sand snakes attacked, he and the elite of the merchant clan would have resolved it long ago. But now that they faced opponents with fighter-level strength, the situation had become troublesome. Do you need help? Chang Baishan looked at Xiao Wei with concern. Xiao Wei nodded, looking at Chang Baishan with gratitude. If the young hero can help us merchant clan through this ordeal, the cost of this transaction will be waived. Xiao Miao Miao's face instantly lit up with a smile. If the cost was waived, did that mean she wouldn't have to die? However, Chang Baishan's face darkened as he replied, if the clan leader says that, I will be unhappy. Business is business. Xiao Wei was taken aback, not expecting the young man's heart to be so kind. But just as he was about to praise him, Chang Baishan said, we have already settled our accounts. If the clan leader truly wants to thank us, then 300 meters will be my and my brother's reward. This implied that Chang Baishan did not want to redeem Xiao Miao Miao. His help this time was merely for rice. Xiao Wei rolled his eyes, but maintained a smile on the surface. As long as the young hero is willing to help, everything is negotiable. After speaking, he signaled a guard to take Xiao Miao Miao away. Xiao Miao Miao was instantly dumbfounded. Just a second ago, she thought she was saved, and in the next moment, she realized she was being sold. Just as she was about to crush the dungeon teleportation token, she heard Gu Mingyuan's voice. Xiao Miao Miao? Xiao Miao Miao was overjoyed in her heart, turned to look, but found that although the newcomer resembled Gu Mingyuan, he was unmistakably a proper merchant. Her heart sank in despair. At this moment, Xiao Wei also noticed Gu Mingyuan. Tatar, are you unhurt? Gu Mingyuan shook his head. Rest assured, clan leader, those sand snakes pose no threat to me. Chapter 52. Fighter 1-star, who is this? Gu Mingyuan looked at Chang Baishan. He is a distinguished guest from the human race. But now he is trapped here with us. Gu Mingyuan nodded and glanced at the sobbing Xiao Miao Miao beside him. What's going on with this human girl? Is she with him? Chang Baishan quickly distanced himself from Xiao Miao Miao, saying, don't misunderstand, she is just a commodity. After hearing that Chang Baishan referred to her as a commodity, Xiao Miao Miao was completely disheartened. However, Gu Mingyuan said, I find this little girl quite pleasing. How much? Not much, 300 meters. Gu Mingyuan nodded, took out 30 human pills from his backpack, and asked, are these okay? These human pills were painstakingly accumulated by the original owner. If he knew that Gu Mingyuan was using them so easily, he would probably want to break open the coffin lid and jump out to beat him up. Seeing the 30 human pills, Chang Baishan quickly took them and said, this mother beast is yours now. Chief, we are square. After saying that, he signaled his team to charge towards the sand snakes in the camp. Xiao Miao Miao cursed at Chang Baishan's departing figure, and just as she was about to crush the dungeon token, her vision blurred, and when she opened her eyes again, she found that the token in her hand had disappeared. It's over. This was Xiao Miao Miao's first thought. Being captured isn't terrifying, but losing the dungeon token is truly terrifying. She could almost see herself being torn apart by brutal alien races, licking her blood and chewing her bones into pieces to swallow. Just thinking about this made her burst into tears. Gu Mingyuan had no intention of explaining, as there were sand snakes outside. If they didn't deal with them, both he and Xiao Miao Miao might really end up here. Chief, I know some snake-controlling techniques and can command some sand snakes to fight for us. Sha Wei's dim eyes instantly lit up. How many can you control? Up to 100 ordinary sand snakes at a time. Sha Wei nodded and said, Tartar, you lead 5 clansmen to the southern defense line to block the sand snake attack. Yes, the southern defense line had generally weak sand snakes, with the strongest being at the 7th stage of fighting Qi. Gu Mingyuan's snake-controlling technique, combined with the defense of 5 merchant clan experts, managed to hold the line for a time. On the battlefield's periphery, Bai Qi noticed that the situation had reached a stalemate. She pushed away the big black snake that was taking advantage of her and scolded, You idiot! Still bullying me here. Go check on your subordinates. They're almost slaughtered by that group of monkeys. The big black snake reluctantly climbed off Bai Qi and commanded the second wave of snake attacks. This time, there were a full 7 sand snakes with fighter strength. This shows the formidable power of the sand snake tribe. At the southern defense line, Gu Mingyuan was controlling 100 sand snakes, forming a human military formation, and was trading blows with a sand snake at the 7th stage of fighting Qi. Suddenly, a fighter 1-star sand snake leapt out, breaking through the formation of 100 sand snakes with overwhelming force. At the same time, with the death of the 100 ordinary sand snakes, Gu Mingyuan felt a moment of dizziness. When he regained his senses, the fighter 1-star sand snake had already lunged at a merchant clan member. As the merchant was about to be swallowed, the other 4 merchants immediately used their fighting techniques to attack it frantically. However, these attacks on the fighter 1-star sand snake were like tickling, causing no damage at all. In the blink of an eye, one person was lost from the southern defense line. The fighter 1-star sand snake let out a satisfied burp and charged at another merchant. That merchant's face instantly turned pale, swallowed an unknown pill, and then fled madly. The fighter 1-star sand snake chased after him, but couldn't catch up for a moment. It had to change targets and pursued the remaining merchants. However, these merchants had been in business for a long time and had accumulated many treasures, making it difficult for even a fighter 1-star sand snake to catch them. Thus, it turned its gaze towards Gu Mingyuan, starting to circle around him. It sensed that this merchant was different from the others, exuding a power of blood energy, and the aura it emitted was surprisingly comparable to that of its commander. It began to probe. If it determined that Gu Mingyuan posed no threat, it would not hesitate to swallow him whole. Gu Mingyuan looked around and noticed that the 4 merchant clan members had disappeared, likely going to get reinforcements. He smiled slightly and looked at the sand snake. Beast die. After saying that, he swung his fist, as big as a sandbag, and smashed it down hard. The fighter 1-star sand snake was startled and quickly twisted its body to retreat. However, Gu Mingyuan was faster than it, and his fist collided with the snake's body, sparking a shower of sparks. The sand snake was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a gaping hole the size of a bowl, blood gushing out. Gu Mingyuan stepped forward, snorted coldly, and swung his fist down again, but in an instant, the sand snake opened its eyes and twisted its body, dodging this punch. Boom! The fist struck the sand, sending sand flying up to 5 stories high. Oomph! Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly. You beast, pretending to be dead? Seeing that it couldn't escape, the sand snake had to fight back. It began to gather all its toxins, forming venom to spit out. Gu Mingyuan dodged the toxins while moving closer to the sand snake. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its vital point. As long as the snake's vital point was hit with a punch, it was surely dead. The snake was already fighting desperately, completely ignoring Gu Mingyuan's actions. It hissed and called all the sand snakes to attack Gu Mingyuan. However, Gu Mingyuan used the Into Dream skill to control a batch of sand snakes, tying up the ordinary sand snakes, while he had already reached the vital point of the fighter 1-star sand snake, smashing down his fist. After a piercing hiss, the fighter 1-star sand snake died. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the merchant clan arrived. To avoid being discovered by the merchants that he had concealed his strength, Gu Mingyuan could only store the snake in his storage space. Tartar, I heard that a fighter-level sand snake appeared here. The speaker was Sha Ao, a side branch of the Sha family, who had reached fighter 3-star strength at a young age, surpassing Sha Linger by 1 star. Thus, he was arrogant and domineering in the clan. Gu Mingyuan replied indifferently. That sand snake suddenly retreated for some reason. Sha Ao nodded. According to the chief, This attack should have been initiated by that snake from the daytime, and this sand snake was probably ordered to retreat by her. I need to go back to report. Tartar, you continue to guard here. Sha Ao was worried that the retreat of this fighter 1-star sand snake had a greater conspiracy behind it. Chapter 53. Headless Phantom. Just as Sha Ao turned to leave, 2 sand snakes with 3-star fighter strength suddenly emerged from the sand, opening their gaping jaws to bite at Sha Ao. Not good. Sha Ao cursed angrily, quickly forming seals with his hands. Streams of fighting spirit poured into the sand, and then walls of sand rose from the ground, forcefully blocking the snake's attack. At the same time, Sha Ao's figure retreated rapidly. Seeing their prey, trying to escape, the 2 sand snakes immediately began spraying venom, attempting to block Sha Ao's path. Sha Ao cursed again and then formed seals with his hands once more. The earthy fighting spirit that emanated from him enveloped his entire body, and then he directly sank into the sand. When he reappeared, he had already left the battlefield and was by Gu Mingyuan's side. Sha Ao looked at the pursuing sand snakes and ordered, "The southern defense line has fallen. I will hold off these 2 beasts here. Tatar, you lead the remaining clansmen to seek help." With that, his figure flashed, and he rejoined the battle. Gu Mingyuan did not want to fight this group of sand snakes, and now there was a scapegoat. So he swaggered back to the clan leader's tent with the remaining clansmen. "Leader, it's bad. The southern defense line has fallen, and 2 3-star fighter sand snakes are attacking Sha Ao. All the experts in the clan are being delayed." Sha Wei paused for a moment. "I'll go with you." "Leader, no. I have a premonition that the truly powerful enemy is still hiding in the dark. If you make a move, it will definitely provoke a counterattack." Sha Wei sighed and said, "Although I don't want to act so soon, the situation is stronger than the person. I can't just watch that kid Sha Ao go to his death." Everyone fell silent, but Gu Mingyuan said, "Leader, if you make a move, the enemy is in the dark while we are in the open, which is very disadvantageous for us. Why not let that human girl come with us?" Sha Wei's brows slightly relaxed, and he patted Gu Mingyuan's shoulder with force. "Good boy, I didn't expect you to think of such a win-win solution." He searched for a moment and had the guard bring Xiao Miao Miao over. Xiao Miao Miao's eyes were red, clearly having cried. Gu Mingyuan put on a smile he thought was warm. "Little beauty, would you be willing to help your brother out?" However, this smile, in Xiao Miao Miao's eyes, was similar to that of a mountain ghost. Immediately, Xiao Miao Miao burst into tears. Sha Wei coldly snorted. "This human girl can't tell the situation. How about I cast Abyssal curse on her to make it easier to control?" "No need." Gu Mingyuan's mouth twitched, and at the same time, he secretly transmitted a message to Xiao Miao Miao. "Little beauty, stop crying. You're in the enemy camp now. If you want to live, be obedient." Xiao Miao Miao immediately stopped crying, looking around in confusion. She thought she had just heard Gu Mingyuan's voice. Was she hallucinating? Gu Mingyuan? Gu Mingyuan rubbed his forehead, feeling that he was not afraid of a godlike opponent, but feared pig-like teammates. However, Xiao Miao Miao still had value to him, so he couldn't let her die here. He had no choice but to transmit again. "If you don't want to die, follow the person in front of you." Gu Mingyuan's transmission worked, and Xiao Miao Miao stopped crying, stood up, and followed behind Gu Mingyuan. Sha Wei looked at the departing human girl in Tatar, feeling a hint of suspicion, but it was quickly swept away by the current situation. Gu Mingyuan took Xiao Miao Miao to a safe place and then dismissed the merchants. "It's me." Gu Mingyuan dispelled the effects of the disguise box, and only then did Xiao Miao Miao recognize him. "Brother-in-law?" Xiao Miao Miao instantly became excited. If her brother-in-law was by her side, she was confident she could escape. "Brother-in-law, are you here to take me away?" Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "I finally managed to mix into the merchant's team. I don't want to take you away." Xiao Miao Miao immediately felt extremely wronged. "Brother-in-law, I'm a girl. Can't you protect the girl first?" Xiao Miao Miao, this is a battlefield between humans and abyssal enemies. Do you know what a battlefield is? It's the kind where people can die at any moment. Xiao Miao Miao nodded and said, "Then what should I do?" Mentioning Xiao Miao Miao made Gu Mingyuan feel a headache. If it weren't for her inexplicably barging in, he wouldn't have to be distracted to protect her. Gu Mingyuan thought for a moment and said, "After the battle, I will apply to the clan leader to make you my slave. As long as you don't cause trouble, no one should come looking for you. Now, come with me. My strength cannot be exposed. Quickly go support Xiao. If he can't hold on, we're all done for. After hearing this, Xiao Miao realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately used her skills to attack the sand snakes. Xiao Miao was at the peak of the first transformation. Although she couldn't kill a sand snake with fighter strength, it was not a problem to hold it off for a while. Xiao Miao's profession was B-grade, headless phantom, which could summon a ghost knight to fight for her. This ghost knight could not only infinitely resurrect, but could also summon a large number of ghostly beings to fight for her. Although this headless phantom was defined as B-grade, its destructive power could already be classified as A-grade. Even if the sand snakes could withstand the attacks of the headless phantom could infinitely resurrect, and it would eventually wear them down. Half an hour later, the two sand snakes clearly showed signs of exhaustion, and both Xiao and Xiao Miao's faces were not looking good. However, the headless phantom was still infinitely reviving. The two sand snakes looked at the headless phantom and could not help but show a hint of fear, both fleeing for their lives. Seeing the sand snakes escape, Xiao Miao felt a surge of joy. Just as she was about to call the headless phantom to chase after them, she was stopped by Gu Mingyuan. All right, don't chase. I suspect there's something even more terrifying lurking in the night. After hearing this, Xiao Miao stopped the pursuit and recalled the headless phantom. Tatar, how did this human end up here? Xiao, from now on, she is my slave. I have a good reason to bring my slave into battle, right? What you're doing will make Linger angry. Xiao looked at Xiao Miao, his narrow eyes showing an unkind glint. Gu Mingyuan stood between them, coldly saying, "How to deal with her is my business. You have no right to interfere." Xiao immediately revealed a sinister expression. Tatar, you're looking for death. As he spoke, he placed one hand behind his back, secretly forming seals. In an instant, a stream of earthy energy clung to his hand, and as long as Gu Mingyuan's next words displeased him, he would instantly kill him. Even if the clan leader investigated later, he had ways to brush it off. Gu Mingyuan saw through his little scheme, but was not afraid at all. Xiao, are you sure you want to ruin our relationship over human? Chapter 54 Breakout. Xiao snorted coldly, just about to take action when a group of merchant tribe members ran over, forcing him to give up the idea of making a move. The clan leader is calling for you. The strong ones of the Shashi tribe have appeared. Xiao's pupils contracted slightly, and he nodded. All right, I understand. He turned to Gu Mingyuan and said, "You're lucky this time." After saying that, he followed the group of merchant tribe members back. Gu Mingyuan glanced at Xiao Miao. Let's go. He held Xiao Miao's hand and followed them. Outside the clan leader's tent, all the surviving merchant tribe members gathered there. This battle had caused significant losses for the merchant tribe. Dozens of fighters with fighting chi power had perished, and ordinary tribe members were countless. Is everyone here? The clan leader scanned the crowd and said briefly, "We are currently surrounded. The enemy is powerful. We need to form a strike team to break out and head to the merchant city for help." The crowd immediately stirred. Although breaking out was dangerous, their position was not far from the merchant city, meaning that if they succeeded, they could ensure their safety. The clan leader glanced at the restless tribe members, cleared his throat, and said, "The members for this breakout have already been selected. All those whose names I call, step forward." As names were called, 8 tribe members stood up, with Gu Mingyuan among them. Instantly, only Gu Mingyuan, who was merely at the fighting chi level, drew dissatisfaction from the crowd. Clan leader, Tatar only has fighting chi strength. Why was he chosen and not me? There's definitely something shady going on. Silence. The clan leader's expression darkened. His voice wrapped in fighting chi pierced through everyone's eardrums. Tatar is skilled in snake manipulation. Although he is not a fighter, his abilities should not be underestimated. Under the explanation of the merchant tribe members on the southern front, everyone finally understood the terrifying nature of Tatar's snake manipulation. Therefore, no one dared to oppose him anymore. However, Gu Mingyuan said, "Clan leader, I want to stay and share the fate with everyone." Before the clan leader could respond, Sha Linker spoke first. "Is it because of that human woman that you don't want to leave?" Everyone was taken aback, and upon seeing Tatar and Xiao Miao holding hands, they instantly understood. I sense a hint of jealousy. Haha, Tatter's taste is truly unique. The murmurs of the crowd reached Sha Linger's ears, adding fuel to the already tense situation. Sha Linger's eyes turned red, and with a hand gesture, a virtual image of a tornado formed in her hand. She sobbed, Tatar, if you don't give me an explanation today, I will definitely kill you. Gu Mingyuan took a deep breath and said, Linga, she is just my slave. I did this to prevent her from running away. Really? Yes. Taking advantage of the moment, Gu Mingyuan proposed to the clan leader, I would like to request your permission to take my slave with me. All right. Sha Wei, worried about any further complications, agreed without much thought. At this moment, the outer Shashi tribe had already begun to advance, and the encirclement was continuously shrinking. The strike team chose to break out to the southeast, as that direction was closest to the merchant city. Tatar, let your little slave play her part. They had just advanced 30 meters when many team members felt their fighting chi completely drained. If it weren't for the supply of pills, they might have already collapsed. Okay, Gu Mingyuan said, that human, quickly use your skill to cover our retreat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Miao Miao immediately used Headless Ghost Shadow to summon a large number of undead. Gu Mingyuan's mouth twitched, and he quickly transmitted, don't use so much strength, conserve your skills. Oh, after hearing this, Xiao Miao Miao understood Gu Mingyuan's intention, and instantly, half of the undead disappeared. Gu Mingyuan's face darkened as he looked around. Fortunately, everyone was busy fighting, and no one was paying attention to her, otherwise he might have been exposed. Gu Mingyuan decided to ignore Xiao Miao Miao and controlled the snake swarm to push forward. 10 minutes later, just as the group was about to break through the encirclement, 2 black snakes, one black and one white, blocked their way. Gu Mingyuan, with sharp eyes, immediately recognized the white snake. Everyone be careful. That snake is the one we encountered today, called by Qi. The crowd was startled, and as they sensed more carefully, their faces turned even uglier. Bai Qi's strength had already recovered to the half-step fighter realm, while the black snake was a genuine fighter. Are we going to be wiped out? The crowd couldn't help but let out desperate cries. Bai Qi was quite pleased with the crowd's reaction. Flicking her tongue and looking at Gu Mingyuan in the crowd, she said, you're the one who foiled my plan this morning, right? Xiao Miao Miao immediately became nervous, wanting to defend Gu Mingyuan, but was stopped by him. At such a time, having someone help would only complicate matters further. Gu Mingyuan met Bai Qi's gaze and said, state your terms. How can you let us go? Bai Qi thought for a moment and said, the flesh of you merchant tribe members is tough and smelly, not tasty. Why not hand over that human girl to me? I might consider letting you go. How about it? As soon as her words fell, all the merchant tribe members' gazes turned to Xiao Miao Miao. Xiao Miao Miao immediately became anxious, her small hand tightly gripping Gu Mingyuan's hand, fearing that the giant snake in front of her would rush over and eat her alive. Tatar, quickly hand over the human. As long as you hand her over, we will be safe. Tatar, sacrificing her can save all of us. This deal is very worthwhile. Enough. Gu Mingyuan said, do you really think that if we sacrifice her, we can escape? Don't be foolish. Even if we sacrifice this human, she still won't let us go. Our only chance of survival is to break out. After saying this, he actively urged his fighting chi and smashed it forward. Instantly, an ordinary sand snake was blown to bits. Unappreciative, Bai Qi coldly snorted and attacked Gu Mingyuan. With her assault, all the sand snakes, including the large black snake, also attacked the breakout team. Soon, the original 8 members of the strike team were reduced to 5. Tatar, after this incident, I will definitely report you to the clan leader. Despite the constant curses directed at Tatar, it was a special time, and no one dared to attack him. At this moment, Gu Mingyuan also couldn't care about anyone else, as he was also being restrained by Bai Qi. Weren't you quite loud during the day? Why are you silent now? Gu Mingyuan silently lamented. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so arrogant during the day. Bai Qi's fighting skills were very strange and powerful, seemingly related to space. Chapter 55. The ambushed human army Bai Qi was enveloped in fighting spirit and vanished again. Gu Mingyuan gathered all the snakes around him and ordered Xiao Miao Miao to stand with him, as the power of 2 was always stronger than that of 1. Human, I give you a chance. Leave that lowly merchant clan member, and I might consider sparing you. Bai Chi's voice echoed. Xiao Miao Miao replied firmly, impossible. Unappreciative, Bai Chi reappeared, opening her massive mouth to bite at Xiao Miao Miao. Bai Chi's attack was imminent, and if Gu Mingyuan called the snake for support, it might already be too late. He could only use his physical strength and threw a punch at Bai Chi, however. Bai Chi ignored him and continued to bite at Xiao Miao Miao. It was well known that in the world of fighting spirit, lower-level fighters had weaker physical strength unless they practiced special techniques. Yet, Bai Chi underestimated him. She felt as if her head had been struck hard by a mud truck. Half of her face caved in. She rolled on the ground a few times and then briefly lost consciousness. Seeing Bai Chi faint, the large black snake wanted to rush over to help, but was tightly entangled by the remaining 5 individuals. Totter, you're doing great. Hurry to the merchant city and bring reinforcements. Our salvation depends on you. Gu Mingyuan was taken aback. He never expected these otherworldly beings would help him. He thought to himself, according to human historical records, these creatures lacked emotions and would even harm their kind. It seems they possessed some intelligence and feelings after all. He suddenly recalled a research report by Professor Bruce Pye. The reason why these creatures treated humans cruelly was that there was no supreme being among humans to oversee them. The so-called supreme being is an existence that has crossed the 9th level and reached supreme status. Such beings could easily move mountains and seas, and even the entire blue star could not produce one. Gu Mingyuan sighed for a moment, and then quickly fled with Xiao Miao Miao. After escaping for about a kilometer, Gu Mingyuan slowed down. Xiao Miao Miao asked in confusion, "Aren't we running away?" Gu Mingyuan rubbed his temples. "No, I feel like my mental energy is running low." After speaking, he felt dizzy and nearly collapsed. "Wake up!" Xiao Miao Miao hurriedly slapped Gu Mingyuan awake and fed him a spirit-nourishing pill. Under the effect of the pill, Gu Mingyuan felt his headache ease. Gu Mingyuan activated the Desert Madness technique to recover from his physical injuries and then rushed forward with Xiao Miao Miao again. After traveling about 10 kilometers, Gu Mingyuan finally found Merchant City. "Stop!" 2 city guards blocked their way. Gu Mingyuan smiled and took out 10 human pills from his backpack, saying, "Please let us through." The 2 city guards accepted the 10 human pills, but showed no intention of letting them in. "Sorry, it's curfew now. No one can enter." Gu Mingyuan frowned. "I am a relative of Sha Wei. I'm entering the city at his request to seek help." He quickly informed the guards of Sha Wei's attack situation. "All right, I'll report it." One of the guards went to inform. 10 minutes later, a plump man in a purple robe walked out. "Hello, I am Shi Kai, the city lord of Merchant City. Where did head of the Sha family get attacked?" Behind him was a dense crowd of merchant clan soldiers. "Follow me." Just as they left, a group of ambushed human soldiers suddenly raised torches and charged towards Merchant City. At the same time, the Sand Snake clan, which was under siege, seemed to have received orders and retreated entirely. Sha Wei frowned as he watched the retreating Sand Snake clan, as if realizing something bad, and hurriedly organized his troops towards Merchant City. Gu Mingyuan looked at the suddenly appearing human army and silently cursed. He didn't care how the merchant clan would die. He was worried about whether he would be killed by his own kind in the upcoming battle. At that moment, as if the rain had fallen on a leaking roof, a group of human soldiers disguised within the merchant clan army suddenly erupted, attacking the nearest merchant soldiers. Shi Kai's expression darkened. Arrogance. An invisible sound wave wrapped in fighting spirit spread out, causing all human soldiers who heard it to suffer severe injuries, bleeding from their 7 orifices. "I will fight you." A middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out from the human army, wielding a halberd, and charged at Shi Kai. In an instant, a tremendous energy exploded between the two, and countless innocent soldiers were caught in the crossfire, torn to shreds. The next moment, both of them soared into the air and began to fight. Gu Mingyuan was not idle either. He secretly removed his disguise and led Xiao Miao Miao into the human camp. His actions quickly drew the attention of a human commander, who ordered him brought over. "Who are you?" "Gu Mingyuan." "Nonsense. I just saw you were a merchant clan member. If you don't believe me, you can test me with a special testing stone." The human commander ordered a full-body inspection of Gu Mingyuan, but nothing was found. After a moment of silence, the commander said, Give these two a set of weapons and let them fight with the army. Yes. Soon, a set of armor and a long sword were delivered to Gu Mingyuan. After donning them, he followed the army towards Merchant City. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Gu Mingyuan clearly understood the strengths and weaknesses of fighting spirit, so he displayed exceptional bravery on the battlefield. His performance quickly caught the attention of the higher-ups in Merchant City. A peak fighter from the merchant clan rode a sand wolf and swung a wolf-toothed club at Gu Mingyuan fiercely. Gu Mingyuan dared not take it head-on because the club was attached to a martial artist cyclone. If the club hit solidly, Gu Mingyuan would at least break 10 ribs. Gu Mingyuan used the Into Dream skill to create an illusion, causing the opponent to swing in the wrong direction, then utilized his physical strength to deliver a powerful punch to the opponent's dantian. The dantian is where a fighter stores fighting spirit. It can be said to be the foundation of a fighter. If the dantian is destroyed, the fighter's strength will cease to exist. Just as Gu Mingyuan was about to succeed, a familiar figure rushed over and saved him. Elder, are you all right? It was Sha Wei. At the same time, Xiao, Sha Ling'er, and other clan members joined the battle. Devil, let's fight. Sha Ling'er formed seals with both hands, creating a whirlwind that swept towards Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan knew the power of this whirlwind and dared not linger, quickly retreating. Just then, an arrow shot towards Sha Ling. Chapter 56. The defeat of the human race. Sha Ling'er was momentarily taken aback, but her instinct for survival caused her to lean left, narrowly avoiding the incoming arrow. She looked towards the direction from which the arrow had come and spotted a slender girl with pointed ears and golden hair standing on a nearby mound. Furious after the ambush, Sha Ling'er quickly formed hand seals and with a swift movement appeared beside the elven girl. Just as her hand was a foot away from the girl, a steel-long knife abruptly appeared and struck her hand fiercely. Sha Ling'er winced in pain and retracted her hands. The steel-long knife, seizing the opportunity, continued to attack her. Sha Ling'er formed a hand sign and then slammed her palm onto the ground. Instantly, a wave of earthy-colored fighting spirit enveloped her entire body, and in the next moment, she had appeared 100 meters away. At that moment, Sha Ling'er finally saw who had attacked her. The owner of the steel-long knife was none other than Fong Ping. Despicable human. Sha Ling'er recognized Fong Ping and cursed, "You're like a rat in the gutter." Fong Ping casually touched his nose, unbothered by her insults, and replied, "We humans have an ancient saying, all's fair in war. Our previous retreat was merely to achieve a greater success. Otherwise, do you really think you could defeat me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sha Ling'er felt the magic knife she had suppressed starting to stir. Then it flew towards Fong Ping uncontrollably. "Come back," Sha Ling'er shouted, grabbing the magic knife with one hand while continuously infusing it with fighting spirit, attempting to refine it. "Oomph." Fong Ping sneered, "It's useless." With his words, the magic knife broke free from Sha Ling'er's control and flew straight towards Fong Ping. Sha Ling'er watched the magic knife moving away from her, feeling a surge of unwillingness. She formed hand seals, and earthy-colored energy gathered in her hands. With a low shout, the energy instantly sank into the ground, forming walls of sand. The magic knife was obstructed in its flight, getting stuck on one of the sand walls. "This magic knife, isn't that impressive," Sha Ling'er taunted. "Haha," Fong Ping chuckled coldly. His profession was blade borrower, and the magic knife was just a trivial tool in his hands. In the next moment, a completely white knife flew out from behind Fong Ping, destroying the sand walls and charging straight towards Sha Ling'er, while the magic knife also broke free from the sand wall and changed direction to collide with her. To make matters worse, the fighting had attracted the attention of the human commander, who dispatched a squad of vine-armored soldiers for support. Sha Ling'er's situation could be described as being caught between a wolf and a tiger. Knowing she couldn't escape, Sha Ling'er hurriedly sent a message to Sha Wei, requesting assistance. At the same time, she crushed a dragon-shaped jade pendant. The energy within the pendant gathered in front of Sha Ling, gradually forming a transparent protective shield that nullified all attacks from the magic knife and the vine-armored soldiers. About 3 minutes later, a team of merchants crossed the entire military formation and arrived at the battlefield. The leader was Sha Ao. Linga, are you all right? Sha Linger looked over at the sound, but didn't see Tatar, feeling a bit disappointed. However, it made sense. Someone as foolish as him probably didn't know where he had ended up. I'm fine, just help me block that person. Sha Linger pointed at Fong Ping. Go. The strength of this merchant squad was above the martial artist level, and they could hold Fong Ping back for a moment. That moment would be enough for Sha Linger to eliminate the entire squad of vine-armored soldiers. However, how could Fong Ping allow Sha Linger to succeed so easily? He commanded the magic knife to block Sha Ao's frontal assault, while ordering the elf Katarina to use dark arrows to disrupt Sha Linger's movements. For a moment, Sha Linger was unable to deal with the vine-armored soldiers. Although Sha Linger was powerful, the vine-armored soldiers had undergone rigorous training, and their utilization of military formations had reached an incredible level. Combined with the dark arrows from the elves, Sha Linger found it difficult to find a breakthrough. Just when Sha Linger was at her wit's end, the human army suddenly began to retreat. Everyone stopped their actions and looked up at the sky. In the sky, Shi Kai stood proudly, while the human warriors were in disarray, with a small hole in their chests and their left arms hanging limply. Clearly, Shi Kai had won this battle. Next time, don't come here to embarrass yourselves. Shi Kai scoffed at the disheveled human warriors. Their faces turned crimson, but they didn't know what to say. Just you wait. Meanwhile, in the command room, the human commander looked towards the battlefield and sighed deeply. What a pity. Such a meticulous plan ultimately failed due to the gap in high-end combat power. In fact, similar incidents have happened more than once today. The strength of the alien races is formidable, and humans of the same level cannot compete. Moreover, Shi Kai was a top-tier powerhouse, to put it bluntly. He alone was enough to withstand 6 human 6th-tier warriors. Chase. See, he commanded. All the merchants surged forward as if they had been injected with adrenaline, quickly launching their attack. Half an hour later, when the last human disappeared over the horizon, the battle was declared over. All the surviving merchants began to clean the battlefield. Tatar, where are you? Sha Linger looked at the empty battlefield, wrapping her voice in fighting spirit and calling out loudly. However, the silent desert only responded with the occasional passing wind. She persisted in calling, from nightfall until sunrise, shouting the entire night. Her voice nearly gave out, and as she watched the sun rise, memories began to flash before her eyes like a revolving lantern. Unable to bear it any longer, she broke down in tears. Sha Ao came over and patted her shoulder. Linger, don't cry. I think Tatar Woon Ti want you to be like this. Sha Wei also approached Linger. Tatar is a hero. May Allah have mercy on him and grant him a place in the vast paradise. Sha Linger wiped her tears, gradually accepting this reality, and followed Sha Wei silently towards the merchant city. Meanwhile, in the human army, Gu Mingyuan registered identities with Xiao Miao Miao, received their identity tokens, and went to their tents to rest. Have you heard? The high-ranking officials of the human race are arguing fiercely over today's incident. Not just that. I heard they even started fighting. I think they're already quite harmonious. Our Southern Expedition Army was fully mobilized, and we bribed the leader of the Sand Serpent tribe to set up this trap, yet we still couldn't take down the merchant city. If I were one of the human high-ranking officials, I would probably question my life. Gu Mingyuan listened to the discussions of the veterans and said, the reason the alien races are strong is that they possess cultivation methods. Why don't we seize their cultivation methods to enhance ourselves? Chapter 57 agreed. As soon as the words were spoken, all the soldiers fell silent, looking at Gu Mingyuan as if he were a fool. A kind-looking old soldier walked over and sat down in front of Gu Mingyuan's bed, saying, little brother, you must be new here, right? Gu Mingyuan had nothing to hide and nodded. Immediately, everyone showed an expression of understanding. Little brother, you may not know this, but the human race once planned this matter. They sent a group of people disguised to infiltrate the enemy camp and brought back the cultivation methods of the alien races. However, these cultivation methods are not suitable for humans. Gu Mingyuan was confused. He had been cultivating very well, and he was already at the 3rd stage of fighting energy. The old soldier noticed Gu Mingyuan's surprise and explained, little brother, what you may not know is that the cultivation methods of the alien races have significant issues. If our human race cultivates them, we could either go mad or die. After hearing this, Gu Mingyuan recalled the incomplete text he had obtained, Wild Sand Decision, and suddenly understood that humans could not cultivate such techniques at all. Little brother, although we cannot cultivate this technique, the aliens who have signed a slave contract with the human race can. So, if you can get your hands on an alien, you can still become a guest of the high-ranking humans. Gu Mingyuan nodded and asked, Brother, what is your name? My name is Utian. Utian paused and said, I heard my son say that his entire class has entered this instance. Do you know my son, Yu Sheng? Gu Mingyuan was taken aback. He couldn't connect the spirited young man with yellow hair to this easygoing old soldier. Utian, thinking something had happened to his son, quickly asked, Little brother, did something happen to my son? Gu Mingyuan came back to his senses and quickly replied, I know your son. I am his classmate. However, we got separated after entering the instance, so I don't know his whereabouts. Yu Tian's expression dimmed, and shaking his head, he forced a smile and said, Little brother, since you managed to escape from the aliens to the military, you must have some ability. I wonder if you can take care of my useless son at school? As he spoke, he took out a bag of rice money. Gu Mingyuan was shocked and quickly declined, saying, Uncle, you don't need to do this. I am classmates with Yu Sheng. I will definitely help him. Gu Mingyuan looked at the old soldier and had to say something against his conscience. Seeing Gu Mingyuan refuse to accept the money, Yu Tian could only take it back and return his bed. Gu Mingyuan sighed in relief as Yu Tian gave up. But the next moment, Yu Tian pulled out a pine box from under his pillow and mysteriously handed it to Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan initially wanted to decline, but Yu Tian said, This thing is called soul sand. It's a good treasure. The military sergeant interrogated me for half a day, and I didn't hand it over. Now it's your lucky day. The Wild Sand Decision, Gu Mingyuan was cultivating mentioned such a thing. Yellow grade, Wild Killing Decision Introduction. The ancestral core technique of the Sand Tribe, extremely powerful, can be cultivated up to the Fighting Sovereign realm. If paired with Soul Sand and Lava Earth cultivation, the effect doubles. Soul Sand could enhance Gu Mingyuan's cultivation effect, and even Gu Mingyuan couldn't obtain such a thing. So he no longer declined and accepted it. Seeing Gu Mingyuan accept the gift, Yu Tian was both amused and helpless. Realizing that the reason for refusing money earlier was that it wasn't worth enough, Yu Tian patted Gu Mingyuan's shoulder hard and said, From now on, I'll leave my son's matters to you. Gu Mingyuan nodded and said, I still stand by what I said. I am classmates with Yu Sheng, and I will definitely help him. Good. Although Gu Mingyuan repeated the same thing twice, Yu Tian felt more at ease now. After all, one is soft when they eat someone else's food and take someone else's hand. Since Gu Mingyuan accepted something, he would surely help. At that moment, the assembly horn sounded. 3 minutes later, Gu Mingyuan stood amidst a dense crowd, looking at the human commander in front. According to the soldiers, this commander was named Su Jingtian, only 20 years old, who graduated from the officer academy due to his excellent command skills and was now the commander at the sentry front. According to the scouts, the army of Merchant City had begun to assemble and was preparing to attack us. We must retreat immediately, Su Jingtian succinctly stated, then mounted his horse and headed toward the sentry city. Although these soldiers had grievances in their hearts, they all perked up to survive. After about 3 hours of walking, the army stopped. A group of Sand Tribe soldiers appeared in sight. To avoid wasting time, Su Jingtian directly sent out 3 experts at the 3rd transformation to deal with them. The rest of the journey went smoothly. They were neither pursued by the army of Merchant City nor encountered Sand Tribe soldiers. By evening, Gu Mingyuan returned to the tent. However, just as he settled down and prepared to cultivate, he was awakened by the urgent assembly call. All the soldiers, disregarding their physical fatigue, quickly assembled. Outside the camp, they were surrounded by numerous sand snakes. At this moment, Su Jingtian was talking with a large black snake. Hey Xian, what do you mean? Hey Xian sneered. You humans are really cunning. You want to run before the payment is settled. Su Jingtian's face darkened, arguing, according to our original agreement, I have already paid you 2,000 rice worth of supplies. He Xian replied, but the number of sand snakes we sacrificed is far beyond what these supplies can compare. That's your problem. According to the agreement, we have cleared the payment. He Xian's slender snake eyes fixed on Gu Mingyuan, maliciously saying, Tell me, what would happen if I trapped you here and went to Merchant City to report? Su Zhengtian's expression changed. How about this? I will give you another 500 rice. How about that? He. He Xian said, it seems you still don't realize the severity of the situation. Su Zhengtian snorted coldly. Don't think I'm an easy target. After saying this, he transmitted a message to the human power, asking him to release a trace of 5th grade momentum. He Xian's face instantly turned pale, but a tremendous momentum erupted from behind He Xian. An elderly sand snake emerged, clearly a fighting king expert. Su Zhengtian's face instantly turned ugly. If Zhang Lei hadn't been injured, everything would have been easier to handle. However, after Zhang Lei's injury, his strength was significantly reduced, and he might not even win against an ordinary 4th grade expert. Even if Su Zhengtian could eventually use the military formation's power to drive it back, the army of Merchant City arriving afterward would definitely put them in an irretrievable situation. Chapter 58 Arrival at Sentinel City after weighing the pros and cons. Su Zhengtian had no choice but to compromise. I can give you 3,000 meters. That's my biggest concession. He Kuai nodded in satisfaction and said, if you had said this earlier, we wouldn't have had to make such a big fuss. Su Zhengtian handed over the 3,000 meters to He Kuai, and then nervously looked at the swarm of sand snakes. If the sand snakes took the rice and still didn't leave, their situation would become dangerous. He Kuai saw Su Zhengtian's doubts and mocked. Do you think I would be as despicable as your kind? Since I have received what I deserve, I will naturally not make things difficult for you. With that, he led the swarm of sand snakes and the Do Wang-level powerhouse away from the place. Seeing the sand snakes retreat completely, Su Zhengtian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, their position had already been exposed. If He Kuai suddenly turned back for an attack, the entire Southern Expedition Army would likely be annihilated. Move out. With Su Zhengtian's command, the Southern Expedition Army advanced towards Sentinel City once again. 3 hours later, night had completely enveloped the surroundings, and ordinary people could only proceed by feeling. Stop. With Su Zhengtian's order, all soldiers began to rest in place. Gu Mingyuan returned to the tent and started to practice the Desert Fury. After an hour, all the soldiers went to sleep. Gu Mingyuan took out a box of soul sand, pinched a small handful, and placed it in his mouth to chew while operating the Desert Fury. A wave of dark attribute energy spread from his mouth, flowing into his limbs and bones, constantly washing through his muscles and strengthening his body. Gu Mingyuan felt that many ailments left from his training were miraculously beginning to heal. Even some irreversible injuries from previous battles were being repaired. At the same time, he felt that his speed of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth had more than doubled. This soul sand is truly a treasure. Gu Mingyuan marveled inwardly and accelerated his training speed. After half a stick of incense, he broke through to the 4th stage of Do Qi. An hour later, he broke through to the 5th stage of Do Qi. By the time the sun rose above the horizon, he had already broken through to the 9th stage of Do Qi. Gu Mingyuan opened his eyes, let out a long breath, then got up to wash up. Although he hadn't slept the previous night, the night of training left him full of energy. Soon, the horn for assembly sounded. Gu Mingyuan followed the army forward while operating the small circulatory system, immediately feeling a significant reduction in his fatigue. After 5 hours, the army arrived in front of a magnificent city with the words Sentinel City inscribed in gold on the plaque. Gu Mingyuan entered the city with the army, then eagerly took off his military uniform. He had just received news from Asu. This kid had been teleported to Sentinel City after entering and had done some small business. Now, thriving. Brother-in-law, look over there. Isn't that Su Qing? Gu Mingyuan looked in the direction of the voice and found that it really was him. A grin spread across Gu Mingyuan's face. He took Xiao Miao Miao's small hand and walked towards Su Qing. At that moment, Su Qing was dressed in fine clothes, with a beautiful girl in each arm, looking quite pleased with himself. Hey, Su Qing, who the hell are you? Su Qing glanced over impatiently, and when he saw Gu Mingyuan, he nearly scared himself out of his wits. Gu Mingyuan? Previously, in a lost West Ming Street instance, the two had encountered each other, and Su Qing had inexplicably cursed at Gu Mingyuan, resulting in Gu Mingyuan giving him a good beating. Now, Seeing Gu Mingyuan was like seeing his father. Don't mess around. I tell you, my brother is the commander of the Southern Expedition Army. If you dare to touch me, I'll have him deal with you. As soon as Su Qing thought of his second brother, he instantly calmed down. This was his territory. Who would dare to touch him? He could easily take care of anyone. Soon, many passers-by gathered around. Who is this kid? 2 girls in each arm. He's having more fun than my old man did back in the day. He is Su Qing, the brother of the Southern Expedition Army's commander. Can you compare with him? This young man is in trouble. He actually provoked his brother. The murmurs of the crowd instantly boosted Su Qing's confidence, making him even more arrogant. You useless piece of trash. Hit me. Hit me. Immediately, many young onlookers began to cheer him on. They were all soldiers in Sentinel City, valuing strength above all else. Unknowingly courting death. Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly, but had no intention of directly confronting him, as he was not worthy. Gu Mingyuan directly circulated his do qi and released his pressure. In an instant, everyone felt an invisible domain unfold, and an indescribable pressure descended upon Su Qing. Su Qing's face turned pale, and he knelt straight down. His kneeling instantly drew a round of boos from the crowd. I thought we'd see a good show, but this kid is so spineless. Let us go. Let us go. There is no show to watch. I'll take my leave first. If this drags on, I'm worried the guy will directly take action and crush me. Su Qing's face turned from green to purple, not knowing whether it was from the pressure or from anger. Just then, a loud voice rang out. All bystanders quickly retreat. Everyone turned to see that the officials had arrived, and they scattered like a swarm, leaving only Gu Mingyuan and Su Qing in place. Su Qing was still kneeling on the ground. The constables that came from the officials clearly recognized Su Qing, and to avoid offending him, one drew his sword and sternly shouted at Gu Mingyuan. The government is handling a case. Quickly stop. However, Gu Mingyuan snorted coldly and used the skill into a dream on the constable. In the next moment, the constable's eyes gradually became hazy. Then his hands reached for his clothes, stripping them off one by one, even posing lewdly. In an instant, the crowd that had just dispersed gathered around again. Regardless of how the other constables shouted, it had no effect. Even many children were wide-eyed watching him. Brother, what is he doing? Sister, don't look, it's embarrassing. However, joyful moments are always short-lived, and a stern shout interrupted Gu Mingyuan's spell. Stop. An old man wearing an official hat and sporting a small braid stepped forward. Everyone disperse immediately. All related personnel are to be arrested. With his command, all the constables sprang into action, and in less than 3 minutes, Gu Mingyuan and Su Qing were detained. Gu Mingyuan didn't mind, but Su Qing seemed to feel greatly wronged, pointing at Gu Mingyuan and shouting, "My brother is Su Zhengtian. You can't arrest me. You should arrest this piece of trash." Some constables hesitated upon hearing this. However, the old man coldly snorted, "I don't care who your brother is. Since you are in Sentinel City, you must abide by the rules of Sentinel City." Chapter 59 News of the martial arts. At the same time, the old captain glanced at the timid constables and snorted coldly. "Starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to the yamen anymore." Instantly, the constables turned pale, but they could only grit their teeth and reply yes. The old man escorted Gu Mingyuan and Su Qing back to the yamen and briefly understood the situation. "Su Qing, why did you curse in the street?" Su Qing, with red eyes, shouted, "My brother is Su Zhengtian, and you old bastard dare to treat me this way." Su Qing was punished for cursing in public, receiving 10 lashes with a small bamboo board. As soon as the old captain's words fell, a group of yamen runners pinned Su Qing to the ground and began to strike him with a small bamboo board. Damn it! The old captain's face darkened instantly. Cursing an official, 100 lashes, and a month in shackles. After saying that, he snatched the small bamboo board from the yamen runner's hand, tossed it aside, and picked up a large bamboo board to start hitting. Soon, the yamen was filled with alternating cries of pain. Gu Mingyuan watched with a smirk. If Su Qing had a bit more sense, he wouldn't have done such a foolish thing. Before long, after receiving 100 lashes, Su Qing was foaming at the mouth and unconscious. In ancient times, the severity of the punishment depended on the strength of the person administering it, and the old captain, being cursed by Su Qing, of course used his full strength. The old captain tossed the large bamboo board aside, looked at Gu Mingyuan, coughed lightly, and said, "Although he cursed you wrongly, it is also wrong for you to attack him in public. You will receive 20 lashes, and this matter is concluded." Gu Mingyuan respectfully bowed to the old captain. "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." Soon, Gu Mingyuan received his 20 lashes. He stood up as if nothing had happened, looked pityingly at Su Qing, who was shackled, and suddenly remembered an old saying from Earth: "If you don't seek death, you won't die." After leaving the yamen, Gu Mingyuan found Xiao Miao Miao waiting for him with Ma Su. When Ma Su saw Gu Mingyuan come out, he excitedly said, "Boss, I heard you went to the front lines to make achievements?" Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. His previously good mood was instantly ruined, and even Xiao Miao Miao looked at him with disapproval. As soon as Ma Su saw their reactions, he immediately understood the gist of the situation and quickly changed the subject. "Boss, how did you get in there?" "I ran into an idiot." "What happened to that idiot?" "He ended up dead." "Did that idiot try to assassinate you and was caught by the yamen?" "No, he cursed me on the street, and I beat him up." "Boss, you're awesome." Ma Su exclaimed, "Boss, do you have a relationship with the captain inside?" "No." The group continued talking as they walked, and soon arrived at a tea house. This tea house was said to be 300 years old and was a secret stronghold of the Zhang'an faction. Now, the faction no longer existed, leaving only this tea house. "Sir, may I ask what you would like to order?" "Peacocks fly southeast." The young waiter's face changed instantly. "Sir, please follow me." The young waiter led them to a private room on the second floor. A woman in palace attire sat behind a curtain and lightly asked, "Sir, how much silver do you have?" 50 meters for one piece of information. Where are the 4 martial arts techniques captured by the army? Gu Mingyuan got straight to the point. 70 meters. Gu Mingyuan frowned, clearly feeling this price was a bit high, but the woman's next sentence instantly piqued his interest. "Are you interested in cultivation? I've heard the army has captured red-level martial arts techniques." Gu Mingyuan's heart raced, and he asked with a trembling voice, "Okay." After saying that, he took out 70 meters and placed it on the table. "What a generous customer," the palace-attired woman exclaimed, then revealed all the information regarding those martial arts techniques. Although these techniques could not be cultivated by humans, they held great research value, and thus, all of them were sent to a secret research base in Sentinel City. According to the latest intelligence, this research had made some progress and seemed to have invented martial arts techniques that humans could cultivate. "Thank you." Gu Mingyuan thanked her, then took Su Qing and Xiao Miao Miao back to their residence. Ma Su, looking curious, asked, "Boss, when are we going to that base?" Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. "That base must be heavily guarded. If we go after them, wouldn't that be like walking into a trap? Then what should we do?" Gu Mingyuan rubbed his swollen temples and said, "Let us not think about that for now. The most important thing for us now is to improve our own strength." In Tatar's storage space, there was a book on inscribing talismans on stones, and Gu Mingyuan claimed it after killing Tatar. This book mainly discussed how to inscribe arrays on stones, and even spiritual stones, using fighting spirit to achieve various effects. The highest level of talisman that this book could inscribe was only first tier, equivalent to the fighting spirit realm. Gu Mingyuan had already repaired this book over the past few days and discovered a damaged second-tier talisman, the Qingyuan talisman. This talisman could continuously restore the bearer's fighting spirit, comparable to the legendary Tianyuan Balian. However, since Gu Mingyuan's strength had not yet reached the fighter realm, he temporarily couldn't complete this talisman. Nevertheless, he had almost produced all other types of talismans. Gu Mingyuan took out a rejuvenation talisman and said, "This is something I made, called a talisman stone. Its effect is healing. Can you estimate how much it's worth?" Ma Su took the talisman, examined it, then cut his skin with a small knife and brought the talisman close. In the blink of an eye, Ma Su's wound healed without leaving a scar. "Wow, boss, this thing is amazing." Ma Su exclaimed, "If you're willing to give it to me, I can offer you 20 meters each." Gu Mingyuan nodded. That was about what he expected. He took out all the talismans and had Ma Su appraise them one by one. Looking at so many talismans, Ma Su thought, with so many talismans, this is going to be a path to wealth. In the end, Ma Su bought all of Gu Mingyuan's talismans for 2,000 meters. "Boss, I need to go find my next buyer. I can't chat with you guys for now." Ma Su said with a grin as he bid farewell to Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan nodded, and after parting with Ma Su, he headed straight to the trading area with Xiao Miao Miao. In the trading area, the bustling crowds and shouting vendors filled the entire street. Gu Mingyuan, with 2,000 meters in hand, stopped in front a weapon vendor. "Boss, how much for this sword?" Gu Mingyuan pointed at a broken short sword. The young vendor, seeing Gu Mingyuan showing interest in a broken sword, thought it was a treasure and raised the price, saying 100 meters. Gu Mingyuan frowned slightly and pointed at another sword, asking, "What about this one?" The vendor was stunned and said, 50 meters? However, Gu Mingyuan switched to another flying sword. The vendor understood. He had encountered a fool and had to say, 1 meter. Gu Mingyuan nodded, took out 1 meter, tossed it to the vendor, and said, "Boss, can I also buy the stool under your butt?" Chapter 60. Taba baby, I sell your grandfather. The boss was just about to curse. But when he thought about how he hadn't opened for business this month, and that he had a daughter at home who was waiting to be fed, he could only helplessly hold back. "Okay, give me another meter." Gu Mingyuan threw out another meter, took the flying sword and the boss's stool, and left. Once they were far away, Xiao Miao Miao asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, what do you want that broken stool for?" Gu Mingyuan smiled. "Although this stool is ordinary, it's one that was lost from Widow Wang's home. Grade, gray, stool description, a stool that Widow Wang lost half a month ago. If returned, a generous reward can be obtained." "Understand now," Xiao Miao Miao said. "Brother-in-law, you're doing a good deed." Gu Mingyuan smiled, uncertain if that was the case. The two of them took a winding path and arrived at Widow Wang's home. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it?" When the door opened, Gu Mingyuan was the first to speak. "Sister, is this your lost stool?" Widow Wang was taken aback, looked at the stool, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Young man, thank you. This is indeed my lost stool. Sister, the stool has been returned to you. We'll be leaving now." Seeing that the two wanted to leave, Widow Wang quickly grabbed Gu Mingyuan and said, "That won't do. I haven't properly thanked you yet." "No need," Gu Mingyuan declined. "We have other matters to attend to." Widow Wang, unable to keep Gu Mingyuan, had no choice but to take out a package and said, "If you're leaving, I can't stop you. This package was given to me by my husband before he passed away, so consider it your thank you gift." Gu Mingyuan was about to refuse, but when he saw the attributes of the package, his eyes widened instantly. Grade, yellow, blood dripper description, notorious blood dripper, modified by scientists, can automatically seek enemies. Gu Mingyuan no longer declined, as he lacked a weapon. He accepted the blood dripper and said solemnly, "Thank you." Then, he handed her 200 meters, insisting regardless of her attempts to refuse. After all, having taken so much money from others, it would be unreasonable not to return a little gratitude. "You child," Widow Wang said as she accepted the money. "Goodbye." Gu Mingyuan took Xiao Miao Miao back to the trading area and glanced at the remaining goods, finding that they all had normal origins, with no opportunities for bargains, until he saw a stall selling books. "Boss, how much are these books?" 50 meters each. Before Gu Mingyuan could speak, Xiao Miao Miao was the first to complain. "Boss, your books are too expensive." The boss didn't even raise his eyelids and said, "What do you know, little girl? These books are dropped by professionals after defeating monsters, and using them can directly increase experience." Xiao Miao Miao wanted to say something else, but Gu Mingyuan interrupted. "Boss, how much is this book?" The boss looked up, and, seeing Gu Mingyuan holding a worn book that was propping up the table, his expression suddenly changed. "Young man, are you messing with me?" Gu Mingyuan shook his head and looked at the boss with sincere eyes. "Boss, you're overthinking it. I really want this book." Grade, gray, barbarian bull strength, martial technique, description, a low-level martial technique practiced by the Sand Tribe. Using it can increase strength by 30 for 3 minutes. This martial technique has 32 defects. This book is free. Take it. "Thank you, boss." Gu Mingyuan took the book and returned to his place with Xiao Miao Miao. Gu Mingyuan opened the book and followed the method, quickly obtaining the barbarian bull strength that could be cultivated. Grade, white, barbarian bull strength, martial technique, description, improved martial technique that could be used by humans. Gu Mingyuan opened the new barbarian bull strength and began to practice the movements described in it. Soon, a soil-colored fighting energy gradually condensed in his hand. With a low shout, he instantly punched and smashed it into a nearby rock. The soil-colored fighting energy collided with the rock, instantly shattering it. Gu Mingyuan's eyes flashed with brilliance, secretly thinking, good stuff. He finally understood why humans couldn't defeat the alien races. It wasn't just because the alien races had strong physiques, but also because they had powerful cultivation methods. If Gu Mingyuan could pass this technique to humans, they would definitely be able to defeat the alien races. However, once Gu Mingyuan passed the technique to the alien races, he would inevitably face oppression, as this technique had already touched the interests of too many people. Even if the country were to protect him with all its might, he would still end up dead. If Gu Mingyuan wanted to spread this technique, he must first possess powerful strength, so that this technique wouldn't attract covetous eyes. However, it would be fine to pass it to closed ones. The figure of Ma Su suddenly appeared in his mind. Ma Su, can you come over for a moment? Gu Mingyuan asked via internal voice. At this moment, Ma Su was selling talismans. As soon as he saw that Gu Mingyuan was looking for him, he immediately stopped and said, "Boss, wait a moment. I'll be right there." 3 minutes later, Ma Su appeared at Gu Mingyuan's door. "Boss, guess how much I sold in total?" "You say, I'll listen." "I sold at least 2,000 meters, and I still have more than half left." Ma Su exclaimed. "Boss, we're going to make a fortune." Gu Mingyuan nodded. Everything was as expected. He took out a copied book from the room and said, "This is a fighting energy manual. Practice it well after you take it back." Ma Su's eyes widened. "Boss, did you really rob the research base?" Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes in frustration. "You fool. This technique I got from the alien races." "Oh." Ma Su immediately lost interest and returned the technique to Gu Mingyuan. "Boss, aliens' techniques can't be cultivated by humans." Gu Mingyuan nodded and said, "At least you have some intelligence." "You fool. Although the alien technique can't be cultivated directly, this technique has already been improved by me. You can practice it with confidence." After hearing this, Ma Su showed a questioning expression. "Boss, something even the top scientists of the human race can't achieve. Are you reliable? Why you have so much to say? Can I harm you?" Gu Mingyuan said as he gathered a trace of fighting energy in his hand. Ma Su stared at the fighting energy in Gu Mingyuan's hand for a long time, confirming it was genuine before exclaiming, "Boss is amazing." Ma Su was so eager to thank Gu Mingyuan. "Boss, you are my reborn parents." Gu Mingyuan nodded and handed the fighting energy manual to Ma Su. "This technique is best used together with condensation talisman. The training effect will be even better." Ma Su nodded, took the desert decision, and looked at Gu Mingyuan with gratitude. "Boss, thank you. Practice hard." Chapter 61. Tormented Su Qing. After Gu Mingyuan sent Ma Su away, he returned indoors and began to break through to the fighter realm. At the same time, Su Zhengtian received news that his brother had been detained. At this moment, Su Zhengtian arrived at the yamen, sitting opposite the old captain. "Are you the new commander?" Su Zhengtian hurriedly replied, "Yes." The old captain scrutinized Su Zhengtian for a moment and didn't bother with pleasantries. "Even if you are the new commander, the rules cannot be overlooked." Su Zhengtian promptly presented a bag of rice to the old captain. "Senior, my useless brother has caused trouble. I hope you can show mercy." "Umph." The old captain scoffed, accepting the rice. "Your brother insulted me. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let him go. But since you have come to plead with me, I'll let him off this time. Bring Su Qing up." Soon, 2 bailiffs brought a prisoner wearing a wooden collar. At this moment, Su Qing had bruises on his body, remnants of blood on his face, and his mental state seemed a bit off. "Kneel." Su Qing instantly knelt down, completely losing the arrogance he had when he first arrived. "Don't hit me, don't hit me." Su Zhengtian's face darkened, and he nearly spat out his tea. He slapped his forehead, suddenly regretting coming here. The old captain, seeing his goal achieved, said with a smile, "Quick, release the Su family's third young master." Soon, Su Qing was freed from his restraints and frantically knelt on the ground. Bowing to the old captain, "Thank you for your mercy. Thank you for your mercy." "Ha ha ha." The old captain laughed heartily, followed by other constables who joined in the laughter. "Commander Su, quickly take your brother back." Su Zhengtian, with a dark face, grabbed Su Qing and dragged him away. At Su Zhengtian's residence, Su Qing had now regained his senses, but he still vividly remembered the taunts from the bailiffs and the things done to him by the constables. "Brother, they want to come looking for me, will they?" Su Qing trembled as he held Su Jingtian's hand, asking nervously. Su Jingtian rolled his eyes. "Weren't you quite arrogant usually? Why have you suddenly become so obedient?" Su Qing cried out, "Those constables and bailiffs are not human. They stuffed a live eel into and burned my face with a hot iron." Su Jingtian cleared his throat. "I understand. I will report this to my superiors." Seeing Su Jingtian about to report, Su Qing hurriedly dissuaded him. "Brother, don't do that. I'm scared." "Scared of what?" "I'm scared, oh." Su Qing suddenly went mad, crawling around in a dark manner. Su Jingtian was speechless and ordered someone to take him away. "I have a meeting. You stay here for now." Su Jingtian was the last to arrive at the meeting room. "Little Su, why are you so late this time?" The speaker was Dai Lu, the Lord of Sentinel City, at the 7th transformation level. "My useless brother got me into some trouble." Instantly, everyone looked at Su Jingtian with sympathetic eyes. Everyone had heard of his brother Su Qing, a young wastrel, who had no skills except for drinking, gambling, and womanizing. "Ahem." Dai Lu coughed lightly. "Let us start the meeting. Today we will discuss the Sourstone Mine, located in the southeast. The Sourstone Mine is a type of mine that can directly increase a practitioner's experience. Additionally, this kind of, or can enhance the cultivation speed of other races. The Sand Tribe sent a 5th-tier squad to cut off our logistics. We haven't even taken Merchant City. We can say we've lost both the lady and the soldiers. Does anyone have a good solution?" Everyone fell into deep thought. Su Jingtian bit his lip and said, "We could try contacting the Sand Snake Tribe, tell them this secret, and then set a trap for them." Dai Lu nodded. "That is indeed a good idea, but the Sand Snake Tribe is treacherous. If we tell them this news, we might not end up with just a trap." Suddenly, everyone fell silent. At this moment, there was a knock on the meeting room door. Gu Mingyuan, an elegantly dressed old man, entered. "Let me say a few words. I can participate in this battle." Dai Lu immediately rebutted. "Old Zhong, that is not possible." "Oomph." Old Zhong snorted. "I may be old, but I'm not dead. Besides, do you have a better plan?" Everyone fell silent. Old Zhong was at the peak of the 7th transformation. If he was willing to act, even if powerful enemies attacked, he could easily wipe them out. "All right then, I'll wait for your news." Dai Lu watched Old Zhong's departing figure, suddenly feeling a sense of tragic heroism. Old Zhong had fought for Sentinel City for 100 years and had fallen ill. Now in his old age, he still had to go to the battlefield. If only one of our human race could emerge as a supreme powerhouse. These people wouldn't have to sacrifice themselves. The expressions of the others in the meeting room were also grim. War should be the concern of the young. The elderly should enjoy their twilight years. However, the current situation left Old Zhong no choice but to take the front line. Su Jingtian was the first to break the deadlock. "Since Old Zhong wants to go to the battlefield, we must plan the most meticulous strategy to minimize losses." Then, Su Jingtian outlined the plan he had thought of. 3 hours later, the meeting concluded and the plan was finalized. Su Jingtian returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, Su Qing grabbed him, wiping his snot and tears all over him. "Brother, you're finally back. I missed you." "Stop it." Su Jingtian pushed Su Qing aside. "I don't have time to play with you right now." After saying that, he walked into the study to summarize the discussions from today's meeting. Su Qing watched his brother S departing back, feeling extremely aggrieved. Now, he was so intimidated by that old captain that he didn't even dare to go out the front door. If it were normal, he could still go find girls. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could tear that old captain to pieces. Just then, an arrow shot in, narrowly missing his cheek and embedding itself in a wooden pillar. Su Qing was startled and was about to call for help when he discovered that the arrow had a piece of cloth attached to it. Looking around to ensure safety, he took down the cloth and found it embroidered with 5 large characters. "Come to the Fragrant Tea House." Su Qing was startled. He had heard of the Fragrant Tea House, which was said to have girls that couldn't be bought with money. He had a friend who had gone in and was thrown out. Su Qing took out a lighter, burned the cloth, and then flushed it down the toilet. Peeking into the study to make sure his brother hadn't noticed before letting out a sigh of relief. Just as Su Qing was about to leave, a cool female voice interrupted him. Young master, where are you going? Chapter 62. Su Qing's romantic encounter. Su Qing was startled and turned around to find a young woman in a maid outfit standing not far away. Her name was Wang Lixia, 22 years old, and she worked as a nanny at Su Jingtian's house. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief and impatiently said, "I'm leaving." "Okay, you idiot." Su Qing cursed, then stepped out with a bag of money. Wang Lixia watched Su Qing's back, revealing a strange smile. At this time, it was already dusk, and the pedestrians in Sentinel City were becoming sparse. As Su Qing walked down the street, he felt as if something was following him. He looked back anxiously but saw nothing. Su Qing shook his head, thinking to himself, "I must have been psychologically scarred by that constable. It seems I need to go to Xiao Sui's place to vent my frustrations." Soon, he arrived at the Qingxiang tea house. The tea house was already open for business, but Su Qing didn't care about that and directly walked in. As he stepped inside, the scene around him suddenly changed. He found the tea house, which had appeared quiet from the outside, now bustling with customers enjoying tea and chatting. A cheerful waiter approached him, saying, "Sir, what would you like to drink?" Su Qing replied, "Today an arrow shot into my room, leading me to the Qingxiang tea house." The waiter's eyes flickered, and he quickly said, "Please wait a moment, sir." The waiter led Su Qing to a private room and prepared a pot of tea for him. Su Qing took a sip and nearly spat it out, exclaiming, "What is this? It's bitter." "Sir, this is the most famous Longjing tea from Westlake. Others can't even get a taste. Bring me a plate of crispy snacks." The waiter's expression instantly soured, and just as he was about to curse, a veiled woman walked in. "Young handsome, there are no crispy snacks here, but I have some steamed buns. Would you like some?" Upon seeing the woman, the waiter immediately bowed respectfully. Su Qing sized up the woman, nearly drooling. She had a curvaceous figure, wrapped in a layer of light gauze. Her waist was slender, evoking a strong desire to conquer. Although she wore a veil, it couldn't hide her exquisite features. Seeing Su Qing's expression, the woman instantly understood that she had achieved her goal and felt a hint of disdain for this so-called young Master Su. "Young handsome, do you want to know why I called you here?" Su Qing nodded. "I do. I'm very fond of your second brother, and I wanted to ask you for some information about him." Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face fell. It turned out the reason someone sought him out was because of his brother. "If you want to inquire, just go find him." The woman saw through Su Qing's thoughts and bluntly pointed out, "Although I can't offer you my body, I have some good sisters. If you can tell me about your brother, I can introduce you to a few." She clapped her hands, and several elegantly dressed women walked in. Su Qing's eyes widened. He couldn't help but want to devour all these little treats. "How about it? As long as you tell me something about Su Jingtian, I'll introduce my good sisters to you." Su Qing's hands mischievously pinched one of the women's buttocks. After feeling the elasticity of her skin, he was filled with lust. "What do you want to know? I heard your brother is the commander of the Southern Expeditionary Army. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. Let me tell you, my brother was called to a meeting by the leaders today." Half an hour later, Li Jiu got the information she wanted and signaled to the other sisters. The other women understood and poured a bag of powder into Su Qing's tea, feeding it to him. Su Qing quickly became drowsy and fell asleep. The next morning, Su Qing groggily woke up, his head feeling heavy and most of his vitality drained. A wave of unfamiliar memories surged in his mind. He recalled that he had gone out yesterday, visited the Qingxiang tea house, and then a stunning beauty had come to bed with him. He turned to look at the other side of the bed and saw a woman who looked exactly like the one in his memory, lying beside him. She was curled up slightly, like a lazy cat, with her hands gently crossed over her chest, breathing softly and evenly. The moonlight spilled over her, draping her in a layer of silver gauze, making her skin appear even more delicate and smooth, as if it were porcelain. Su Qing couldn't help but reach out to touch her cheek. Her skin was smooth and elastic, prompting Su Qing to lean in and kiss her red lips. "Huh?" Li Shisan was startled awake, discovering it was Su Qing kissing her, and she couldn't help but feel regret. "If I had known, I would have listened to my sister and not fallen asleep. This was my first kiss." Li Shisan carefully examined the man before her. He had a fair complexion and relatively handsome features, but his eyes revealed an undeniable frivolity and arrogance. A smirk always lingered at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't care about anything. Li Shisan couldn't help but be captivated. if she hadn't known beforehand that this person was both talentless and morally lacking. She might have been willing to have a fleeting romance with him. "Young master, are you awake?" Li Shisan's eyes sparkled like autumn water, her lips parted gently, resembling a wild chrysanthemum by the roadside. "Please wait a moment. I'll go prepare breakfast for you." However, just as she got out of bed, Su Qing suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her hard. Li Shisan lost her balance and fell into his embrace. Meow. Li Shisan was startled, her mother tongue slipping out. Her pupils even displayed the unique golden vertical lines of a feline. Fortunately, Li Shisan had a strong capacity for acceptance and quickly composed herself. Su Qing held her chin, examining the little wildcat before him. "Did I do anything to you last night?" And no, Li Shisan's mind went blank. Last night, she had used an illusion combined with infatuation powder to make Su Qing think they had done something together, but they hadn't at all, so she could only stiffly respond. "Then why are you avoiding me?" Su Qing asked, confused. He had encountered countless women and was skilled at understanding their hearts. In his mind, Li Shisan should have accepted his existence, yet in reality, she seemed to want nothing to do with him, even showing a hint of disgust. Su Qing carefully recalled the craziness of last night, feeling that something was off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. At that moment, Li Shisan resembled a rabbit trapped in a cage, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Just then, her sister's voice came. "Young master, the morning light is beautiful, and the time is just right. My sister has other appointments today and cannot stay long. If you're interested, how about visiting again another day?" Chapter 63. The innocent Li Shisan. Su Qing, feeling helpless, had no choice but to put on his clothes. Before leaving, he whispered in Li Shisan's ear, "Wait for me tonight." Li Shisan's face instantly turned red. It was the first time in her life that she had been so close to a male creature. Su Qing looked at Li Shisan's blushing face and instantly forgot the previous unpleasantness, bursting into laughter as he left the room. Li Jiu, seeing Su Qing come out, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Young master, did you have a good time last night?" Su Qing nodded in satisfaction and tossed a bag of money into Li Jiu's deep well. "This is for you." Li Jiu immediately changed to a surprised expression. "Thank you for the reward, young master." Li Jiu watched Su Qing leave, then returned to Li Shisan's room with a serious look, asking Li Shisan, "You didn't do anything last night, did you?" And no, Li Shisan instinctively covered her mouth. "Really?" Li Jiu looked at her suspiciously. "You must remember, no man is a good thing, especially human men." "I know," Li Shisan replied. Li Jiu rolled her eyes and exited the room, starting to relay some important information obtained yesterday. On the other side, Su Qing was completely unaware that he had been sold out. He wandered back to the old place. "Brother, I've missed you so much." A delicate woman dressed in sheer fabric and holding a fan rushed toward Su Qing, but was ruthlessly dodged by him. After seeing the graceful and lively Li Shisan, Su Qing had lost interest in these mundane women, and his mind was filled with Li Shisan's charming face. "Here, to solicit again?" Su Qing followed the voice and discovered it was Ma Su and Xiao Miao Miao, and he immediately got angry. "Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Ma Su laughed in anger. "Your grandfather not only wants to teach you how to do your job, but also how to be a person." This immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. "This young man has such energy. Being young is great. This young man looks familiar. I remember he was taken away by the officials yesterday, right? Or is his brother impressive? Just taken away yesterday, and he's out today." Su Qing's face turned pale with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Upon hearing this, Ma Su immediately found it amusing. "Young Master Su, I heard you were beaten up by the boss yesterday and even put in shackles." Su Qing was so angry he almost spat blood. If he weren't unable to defeat Ma Su, he would have loved to kill him on the street. At that moment, a delicate shout came. "I won't allow you to speak about him like that." Everyone turned to see a cute young girl standing in the street, holding several steamed buns. Instantly, everyone's hearts melted. Where did this child come from? Let me hold her. I feel like she's my granddaughter who I've lost for decades. Don't fight. I'll offer 500 coins. Li Shisan stood in the street, listening to the gossip, feeling a bit at a loss. Ma Su looked at Li Shisan, thinking, where did this child come from? She's actually speaking up for Su Qing. Could she be Su Qing's? Ma Su's gaze toward Li Shisan changed instantly. He walked up to her, squatted down, took out a bag of money, and gently asked, "Where are your parents?" Li San, naive and not understanding Ma Su's implications, replied, "Little Li has no parents. They went to a faraway place." This was what Li Jio had told her. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes turned red. What good little girl. It's a pity she's been mistreated by this beast. Don't speak carelessly. Things may not have reached that point. Exactly. I see this little girl has rosy cheeks. Maybe she still has hope. Li San was confused, but Ma Su knew exactly what they were talking about. He was immediately furious. A bunch of old men. Are you ashamed? Hurry back to your homes. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly blushed and dispersed. When the crowd left, Ma Su spoke gently. Little Li, where do you live? Home. Li San pointed in the direction she came from and said, I live at the fragrant tea house. Ma Su's expression changed, and he rubbed Li San's head with pity. How could you live in a place like that? Li San was puzzled. What kind of place is that? Xiao Miao Miao picked Li San up and comforted her. Child, you've suffered. Sister has money. I'll buy your freedom. Li San guessed something and quickly jumped out of Xiao Miao Miao's arms, saying, Don't look at me like I'm small. I'm actually 30 years old. This statement was like a thunderclap, twisting Ma Su and Xiao Miao Miao's hearts hard. Seeing that the two were silent, Li San quickly took Su Qing's hand, saying, Brother, don't mind these two silly ones. Let us go shopping, okay? Su Qing pinched Li San's cheek affectionately and said, Okay. This was the happiest thing he had seen in the past few months, even though he still had some reservations about this adorable little girl. Holding the little girl's hand, Su Qing disregarded the whispers around them and headed to the trading area. Tell me what you want, and I'll pay. Li San nodded and approached a vendor selling candied hawthorns, asking, How much for the candied hawthorn? 1 coin per skewer. Li San nodded, Brother, I want it. Su Qing bought the candied hawthorn and handed it to Li San. She took it and then tossed it into a nearby trash can. Su Qing's expression changed instantly, pinching Li San's face and scolding, This is what your brother bought for you. How can you just throw it away? Li San said aggrievedly, But my sister taught me to do this. Su Qing was about to explode, but the candied hawthorn vendor interrupted. The child is still young and doesn't he understand? Su Qing's expression softened a bit, and the vendor continued, Little friend, this is what your brother bought for you. You can't throw it in the trash. This is your first time shopping with your brother, right? Li San nodded, feeling wronged, while in her heart she was thinking, This uncle is so scary. My sister is better. Su Qing bought another skewer of candied hawthorn and handed it to Li San, saying, Eat. Su Qing was Li San's target, so she could only obediently comply. Su Qing, I want to go to the bathroom. Li San thought of an opportunity to slip away. Su Qing, Wen, can't you hold it in? This was the first time he had a girl say she needed to use the bathroom on a date. But Li San firmly replied, No, go. Su Qing shooed her away like a fly. Li San got permission and thought to leave Su Qing. She ran off quickly, disappearing from Su Qing's sight, then disguised herself as a little chubby girl. Boss, how much for that stone? Li San pointed at a stone on the stall. Chapter 64 Exposure, Fire Symbol Stone, 30 each. Gu Mingyuan looked at the chubby little girl in front of him and felt like he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember at the moment. Li San was taken aback. She remembered that her contact stone was called Fire Stone, and it was only 15, right? Li San thought to herself, Did I remember it wrong? There was no time to think about that now. Even if it was a bit more expensive, it didn't matter. Boss, I'll take 2. Gu Mingyuan handed the symbol stones to Li San, but instead of paying, she handed him a small notebook. Gu Mingyuan was taken aback, and by the time he realized what was happening, Li San had already disappeared. Gu Mingyuan opened the notebook and found it densely filled with information about Su Jingtian. Gu Mingyuan instantly understood. That chubby little girl was a spy. He immediately used his fighting spirit, enhancing his speed, and chased after Li San. Li Shizan, seeing Gu Mingyuan chasing her, was confused, thinking he was coming to ask her for details, so she slowed down. Shall Li run? At that moment, the real contact appeared and blocked Gu Mingyuan. Even Li San, no matter how silly, realized she had mistaken the person. Without looking back, she took off running, and as she passed by the candied hawthorn seller, she kindly reminded, Run, we've been discovered. The candied hawthorn seller's expression changed. and he quickly packed up his stall and headed home. Meanwhile, many vendors began to close their stalls and leave the trading area. Gu Mingyuan watched the vendors, but did not pursue them, as he had already reported everything that just happened to the authorities through Ma Su. At this moment, the constables dispatched by the authorities had sealed off the entire trading area. Gu Mingyuan looked at the man in the black robe and coldly snorted. "Who are you? Why hide in the shadows?" The black-robed man said nothing and attacked Gu Mingyuan again. Gu Mingyuan dodged while condensing a fighting spirit cyclone in his hand, then struck fiercely at the black-robed man. Gu Mingyuan had broken through to Fighter 1-star last night, and the power of the fighting technique, Bull Strength, had geometrically increased. The black-robed man recognized the power of Bull Strength and dared not take it head-on, dodging the attack while feeling a surge of fear. A member of the Sand Tribe? Gu Mingyuan did not respond and continued to attack the black-robed man with Bull Strength. "Stop!" The black-robed man shouted angrily, forming a seal with his hands, and a phantom of a bull appeared in his grasp. Gu Mingyuan saw that the black-robed man was about to counterattack desperately and instantly lost his will to fight, running toward the trading area exit. Want to leave? It's too late." The black-robed man formed seals with both hands, and with a low shout, the bull phantom slammed toward Gu Mingyuan. Just as the bull phantom was about to collide with Gu Mingyuan, an old man with a small braid appeared in the middle and effortlessly blocked the deadly strike. Seeing that the situation was not right, the black-robed man took out a talisman from his backpack and began to chant. The old captain, well informed, immediately recognized that this talisman was a world-breaking talisman, used by foreign races, similar to the 1,000 Miles Escape talisman, which could be used to escape. The old captain snorted coldly, and an invisible shackle appeared on the black-robed man, simultaneously restricting the world-breaking talisman, preventing its use. However, the black-robed man was not flustered at all. He stored the world-breaking talisman and took out a magical treasure called Cloud Piercer from his backpack. This item was crafted by a master-level artisan and could escape even from a 6-turn-strong human. However, he clearly underestimated the human race's seriousness regarding spy cases. A general clad in armor appeared at the scene, and with a strange energy fluctuation, his Cloud Piercer was completely rendered useless. The black-robed man's expression turned extremely ugly. He was ready for whatever fate awaited him. The old captain did not waste time, saying, "All suspects, take them away." "Yes." The old captain arranged for the spies and respectfully greeted the general. "I pay my respects to General Chong Sheng." Chong Sheng nodded. No need for courtesy. "Thank you, General." Chong Sheng swiftly left the scene. The old captain breathed a sigh of relief after Chong Sheng left and walked toward Gu Mingyuan. "Young man, you've made a contribution." Gu Mingyuan nodded and smiled. "I guess I'm evened out." The overdue matter he referred to was what had happened yesterday. The old captain chuckled. "You've already been punished for that yesterday." The old captain took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve and said, "This secret medicine was concocted by those scientists. It's said to greatly increase the cultivation speed." Gu Mingyuan's smile instantly froze. He expected that his ability to practice fighting techniques would be seen through by the old captain. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit of respect for the old captain. With the old captain's formidable cultivation, he could have claimed Gu Mingyuan's fighting technique for himself, but chose to turn a blind eye. "Thank you." Gu Mingyuan cupped his fists in thanks and accepted the small porcelain bottle. The old captain nodded and walked toward the authorities. After receiving the secret medicine, Gu Mingyuan hurriedly packed up his small stall and rushed back to his courtyard. After activating the concealment symbol stone to ensure everything was secure, he carefully opened the secret medicine. Instantly, a refreshing fragrance wafted from the small porcelain bottle. Class: Blue. Secret medicine description. Made using special methods from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it can significantly enhance the user's cultivation, but may damage the foundation. Gu Mingyuan's mouth twitched. He thought he had found a treasure, but it turned out this secret medicine was so underwhelming. However, no matter what, it was still a rare good treasure. Thinking of this, he poured a little of the secret medicine into his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, a violent energy exploded in his dantian, wildly coursing through his limbs, ruthlessly destroying his meridians and foundation. Gu Mingyuan tightly closed his eyes. beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, the pain in his body nearly causing him to faint. Gu Mingyuan exerted all his strength to activate the fighter cyclone, trying to suppress this energy, but the violent energy was like a runaway wild horse, rampaging through his body. Suddenly, Gu Mingyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal body had been destroyed beyond recognition. However, this energy was finally suppressed. Fortunately, I only took a little. If I had taken it all, wouldn't I have exploded? Gu Mingyuan silently rejoiced while feeling a hint of disdain toward the old captain. I said there's no such thing as a free lunch, right? This old captain clearly wanted me to test the medicine for him. Gu Mingyuan angrily threw the small porcelain bottle into a corner of the room and crossed his legs to start repairing the damage to his body. Chapter 65. Red level cultivation method. At the same time, a black shadow silently left Gu Mingyuan's residence and headed for the government office. Master, that bottle of medicine indeed has a problem. The old captain nodded slightly and took out all the small porcelain bottles from the space, pouring them out. I knew that group of little foxes would play tricks. The old captain said, "You find a way to spread this news." Yes. After Gu Mingyuan healed his internal injuries, he found that his cultivation had reached the level of a 3-star fighter. Unexpectedly, although the side effects of this medicine were significant, the speed of improvement was astonishing. Gu Mingyuan felt that if he consumed the entire bottle of this medicine, he could instantly break through to the fighter realm. After careful consideration, Gu Mingyuan decided to keep the secret medicine safe. In the following month, Gu Mingyuan practiced diligently, taking time to sell talismans in the trading area. A month later, a piece of bad news spread through Sentinel City. The leader of the Western Expeditionary Army had died. According to reliable intelligence, the Sand Tribe had allied with the Merchant Tribe to encircle the leader of the Western Expeditionary Army while he was supporting the Sourstone mine, and he was killed without being able to send a distress signal. In an instant, panic spread, and many citizens living in Sentinel City began to plan to leave. However, that afternoon, news of a victory arrived from the front. Old Zhong led 1,000 cavalry to reclaim the Sourstone mine. The entire city celebrated. The high-ranking officials in Sentinel City finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the bad news kept coming one after another. The Sand Snake Tribe suddenly joined the battle, surrounding the Sourstone mine where Old Zhong was located, and began to implement a strategy of besieging and cutting off assistance. The Sand and Merchant tribes began to gather their armies to destroy the strongholds of the Sourstone mine, resulting in heavy casualties among the human soldiers. The commander of the Southern Expeditionary Army was suddenly replaced and received orders to support the Sourstone mine. A series of news left the human side in a pessimistic atmosphere, as if an invisible hand was pushing Sentinel City forward. However, these matters had little to do with Gu Mingyuan. He continued to sell talismans, and due to this incident, the price of his talismans skyrocketed, with even the most ordinary concealment talisman selling for 5 meters each. After a month, his savings had already surpassed 20,000 meters. A few days later, more bad news came from the Southern Expeditionary Army. Their movements had been discovered by the enemy, and they suffered attacks from a 7-turn expert. If it weren't for Old Zhong's timely rescue, the entire army would likely have been annihilated. At the same time, the City Lord's office issued a notice allowing all residents of Sentinel City to purchase military supplies with money. This was a last resort, as the war had continued for too long without supplies, forcing them to ask the citizens for money. Simultaneously, this was an opportunity for some. Gu Mingyuan looked at the notice and suddenly remembered the red-level cultivation method. If I can get my hands on this method, my cultivation speed would at least triple. Following the notice's instructions, Gu Mingyuan went to the military training ground. Soon, the receptionist led him to the supply exchange area. Gu Mingyuan glanced at the exchange supplies and frowned. "Do you have that red-level fighting technique?" The receptionist's expression changed. I need to ask for approval from my superiors." 3 minutes later, the receptionist took out a copied fighting technique from the warehouse and said to Gu Mingyuan, "This red-level cultivation method cannot be cultivated by humans. Its most important value is for research. You won't be able to use it even if you exchange for it. Are you sure you want to exchange?" "Yes." "How much is it?" "According to the market price, it's 15,000 meters." Gu Mingyuan nodded. This price was within his acceptable range. He handed over storage space to the receptionist, which contained exactly 15,000 meters. The receptionist took the storage space, removed the formation on the book, and handed it to Gu Mingyuan. Upon receiving the book, Gu Mingyuan immediately activated Inside Eye. Rank, red level. Ancient divine demon technique description. A cultivation method passed down since ancient times. When perfected, it grants divine and demonic power. This book has a total of 320 defects and 23 errors. Gu Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction. This book clearly exceeded his expectations. However, he still had 5,000 meters left, and he wanted to exchange for some other items. Do you have matching fighting techniques? We do. The receptionist handed another exchange list to Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan browsed through it and found that these fighting techniques were not expensive, with the highest price being only 3,000 meters. He decided to exchange for 3 blue-level fighting techniques: Thunder Fist, Spirit Crane Steps, and Sand Escape. The first 2 techniques could enhance Gu Mingyuan's combat power, while the last one would give him a means of self-preservation against powerful alien races. Gu Mingyuan looked at the remaining money and casually purchased some materials needed for refining talismans before heading back home. Meanwhile, in the city lord's office, Su Jingtian had Su Qing tied up. "What have you been doing these days?" Su Qing immediately said with grievance, "Brother, you know me. I usually just play with women and do nothing." Su Jingtian was furious and scolded. "Every time I finish a meeting, information gets leaked. And you still say it's not you. It might be Wang Jia. Wang Lixiao was transferred from the army. How could she leak information? Su Zenten Sautet An Vili. Where have you been messing around lately?" Qingxiang Tea House. Su Jingtian's expression changed. He knew Qingxiang Tea House was the most famous intelligence organization in Sentinel City. If Su Qing had really gone there, he might have been coaxed into revealing something. "I told you before, those places are off limits. They invited me." Su Jingtian's eyes widened. He didn't expect Qingxiang Tea House to be so bold. Immediately, he ordered people to notify the government to raid Qingxiang Tea House. However, the atmosphere suddenly became strange at that moment. Su Jingtian sensed something was wrong and turned to see that the butler and servants in his house had transformed into raccoon cats. Even Wang Lixia had taken on a raccoon cat form. Years of experience allowed Su Jingtian to quickly calm down. He immediately crushed a jade pendant. The pendant formed a protective shield in front of him, while an invisible light flew outward. However, Wang Lixia casually grabbed the light in her hand. "Great fighter." Su Jingtian's face instantly fell. What a huge scheme. Wang Lixia cackled, "Young Master Su, to stay here at ease. Soon, the entire Sentinel City will no longer belong to the human race. Dream on. Even if I'm trapped here, how can your kind breach the heavily guarded Sentinel City?" Chapter 66. Chaos in Sentinel City. He. Wang Lixia laughed and said, "Guess why your elder Zhong can't come back?" Su Jingtian's face instantly turned pale. He had already guessed something. At the same time, the same scene was happening in the homes of important officials in Sentinel City. At noon today, an alien army suddenly emerged from below Sentinel City. Dailu immediately sent someone to convene a meeting, but after waiting for a long time, no one showed up. Just then, a soldier with a broken arm burst into the meeting room. "My lord, it's bad. The aliens have started attacking the city. They have 7 transformation experts stationed. We can't hold them off." Dai Li's expression changed, and he decided to stop waiting and head to the front lines alone. Meanwhile, the hidden aliens in the city began to show their fangs. They started to gather and systematically slaughter those of status within the city. Bang! Gu Mingyuan's door was smashed open, and a group of Sand Tribe people rushed in. Gu Mingyuan stopped his training and coldly looked at the leading woman. "What do you want?" Li Jiu looked Gu Mingyuan up and down and disdainfully said, "Kill him." Several armed aliens instantly drew their weapons and slashed at Gu Mingyuan. Just as the blades were about to hit him, a purple fist struck first, landing on their bodies. Critical hit, minus 63 HP. Critical hit, minus 54 HP. Critical hit, minus 45 HP. The several aliens fell to the ground, wailing. Gu Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction. He had previously thought about using the system to target the enemy's weaknesses for critical hits, but his speed was lacking, forcing him to confront the enemies head-on. Now, with Spirit Crane's step, his speed was no longer inferior to these aliens. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Jio's eyes. Spirit Crane's step? She had seen this combat technique before, but why was it appearing on a human? Could it be that humans have made new breakthroughs in combat techniques? She didn't have time to think further, as Gu Mingyuan's Thunder Fist was already upon her. She quickly raised both hands in response, letting out a delicate shout as a pale purple fighting spirit floated from her hands towards Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan felt a flash in his eyes, and when he regained his vision, Li Jio had vanished. Damn it! Gu Mingyuan cursed and then extracted attribute points from the bodies of the aliens. Rank, green, blood chi of fighter's description. Enhances the user's cultivation and provides 1 constitution. Gu Mingyuan sat cross-legged, his hands naturally resting on his knees, palms facing up. As his mind stirred, the blood chi entered his body, and a gentle energy spread from his lower abdomen, flowing into his limbs and bones. The energy flowed like a gentle stream, slowly entering his meridians without any impact or discomfort. It nourished every inch of his meridians, repairing minute injuries, as if spring rain were nurturing the earth. Gu Mingyuan felt this energy gradually entering his body, as if he were immersed in a hot spring, every pore expanding, every cell rejoicing. This energy not only nourished his body, but also comforted his spirit, giving him an immense sense of tranquility and satisfaction. At this moment, Gu Mingyuan's cultivation soared, finally breaking through an invisible bottleneck and officially entering Fighter 4-star. After finishing his meditation, Gu Mingyuan slowly opened his eyes and found Ma Su and Xiao Miao Miao guarding him. Both had blood smeared on their faces, and there were several corpses nearby. "Boss, you're finally awake," Ma Su exclaimed joyfully. "While you were cultivating Xiao Miao Miao, and I saw a group of aliens trying to kill you, so we helped clean them up. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Mingyuan nodded. "What's the situation in the city now?" Xiao Miao Miao's expression was somewhat grim. "Sentinel City is in chaos. Many of our classmates who entered with us have been killed." Ma Su sighed. "The officials have sent people to manage it, but they still can't resolve the situation." Gu Mingyuan thoughtfully looked toward the City Lord's mansion. "I heard that there is a treasure called Key of the Stars in the City Lord's mansion, which is said to greatly enhance a practitioner's physical qualities." "Boss, you aren't thinking of going to steal that thing, are you?" Ma Su looked at Gu Mingyuan in surprise. Gu Mingyuan slightly nodded and smiled. "Since the City Lord is not home right now, borrowing something shouldn't be a problem, right? Boss, you're still impressive." Gu Mingyuan placed his hand on Ma Su's meridian and found that he had already stepped into the first stage of fighting energy. "Good job." Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly. "You and Xiao Miao Miao stay in this courtyard and wait for me to return." "Yes." Although both of them wanted to go outside and kill aliens, they knew their strength was limited and had to give up reluctantly. Gu Mingyuan set up some talismans in the courtyard and then headed straight for the City Lord's mansion. The streets were filled with people and aliens, who were fiercely attacking each other with weapons. Some aliens with poor eyesight attacked Gu Mingyuan, but he was unrelenting, raising his hand to deliver a thunder fist. And then, the essence of these aliens all turned into nourishment for Gu Mingyuan's growth. Just as he turned the corner, a faint cry for help reached his ears. He looked back to see Yusheng, his legs and arms chopped off, looking at him in despair. Gu Mingyuan activated Spirit Crane Step, quickly moved to the side of the aliens, and delivered a thunder fist, instantly taking them out. Yusheng's eyes widened in disbelief, not understanding why Gu Mingyuan would save him. Gu Mingyuan didn't explain. He directly crushed Yusheng's copy token, teleporting him back. "You should thank your good father," Gu Mingyuan said, looking at Yusheng disappearing in the light column with a sigh. At that moment, a team of wolf cavalry rushed through the street, heading towards Su Zhengtian's residence. Gu Mingyuan looked and saw that the leader was none other than Chang Baishan. What could he possibly want at his house? Chang Baishan's actions piqued Gu Mingyuan's curiosity. From what he knew of Chang Baishan, this person wouldn't do something thankless. Either something had happened at the Su residence, or there was something he wanted there. Regardless of which, Gu Mingyuan had a reason to take a look. Chang Baishan suddenly sensed something and looked back, "Get lost." Gu Mingyuan touched his nose, but continued to follow him at a leisurely pace. Chang Baishan was nearly infuriated, thinking, once the alien attack ends, I will definitely teach you some manners. Soon, they arrived at the Su residence. Chang Baishan and his wolf cavalry broke down the door of the Su residence, forming a circular formation, standing ready. Wang Lixia came out from inside and asked with a smile, General Chang, why are you here at the Su residence instead of dealing with matters in the city? Chapter 67. Rescuing Su Zhengtianhef. Chang Baishan snorted coldly, swinging his large knife fiercely towards Wang Lixia. Wang Lixia's expression changed, and a pair of cat ears sprouted from her head as she retreated swiftly, dodging Chang Baishan's strike. How about we talk? Wang Lixia's voice suddenly turned sharp, sounding less like a human and more like an animal. Talk my ass. Chang Baishan glared fiercely, bringing down his knife quickly. Wang Lixia's face darkened, and at the same time, she activated her battle energy armor. Chang Baishan's large knife struck against the armor, failing to leave a scratch. Chang Baishan was taken aback, retracting his knife, but it was too late. Wang Lixia infused her battle energy into a hairpin and shot it toward Chang Baishan. The hairpin was as thin as a strand of hair and as fast as lightning, creating an imperceptible glow in the sunlight as it headed for Chang Baishan's eyes. Chang Baishan did not dare to underestimate her and immediately activated his protective artifact. A transparent shield formed around his body, firmly blocking the hairpin. Wang Lixia pouted, why are you humans always like this? Always activating protective shields at the slightest provocation? Oof. That's called wisdom. Chang Baishan had already retreated back to his formation, commanding the troops to gradually close in on Wang Lixia. However, just as Chang Baishan was about to succeed, a group of alien creatures appeared at the courtyard entrance, completely blocking their escape. At the same time, a large group of raccoon demons emerged from the courtyard, surrounding them. Oh no! Realizing they had been tricked was too late. All their escape routes were blocked. Just as they felt despair, a familiar voice came. Need my help? Everyone turned to see Gu Mingyuan had arrived. Chang Baishan pondered for a moment and replied, I respectfully request you to take action. Gu Mingyuan nodded, stepping forward with the spirit crane step and unleashing the thunder fist, charging into the horde of alien creatures and killing them left and right. At the same time, Chang Baishan was not idle, directing the wolf cavalry to deal with the raccoon demons. Soon, a gap was torn in the encirclement, and Chang Baishan decisively decided to retreat. But Gu Mingyuan advised, wait, Su Zhengtian is inside, and if I'm not mistaken, the research materials on battle energy are also inside, right? Chang Baishan's pupils constricted. How do you know? Gu Mingyuan smiled. I inquired before the chaos broke out in the city. I see. Chang Baishan found himself in a dilemma, torn between his brothers who had fought alongside him and the mission he had promised to complete. Just as he was conflicted, Gu Mingyuan spoke up. Your wolf cavalry can leave, but you must stay back to help me hold off that high-level raccoon demon. All right, Chang Baishan told his wolf cavalry. You all retreat first. I'll cover you. Captain, I'm not leaving. Boss, wherever you go, I go. Baishan, do you want me to face our brothers in the underworld without any face? Listen to me, all of you leave. Ignoring the protests, Chang Baishan stood his ground against the raccoon demons. Go quickly. The wolf cavalry, unable to bear seeing Chang Baishan injured, shouted, Okay. Their voices echoed like a tidal wave as they spread out. The wolf cavalry retreated through the gap that had been opened. Chang Baishan, with bloodshot eyes, looked at Gu Mingyuan. I can only hold you off for 3 minutes. Gu Mingyuan nodded. That's enough. He had the eye of insight, capable of killing enemies with a single strike. As Gu Mingyuan continued to fight, his physical condition grew stronger, even surpassing that of a fourth-turn strawman. Boom! As the last alien creature fell, Chang Baishan could no longer hold on and fainted. Gu Mingyuan dragged Chang Baishan's body to a corner. Stay here for a while. I'll be right back. Wang Lixia's expression was not good. Although she had dealt with Chang Baishan, her side had also suffered significant losses. Kid, my anger is boiling right now. Hee. Gu Mingyuan mocked. Your anger will only grow bigger. Saying this, he stepped forward with a spirit crane step and attacked Wang Lixia. However, Wang Lixia was not to be trifled with. She dodged and quickly formed seals with her hands, creating a plum blossom-shaped pattern that shot towards Gu Mingyuan. Caught off guard, Gu Mingyuan felt disoriented, as if he had eaten a poisonous mushroom. But this state did not last long, as his profession leaned towards the mental-type nightmare creator, giving him innate immunity to such illusions. When Gu Mingyuan came to, he found himself close to Wang Lixia and immediately unleashed the Thunder Fist, striking her left leg. Wang Lixia was startled and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Her left leg took the hit solidly. Next, a massive critical damage hit her left leg. Critical hit. Minus 24 HP. How can you be fine? Wang Lixia looked at Gu Mingyuan in disbelief. Gu Mingyuan sneered, not answering, and charged forward again. Wang Lixia barely dodged the attack, but not believing in evil, she attempted to use her battle technique again. However, the result was the same as before. Critical hit. Minus 25 HP. At this point, Wang Lixiao's health bar was nearly depleted. You're ruthless. She dropped a harsh remark and then used her technique to escape. Gu Mingyuan could have pursued, but Wang Lixiao's life or death was of little concern to him. He was only interested in that treasure from Su's residence. Gu Mingyuan entered the living room and found Su Zhengtian hiding inside a protective shield, while Su Qing was nowhere to be seen. Knowing some inside information, he looked at Su Zhengtian with interest. Where's your brother? Su Zhengtian's face turned dark. He betrayed the human race. Gu Mingyuan immediately showed a I knew it expression. Are you sent by the city, Lord, to rescue me? Su Zhengtian cautiously asked when he saw it was quiet outside. Gu Mingyuan sneered. How could that be? I'm here for that desert rose. Su Zhengtian hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and agreed. I agree, as long as you can escort me to Daila. Gu Mingyuan examined the protective shield in front of Su Zhengtian and, after determining he couldn't break it, reluctantly agreed. All right. Su Zhengtian breathed a sigh of relief, took out an equal contract for Gu Mingyuan to sign, and then handed over the precious desert rose to him. Gu Mingyuan led Su Zhengtian out of the living room and came to the unconscious Chang Baishan. He took out a bowl of soup made from blood bodhi from his storage space, pried open Chang Baishan's mouth, and poured it in. Chang Baishan's body began to heal, and the gruesome wounds started to scab over as his consciousness gradually returned. Chapter 68. The Lord's Mansion is breached. After a while, Chang Baishan opened his eyes. The moment he saw Su Zhengtian, he understood that his gamble had paid off. Cough, cough. Commander Su, it's good that you're okay. Su Zhengtian quickly comforted him. How is her body now? Body? Chang Baishan carefully sensed his body and found that most of his internal wounds had healed, almost completely. The remaining ones were nothing serious. Chang Baishan stood up and gratefully looked at Su Zhengtian. Commander Su, did you use that precious desert rose on me? Su Zhengtian shook his head and pointed at Gu Mingyuan, saying, it was this young brother who saved you. Chang Baishan looked at Gu Mingyuan in surprise. Thank you. Gu Mingyuan nodded slightly. Your injuries have mostly healed. I'll leave Su Zhengtian in your hands now. I hope you can take him out of here. After saying that, Gu Mingyuan ignored Chang Baishan's thoughts and went directly to the Lord's Mansion. At the Lord's Mansion, 2 6-transformation Tibetan Mastiffs guarded the entrance, which was crowded with different races. These different races wanted to enter the Lord's Mansion, but were firmly blocked by the 2 Mastiffs at the door. Gu Mingyuan looked at the 2 fierce Tibetan Mastiffs, gauged his own strength, and decided against a frontal assault. Just as he was at a loss, he saw a familiar figure, Sha Ao. Gu Mingyuan immediately had an idea. He took out a makeup box and transformed himself into a totter's appearance again. Then, Gu Mingyuan drew scar after scar on his own body. Ouch! Gu Mingyuan accidentally fell heavily in front of Sha Ao. Who? Sha Ao immediately drew his long knife, but when he saw that it was actually Tatar, he instantly changed from anger to joy. Tatar, you're not dead? Lord Shao. I was captured by despicable human beings and managed to escape amidst the chaos in the city. Sha Ao nodded. It's good that you're not dead. But don't you fear that the humans will annihilate our army since you suddenly attacked the Sentinel City? Fear? What is there to fear? Sha Ao said angrily. This time, not only the Shan clan is participating in the siege, but also the Sha clan and the Sha Snake clan. But even if we do take the Sentinel City, humans will send strong ones to take it back. Hee. Sha Ao sneered. It's been 2 hours since we began the siege. Guess why the human reinforcements haven't arrived yet? Gu Mingyuan's pupils constricted. There was too much information contained in Sha Ao's words. It seemed that there were traitors among the human high-ups. Before Gu Mingyuan could think deeply, Sha Ao handed him a large knife. Although there's basically no danger in the city, it's always good to have some self-defense capability. Gu Mingyuan took the large knife, thought for a moment, and said, "Brother Sha Ao, I have broken through to the first star of the fighter realm. Let me act with you." Gu Mingyuan controlled his aura to the level of a first-star fighter. Sha Ao was taken aback, realizing that Tatar had really broken through to the fighter realm, and said with joy, "Tatar, the clan leader indeed, didn't he misjudge you? Come, let us act together." With Sha Ao's affirmation, Tatar revealed an excited smile. Cough, cough. Sha Ao cleared his throat. "Our goal is to take the Qinglong seal from the Lord's Mansion. It is the core of the formation of the entire Sentinel City. If the Sentinel City lacks this item, the city's defensive formation will instantly dissipate." Gu Mingyuan nodded. Without Sha Ao saying it, he would also take it for himself. After all, the city belonged to others, but strength belonged to him. However, there are 2 6 transformation Tibetan Mastiffs and a team of elite guards with an average strength of 5 transformations in the Lord's Mansion. So we can only wait for some stronger seniors to eliminate them. Gu Mingyuan showed an understanding expression, but felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that there are 6 transformation experts among the different races who have infiltrated the city? Soon, his question was answered. 4 powerful great fighters arrived together, each holding a formation plate. Sha Ao saw Gu Mingyuan's confusion and explained. The formation plates in the hands of these 4 seniors were crafted by a holy-level refiner. Even 7 transformation experts can be trapped. Gu Mingyuan nodded. It seemed that the different races were well prepared to seize the Sentinel City. While they were talking, the 4 great fighters had already set up the formation plates, and instantly, the 2 6 transformation Tibetan Mastiffs were trapped. "Can we go now?" Gu Mingyuan whispered. "Wait a bit longer." Just as Sha Ao's words fell, a 1-person high hole was broken in the formation outside the city, and a different race's Do Huang strongman broke through the air. The faces of the surviving people in the city instantly turned ugly, especially the elite guards. Their elite troops and commander had all gone to support outside the city, and now only the small team left in the Lord's Mansion could contend with this. However, fortunately, this Do Huang strongman did not cause widespread destruction in the city, but headed straight for the Lord's Mansion. The expressions of the remaining elite guards in the Lord's Mansion instantly fell. Although they were powerful, if they had to deal with the Do Huang strongman, what would happen to the remaining different races? They no longer had time to think, as the Do Huang strongman was already above them. With a low shout, bolts of lightning gathered in the sky, gradually forming a massive thundercloud that struck downwards. Form a formation. With the captain's loud call, all the team members placed their hands on the captain's body, transferring their energy to him. Now, with the captain's shout, a brown-yellow energy shield covered their heads. The thick bolts of lightning struck the energy shield, but did not even create a ripple. At the same time, the different races at the door saw that the defensive power of the Lord's Mansion was completely restrained and rushed forward, wanting to be the first to enter. However, a ghostly light flashed, and the foremost different race was decapitated. When everyone saw clearly, it was a person dressed in butler attire. Intruder die. However, no different race listened to him. This butler was an old soldier retired from the battlefield, although he had rich combat experience. He was only a mere 3 transformations and could not possibly stop so many different races. In less than half a minute, the old butler was overwhelmed in the crowd of different races and could no longer make sound. Just when the different races were about to enter the Lord's Mansion, a member of the Sha clan blocked their way. "Everyone, the treasures inside are mine." The speaker was Gu Mingyuan. Everyone was taken aback and then burst into wild laughter. "Who do you think you are? A mere fighter wants to stop us? This little brat hasn't he even grown hair and is trying to teach us how to do things? I see this kid is looking for death." Chapter 69. The Beast Human Burial Pill. Gu Mingyuan ignored the curses from the crowd, gripping the thunder fist and smashing the head of the first alien that charged at him. I'll say it again, the treasures here are destined for me. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Gu Mingyuan to dare to take action. "Which faction are you from? Aren't you afraid that we will all attack you? I see you're looking for death." Damn! The discontent among these aliens began to fester, and some powerful aliens started to approach the city Lord's Mansion. However, without exception, these aliens became victims under Gu Mingyuan's hands. When the aliens realized that more than 30 of their strong had died at Gu Mingyuan's hands, they finally stopped their advance. "This person is strange. Let's all go together," someone shouted, and all the aliens raised their weapons and charged at Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan activated the sand escape technique, shifting to their rear, and then struck out with a fierce punch. In an instant, an alien warrior was killed, and, at the same time, Gu Mingyuan's talent, Angel's Blessing, activated, replenishing a bit of his vitality and fighting spirit, feeling the pleasant sensation coursing through his body. Gu Mingyuan's gaze towards these aliens gradually changed. From this moment on, the identities of hunter and prey began to shift, taking full advantage of his regenerative abilities. Gu Mingyuan rampaged through the group of aliens. Half an hour later, the once crowded City Lord's mansion was left with only a few scattered aliens. "I beg you, don't kill me." The aliens' pleas were ignored as Gu Mingyuan executed him. "Enough. Tatar, which side are you on?" Sha Wei had been called over by Sha Ao and happened to witness Gu Mingyuan slaughtering the aliens. Gu Mingyuan smiled and looked at Sha Wei, tribe leader. "I'm naturally on your side. If we can obtain the Azure Dragon Seal from the City Lord's mansion, it will be a great achievement." Sha Wei furrowed his brows slightly. Being shrewd, he felt that things weren't so simple, but he couldn't pinpoint why, so he let it go. "Tatar, you guard outside while Sha Ao and I go retrieve the Azure Dragon Seal." "Okay." Just as they entered, a team riding desert wolves came in. Upon seeing Gu Mingyuan, they all revealed disgusted expressions. "Merchant trader, I will make sure you have no place to die today." Saying this, they charged at Gu Mingyuan, and at the same time, arrows were shot at him. Gu Mingyuan could have dodged, but seeing a graceful figure rushing towards him in his peripheral vision, he abandoned that plan. "Tatar, get away." Sha Linger rushed towards Gu Mingyuan, pushing him aside. "Sha Linger?" Gu Mingyuan's face showed a look of shock as he stared at Sha Linger in confusion. Sha Linger was struck in the left leg by an arrow and couldn't move, the arrow coated with poison that could seal fighting spirit. Knowing she had no hope of escape, her mind was filled with Tatar's lingering image. Whoosh! The wolf's paw struck out, creating a whooshing sound. With a crisp crack, the girl's head was struck by the wolf's paw, the immense force snapping her delicate neck instantly. Her head twisted at a bizarre angle. Just a moment ago, the beautiful girl was full of life. Now, she was already gone. Her warm body was tied to a boulder, as if it were a toy that had been played with until broken. The wolf rider sneered, commanding the desert wolf to lower its head and feast on this sumptuous meal. It first gnawed at the girl's throat, blood immediately gushing out, splattering onto its black fur. Then it moved to the girl's pale, tender chest, like a pair of unbloomed flower buds. The desert wolf bit down on the girl's right breast, tearing through flesh to reveal the ghastly white ribcage. At this moment, the desert wolf used its teeth to snap the ribs, exposing the insides. The heart rolled down the throat and into the wolf's belly, and it howled in satisfaction, lowering its head again to devour the girl's internal organs. Slurp, slurp. The desert wolf's jaws clamped shut, a large amount of blood spilling from its mouth, making a wet sound. The girl's chest cavity was completely empty, the massive wound stretching down to her abdomen. But the desert wolf showed little interest in the white intestines. It bit off the girl's limbs and swallowed them whole, licking its lips as if it had not had enough. "Did you enjoy your meal?" Gu Mingyuan asked with a smile, showing concern. The wolf rider immediately laughed. "I ate your wife. Can you still endure it?" "First, she is not my wife. Second, she is merely a stepping stone on my path to success," Gu Mingyuan replied, stepping with the spirit crane steps, killing all the wolf riders, leaving only the wolf that had devoured Sha Linger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot through the air. Gu Mingyuan casually dodged and then appeared behind Catherine, knocking her unconscious with a chop. Then Gu Mingyuan dragged the desert wolf into the alchemy room of the City Lord's mansion. The desert wolf sensed Gu Mingyuan's intentions and began to howl uneasily. Gu Mingyuan, feeling annoyed, used a bundle of tape to seal its mouth. This beast had some intelligence. After dragging the desert wolf into the alchemy chamber, Gu Mingyuan placed it in the center of the earth fire. Gu Mingyuan had once read in an ancient text of the merchant tribe about a pill called the beast-human burial pill, which required a wild beast and a love that remains unwavering until death as its main materials. And Gu Mingyuan just happened to possess both. As long as Sha Linger loved Gu Mingyuan until her dying breath, the pill created from her being swallowed by the desert wolf would be even more potent. I wonder how much this love can enhance my strength. Gu Mingyuan opened the earth fire, and the blazing flames instantly engulfed the desert wolf. As Gu Mingyuan added various auxiliary materials, the desert wolf gradually transformed into a pool of blood and water, continuously condensing until it finally morphed into a lumpy pill. Now's the time. Gu Mingyuan added the desert rose, and instantly the uneven pill began to smooth out, gradually forming a pill shape. Gu Mingyuan was overjoyed, thinking, I didn't expect this beast-human burial pill to be so easy to refine. It seems I should make a few more in the future. However, thinking about it, how many silly girls like Sha Linger are there in the world? Gu Mingyuan pushed aside his distractions and focused on alchemy. Half an hour later, the pill was complete. A rich pill fragrance wafted from the alchemy room, drawing the attention of countless strong individuals engaged in battle in the city, as if a rare treasure had appeared. At the same time, Sha Ao and Sha Wei had already retrieved the Azure Dragon Seal. The city protection formation was broken, and countless alien troops surged in like a tide of steel. Gu Mingyuan looked towards the sky and noticed that Dai Li's offensive was gradually weakening, clearly unable to hold out for much longer. Chapter 70. Improving cultivation. Gu Mingyuan put the beast and human joint burial pill into a small porcelain bottle and exited the alchemy room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Sha Ao and Sha Wei walking out of the city lord's mansion. What does that smell? So fragrant? Gu Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I've been discovered? However, just as Gu Mingyuan prepared to take action, Sha Wei scolded, "This matter is not important. What matters is that we need to quickly rendezvous with the army outside the city. Otherwise, once the human race's strong ones arrive, we will have nowhere to bury our dead." Sha Wei looked at Gu Mingyuan and asked, "Tatar, where's Linger?" She said she had something urgent and temporarily separated from me. Gu Mingyuan replied. Sha Wei nodded. "Tatar, you and Sha Wei go deliver the Azure Dragon Seal, and I'll go bring that dead girl back." Gu Mingyuan nodded and silently followed behind Sha Ao. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Sha Wei searched nearby, but couldn't find Sha Linger's figure. It was as if she had vanished in a thin air. Sha Wei couldn't help but furrow his brows. Where did that dead girl wander off to? The more he thought about it, the more something felt off, although Sha Linger was a bit mischievous. She knew the importance of the situation and would not leave the team out of spite. Moreover, Tatar was also in the team. Why would she run away? Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Tatar has a problem? He was shocked and quickly chased after the direction Sha Ao had gone. When he arrived, Gu Mingyuan was holding the Azure Dragon Seal, and Sha Ao had a large hole in his head, his body collapsing weakly. Sha Wei rushed forward to support Sha Ao, trying to feed him healing pills, but it was all in vain. Sha Ao was already dead. Once a person dies, it's like a candle extinguished. No one can save them. Tatar, what are you doing? Sha Wei formed hand signs, and a massive tornado appeared, rushing toward Gu Mingyuan like a withered old man. Gu Mingyuan's expression tightened, and he used sand escape to quickly flee the scene. This old guy has some skill. I shouldn't be able to win right now. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. The primary objective now was to leave the dungeon with Xiao Miao Miao and Ma Su. As for the remaining mess, someone else would deal with it. Thinking of this, Gu Mingyuan ignored Sha Wei's attack and ran straight to his residence. Gu Mingyuan found that the door to his residence was wide open, so he rushed inside, only to be met with Ma Su's fist. What the hell? Ma Su, what are you doing? Gu Mingyuan dodged Ma Su's punch, and, seeing the hatred in their eyes, suddenly remembered that he hadn't removed his disguise. Gu Mingyuan had no choice but to retreat and adjust his appearance back. However, Ma Su and Xiao Miao Miao still did not lower their guard. Say a secret that only we know. Huh? Gu Mingyuan was taken aback, reaching out to touch Ma Su's forehead, but was dodged. Xiao Miao Miao added, since Gu Mingyuan left, at least 3 Gu Mingyuan have come in. Gu Mingyuan suddenly understood. Someone had been impersonating him. He nodded and said, Masu, you not only snore when you sleep, but you also kick the bed. Xiao meow meow. Someone often steals your panties. Both of their expressions changed instantly, because what Gu Mingyuan said was all true. Wait, Masu blocked Gu Mingyuan. What is it? How do you know that Xiao Meow Meow's panties are often stolen? Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. What is it to you? Cough cough. Xiao Meow Meow blushed and changed the subject. What are we going to do next? Gu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, I've already gotten what I needed. We can go back. However, just as they were about to crush the dungeon token, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a deep chasm split Sentinel City into small pieces. What is going on? The beings in Sentinel City, whether alien or human, fell into the chasm, their fates unknown. The battle in the sky also ceased as a result. Dai Lu looked at the chasm with a grim expression. Is this the reason you joined forces? The two aliens exchanged glances and laughed heartily. So what if it is? We succeeded, didn't we? Do you really think we care about a small Sentinel City? Compared to the ancient king's tomb, Sentinel City is worthless. Dai le grited istit. Despicable. He was eager to know which traitor leaked the news, allowing such critical secrets to be disclosed to the aliens. The two aliens ignored Dai Lu and headed toward the largest chasm. Dai Lu sighed and followed the two aliens into the ancient king's tomb. At this time, the earthquake had slightly subsided, and Gu Mingyuan, the three of them, exchanged glances, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Boss, what just happened? I don't know. Gu Mingyuan wanted to go back, but felt that this earthquake was somewhat suspicious. Suddenly, a line of text popped up in front of him. Golden Stage, Ancient King's Tomb Introduction. The tomb of 3 ancient kings, filled with countless treasures. Anyone who enters will receive incredible fortune. Ancient kings. Gu Mingyuan's heart jolted. All who could be called kings had a minimum cultivation of 7 transformations, meaning that beneath the chasm were the tombs of 3 kings with cultivation above 7 transformations. Gu Mingyuan did not hide this and informed Xiao Miao Miao and Masu. Masu pondered for a moment and said, Boss, my strength is low. I won't add to your troubles. With that, Masu crushed the dungeon token. Xiao Miao Miao said, Brother-in-law, my strength isn't enough. This immense fortune probably won't fall to me. She also crushed the dungeon token. As 2 blue beams of light enveloped them, their figures vanished from sight at an almost imperceptible speed. Gu Mingyuan watched the 2 leave, then set up a layer of talismans in the courtyard, closed the door tightly, and sat cross-legged. He needed to improve his cultivation a bit before entering the ancient king's tomb. Only then would he have a chance to survive once inside. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mingyuan took out the beast and human joint burial pill and swallowed it. The pill melted in his mouth, transforming into a hot torrent that surged into his meridians. Gu Mingyuan felt as if a raging fire ignited within him, scorching his internal organs. His face turned red instantly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. However, Gu Mingyuan gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, and began to operate the ancient god-demon technique, guiding the pill's medicinal power through his meridians. As the medicinal power expanded, his meridians gradually widened, and the fighter's cyclone continuously strengthened. Soon, Gu Mingyuan felt that his cultivation had reached a critical point. As long as he crossed over, he would step into Fighter 5 stars. Chapter 71. Entering the ancient royal tomb as time passed, the 5th warrior's cyclone gradually solidified. Gu Mingyuan successfully broke through to the 5-star fighter. At this moment, Gu Mingyuan was astonished. The speed was too fast. In just 1 hour, he achieved such results, which was likely 100 times faster than regular training. Buzz. After another hour, Gu Mingyuan's dantian trembled again, and a wisp of scattered fighting energy gathered into a milky white fighting energy cyclone, emerging from his dantian. 6-star fighter. Even a genius among the alien races would probably not be able to achieve such a speed of cultivation. 2 hours equated to months of training for others. If this were to be known, would anyone still be able to live? Who said I am a waste? I'm a true genius. Gu Mingyuan's eyes shimmered with brilliance as he slowly closed them, entering a state of cultivation. Around his body, stray energies of heaven and earth gradually seeped into his 5 senses and pores, causing him to emit a faint spiritual light, which was particularly conspicuous under the night sky. In his dantian, the energy of heaven and earth surged, brushing against him like the wind. When the sun set, Gu Mingyuan's dantian trembled lightly. Then, the seventh fighter, Cyclone, gathered, bringing with it a sense of soreness, emerging from his meridians. Seven-star fighter. Gu Mingyuan was both surprised and delighted, hardly believing that in just one afternoon, he had broken through to seven-star fighter. Gu Mingyuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. After reaching the late stage of fighter, he could easily sense the changes in the energy of heaven and earth, and at the same time, his own strength had increased significantly. This achievement was thanks to that silly girl Xia Linger, if it weren't for her unwavering love for Tatar. The effect of the human-animal burial pill might not have been so good. Gu Mingyuan silently prayed for Xia Linger for a moment, then leaped into the nearest fissure. He felt his body continuously descending, the sound of rushing air ringing in his ears, as if he were sinking into a dark swamp. After about 5 minutes, Gu Mingyuan felt an invisible energy lifting him up, and at the same time, the scenery around him suddenly opened up. Gu Mingyuan scanned his surroundings and realized he must be in an ancient royal tomb, pondering which king's trial he was currently facing. Soon he got the answer. The ground began to shake as a pack of wild wolves chased a group of aliens towards Gu Mingyuan, while a voice echoed in his ear. Challenger 142-3341. Please kill 10 wind wolves within 10 minutes. Gu Mingyuan understood and immediately activated his techniques, charging towards the pack of wind wolves. Soon, 10 wind wolves lay dead at his feet. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341. Mission accomplished. Reward: 1 washing marrow pill. A pale yellow pill appeared in Gu Mingyuan's hand, and a faint halo surrounded him, causing all wind wolves to ignore him. Interesting, Gu Mingyuan nodded secretly. He sat cross-legged and swallowed the washing marrow pill. Once in his stomach, the pill immediately transformed into a pure medicinal power, washing his body. Half a minute later, Gu Mingyuan fully absorbed the pill's power, unable to suppress a comfortable moan. Challenger 142-3341. Please kill 100 wind wolves within 20 minutes. Gu Mingyuan stood up just as a wind wolf lunged at him. He dodged and sent it back to the afterlife with a punch. Gu Mingyuan unleashed his fighting techniques, rampaging through the pack of wind wolves. Soon, he completed the mission again. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341. Mission accomplished. Reward: 2 washing marrow pills. Gu Mingyuan caught the reward and tried to touch a wind wolf, but the wolf didn't notice. His hand passed through it as if he and the wolf were not in the same space. Gu Mingyuan was secretly shocked, his awe for the ancient king deepening, and he stopped causing trouble, starting to absorb the washing marrow pills. After absorbing the pills, he felt a wonderful change within himself, as if some impurities in his flesh were gradually being washed away. However, 3 washing marrow pills were far from enough to bring about such a change. He needed more pills. Keep going. Gu Mingyuan had lost count of how many washing marrow pills he had swallowed. He only knew that his aptitude had completely changed. Name: Gu Mingyuan. Cultivation: 7-star fighter. Occupation: nightmare creator. Physique: purified body. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341. You have completed the challenge of the first layer. Starting teleportation. Gu Mingyuan felt a flash before his eyes, and when he reappeared, he found himself on a competition platform. He tried to extend his hand, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach out. At the same time, a fist wind struck, and Gu Mingyuan instinctively dodged, then noticed a blood-red-eyed person appearing where he had been standing. The goal of this layer is to guard the platform for 1 month. For each day you guard, you will receive a bag of source stones. After hearing this, Gu Mingyuan's gaze towards this person changed instantly. After all, money was his, but life was someone else's. Sorry, buddy. Gu Mingyuan stepped into the spirit crane step, clenched his fist with thunder fist, and charged at this person's face. This person, having reached this point, clearly had considerable strength, evading Gu Mingyuan's attack with a swift movement, then sweeping a leg towards Gu Mingyuan's lower body. Gu Mingyuan calmly dodged while using the Into Dream skill. The person before him suddenly transformed, revealing the image of his first love, Xiaohua. Xiaohua. However, what awaited him was not love, but Gu Mingyuan's fist. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341. Platform defense successful. Gu Mingyuan watched as the person's body slowly dissipated, then sat cross-legged to absorb the energy from the source stones. Soon, he had completely absorbed the energy from one bag of source stones, and just as Gu Mingyuan was about to take a nap, another figure appeared on the platform. This person, like the previous Gu Mingyuan, looked confused upon arriving here, but he didn't possess Gu Mingyuan's strength and was easily subdued before he could even fully appear. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341. Platform defense successful. As this voice fell, a bag of source stones appeared in Gu Mingyuan's hand. Is defeating opponents rewarded with source stones? Gu Mingyuan murmured, realizing that this ancient royal tomb was indeed a great place to enhance strength. Gu Mingyuan took out the source stones again and began to cultivate. It must be said that after Gu Mingyuan's physique changed to purified body, his cultivation speed increased exponentially. Now, even a bag of source stones might not be enough for him to cultivate for a single incense stick's worth of time. Chapter 72. Azure Dragon True Qi. However, due to the continuous influx of both humans and other races, Gu Mingyuan did not lack for source stones during his cultivation. Yet, Gu Mingyuan grew increasingly curious about what the ancient king was really after. He helped cleanse the body and provided source stones. Could it be that the ancient king was looking for a successor? Gu Mingyuan shook his head. These matters were none of his concern. What he could do now was to elevate his strength to the next level. If he could break through to the rank of Battle Master, there might be a glimmer of hope in the subsequent competition for the ancient king's true inheritance. Thus, for the past month, aside from periodically clearing out those who had grown too strong, Gu Mingyuan focused solely on his training. His cultivation had steadily progressed to Battle Warrior 9 stars. But when he attempted to break through to the Battle Master realm, he found that he could not condense the Battle Chi cyclone into a liquid state. Each time he tried to condense the cyclone, he encountered a resistance. Gu Mingyuan attempted to absorb a large amount of source stones to automatically condense the Battle Chi cyclone in his dantian. But once the energy entered, it immediately escaped, circulating through his meridians and then being expelled from his body. Gu Mingyuan understood that in every major realm, one would encounter a bottleneck, even for other races. To break through, one would need specialized medicinal pills. Otherwise, they might remain stuck at that realm for life. However, nothing was absolute. If he could find some special heavenly materials or treasures, perhaps he could also break through. While Gu Mingyuan did not have any heavenly materials, he possessed the Azure Dragon Seal. It was said that this Azure Dragon Seal was a treasure passed down from ancient times, containing a breath of Azure Dragon True Qi that could assist cultivators in breaking through. It was rumored that a strong alien once stole the Azure Dragon Seal and broke through to the king level. Since the Azure Dragon Seal could help others break through to the king level, it should also be able to assist him in breaking through to the Battle Master realm without issue. After pondering for a moment, Gu Mingyuan made up his mind to use the Azure Dragon Seal to aid his breakthrough. Success or failure hinged on this one attempt. If he failed, he would be done for. Gu Mingyuan took out the Azure Dragon Seal along with the source stones he had accumulated, then began to channel his battle chi to communicate with the Azure Dragon True Qi within the seal. As Gu Mingyuan's battle chi continued to penetrate, he finally discovered the true Qi hidden within the Azure Dragon Seal. It was emerald green, with antlers and a serpent-like body, resembling the dragon from legends perfectly. Damn, it turns out that the Shanhai Jing recorded history, not myths, Gu Mingyuan exclaimed. He then began to mobilize this Azure Dragon True Qi. However, the Azure Dragon True Qi seemed to possess a life of its own, completely ignoring Gu Mingyuan's attempts at communication. Just when Gu Mingyuan was feeling a headache, the dragon's eye of the Azure Dragon True Qi suddenly opened, as if it had seen some treasure, and flew out from the Azure Dragon Seal. Gu Mingyuan opened his eyes to find that the Azure Dragon True Qi was actually devouring the source stones. He instantly understood what was happening. He quickly gathered all the source stones and only placed one outside, looking at the Azure Dragon True Chi and saying, "If you are willing to help me break through, all these source stones are yours." The Azure Dragon True Chi blinked its large eyes, appearing to contemplate. Not enough. Gu Mingyuan was astonished to hear the Azure Dragon True Chi speak and think. However, he quickly regained his composure. "I only have these." The Azure Dragon True Chi circled around Gu Mingyuan once, confirming that he truly had no other treasures, then pondered for a moment and said, "I can help you, but you must give me half of your rewards afterward." Gu Mingyuan frowned and said, "If I give you half of the rewards, what will I do?" "Based on my understanding of those 3 old fellows, if you don't meet their requirements, they will make you keep grinding." Gu Mingyuan wanted to say, "Who do you think you are?" But the words wouldn't come out. After all, the Azure Dragon Seal was an ancient artifact, and it might very well know the owner of this tomb. "I agree," he finally said. Seeing Gu Mingyuan agree, the Azure Dragon True Chi stopped wasting time and dove into Gu Mingyuan's body, following his meridians to his dantian, assisting him in compressing the 9 battle chi cyclones. With the help of the Azure Dragon True Chi, Gu Mingyuan no longer hesitated and launched a full-scale assault on the Battle Master realm. As time passed, the battle chi cyclones within Gu Mingyuan's body grew smaller and smaller, until the first drop of liquid battle chi appeared. Gu Mingyuan knew he had succeeded. He had crossed that barrier. Seeing Gu Mingyuan succeed, the Azure Dragon True Chi did not linger in the dantian and impatiently said, "Hurry up and give me the source stones. I've been waiting forever." "Thank you." Gu Mingyuan took out all the source stones without holding anything back. After all, a continuous flow was essential. If the Azure Dragon True Chi became displeased, getting its help next time would not be so easy. The Azure Dragon True Chi dove into the source stones. Half a stick of incense later, the pile of source stones gradually dimmed, eventually turning into a pair of powders that crumbled into ashes with a gentle touch from Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan looked at the Azure Dragon True Chi with a black line on his forehead. "Are you full now?" "No, I want more." "Do you think this is a restaurant?" Just then, Gu Mingyuan's vision blurred, and when he reappeared, he found himself in front of a small tower. The goal of this level was to reach the top of the Lily Tower. The one who reached the top would receive a portion of the barbarian king's true inheritance. Gu Mingyuan's eyes instantly lit up. He had seen the barbarian king in his textbooks at school. He specialized in brute strength, and his inheritance should contain secret methods or heavenly materials related to body refinement. Since Gu Mingyuan obtained the battle chi technique, his physical body had gradually become less useful. If he could obtain the barbarian king's inheritance, perhaps he could make his previously useless physical body useful again. Gu Mingyuan carefully observed the people and alien races at the base of the tower and noticed that they maintained a tacit peace. He felt somewhat confused. Logically speaking, in such a setting, they should have been fighting by now. Thus, Gu Mingyuan approached a seemingly honest-looking human veteran and asked, "Senior, may I ask why you are not attacking the alien races?" "Oomph." The veteran snorted coldly. "Isn't it because of the damn restrictions set by the king? Any creature that attacks will be instantly wiped out. Look over there. Even Dai Lu can only follow the rules." Gu Mingyuan followed the sound and indeed spotted Dai Lu. He nodded, then walked to the tower's front, where he found a sign at the entrance recording each person's progress through the levels, essentially a leaderboard. Gu Mingyuan scanned the sign and saw that Dai Lu was at the 77th level, ranking first, while 2 aliens were tied for second and third at the 75th level. Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His greatest concern was that this ancient king's tomb relied on cultivation level. If that were the case, he would have no hesitation in shattering the copy token to escape. Chapter 73, Glass Tower. Gu Mingyuan adjusted his state and then walked into the glass tower. A greenish-blue light enveloped Gu Mingyuan, and he disappeared at a visible speed. When Gu Mingyuan opened his eyes again, he found himself in a secret room surrounded by several desert wolves. Gu Mingyuan's gaze sharpened as he realized that these desert wolves were all at the 1-star Battle Master level. He did not dare to be careless and immediately used Spirit Crane's step to create distance. However, the expected attack did not come. These desert wolves seemed to lack intelligence and were merely executing the command to attack him. Gu Mingyuan easily slaughtered them, as a greenish-blue light surrounded him again. He disappeared from the first layer at a visible speed. When Gu Mingyuan woke up, he found himself on the second layer, and his opponents were still the one-star desert wolves. However, the number of desert wolves had clearly increased from 3 to 5. Fortunately, these desert wolves still lacked intelligence, and Gu Mingyuan quickly dealt with them. In the following layers, the number of desert wolves would increase. By the time Gu Mingyuan reached the 10th layer, the number had grown to 100, and one intelligent desert wolf was born. Gu Mingyuan was caught off guard and was ambushed by this beast, but fortunately, he had the rejuvenation talisman. Otherwise, he might have fallen to this creature. After eliminating all the desert wolves on the 10th layer, Gu Mingyuan chose to exit the glass tower. Congratulations to Challenger 1422341 for reaching the 10th layer, earning 9 source stones and the first layer of immovable king technique. As this voice fell, 9 source stones and a thin book appeared in Gu Mingyuan's hand. He opened the immovable king technique and found that to cultivate this technique, one had to first abandon their battle chi cultivation. However, this was impossible for Gu Mingyuan. How could he give up the battle chi he had painstakingly cultivated for a mere immovable king technique? Gu Mingyuan shook his head, put away the immovable king technique, and opened the 9 source stones to begin his cultivation. An hour later, a crackling sound like popping beans echoed from within Gu Mingyuan's body. He suddenly opened his eyes and struck a nearby stone, shattering it instantly. Battle Master 2-star. Feeling the immense, true energy within him, Gu Mingyuan instinctively enveloped himself in battle chi, forming a thin veil. He threw a punch at his chest, but found that he couldn't break through this layer of veil. Gu Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the defensive power provided by Battle Master level battle chi was far beyond that of battle fighter level cyclones. Gu Mingyuan looked at the glass tower. His fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. He was going to enter the tower again. As a greenish-blue light enveloped him, he reappeared in the tower. He looked at the pack of desert wolves and found that they had all become 2-star battle masters. It seemed that the strength of the monsters in this tower was determined by the challenger's strength. The stronger the challenger, the stronger the monsters encountered. Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but think of Dai Lu. If he entered the tower with his strength, would he have to face 107 transformation experts? Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. However, these matters had nothing to do with him. He only needed to focus on his own tasks. Following his previous strategy, Gu Mingyuan slaughtered all the desert wolves and quickly reached the 20th layer. At this point, all the desert wolves had gained intelligence and were no longer easy to deal with. Gu Mingyuan tried to lure the desert wolves apart, but they quickly regrouped. Not falling for his tricks at all, Gu Mingyuan was at a loss, and after exhausting his battle chi, he was killed by one of the desert wolves. Before dying, he saw the wolf's contemptuous gaze. After exiting, Gu Mingyuan, not believing in evil, challenged again several times, but all ended in failure. Brother, do you want a strategy? A shifty-eyed human patted Gu Mingyuan's shoulder. Can I take a look? Gu Mingyuan looked at him suspiciously. Sure, 1 source stone for a stick of incense this time. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes but still tossed him a source stone. Gu Mingyuan took the book and quickly skimmed through it. The stick of incense's time passed quickly, and Gu Mingyuan found the answer he was looking for. On the 20th layer of the glass tower, an intelligent desert wolf with leadership abilities would be born. To clear the level, one must kill it first. Thank you. Gu Mingyuan gratefully glanced at him, then turned and re-entered the glass tower. Damn it, how'd he find the answer so quickly? The man muttered, then went on to promote his strategies. After entering the glass tower, Gu Mingyuan quickly spotted the unique desert wolf, and this wolf also realized it had been exposed, quickly rushing into the pack for cover. However, Gu Mingyuan had sent escape, allowing him to appear before the desert wolf in an instant. With one punch, the desert wolf was killed on the spot without even a chance to react. The rest was much easier to handle. Gu Mingyuan used Spirit Crane Step and Thunderous Fist to kill all the desert wolves. As a greenish-blue light enveloped Gu Mingyuan, he let out a long breath. He had finally cleared it. 21st layer. Gu Mingyuan looked at the familiar pack of wolves before him and immediately realized that this pack also had a leader. After scanning the area, he found a different wolf and repeated his previous strategy. Once this wolf was dead, all the others scattered as expected. Gu Mingyuan intended to continue to the next layer, But this pack of wolves seemed different. Although they appeared to scatter, they were not disorganized. Instead, they formed a circle surrounding Gu Mingyuan. With a howl, the wolves began to charge. All the desert wolves lunged at Gu Mingyuan like mad, disregarding their injuries and lives. Gu Mingyuan was teleported out of the glass tower in a daze. "Brother, do you want a strategy?" The man who had previously sold strategies appeared before Gu Mingyuan as if he had been waiting for him. "How much?" "1 source stone for layers 1 to 9. 10 source stones for layers 10 to 19. 100 source stones for layers 20 to 29. Gu Mingyuan nodded, took out 100 source stones from his storage space, and handed them over. "Give me the strategy for layers 20 to 29. The man grinned as he pocketed the 100 source stones and then handed a book to Gu Mingyuan. Chapter 74. The Tower Assault. Gu Mingyuan opened the book and carefully browsed through it, finally discovering the problem. It turned out that the 21st floor was hiding 3 desert wolves with leadership abilities. If he couldn't find them immediately, he would have to face the attack of the entire wolf pack. Gu Mingyuan put the book away and then re-entered the Liuli Tower. Ling Feng watched Gu Mingyuan's departing figure and clicked his tongue, then continued to promote his strategy to others. Gu Mingyuan entered the Liuli Tower, first slaying the 3 special desert wolves, then slowly killing the other wolves, quickly clearing the level. However, as he progressed, the number of these special desert wolves increased. By the 29th floor, all 100 desert wolves in front of Gu Mingyuan were these special ones. At this point, if Gu Mingyuan still wanted to use the previous decapitation tactic, it was no longer effective. The pack of desert wolves rushed towards him as soon as they saw him, killing him. As soon as Gu Mingyuan was teleported out of the Liuli Tower, he saw Ling Feng's smug face. Gu Mingyuan threw the strategy in his face, angrily saying, "Your strategy is useless. Refund." Ling Feng caught the strategy with a grin and asked, "Which floor are you on now?" "The 29th floor." Ling Feng immediately showed a look of realization and said, "As far as I know, all 100 desert wolves on the 29th floor are of that special type. If you want to get through, there's only one way." "What way?" 100 source stones. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. This guy Ling Feng was clearly taking advantage of his urgent need for his strategy. "I can't let him have his way." Gu Mingyuan made up his mind. "I don't want it." Then, he plunged back into the Liuli Tower. Ling Feng snickered and pulled out a stool, waiting again. Before long, Gu Mingyuan appeared in front of Ling Feng once more. Gu Mingyuan was completely convinced the desert wolves inside were simply not something he could handle. He handed over 100 source stones to Ling Feng, saying, "Here's your money." However, after receiving the source stones, Ling Feng said the price has gone up. It's now 110 source stones. Gu Mingyuan's face instantly turned ugly, but in order to break through the 29th floor, he could only reluctantly take out another 10 source stones. Seeing Gu Mingyuan so readily hand over 110 source stones, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. But he still shared the method. Although those desert wolves are all talented, they coordinate very well with each other. However, if you can master a secret technique to change the terrain, you can take them down one by one. After hearing this, Gu Mingyuan suddenly understood, and a hint of admiration for this guy named Ling Feng arose in his heart. According to the normal inheritance process of the barbarian king, there is a secret technique for dividing terrain in the 2nd level of the indestructible king technique, but he hadn't practiced this technique, so he overlooked this key point. Gu Mingyuan found a merchant from a trading clan and exchanged 100 source stones for a green-grade combat skill, Sandwall, then began to practice. About half an hour later, a gleam flashed in Gu Mingyuan's eyes as he quickly formed seals with his hands. With a low shout, a wall of sand rose up from thin air. Both the alien and human races looked at him with astonished expressions. "If I'm not mistaken, that guy just now is a person?" "You're not mistaken. This guy is likely an alien in human skin. I'm a bit curious. What is his purpose in disguising himself as a human?" Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Gu Mingyuan directly entered the Liuli Tower. With the assistance of the sand wall, he quickly killed all 100 desert wolves. However, upon reaching the 30th floor, a military formation appeared. Yes, a military formation. Gu Mingyuan knew the horror of military formations, so he immediately began searching for the core of the formation, wanting to destroy it. Soon, Gu Mingyuan discovered a unique desert wolf. He tried to execute the decapitation tactic, but the surrounding desert wolves wouldn't let him in, using the military formation to wear him down until he was defeated. After being teleported out, Gu Mingyuan once again saw Ling Feng's smug face. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes. Do you have another strategy? Ling Feng nodded. As long as you need it, I even have a strategy for the 90th floor. How much? 500 source stones. Too expensive. The strategy from the 30th to the 39th floor is only 500 source stones in total. It's not expensive. Gu Mingyuan pondered for a moment and said, I won't buy the strategy from you for now. I want to try on my own. Gu Mingyuan bid farewell to Ling Feng and began researching the techniques he obtained from the 20th floor. He discovered that this technique, indeed, included a method for dividing terrain. But it was different from other techniques. After dividing the terrain, if an enemy tried to forcefully break through, it would cause damage to their body. Perhaps this was why Gu Mingyuan's sand wall was ineffective. With this thought in mind, Gu Mingyuan used 100 source stones to exchange for a technique called corrosion. Grade, green, corrosion introduction, can turn the ground or sand surface into a corrosive substance, causing continuous damage to enemies that touch it. This technique was quite useless on its own, but if used in conjunction with the sand wall, it would yield unexpected results. After practicing outside, Gu Mingyuan re-entered the Liuli Tower. This time, he successfully separated the desert wolves with the sand wall and killed that special desert wolf. However, after obtaining the third-level technique of indestructible king technique, he did not continue to assault the tower, but exited and began to carefully study the third level of indestructible king technique. He discovered that the third level of indestructible king technique contained a secret technique called breaking formation, which, when used, would prevent enemies from forming a battle formation for a period of time. Gu Mingyuan hadn't cultivated the indestructible king technique, so he couldn't practice this secret technique. But he managed to find a book called Common Military Formations from a merchant. This book contained a wealth of information on breaking military formations. If Gu Mingyuan could thoroughly understand this book, he could still clear the levels. However, the content of this book was extremely complex and profound, making it difficult for Gu Mingyuan to grasp. He could only patiently understand it word by word. At that moment, Ling Feng's face leaned in. Buddy, do you need calming incense? No. Gu Mingyuan immediately refused. However, Ling Feng's words reminded him that he could use calming-type items to improve his reading speed. He took out a cushion from his storage space, sat down, and began to read seriously. Chapter 75. Tang Long's visit time flies, and in the blink of an eye. 2 days have passed. At the Shengwu Professional Academy, Tang Ruoxue was counting the number of students, but she still hadn't seen Gu Mingyuan, which made her anxious. So, she called over Xiao Miao Miao and Ma Su. You are Gu Mingyuan's teammates. Do you know where he's gone? Teacher, I heard him say he was going to the ancient king tomb. Tang Ruoxue's expression instantly stiffened. She certainly knew what the ancient king tomb was, but she also clearly understood the danger it posed. Even powerful warriors at the king level could fall there, let alone Gu Mingyuan, who was merely a second transformation warrior. Tang Ruoxue immediately reported this news to Tang Long. Tang Long rushed to the instance area. How many students have returned? His heart was anxious because news from the front lines indicated that the ancient king tomb in Sentinel City had been triggered and suddenly manifested, pulling all living beings in Sentinel City into it. About 34. Tang Long nodded. He was already satisfied with that number. Give me a copy of the instance token. I'll go in and take a look. Tang Ruoxue quickly handed Tang Long a token and cautioned, be careful. Make sure to come back alive. Tang Long nodded and then entered the instance. The next moment, Tang Long appeared in the sky above Sentinel City, accompanied by several elderly men with white hair. Tang Long recognized them at a glance. They were the principal of Shanghai Mingzhu Academy and the leader of the Demon Hunter Mercenary Corps. Long time no see. Everyone greeted each other and then quickly entered the crack within Sentinel City. Once inside, Tang Long attempted to penetrate the tomb using his powerful mental strength, but failed, as did the others. They could only proceed step by step according to the program settings of the ancient king tomb. Meanwhile, Gu Mingyuan was completely unaware that Tang Long had come personally to find him and was continuing to study commonly used military formations. Although 2 days was not enough for him to fully grasp this set of formation books, it was sufficient to deal with the small fry in the Liuli Tower. He entered the Liuli Tower again and quickly made it to the 40th floor. At this moment, Gu Mingyuan looked at the military formation in front of him and did not act rashly, knowing that if he did, he would only die faster. As the saying goes, if the enemy doesn't team move, I'll one team move. Since the desert wolves had not attacked him, Gu Mingyuan also did not want to take the initiative. Just as both sides were at a standstill, a loud wolf howl rang out, and all the desert wolves began to change their formation from defense to offense. Gu Mingyuan's expression changed. He only knew how to break defensive formations and had no understanding of this offensive formation. However, the desert wolves had already charged in front of him, leaving him no choice but to grit his teeth and throw a punch. As soon as he struck, the military formation was dissolved, and Gu Mingyuan was severely injured, sent flying and disappearing within the Liuli Tower. Gu Mingyuan, feeling the pain, began to flip through commonly used military formations, locating this formation and starting to learn it. With his previous experience in studying formations, Gu Mingyuan took only 3 hours to learn this formation. Confidently, Gu Mingyuan wanted to re-enter the Liuli Tower, but was stopped by Ling Feng. Handsome. Want a strategy? 100 for a copy. Gu Mingyuan waved his hand impatiently. No. Ling Feng was not in a hurry. He brought over a small stool and sat in front of the Liuli Tower, seemingly predicting that Gu Mingyuan would fail. Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and then strode inside. Upon entering, Gu Mingyuan found that the desert wolves had switched to another formation, one he was completely unfamiliar with, and was instantly taken down. When he saw Ling Feng leisurely sitting there, he nearly wanted to press the guy into the ground, but thinking that he still needed his strategy, he held back. How much? 200 source stones. That's so expensive. Gu Mingyuan, eager to clear the level, didn't care about the cost anymore and pulled out 200 source stones. However, just as he was about to hand them to Ling Feng, a tender voice echoed in his mind. Don't give it to him. Senior Qinglong? The voice belonged to the true energy of Qinglong. Give me the source stones. I'll help you clear the level. Gu Mingyuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly withdrew the source stones. Ling Feng, seeing Gu Mingyuan take back the source stones, became anxious. Don't you want the strategy anymore? Ignoring him, Gu Mingyuan walked towards the Liuli Tower. All right, playing hard to get, huh? Just wait when you come out. I want to give you the strategy without 300 source stones. However, Gu Mingyuan entered and took half an hour to come out. At this point, he had already cleared the 40th level. Senior Qinglong is the best. That Ling Feng is just a scammer. Gu Mingyuan glanced at the shocked Ling Feng and ignored him, focusing instead on studying the 4th level of immovable king technique. From the 40th level onward, a special bloodline monster appeared, powerful in combat. And the military formations it unleashed were far more potent than those of ordinary desert wolves. Kid, let me tell you, to deal with this kind of monster, you need to learn to disguise yourself. If you can make this monster think you're one of its kind, the opportunity to strike will come. Gu Mingyuan felt a headache coming on. Senior, but the technique taught in the 4th level of immovable king technique is a powerful body refining method, and it seems unrelated to disguise. Qinglong's true energy snorted coldly. If you follow that meatball to learn body refining, by the time you finish, it'll probably be 100 years later. Gu Mingyuan nodded and then exchanged for a transformation-type combat skill. After learning it, he re-entered the Liuli Tower. This time, he easily advanced to the 50th level. It really works. Gu Mingyuan exited the Liuli Tower, ecstatic. At this moment, Tang Long had cleared the first 2 levels and appeared in front of Gu Mingyuan. Principal, what brings you here? Gu Mingyuan asked, puzzled as he looked at Tang Long. Upon seeing Gu Mingyuan, Tang Long instantly became furious. How dare you ask me why I'm here? If it weren't for you running in here for no reason, would I be here? After you go back, write me a 10,000 word reflection and read it aloud in front of all the faculty and students. Cough, cough. Dai le cleared his throat. Tang Long turned to see Dai Lu and immediately put on a flattering smile. City Lord Dai, what brings you here? I came here to ensure that the 3 kings' inheritance is not taken by foreign tribes. Dai Lu paused and said, is this young man your student? Tang Long smiled and nodded. Yes, he's indeed my disciple. Chapter 76, Continuing to challenge the tower, Dai Lu nodded and pointed to the leaderboard in front of the Liuli Tower. This young man is quite impressive. He has made it to the 50th level. If given some time, he might really be able to reach the top. Tang Long, someone who had lived for several hundred years, immediately understood Dai Li's implication and frowned. City Lord Dai, you want Gu Mingyuan to stay and compete for this inheritance? Dai Lu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Tang Long. Tang Long took a deep breath. As the principal of the Shangwu Vocational College, I absolutely will not allow my students to be in danger. Dai Lu sighed softly and pointed to the other human races. Principal Tang, is your student's life more valuable than the lives of the military and civilians of Sentinel City? Tang Long fell silent for a moment, gritting his teeth. All right, if he agrees, then it's fine. Dai Lu looked at Gu Mingyuan, waiting for his response. Just as Gu Mingyuan was about to speak, Tang Long suddenly transmitted a message to him. You better say no, otherwise even I won't be able to save you. However, Gu Mingyuan smiled and said, I agree. The three simple words were clear and powerful. Dai Lu breathed a sigh of relief, while Tang Long's expression darkened. But since Dai Lu was present, he could not say much and could only crush the dungeon token and leave. After Tang Long left, Dai Lu took out a stack of books from his storage space and handed them to Gu Mingyuan. Young man, these books are the latest research successes from the research base. They might be of some help to you. Gu Mingyuan accepted the books and said gratefully, Thank you, City Lord. The lowest grade of these books was yellow level, covering a wide range of skills from combat techniques to alchemy. Gu Mingyuan received the books and began to modify them through the system. Half a month later, Gu Mingyuan started practicing the modified combat techniques. These revised techniques were more understandable compared to the original ones, and Gu Mingyuan easily grasped them after just a bit of practice. He put away the books and charged the tower again. After reaching the 50th floor, he encountered a wolf cavalryman who not only had a high IQ but also understood psychological tactics, making it quite challenging for Gu Mingyuan. However, with the guidance of the Azure Dragon True Chi, Gu Mingyuan effortlessly reached the 60th floor. At this time, facing the 100 wolf cavalrymen forming a military formation ahead, a sense of heroism welled up in him, as if the enemies in front were not foes, but achievements. The recent battles had made him familiar with various combat techniques, reaching a level of comprehension. Facing these wolf cavalrymen, even without hiding and launching sneak attacks, he could slay them. However, at that moment, a sudden attack came from his side, as a talisman flew towards Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan was startled and quickly dodged, but another talisman shot towards him. He couldn't evade in time and was hit. At the same time, a horn echoed throughout the land, and hundreds of wolf cavalrymen charged at Gu Mingyuan. He was caught off guard and was torn to shreds. When Ling Feng saw Gu Mingyuan reappear outside the tower, he knew his chance to earn gold coins had come. So he quickly asked, Handsome, do you want a strategy? Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and disdainfully replied, You just cleared the 50th floor, and I'm on the 60th floor. What strategy do you have? Ling Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Handsome, you can reserve I'll give you an 80 discount. You should clear the 60th floor first, Gu Mingyuan said. All right. After saying this, Ling Feng activated his movement technique and dashed towards the Liuli Tower, disappearing from Gu Mingyuan's sight in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's ranking continued to rise until he stopped at the 60th floor. Then, Ling Feng's figure appeared at the entrance of the Liuli Tower. Handsome, do you want a? Ling Feng's annoying voice came through. Gu Mingyuan felt a headache coming on but couldn't lash out, so he could only politely refuse. I'll think about it. Ling Feng nodded. Think for 1 minute, add 1 source stone. Gu Mingyuan's mouth twitched. Rationality told him not to act violently here. Gu Mingyuan quietly asked Azure Dragon True Chi, Senior, starting from the 51st floor, the wolf cavalrymen will use talismans. Do you have any good methods? Azure Dragon True Chi replied, If they can use talismans, you can use them too, can't you? I don't have that many materials. Can't you draw talismans in a void? No. Gu Mingyuan honestly stated that he had only heard of this technique, but had never actually practiced it. Azure Dragon True Chi scoffed. I didn't expect you wouldn't even know such a basic thing. Watch closely. I'll only teach you once. Azure Dragon True Chi formed a palm shape, extended a finger, and began to draw in the void. In a moment, the outline of a fireball talisman appeared. Azure Dragon True Chi waved a hand, and the fireball talisman flew towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng immediately sensed the approaching fireball talisman and quickly dodged, cursing, "Who ambushed me?" The fireball talisman exploded at the spot he had just occupied, showing considerable power. Gu Mingyuan watched in amazement, while his mind began to recall the technique demonstrated by Azure Dragon True Chi. He extended his finger and tried to imitate Azure Dragon True Chi's movements in the void. But as soon as he made the first stroke, his fighting spirit went into chaos. If not for his fighting spirit protecting him, he would have been severely injured. At the same time, Ling Feng patted his shoulder. "Bro, was that fireball talisman drawn by you just now?" Gu Mingyuan was startled and quickly waved his hands. "No, that wasn't me." Ling Feng looked at him suspiciously, but couldn't say anything due to a lack of evidence. After sending Ling Feng away, Gu Mingyuan continued to practice drawing talismans in the void. He discovered that the biggest difference between drawing talismans in the void and on talisman paper was that there was no supportive point in the void, making the drawn talismans likely to be distorted. To gather all fighting spirit onto the same plane, the talismans could be drawn. However, this level of talisman drawing was impossible to accomplish in a short time without at least a year and a half of experience. Senior Azure Dragon, I really can't learn to draw talismans in the void. Azure Dragon True Chi replied impatiently. Then go ask that kid for... Gu Mingyuan awkwardly approached Ling Feng, cupped his hands in salute. "Bro, how much is your..." Ling Feng didn't look up, rubbing his left hand. Gu Mingyuan twitched his mouth and placed a bag of source stones in his hand. However, after Ling Feng accepted the source stones, he still demanded more money. "Bro, that's not right. I've already paid." "Oomph." Ling Feng snorted coldly. "I was just scared by a big fireball. You have to compensate me for my mental distress." Gu Mingyuan's face instantly darkened. "That big fireball wasn't created by me. Don't come looking for me." Chapter 77. The wolf symbol trap formation. Gu Mingyuan had a cold expression. "You can have the money, but how do we calculate the mental distress fee?" Ling Feng blinked. "One fireball symbol scares me once, at least 3 source stones. That's a friendly price. Why don't you go rob someone?" Gu Mingyuan rolled his eyes and pulled out 3 source stones from his pocket, tossing them like candy. "That's more like it." Ling Feng caught them and took out a crumpled piece of parchment from his pocket. "Here, this is the method to crack the formation map for the 60th layer." Gu Mingyuan took it, glanced at it, and saw that the drawing was a chaotic mess, looking like a maze drawn by an elementary school student. "Is this reliable? If you don't believe it, you can spend another 100 source stones, and I'll teach you how to use it." Ling Feng grinned. Gu Mingyuan endured, folded the paper neatly, put it in his pocket, ignored him, and turned to enter the glazed tower. In the 60th layer, as soon as he entered, the familiar horn sounded. The wolf cavalry formed a neat line, and the formation changed to a type of dual ring encirclement formation. Gu Mingyuan clicked his tongue. Pretty complex. He quickly pulled out that piece of parchment, compared it with a route on it, shifted his feet, and used Spirit Crane Step to gradually infiltrate the formation. This time the wolf cavalry seemed to have noticed. Before he could get close, 3 riders charged out, waving their long spears while shooting a yellow symbol into the air, accompanied by lightning. Gu Mingyuan cursed under his breath. This symbol again. He halted, suddenly used Sandwall to block the direction of the lightning symbol, then unleashed a thunder fist, knocking the head of the leading wolf soldier back, causing him to collapse and convulse on the ground. The other 2 were taken by surprise. Hesitating for a moment, Gu Mingyuan seized the opportunity to rush into the second trap, advancing towards the center of the formation according to the markings on the paper. Success or failure depended on this. He suddenly used corrosion, turning the ground beneath him into quicksand, then leveraging the inertia from sliding. He leaped into the center of the formation, spotting a strange wolf bound with 3 flags on its back. Found it. He landed, leaned forward, slid to the side of the strange wolf, and struck down with his knife. A howl. The strange wolf let out a piercing scream, and the military formation instantly collapsed. Without waiting for the remaining wolf soldiers to react, Gu Mingyuan accelerated with Spirit Crane Step, taking them all out one by one. The system notification came. "Congratulations, Challenger 14233341. You have broken through the 60th layer. Reward, A bag of source stones, a special symbol technique, book wolf, symbol trap formation. That name sounds impressive. Gu Mingyuan took the yellowed booklet, flipped through it casually, and discovered it was a brief tutorial on military formation arrangements, accompanied by 3 practical symbol formations. This thing needs to be shown to Senior Qinglong. Just as he was preparing to summon Qinglong's true energy, Ling Feng's voice came again. Handsome, do you want me to tell you the tricks of the 61st layer in advance? Gu Mingyuan didn't even look at him. Every time you open your mouth, half of my wallet is gone. Just hearing your voice is already distressing. Hey, I'm just trying to prevent you from dying a miserable death. Ling Feng shrugged, looking like he was doing it for Gu Mingyuan's good. All right, stop lingering here. Gu Mingyuan tucked the book away and tossed the bag of source stones into his storage pouch. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and silently murmured, Senior Qinglong, can you modify this wolf symbol trap formation? I find it too tedious. Qinglong's true energy lazily floated out. Can't you think for yourself? Why do you always make me help you revise? Why don't you just lie down and practice? Sure, if you give me all the source stones. I'll just lie down today. Dream on. After their banter, Qinglong's true energy drifted over and entered the booklet. In a short while, it popped out a sentence. All right, I've cut out that tedious initial move and simplified it for you. Gu Mingyuan perked up. You're reliable. Enough chit-chat. Hurry and charge to the next layer. Or Ling Feng will get there first and inherit it, and you'll be crying. As if I wouldn't snatch it. Gu Mingyuan got up, dusted off his pants, turned to glance at the entrance of the glazed tower, and muttered a curse. This tower is truly a bottomless pit. Then he stepped inside. The 61st layer opened. As soon as he stepped into the 61st layer, Gu Mingyuan was met with a wave of heat that pushed him back half a step. This layer was covered with fire formations. The entire area was filled with crimson tiles, and faint symbols were flashing, indicating that it was not an ordinary floor. Qinglong, you didn't forget to remind me again, did you? Gu Mingyuan called out, while cautiously moving forward. Qinglong's true energy floated out leisurely. What the hell? How was I supposed to know the 61st layer changed to a fire formation? Aren't you supposed to have lived for thousands of years? You act like you know everything. I've lived that long, but have never been in this tower. Do you think I'm your dad? Great, not reliable. Gu Mingyuan complained as he crawled close to the ground, slowly moving towards the front row, and saw that this layer was not filled with wolf soldiers, but symbol soldiers. These symbol soldiers were engulfed in flames, standing still in 4 rows, each spaced evenly apart, with the symbols beneath them slowly rotating, as if gathering power. This looks wrong. Gu Mingyuan muttered. This layer is called symbol explosion chain formation. If you accidentally step on the main symbol position, that entire row can blow you away. Qinglong's voice suddenly came out again. Gu Mingyuan's face darkened. Where were you earlier? I just want to browse the Tower Master's memories, and that's what I found. Your timing is a bit lagging, brother. If you don't shut your mouth, be prepared to memorize the treatise on febrile and miscellaneous diseases. Gu Mingyuan muttered something in defiance, but still obediently shut his mouth. He didn't rush to act. First, he looked around the ground, and sure enough, he spotted a ring of fiery red symbols carved into the edges of the tiles every 3 meters, resembling grooves, but perfectly fitted into the gaps between the tiles, hardly noticeable unless closely inspected. Chain explosion. This Tower Master is really twisted. Gu Mingyuan cursed softly, then extended his finger to quickly draw a spirit symbol in the air. He had practiced drawing symbols in the void a few times, and though not very proficient, a detection symbol was barely sufficient. Go! As the spirit symbol emerged, it transformed into a faint light and flew forward. When that symbol touched one of the carved grooves, it exploded with a loud bang. Great, can't go this way. Gu Mingyuan took a detour, stepping on the dead corners of the tiles, moving step by step towards the center. Behind him, those standing symbol soldiers suddenly illuminated in a row. Hey, what is going on? Gu Mingyuan shouted. Qinglong's voice changed. You stepped on their sensing symbol. That thing doesn't explode, it activates the enemies. Damn! Before he could finish his sentence, that row of symbol soldiers had already begun to move. Chapter 78. Spirit Fire Chain Technique. A figure over a meter tall, covered in fire patterns. Smoke billowing from their shoulders to wrists, raised their hand as soon as they activated their abilities. With a flick of their 5 fingers, Rows of fire arrows shot towards Gu Mingyuan like a barrage. This is serious. Gu Mingyuan didn't bother with evasions. He expanded his body and directly used the spirit crane step, gliding along the ground like a ghost. While sliding, he pulled out the modified wolf symbol formation from the Azure Dragon and sealed the formation at a specific point. Rise. Suddenly, 3 sand walls bulged up from the ground, perfectly blocking the 3 rows of fire arrows. The symbol warriors momentarily froze, not reacting in time, and Gu Mingyuan charged in, delivering a thunderclap fist to the chest of the foremost symbol warrior. Bang! The thing exploded like glass, the flames nearly singeing Gu Mingyuan. Damn, a bomb! He quickly retreated 2 steps, drew a water spirit symbol, and threw it at the second row, instantly extinguishing 2 of them. This is promising. Gu Mingyuan continued his actions, closing in, exploding, retreating, and applying symbols. 10 minutes later, the entire tower only had the last row of symbol warriors left, standing straight as if in a daze. Panting, Gu Mingyuan whispered, "If you know what's good for you, don't move. I'm a bit tired today." To his surprise, that row of symbol warriors really did not move. Gu Mingyuan suspiciously circled around and found that this row was a fake, an illusion created by the Tower Master to interfere with judgment. He couldn't help but curse. Damn symbol carving mold, tricked me into sweating for nothing. The system notification finally arrived. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341. You have cleared the 61st layer. Reward, a bag of source stones. A green level technique, Spirit Fire Binding Soul. Another fire attribute technique. Gu Mingyuan took the booklet and flipped through it. Can you understand this? He asked. The Azure Dragon Chi glanced at it. This thing is quite useful. It can burn the enemy's fighting spirit and condense it into chains for control. It pairs well with your nightmare skill. All right, remember it. Gu Mingyuan pocketed the technique and sat down to rest. Just as he caught his breath, he heard that annoying voice outside shout, "Handsome, do you want me to tell you something about the 62nd layer in advance?" "Get lost," Gu Mingyuan retorted. "The biggest regret of my life is buying you that first guide." Ling Feng laughed. "No worries, I'll wait for you to regret the next one." Ignoring him, Gu Mingyuan crossed his legs and closed his eyes, starting to cultivate the newly acquired Spirit Fire Binding Soul. For the 62nd layer, he was determined to go all out and not get hit while running away this time. Gu Mingyuan sat quietly for nearly 2 hours. The incantation for Spirit Fire Binding Soul wasn't long, but its structure was a bit odd. 3 lines of fire technique mixed with 1 line of soul technique. If he wasn't careful, he could easily get stuck. He tried to condense fire energy within his body while simultaneously using the Dream Entry ability of the Nightmare Creator. The 2 powers intertwined, and he finally managed to channel them together. Azure Dragon, how many can this fire chain technique bind? Depends on your control. An ordinary fighter can manage 2 at most. For you, 3 is the limit. 3 is enough. I'm not relying on binding people in a fight. Gu Mingyuan flipped over, stood up, and walked to the front of the tower, slapping his face to dispel the last bit of drowsiness. Here we go. The moment he stepped into the 62nd layer, Gu Mingyuan wrinkled his nose. It had a smell. Not the smell of blood, but something damp and moldy, like a cellar that hadn't been touched in 3 years. A thick layer of black mist covered the ground. When he reached out to touch it, it felt like energy mixed with something impure. "This is corpse malice?" The Azure Dragon Chi chimed in. "Yes. This is the resentment released after the barbarian king's death. It should have been captured by the Tower Master to set up a formation." "So, it's a ghost formation?" "No, it's a corpse formation." "Is there a difference?" "You can enter dreams with ghosts, but with corpses, you can only cut." Gu Mingyuan exhaled. "Then I need to bring more fire symbols." Before he could prepare, the ground suddenly cracked open with a loud noise, and several corpse soldiers wearing tattered armor crawled out from the fissures. These corpse soldiers were entirely black, blood crusted at the corners of their mouths, and wielded rusty weapons. Yet they moved with remarkable agility. The first one that charged at him swung a horizontal slash, its speed like a gust of wind. Gu Mingyuan sidestepped, simultaneously pointing his fingers in the air to cast a symbol. Spirit Fire Binding Soul. A fire chain erupted in midair, wrapping around the neck of the corpse soldier like a snake, and with a fierce tug, the corpse soldier was flipped over. Not bad, but before he could celebrate, the other corpse soldiers lunged at him. Gu Mingyuan used the spirit fire chain to bind several of the leading ones, while simultaneously using the spirit crane step to maneuver swiftly, disrupting their formation. He wasn't aiming to wipe them all out at once. Such formations of corpses were most afraid of being interrupted. As long as he could disrupt their rhythm, the rear ranks wouldn't be able to catch up. Sand wall. He casually cast a sand wall, forcibly cutting the corpse soldiers into two segments. The few behind were momentarily stunned, and the fire chain had already strangled the second one. Come again, Gu Mingyuan shouted, simultaneously pointing his hands to cast symbols, launching dual chains from both sides like venomous snakes wrapping around their necks. With a pull, two corpse soldiers were dragged into the quicksand beneath his feet. Roasted. He flipped his hand, sticking a fire symbol onto the sand, and with a sizzling sound, flames spread across the sandy surface, turning the entire area into a small fire pit. The corpse soldiers rolled and struggled in the flames, emitting a series of piercing, explosive sounds. The remaining corpse soldiers were forced back by the scorching heat, only daring to circle around the perimeter. Gu Mingyuan took a breath, already drenched in sweat, and his fighting spirit had dropped significantly. Azure Dragon, aren't you going to help me out a bit? I'm not your babysitter. Your series of moves just now were more precise than my commands. I'm almost out of strength. Then you should practice your body technique. Didn't I give you the immovable king mantra earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Gu Mingyuan cursed under his breath, having no time to argue as the group of corpse soldiers began to close in again. This time, he didn't wait for them to approach. He activated Spirit Fire Binding Soul and Thunderclap Fist in advance, binding them first and then exploding them directly. The moment he shattered the last corpse soldier, a surge of black mist erupted from its body, almost spraying him in the face. Poisonous. The Azure Dragon reminded him. These corpse soldiers leak resentment after death. Remember to dodge next time. If you remind me again, I'll die just to show you. After another fierce battle, when he finally smashed the last corpse soldier's head, the ground quieted down. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, Challenger 1423341. You have cleared the 60-second layer. Reward: a bag of source stones, a fragment of soul-locking nail heart spell. Gu Mingyuan slumped to the ground. Soul lock? That sounds sinister. The Azure Dragon floated out to take a look. This is one of the derived skills of your nightmare profession. The more fragments you collect, the more complete it becomes. What can this thing do? Lock souls. This thing is serious. Chapter 79. Three Spirits Combined Formation. Gu Mingyuan tucked the torn page in his pocket and held a bag of source stones up to his mouth to catch his breath. Now I understand why Ling Feng didn't charge in. He might have died instantly if he rushed to this level. I think if he died 3 times, he wouldn't come back. Should I tell him when I leave the tower next time that the 62nd level is a corpse soldier formation? Do you want to see him scared out of his wits? I want to see him regret not learning the spirit fire technique sooner. You can do that. Gu Mingyuan got up, brushed off the dust from his pants, and glanced at the tower entrance. All right, the 63rd level, let's go. I'm determined to clear 3 levels today. After saying that, he stepped in without looking back. As the door to the 63rd level opened, there was no wind or smell inside, just silence. It was eerily quiet. Gu Mingyuan had taken less than 5 steps when the ground automatically closed behind him, sealing him off completely. Qinglong, don't you think this silence is a bit off? If you ask me, who should I ask? I'm not the tower master. Aren't you able to read people's memories? Only if it's someone I'm interested in. The tower master is filled with array blueprints. Just looking at them makes me want to vomit. Gu Mingyuan spat and scratched the ground a few times, testing for any traps. Just as he drew the second line, he heard a sound in his ears. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It sounded like dripping water, but not in a normal way. 3 beats, pause for a second, 3 beats, pause for a second, perfectly rhythmic. Gu Mingyuan remained silent, slowly taking out the remnants of the wolf symbol trap formation, ready to set up defenses at any moment. At that moment, 3 light circles suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 white, each hovering in the air and rotating like a barrier. What is this? He frowned. Qinglong floated out and took a look. 3 spirits combined formation. What does that mean? If you attack one, the other two will gain power. And they have strong complementary effects. You have to attack them together. Isn't that basically a three-man team battle? Exactly, 3 bosses tied together. If you attack one, the other two will give you buffs. This Tower Master is really devious. This isn't being devious. This is just how an engineering-oriented Tower Master operates. Gu Mingyuan sighed, directly taking out the Spirit Fire symbol, activating 6 of them in one breath, and then sticking them on the ground near the 3 spirits. If I can't hold them down, I'll burn the tower. He didn't waste time and charged straight toward the white spirit first. This guy, dressed in a white robe, looked the most like a mage with no physical presence. Thunderclap fist. He charged in with a punch, and before his fist hit the ground, the white spirit waved its hand, releasing an ice symbol. TSK. Gu Mingyuan abruptly stopped, sidestepped to avoid it, and slapped the ground to activate a fire symbol. Boom! Flames erupted beneath the white spirit. It was just about to take off when Gu Mingyuan yanked it down with a fire chain. Stay down. At that moment, the red and blue spirits also activated, one representing fire and the other representing lightning. The fire spirit unleashed a rain of fire into the sky, while the blue spirit gathered an electric sphere in its hands, fully charged. Gu Mingyuan knew he couldn't drag this out any longer. Gritting his teeth, he pulled out the corrosive sand wall combination, using one wall to block the lightning while forcing the fire spirit back with the corrosive ground tiles. Whoever heals first. I'll hit first. After saying that, he used Sand Escape to jump behind the red spirit, landing a punch on its forehead. The red spirit stumbled forward, and just as it was about to approach the blue spirit to heal, Gu Mingyuan instantly switched targets, binding its legs with the spirit fire soul binding lock and dragging it toward the fire formation. I'm going to roast you. A series of fire symbols exploded, sending energy waves erupting from the red spirit, which turned into a phantom and began to dissipate. One down. Gu Mingyuan panted with a grin, still 2 left. The white spirit was just about to cast an ice shield for itself when Gu Mingyuan locked onto it, abandoning the red and blue spirits to charge in and slash at it. Aren't you a mage? Aren't you supposed to control the field? Come on. He used a fire chain to bind it, followed by a thunderclap fist, continuing his combo without stopping. The white spirit couldn't catch its breath and also dissipated. Only the blue spirit remained, and upon seeing its brother die so quickly, it went into a frenzy. Oh no, it's angry. Qinglong floated by like it was watching a show, its rage meter filled, ready to unleash a powerful move. You should have said that earlier. I just found out. Gu Mingyuan didn't have time to complain. The blue spirit had already gathered a large blue-black mixed sphere and threw it into the sky. Boom! The sphere exploded midair, filling the entire space with electric currents. Even the tower top was flashing. It's getting serious. Gu Mingyuan threw out the last 3 fire symbols, while simultaneously calling forth the sand wall to firmly block the electric current as he charged out. The blue spirit was already hovering in midair, as if preparing to unleash a powerful lightning strike. Wait for your strike? Not a chance. Gu Mingyuan wrapped the fire chain around his hands, stomped the ground, and shot upwards, landing a punch on the blue spirit's abdomen before wrapping himself around it with the fire chain. Got it. Blow up. The ground runes exploded. Flames shot into the sky, and the blue spirit was blown apart in the explosion, with a system notification following. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341, for breaking through the 63rd level. Rewards: 2 bags of source stones, dungeon-exclusive skill book, 3 spirits, shock domain. As Gu Mingyuan rolled out of the fire, his hair was all frizzy. Qinglong, I'm telling you, if you keep pulling this 3-on-1 nonsense, you have to help me out, or I might really die here. Qinglong stretched lazily. I'll think about it. Gu Mingyuan stored the skill book, too tired to speak, and lay down on the ground to catch his breath. No rush for the 64th level. I'll sleep for 10 minutes first. Aren't you afraid Ling Feng will steal your things? If he dares to come over, I'll wrap a chain around his neck and hang him from the tower top. After saying that, Gu Mingyuan hugged the source stone bag in one hand and the fire symbol in the other, and just rolled over and fell asleep. Gu Mingyuan's nap wasn't long, but it was very restful. Just 10 minutes after closing his eyes, he had a dream. In the dream, he was still in the tower, but he wasn't alone. Qinglong's true chi had transformed into an old man, wearing a green robe and sitting there playing chess. Opposite him sat a big guy wearing a straw hat. Gu Mingyuan couldn't see his face, but he made his moves with incredible cunning. If you keep stalling, that guy will crack your head open with a thunderbolt, Qinglong said, chewing on a blade of grass. Why didn't you say that sooner? Gu Mingyuan couldn't help but speak up. Awakening from a great dream. Huh? Didn't you say you wanted to clear 3 levels in a row? You really dare to say that? Your stamina can only support 1.5 levels. Then why did you pull me over to play chess in the dream? Let me tell you something. Go ahead. There are 2 paths in the 64th level. One leads to clearing the level, and the other directly teleports you out. Then why should I even fight? The path to clearing has something you definitely want. What? The missing pages of the indestructible king technique that you have on you are hidden in the secret chamber of this level. Gu Mingyuan was about to explode upon hearing this. You only say this now? I was worried you got too carried away with that 3-on-1 and burned your brain out. Chapter 80. The Ming King breaks the formation body. Then why did you have to wait until I fell asleep to say that? I like it. Gu Mingyuan kicked out directly but missed. The Qinglong swayed and turned back into that puff of air. All right, it's time to wake up. Remember to go left towards the passage with the bronze door. Don't go the wrong way. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Mingyuan suddenly opened his eyes. The fire talisman was still in his hand, and the source stone bag was not lost. He was fine, but the circle of ash on him was a bit sticky. Qinglong, that dream was created by you, right? That's right. Next time, can't you just say it directly? Do you think I'm really your teammate? I'm a partner. Following the terms. Then why don't you go sign a contract? I signed with the Tower Master a long time ago. Gu Mingyuan propped himself up against the sandy wall, moved his arms a bit, and said, all right, I remember. Layer 64, left side bronze door. Yes, but after you go in, remember not to move around. There are a lot of traps in there, and moving might trigger the explosive formation left by the Tower Master. You should have said that earlier. Didn't I just say it now? Gu Mingyuan lazily ignored him, got up, counted the fire talisman and the 2 bags of source stones again to confirm they were all there, and then checked the skill book 3 Spirits Shocking Domain, which was still under him and hadn't been stolen. That bastard Ling Feng might really be afraid of me. After finishing his movements, he put everything back in place and walked towards the teleportation door to layer 64. Before entering, he turned around and cursed. If you don't give me something to restore my health, I'm really going to plant in the tower. Then don't forget to bring a hoe. The Qinglong's voice echoed in his ear. Gu Mingyuan's face darkened, and he stepped inside. As soon as he entered this layer, it was different. The tower resembled some kind of palace ruins, surrounded by ancient patterned stone carvings, with blue stone slabs on the ground, without a trace of weeds or dust. Ahead, the path split into 2, with a door on each side. The right side had an ordinary stone door, while the left side had a bronze door towering 3 zhang high, inscribed with 6 words, Remnants of the Barbarian King. Enter cautiously, do not disturb. Isn't this just clearly telling me where to go? Qinglong, are you sure? Isn't it what you said? I only told you it was a bronze door. Didn't say it was safe. So you want to trick me? I didn't say anything. You chose it yourself. Your sarcasm is worse than an NPC. Gu Mingyuan cursed but still walked towards the bronze door. The door wasn't locked, just heavy. Gu Mingyuan leaned against it and pushed hard, with a creak. The door opened halfway, revealing a narrow passage. After he walked in, the door surprisingly closed on its own, and then a line of text floated on the wall. The challenger has entered the secret chamber. If the remnants are not taken within 3 incense sticks, they will be considered an intruder and trigger the legacy formation. After reading this prompt, Gu Mingyuan cursed again. Is your Tower Master crazy? Qinglong. He was dying at the time. His mind was unclear. Try to understand. Understand what? Give me 3 incense sticks to find a book? I'm not a dog with a keen nose. Aren't you just short of a dog's nose? Gu Mingyuan ignored him and dashed out, activating the Spirit Fire Binding Soul, talisman for lighting, running, and scanning as he went. On both sides were bookshelves, but most of them were missing pages. Gu Mingyuan rushed to the back and saw a broken stone table, on which lay a sealed page of a talisman, which happened to be the latter part of the 4th level of immovable Ming King technique. Found it. He grabbed the sealed page and was about to put it in his bag when suddenly the room shook. Qinglong, you triggered the mechanism. Didn't you say not to touch anything? Wasn't that your choice? I moved a page, and it's going to blow the tower? The Tower Master is very protective of his treasures. Even after death, he set up formations to guard them. Gu Mingyuan quickly made a decision, directly activating the fire talisman to use Spirit Fire Binding Soul to lock the collapsing stone blocks above him, retreating while shouting, "If you don't help me stabilize the formation base, I'm holding a memorial service for you in the tower today." Qinglong sighed and extended a strand of true energy. "Can't you speak nicely?" "I'm speaking just fine right now." Qinglong made a move, and that strand of true energy penetrated into the area, suppressing the explosive runes. The shaking gradually stopped. Gu Mingyuan panted heavily, sitting on the ground, looking at the sealed page in his hand, the corners of his mouth curling up. It was worth it. There was no rush for the next layer. What he needed now was to integrate the immovable Ming King technique 4th level and see just how powerful this thing was. Gu Mingyuan sat on the ground, patted his pants, and directly pieced together the sealed page of the immovable Ming King technique with the previous 3 levels. As soon as they merged, the entire book emitted a faint yellow glow, and the 2 characters Ming Wang on the cover seemed to come to life, swaying slightly. Qinglong floated over and glanced. Merged? Merged. So are you going to cultivate now? Am I going to keep it as a bookmark if I don't cultivate? Your attitude now is like 2 different people compared to when you just begged me to save you. If you had been even a moment slower, I would have really written a will. Qinglong said nothing, just floated to the side to watch. Gu Mingyuan picked up the entire immovable Ming King technique, took a deep breath, suppressed all the fighting energy in his dantian, forcibly entered a resting state, and then began to operate the newly integrated technique. The first level was still the foundation of body refinement, working on muscles, bones, and skin, which he had practiced before. The second level was internal refining and external communication, using external pressure to force internal energy, refining the spirit with strength. The third level was about creating a wall of vitality and blood, achieving an impenetrable defense. The fourth level was coming. As soon as Gu Mingyuan started to operate that segment of the technique, a tearing sensation spread throughout his body. He could feel his bones swelling. His skin felt like it was being roasted by fire, and the area where the fighting energy was infused began to smoke. "Damn!" he roared. "Does this thing require peeling off a layer of skin to level up?" Qinglong's voice came. "The fourth level is called Breaking Formation Body. It requires condensing the body's bones, muscles, and skin into a formation map under pressure. That's the requirement of the technique. You make it sound easy. My bones are popping like popcorn." Gu Mingyuan gritted his teeth and continued to endure, feeling as if he was in a steamer, his clothes drenched in sweat. He felt his back was on fire, his chest was burning, and it felt like needles were stabbing in his ears. "How much longer? In another 30 breaths? You'll be able to hold on? Why didn't you say so earlier? I told you, but you weren't shouting." Gu Mingyuan stopped retorting and directly sat cross-legged, starting to endure. By the 10th breath, all his joints cracked. By the 20th breath, one of his shoulders collapsed but reinflated. By the 29th breath, his veins bulged, crawling up his arms like worms. By the 30th breath, boom, a muffled sound echoed within him, and Gu Mingyuan emitted a wave of shock, causing the air to tremble. "It worked," Qinglong said. Gu Mingyuan was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of a water tank, gasping for air. "Did I break through? With your current body, you can directly withstand 10 strikes from a second-turn Dome Master without dying. So if I don't take the hits, can I fight back?" Chapter 81. The Array Slave Training Ground in Theory if you fight a second transformation duelist just by relying on your body. A direct collision would either kill him or at least strip off a layer of skin. Gu Mingyuan chuckled, got up from the ground, and shook his hands. Indeed, this cultivation method was worth it. Now, it was as if he was carrying a living array with him at all times. If someone attacked him, it would be equivalent to triggering the array actively. "Can I stick an array diagram on someone else?" "Wait until you finish the 5th level before you ask." Gu Mingyuan smacked his lips. "What's the 5th level? You haven't even had the chance to ask about it after finishing the 4th level. I was just asking casually. Not going to practice for now." He moved his body a bit and found that his steps were heavier, as if his muscles were wrapped in compressed steel bars, with an absurdly stable center of gravity. "All right, I've completed the 64th level. Time to move on to the next one. Just as he was about to leave the secret chamber, the tower door trembled again. What now? Qinglong shook slightly. Someone is coming up. Who? Ling Feng. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyuan perked up. Really? I thought he didn't dare to come up. He probably sneaked in while you were sleeping and just happened to get stuck on the 64th level. Should I scare him a little? If you want to, you can try sticking that new array onto him. Is that legal? He won't die. At most, he'll have diarrhea for 3 days. Gu Mingyuan smirked and rushed out the door. He stood by the teleportation array, holding the newly carved array symbol in his hand. If the teleportation array lights up in 5 seconds, I'll give him a surprise. Qinglong casually remarked. You're quite the rogue. This isn't being rogue, it's called customer feedback. Sure enough, on the 5th second, the teleportation array lit up with a pop. Gu Mingyuan quickly crouched down, raised his hand, and slapped the array symbol onto it while chanting, Ming Wang Zhen Shen Lok. In the next moment, the array symbol exploded into a circle of earthy yellow light, perfectly trapping Ling Feng, who had just teleported in. Hey, what the heck? Ling Feng's but had just popped out. He wasn't fully landed yet, and he was directly bound tightly. Gu Mingyuan walked over, squatted down, and laughed. Welcome to the 64th level. Ling Feng looked completely bewildered. What are you doing here? If I'm not here, where else would I be? Aren't you going down? You came up, so how could I still be down? Your logic is very Ling Feng. I just wanted to see if you were dead. Gu Mingyuan sighed. You really shouldn't have come. Why? Gu Mingyuan patted his head. Because I've now mastered the Ming Wang breaking array body, and I'm planning to take you down to try your skills on the 65th level. Ling Feng, huh? Gu Mingyuan. Don't be nervous. I can take a hit. You just watch. Ling Feng. Did you not just say I wouldn't die? Gu Mingyuan. I misspoke. I meant you won't die easily. After saying that, he activated the teleportation array with a kick. On the 65th level, the two entered together. The teleportation array flickered, and they landed. Ling Feng hadn't steadied himself before his knees buckled, and he knelt down. What the heck? Why is the pressure on this level so heavy? He clutched his chest, looking uncomfortable. Gu Mingyuan stood firmly and patted his fire chains. With your physique, you shouldn't be climbing the tower so often. The aura on this level is aimed at physical strength. What do you mean? It means that the tower master built this level for physical training, throwing people in to use as punching bags. Just as he finished speaking, a series of loud, thumping sounds came from ahead. Qinglong's true chi floated out. Welcome to the Array Slave Training Ground. Upon hearing this name, Ling Feng's face turned pale. Is the Tower Master sick? Who would build a floor specifically for practicing being hit? Believe it or not, there are indeed people willing to train. Gu Mingyuan pointed ahead. In the arena stood 7 muscular men, each taller than the last, with iron-colored skin. They were only wearing tattered cloth wrapped around their chests, with black iron chains bound to their arms. Their faces showed no emotion, but their movements were perfectly synchronized. The array patterns beneath their feet were slowly rotating, resembling some kind of soul-binding array, but mixed with shaking symbols for physical training. These are the array slaves left by the Tower Master, specifically for practicing hitting and taking hits. Do they have brains? Ling Feng gulped. A little, but not much. As long as you make a move, they will attack you. What if I don't make a move? Then they will attack you. Well, why don't you make a move? I'll cheer you on. Gu Mingyuan ignored him and stepped forward. Stepping on the array line, the 7 array slaves instantly raised their heads in unison, and a layer of faint gray energy erupted from their bodies. They're coming, Qinglong shouted. I see it. Gu Mingyuan gritted his teeth, stepped down, and shot out like a cannonball. He didn't use any combat skills. He directly collided with one of the array slaves' chests. With a loud bang, the guy didn't budge an inch, but Gu Mingyuan staggered back a step, his arm shaking a couple of times. Not bad. The array slave wasted no time. The next second, all 7 charged out together, moving as fast as a pack of wolves hunting, surrounding him from 3 sides while one charged and another swept with chains. Gu Mingyuan took a deep breath, activated the Ming Wang breaking array body, and a layer of faint array patterns rose from beneath his skin just as he was hit by a punch. Bang! The punch landed on Gu Mingyuan's shoulder like a hammer striking bronze. His skin cracked, but Gu Mingyuan stood firm, his body only shaking slightly. Is that all? He grabbed the opponent's wrist, twisted hard, and with a flick of his fire chain, he forcefully yanked the guy away, crashing him into two others. The remaining 4 array slaves, seeing this, charged forward instead of retreating, all attacking Ling Feng. "Aw, I didn't hit anyone." Ling Feng jumped and yelled, only to be punched squarely in the stomach, flying out and rolling twice, unable to get up. Gu Mingyuan cursed, "Don't stand so close. Can't you see they're going wild?" Ling Feng, sprawled on the ground, cried out, "I'm about to pee my pants, and you're still scolding me. Endure it, build your courage." Gu Mingyuan turned, sprinted forward, and struck both fists down on one array slave's arms while stamping his foot, sliding past, and delivering a kick. Bang! The array slave's knee buckled, and he fell. The remaining 3 were stunned. Gu Mingyuan seized the opportunity, sending his fire chain out, locking and wrapping 2 of them together, then slapped a lightning symbol onto them. "Electrocute you." The 3 were electrified, smoking, and unable to move. The last array slave hesitated for a moment, then chose to charge at Ling Feng. "Help! I'm not training my body. I'm a merchant. I collect source stones." Gu Mingyuan could no longer hold back, rushing over to grab the array slave around the waist and punch through its spine. "Why did you go so hard on my little brother?" The array slave twitched a few times and shattered into symbol dust. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to Challenger 142-3341 for passing the 65th level. Reward: 1 bag of physical training resources, blood soul sand. Mingwang, Ju 5th level. Soul, forged golden bones." Chapter 82. The Nightmare Spirit's 10 Questions Array. Gu Mingyuan was amused after hearing this. The 5th level? It came so quickly? Qing Long said, "You just broke through this layer of the array, meeting the conditions, so the tower system automatically sent it out. Then can I mix around at the top of the tower to get a complete set? It's possible, but it might only send you the first 5 levels. Then I'll see if the Tower Master is a miser or a gentleman." Gu Mingyuan bent down to put away the blood soul sand, and just as he was about to stuff it into his storage bag, he heard Ling Feng weakly shout, "Can I be carried out first?" Seeing his miserable state, Gu Mingyuan laughed. "You rest here first. I'll go practice on the next layer, and when I come back, I'll buy you a bowl of porridge." Even if you bring back porridge, I won't be able to drink it. Then just enjoy the smell." After saying that, Gu Mingyuan shouldered the fire chain and turned to walk into the next layer's teleportation portal. As soon as Gu Mingyuan stepped into the 66th layer, before he could steady himself, he heard the sound of a swona. With this sound was not the kind of festive swona. It was the kind played at the old coffin shop at the edge of the village, and it sent a chill down his spine. "Qing Long, tell me clearly, has this layer of the tower been turned into a cemetery?" "You guessed it right." "Really?" The Nightmare Spirit's 10 Questions Array was originally designed for trials related to the Nightmare system. But it seems the Tower Master had a quarrel with the Master of the Nightmare Path before he died and simply changed it to an evil enhanced version. "You could have told me earlier. I could have changed my clothes." Just as Gu Mingyuan finished speaking, 10 circular arrays appeared above him, arranged in the center of the tower like tombstones. Each array had a sentence written on it. "I am the first person you killed. How many people did you deceive by saying you are a hero? Whose ashes did you use to refine your first pill? Did you ever have murderous thoughts when entering dreams?" The 10 questions, each darker than the last, pressed down on him, making it hard to breathe. Gu Mingyuan looked around and finally couldn't hold back. Is this the Tower Master's dying curse? These are not curses. They're the soul-searching technique that triggers the array. Speak in human language. You must face these 10 questions directly. If you answer incorrectly, the consequences are yours to bear. What if I tell the truth about everything? Then you will be attacked. Are you standing on the Tower Master's side? I am a system binder. Does it matter who I stand with? Gu Mingyuan didn't want to waste any more words and directly stepped into the first array. I am the first person you killed. A weeping sound came from the array. Gu Mingyuan replied expressionlessly. It was that dog bastard who snatched food from my mother. The array trembled slightly, then calmed down, passing him. Second array. How many people did you deceive by saying you were a hero? Gu Mingyuan, I never said I was a hero. If you want to pursue it, I'm just a hapless guy who dreamed big. The array emitted a humming vibration, and Qing Long commented. The answer has some resilience. It's a passing score. Third array. Whose ashes did you use to refine your first pill? Gu Mingyuan raised his hand. That one was made from killing ashes provided by the Shang clan. If you want to trace its origin, go find the official. I'm just a small alchemist. Xinglong whispered. You lied. I know, but if I tell the truth, I'll lose points. The array seemed to hesitate for a moment, then surprisingly allowed him to pass. Oh, Xinglong was surprised. The Tower Master probably didn't want to deal with the trouble of checking accounts. Fourth array. Did you ever have murderous thoughts when entering dreams? Gu Mingyuan didn't think twice. I entered dreams just to kill. Not only have I thoughts, I practice every day. The answer was too real. The score was maxed out. Xinglong's tone even had a hint of admiration. The fifth array began to change. A figure floated in the center of the array. It was Xiaolinger. She stood there, silent, just staring at Gu Mingyuan. Gu Mingyuan frowned and said softly, Are you asking me if I regret not saving you? Or if I exploited you too harshly? Xiaolinger didn't answer, but her figure moved. The array began to attack. A soul blade flew out from her fingertips, directly aimed at Gu Mingyuan's forehead. Gu Mingyuan didn't dodge. He wrapped the fire chain around it, forcibly blocking the soul blade. If you really resent me, then come at me. The second soul blade, the third soul blade, the fourth soul blade. He just stood there, taking them all. Fifth array complete. Xinglong sighed. This Tower Master really wants to dig out your heart and lungs. I know. Then why aren't you dodging? If she really hates me, I wouldn't blame her for attacking. The sixth array began, and illusions started to appear. He was in a grand hall, wearing an official robe, surrounded by kneeling commoners. The array asked, If you had power, would you still treat them as humans? Gu Mingyuan stayed silent for a long time. I can't guarantee that. You dare to say that? I don't even know if I can live to get out. What future are we discussing? If I really climb up, I'll first protect my own life, and the rest will depend on fate. The array shook 3 times but still passed him. The questions from the 7th to the 9th arrays were even more venomous, asking whether he would kill his father and brother for power. If he ever thought about taking down Tang Long to take over the academy, and even if he had ever thought about selling Ling Feng for fire symbols. Gu Mingyuan answered without hesitation. I thought about it, but I found him worthless. The array fell silent for 5 seconds. And Xinglong floated over with a look of emotion. If the Tower Master were still alive, he would probably pull you in as a deputy Tower Master. Gu Mingyuan laughed. I don't want to be asked these every day. When the last array opened, his face was already pale from the pressure of the soul, and his body began to feel cold. 10th question. Who exactly are you? This question was no longer asked in someone else's voice. It was his own voice asking. Gu Mingyuan looked at the mirror that floated in the center of the array and said word by word, I am Gu Mingyuan, a worthless person who has swallowed everything he can and killed everything he cannot endure. The center of the array shattered, and a loud explosion erupted from the tower, collapsing the entire Nightmare Spirit's 10 questions array. A system prompt sounded. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341, for passing the Nightmare Spirit's 10 questions array. Reward. 1 piece of Nightmare System Talent Fragment True Heart. Gu Mingyuan clenched the fragment tightly, standing in place without moving. Xinglong floated onto his shoulder and patted him. You are no longer an ordinary nightmare bearer. You are half a true nightmare now. Gu Mingyuan smirked. Just half. When I truly enter the Dream Realm's main hall, let's see who still dares to ask me these 10 stupid questions. After saying that, he turned around, stepping forward with the fire chain, and headed towards the 67th layer. As soon as Gu Mingyuan stepped into the 67th layer, he smelled a stench. It wasn't just the ordinary smell of corpses. It was the kind of odor that comes from bones soaked in acidic water, sunbaked and steamed for 3 days, making his scalp tingle. Xinglong floated out and circled around. This is the skeletal tower layer. We've arrived. Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you say you could take a hit? Gu Mingyuan pulled at the corner of his mouth. Just because I can take a hit doesn't mean my nose can too. Chapter 83. The Tower Master's Avatar. You're too illusory. He walked along the tower path, each step cracking bones beneath his feet, his clothes rustling, and his breath flowing like the wind. After a few steps, the ground suddenly collapsed, and he fell into a deep pit. Hey, don't shout. You stepped on a teleportation trap. This layer is designed like that. The Tower Master is really sick. Can't he give a hint? He probably thinks a hint is too gentle. When Gu Mingyuan landed, he found himself in a sealed tower chamber. A line of words was written on the wall. You have walked out of nightmares. Now try to see if you can walk out of death. TSK. It feels like a memorial service. In the center of the chamber was a circular platform, and over 300 skeletons were arranged on the ground, all dressed in military uniforms, holding weapons. Gu Mingyuan walked over and just touched the platform when those skeletons began to move with a clattering sound. Qinglong. Chaos formation. Here we go. Is this layer called Skeleton Tower Chaos Formation? Yes. I'm really impressed. 100 skeletons stood up in unison, forming 5 rows of 20 each, marching in step, their weapons dragging on the ground, causing the floor to tremble. Gu Mingyuan flicked his fire chain, tripping the first 3 in the front row, then turned and dashed towards the center of the platform. The key to breaking the formation lies in the core formation eye. If I find it, I can disperse this pile of bones. Are you sure you can find it? Not sure, but I'm running out of fighting energy. I have to look for it anyway. He used Sand Escape, gliding close to the ground, while simultaneously throwing out 2 fire talismans to detonate behind him. Flames erupted, blasting half of a row of skeleton soldiers apart. Gu Mingyuan charged into the center of the platform, beginning to probe the ground with spirit fire binding soul, identifying where he could stick it and where it might rebound, indicating the formation eye. When he reached the 5th spot, the fire talisman exploded, releasing a burst of green light. Qinglong shouted, "Right there." Gu Mingyuan kicked the tile over the green light, pulled out a piece of heart fragment from his storage bag, and directly inserted it into the gap in the ground. If you don't recognize the value, then I'll be chatting with these old bones until tomorrow. The heart fragment touched that formation eye, and the ground immediately emitted a plume of black mist. All the skeleton soldiers froze simultaneously, followed by a loud clattering sound as they all fell down. The system notification sounded. Challenger 1423341 broke the Skeleton Tower Chaos Formation. Received special reward. Nightmare, Fusion Skill Dream and Death. Gu Mingyuan was taken aback. Dream and Death? Sounds eerie. Qinglong explained. This skill can forcibly drag a dying enemy into a dream for 15 minutes. What is the point of dragging them in? Aren't you a nightmare user? What can you do in a dream that I need to teach you? All right. Gu Mingyuan looked at his remaining fighting energy, which was less than 30%, and flipped through his pill bottles, finding nothing left, not even a single energy replenishing pill. Is there any replenishment in the tower? After 3 more layers. There's a treasure vault layer. Can't you take me in early? Your current permissions aren't enough. Then don't float ahead of me. It's annoying to see you. Qinglong chuckled and circled back to sit on Gu Mingyuan's shoulder. Gu Mingyuan adjusted his fire chain and stepped toward the tower chamber door. The door didn't open. He kicked it a few times, but it remained shut. What does this mean? Didn't I break the formation? Qinglong paused. Maybe you have to answer a question. This layer still has QA. Sure enough, a line of words slowly emerged on the tower wall. How many untouched skeletons did you just step on? Gu Mingyuan was dumbfounded. Is the tower master a former elementary school math teacher? Qinglong. I saw a book on his remains called 9 Secrets of the Abacus. What do you think? Gu Mingyuan stood still, starting to recall the way he had rushed in, thinking for 5 minutes before gritting his teeth and writing down 13. The tower door clicked open. Wow, it really worked? You're quite lucky. It's not luck. I just picked up 13 bones on the spot. Qinglong was silent for 3 seconds. You counted the bones to get that number? Do you have a faster method? No. Gu Mingyuan walked out of the tower chamber, realizing that the tower master was not only perverse, but also held grudges. Are you still going down? Having come this far, do you want me to go back the same way? The lower level is the 68th layer, where the tower master left his avatar to have a direct confrontation. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingyuan became energized. Great, I want to test the limit of my Mingwang breaking formation body against the tower master. You want to fight him? Isn't the tower master dead too? I'm currently training to fight the dead. After saying that, he cracked his neck and stepped into the teleportation portal to the 68th layer. The teleportation array at the landing spot of the 68th layer was a bit strange. It wasn't a hall or a trial square, but rather an empty black stone platform. In the center stood a stone table with a wine jug, 2 wine cups, and most importantly, a person sitting behind the table. Dressed in a white robe, his face was unclear, but his aura was heavy like a mountain. As soon as Gu Mingyuan steadied himself, the fire chain on him trembled slightly, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Qinglong spoke. That's the Tower Master's avatar, with 30% of his power, carrying a custom formation map, capable of autonomous judgment, without unnecessary chatter. Gu Mingyuan scoffed. Isn't that just like the real thing? Similar, but not alive. That's good. I'm currently focused on fighting the dead. Gu Mingyuan strode forward, wrapping the fire chain around his hand 3 times, just like someone go to borrow a life. The white-robed avatar heard his footsteps, but didn't move. Instead, he raised his hand to pour 2 cups of wine on the table. Gu Mingyuan stopped 3 zhang away. So, you mean to drink a cup before fighting? The white-robed tower master finally spoke, his voice carrying a hint of wind. Since you've come, have a drink before we fight. With the tower cultivated to this extent, I thought you were a madman, but now you look like a poet. I was a formation master before I died, not a madman. I know. Madmen don't cultivate the 10 questions formation. The tower master smiled and gestured. If you don't drink, I'll take it as you're toasting me. Let us begin. Gu Mingyuan didn't waste words, flicking his fire chain, sending the entire chain with fire talisman explosion patterns smashing forward. The tower master raised his hand, and the wine cups on the stone table flew up, transforming into a silver light to block the fire chain. Bang! The fire chain was rebounded, and the wine cups exploded into ashes. Gu Mingyuan stomped his feet, cracking the ground like a spider web, then charged forward, shortening the fire chain as if it were a fire snake coiling around his arm, closing in on the Tower Master's chest. The Tower Master neither retreated nor dodged, raising one hand, pointing at the fire chain. The fire chain seemed to be frozen, directly suspended in the air. Damn, it can even freeze the fire patterns? Gu Mingyuan was shocked. The avatar has a formation eye. Qinglong floated over and said, "Be careful. He is going to counterattack." The Tower Master raised his palm, unleashing a palm wind that carried 6 formation patterns, as if tearing the air apart. Gu Mingyuan had no time to dodge and could only take it head-on. Mingwang breaking formation body, activate. All the formation patterns erupted, and a faint yellow protective energy shield appeared. Bang! Gu Mingyuan was knocked back 3 steps, dragging 2 grooves in the ground, and spat out a mouthful of air. Chapter 84. The Tower Master's legacy. Your palm wind is at least that of a 3rd-tier dual master. I was a 3rd tier before I died. You really died too cheaply. Why didn't you cultivate a bit longer? I want to, but life is beyond my control. As they spoke, the Tower Master's avatar struck again, this time unleashing a barrage of formation techniques. 2 lines of earth fire patterns intertwined, creating 2 fire circles on the ground. Gu Mingyuan felt his feet sink and got stuck. Playing this trick? Earthlock formation. Aren't you a nightmare type? Use your dream skills and see. Gu Mingyuan grinned. You're providing me with experimental material. He made a hand sign. Dream in death. The Tower Master's movements paused, clearly sensing something unusual. Gu Mingyuan charged forward and threw a punch, hitting him squarely in the chest. With a crunch, a dent appeared in the avatar's chest. The Tower Master remained unmoved. Only asking, is this your new nightmare skill? Yes, you want to die, but you'll need to sleep for 10 minutes. Then take a closer look. In the next moment, the Tower Master's avatar transformed into a mist and disappeared right in front of Gu Mingyuan. No way. Playing the shadow technique again? Qinglun, no. He really entered a dream. Then who am I hitting? Practice your reflexes by hitting air. Just as Gu Mingyuan was about to curse, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a bone snake made of formation patterns lunged at his leg. So annoying. Gu Mingyuan swung the fire chain, obliterating the bone snake. Qinglong, how long can this avatar stay in the dream? If you hit him once, he will wake up early. Should I wait for him to wake up? If you're not in a hurry, you can. I'm in a hurry. Gu Mingyuan stomped his foot, directly causing the ground to collapse. The Tower Master's avatar was jolted awake from a dream, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Gu Mingyuan's fire chain crashing down on him. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike of the fire chain detonated with symbols, causing the patterns on the Tower Master's avatar to crumble away. With this level of strength, you're still claiming to be a 3rd tier? You used a skill. Then you should use one too. I'm dead, what is the point? The Tower Master's avatar finally couldn't hold on any longer, his form flickering as he shattered inch by inch from the stone platform. A system notification sounded. Challenger 142341 defeated the Tower Master S avatar. Reward. 1 page of the Tower Master S legacy. Unmoving King S technique. 5th level true understanding. 1 dual master promotion token. Gu Mingyuan sat down on the ground. This battle was worth it. Qinglong, the loss is that you have less than 10% of your fighting spirit left now. Anyway, the lower level is a treasure vault. I don't believe it 1T, give me some recovery. Wait a moment. What for? Qinglong's tone suddenly lowered. I sense the Tower Master S lingering soul. And there S more. Gu Mingyuan stood up, holding the fire chain. Does he still want to turn the tables? No, he might. Want to take you to see what the Tower Master truly left for his successor. I thought that was the trial. The real one is below. Why didn't he say it earlier? He did say it. He said it. He said it 3 times when you hit him with those 37 chains. Gu Mingyuan silently stood in front of the teleportation array. If I'm going to fight the lower level, remember to let me hear what people have to say first. Now you realize you talk too much. I'm not talkative. I'm just polite. After saying that, he stepped into the 69th layer. After the teleportation array of the 69th layer descended, beneath his feet was not a stone slab or formation pattern, but a soft patch of moss. No way. There's grass inside this tower? Gu Mingyuan looked down and stepped. It was soft, really soft. The air was filled with an indescribable scent, like old paper ink mixed with the scent of rust and incense, clinging to his nostrils, making it hard to tell if it was refreshing or suffocating. This layer is not for fighting. Qinglong said softly. You should have said that earlier. You just told me not to interrupt. Gu Mingyuan frowned and walked forward. Not long after, he saw a stele standing ahead. The stele was made of dark stone, completely without words, but there was a faint layer of halo moving above it. Behind the stele, a stone door slowly opened, and a voice came from inside. Gu Mingyuan, please enter. Gu Mingyuan paused. Who is calling me? The Tower Master S lingering thought. Qinglong floated out. He knows you've arrived. Didn't you say that Avatar only had 30% of its combat power? That's the Avatar. The Tower Master himself hasn't completely died. If I don't go in, can he come out and attack me? If you go in, he won't attack you. Then I'll go in. Inside the stone door was a loft. Not high, just 1 story with 3 rooms. Each room had a wooden plaque hanging on the door. The first room said technique, the second said formation, and the third said wish. Gu Mingyuan stood at the door, not moving. Which room should I enter first? Guess. I want to guess. I choose wish. He pushed open the third door. The door wasn't locked, but the moment it opened, Gu Mingyuan was sucked into a vortex, feeling as if he had stepped into empty air, and he fell into a deep well. However, there was no feeling of falling. Instead, it felt as if he was being supported by a gentle force. In the next second, he was sitting at a table. An old man sat across from him, white-haired, wearing the Tower Master's white robe, but his face was very blurry, as if covered with a layer of mist. Do you wish to take on this tower? The voice was not loud, but it echoed in his mind. Gu Mingyuan leaned back in his chair and said nothing. The old man didn't urge him either. The two sat like that for a moment. Gu Mingyuan spoke. How long have you cultivated this tower? 69 years. Why did you cultivate it? To practice fighting and argue with people? No, to keep people. Keep whom? Those like you who don't listen, love to break the rules. But clean up the mess after fighting. You think highly of me. I don't think highly of you. I just don't want a tower to go to waste. Gu Mingyuan fell silent. You want me to stay and manage this tower? I'm not asking you to stay. I'm asking you to take the tower into your nightmare domain. Gu Mingyuan raised an eyebrow. This tower can be taken? I left the last fragment of true thought for this. What's the cost? You have to promise me that the tower won't be passed on unless that person also passes the 10 questions formation, breaks the ruins tower, and fights you. Gu Mingyuan, just this? There is one more thing. You say it. You have to dare to answer wish. Gu Mingyuan stared at him and suddenly laughed. I wish. The old man also smiled. That's good. Wait. Gu Mingyuan suddenly raised his hand. Didn't you just leave that part of the sentence unfinished? I was afraid that if you kept talking, I'd hit you with a fire chain and cut you off. I've learned my lesson this time. The old man cleared his throat. This time you've heard all. All right, then you can give me the item now. The old man raised his hand and pointed to Gu Mingyuan's head. A golden light drilled into his sea of consciousness. Tip: Nightmare exclusive Building Ruins Tower has been bound. Would you like to incorporate it into your dream domain? Yes. After a response, the structure, formation diagrams, and level rules of that tower were all infused into his nightmare domain. Chapter 85. The execution platform of nightmares. Immediately, the tower master slowly dispersed, and his last words echoed. The 37 chains you struck were actually quite accurate. Gu Mingyuan rubbed his neck and replied, "Then I'll practice 47 next time." The space beside him fluctuated, and he was transported back outside the Tower Master's hall. The Azure Dragon said, "You are now equivalent to one of the new masters of the tower." Gu Mingyuan asked, "Can I set up a 10-question array for Ling Feng to play with? As long as you're not afraid of him begging you on his knees not to do it, you can." Gu Mingyuan chuckled. "That depends on whether his mouth has been too sharp lately." He turned to look at the teleportation array leading to the 70th floor and softly inquired, "How many floors are left?" "Less than 10 floors. The tower's peak is almost here. I need to hurry." He collected the chains and stepped towards the teleportation array. Flames danced beneath his feet. The dream domain subtly shifted, and he arrived at the 70th floor. As the teleportation array flashed, when Gu Mingyuan landed, what he stood on was no longer stone, grass, or a formation pattern, but a piece of black cloth, specifically a whole piece of black cloth that covered the entire tower floor, soft to the point of feeling unreal, and stepping on it even allowed him to hear a heartbeat from within. Azure Dragon, is this tower floor abnormal again? It's quite normal. This is the Tower Master's fusion layer triggered by your nightmare talent. Speak in plain language. This layer automatically changes according to the will of your nightmare path. The Tower Master's original plan was for it to be a Thunder Array arena, but your nightmare weight was too high, so it changed. So what has it become now? The execution platform. Gu Mingyuan was taken aback. "What did you say?" "Execution platform." As soon as the words fell, a section in the middle of the black cloth slowly bulged up, gradually transforming into a massive long table, with shadows sitting in a row on top, all of whom were people Gu Mingyuan had fought, killed, deceived, or forgotten in the past. "Are you joking?" The Azure Dragon's tone became unusually serious. "It's not an illusion, not a self-questioning. It's a phased trial already present in your nightmare ability, dream execution, and self-examination." Gu Mingyuan remained silent and just walked up to stand in front of the table. The first shadow stood up. It was a child too blurry to see clearly, but the voice belonged to the younger brother of his old neighbor. "You stole my candy." Gu Mingyuan nodded. "I was starving that day." The second figure, a soldier in armor, said, "You sent us to the front lines while you hid in the rear." Gu Mingyuan did not hesitate. "The ones dying up front were the enemies. I had to keep some backup." The third figure was Sha Ling. She said nothing but extended her hand. Gu Mingyuan threw her the shard of the beast human burial pill he had kept in his storage bag, softly saying, "I remember." The shadow of Sha Linger caught the bottle and dissipated. Rows of shadows followed. Some cursed him, some cried, and some remained silent. Gu Mingyuan listened to them all. The last figure to stand was himself. "Do you deserve these people?" Gu Mingyuan did not look at him, only said, "I know who I owe. You don't need to remind me." Then he slammed his fist on the table. The entire execution platform suddenly cracked open. A flame pattern rose, and a nightmare chain descended from the sky. System prompts followed. Nightmare system dream execution technique. Opening nightmare. Locks self-examination. Trial passed. Reward. Exclusive core mark of the nightmare path. Main dream authority. Current dream domain level. LV3 LV4. The Azure Dragon was silent for a while before speaking. "Now, you can dominate all entrants in the dream." Gu Mingyuan stepped down from the platform, his face unreadable, but his tone was surprisingly calm. "Can I arrange a 10-kneel sequence for the Tower Master in the dream?" "You are the Tower Master now." "Then I'll arrange it for myself." The Azure Dragon fell silent. Gu Mingyuan walked to the edge of the tower floor, and the black cloth retracted on its own, revealing the original teleportation array. 71st floor, I need to hurry up. You can freely traverse the entire tower now. Why not take a break? Rest? Do I look like someone with a choice? As he stepped into the teleportation array, he left behind one sentence. The higher I go, the more I want to know how many types of people dreams can kill. The teleportation light of the 71st floor flashed, and Gu Mingyuan landed. What he stood on was not ground, not tower bricks, nor any familiar material. It was a piece of paper. The entire floor was covered with paper. An overwhelming expanse of it, creaking underfoot, light and airy. He looked down at his feet. The paper was inscribed with 2 words, Dream Shackles. The azure dragon floated out from his consciousness, his voice considerably lower. We've arrived. Where is this? The questioning war gate. What do I ask? Ask yourself if you dare to fight against yourself. Gu Mingyuan sneered. This tower master really pushes people to their limits. He moved forward, and after walking less than 20 steps, a stone door rose from the paper surface. The stone door stood 3 zhang high, with 5 characters carved on it. Dream Shackles questioning war gate. In front of the door stood a person, wearing Gu Mingyuan's own clothes, carrying a fire chain, with a pill bottle at his waist, and even wearing the pair of light shoes he was most comfortable in. The only difference was that this person looked unexhausted. Like the Gu Mingyuan who had just entered the tower, his eyes still bright, and his fighting spirit not yet exhausted. Guess who he is? The azure dragon asked. Guess your mother. I can tell just by looking. The person in front of the door spoke, his voice identical to Gu Mingyuan's. What are you doing here? Gu Mingyuan raised his hand and pointed at him. I'm here to see if I can kill the me I thought I knew in the dream. The other Gu Mingyuan smiled. In this body, you can't even hold half a jar of medicine, and you still think about reaching the top of the tower? You talk too much. Before Gu Mingyuan's words fell, he had already charged out. Fire chain, thunder fist, and spirit fire binding soul unleashed in a 3-pronged attack. The other Gu Mingyuan surprisingly mirrored his actions, unleashing the same fire chain, the same steps, the same fists. The 2 began to clash directly on the paper layer of dreams. Bang! Fire chain against fire chain. Fire talismans burst into sparks, fists against fists. Fighting spirit against shock waves. Flames and golden patterns intertwined, sending a ripple through the entire paper surface, causing the surrounding paper sheets to fly up in a flurry. The azure dragon watching nearby couldn't help but exclaim, You 2 are like fighting in front of a mirror. He's my old version. I haven't adjusted my nightmare domain authority yet, so it's not embarrassing to lose to him. Gu Mingyuan shouted while dodging, but I don't believe it. I can't kill myself in the dream. He took a hard hit from a chain whip that swept his leg, sending him flying into the paper wall. But before he hit the ground, he swiftly flipped over and threw out a dream and death talisman. The other Gu Mingyuan couldn't react in time, getting sealed by the talisman, momentarily pausing. An opportunity. Gu Mingyuan pushed off the ground, and the thunder fist roared out, simultaneously attaching the shock wave of the Ming Wang breaking array body. With this punch, he slammed himself backward. Chapter 8672, The God-Sealing Bone Prison Platform. The dream paper cracks. Gu Mingyuan landed and didn't move. A system prompt sounded. Congratulations, Challenger 1423341. You have broken through the dream shackles and the battle gate. Reward. Nightmare core skill me in the dream. Description. Can summon a mirror image of oneself to fight in the dream domain. Lasts up to 10 breaths. Extremely high consumption. The azure dragon floated over. This skill is a bit fierce. Can you defeat that version of me just now? If you could win in that state, summoning it is a given. Gu Mingyuan crouched down, panting, and stuffed the dream shackles paper he picked up from the ground into his pill bag. Can this thing also be used? This is one of the keys for your trial on this layer. Keep it. You'll need it at the top of the tower. If it can be kept and used, why not just say collect 7 pages to summon the divine dragon? The azure dragon ignored him. Gu Mingyuan patted his tattered clothes and adjusted the fire chain. The teleportation array lit up again. He stood by the teleportation array and softly said, I really am getting more and more curious about what's hidden at the top of the tower. The azure dragon casually replied, What's at the top of the tower isn't hidden, it's trapped. Gu Mingyuan paused. What did you say? I'll tell you when you reach the 72nd layer. Are you teasing me? Your stomach has been beaten into a ball, and you're still teasing. Gu Mingyuan gritted his teeth and stepped into the teleportation array, cursing, You wait for me to go up. If I see a broken soul lamp, I'll tie you up with the fire chain for 3 days and nights. Upon entering the 72nd layer, it felt cold. Not cold from the wind, but cold from a soul. It felt like someone was silently standing behind you, just staring at you, making your neck chill. Gu Mingyuan frowned. This place is unearthly sinister. The azure dragon remained silent, floating out a bit slower. Why are you dawdling? We've arrived. Arrived at what? I didn't see anything, just a fog. Walk 30 steps forward. Gu Mingyuan said no more. The fire chain coiled, and the spirit fire opened a path beneath his feet as he stepped forward one by one. Just after taking the 5th step, the fog ahead cleared. A platform appeared, made of black stones, 5 zhang high, square and unadorned. Standing on the platform were 3 iron pillars, each locked with something. The first pillar had a broken bell hanging from it, covered in cracks, with blood dripping from the bell mouth, as if it had just been struck from someone's head. The second pillar was wrapped with a chain, strung with 32 soul bones, all humanoid, but their bones glinted gold, clearly from those who were above the battle master or even battle king level in life. The third pillar had a lamp hanging from it. Gu Mingyuan glanced at the lamp, turned his head, and cursed. Azure Dragon, did you spoil the plot ahead of time? I said it's not a soul lamp. Then explain to me what this is now. The God-sealing bone prison platform at the top of the tower. Gu Mingyuan stared at the thing, unmoving. The Azure Dragon began. This tower is not a tower. It was originally a half-sealing device. The tower master built the tower. But the one truly responsible for sealing things is that bell. Gu Mingyuan's throat moved. What is the bell sealing? The Azure Dragon floated a bit closer, pointing to the ground. Below, there's a nightmare domain unbound controller, referred to as the owner. The Tower Master teamed up with 2 other kings back then to press it into the Dream Shackles layer, but to prevent it from waking again. They built this tower with 72 layers, pressing it at the very top. So now, is it still going to wake up? Soon. How do you know? The vibrations of the dream domain within you have already caused a resonance. Don't you think your journey has increasingly felt like you're clearing obstacles for it? Gu Mingyuan fell silent, walked to the platform below, and looked up at the bell. What if I don't climb up? You will forever be a half-step true nightmare, trapped in your dreams for a lifetime. What if I climb up? Can I defeat it? You have the fire chain, the Mingwang formula, the dream and death, the nightmare true heart, and the Tower Master's legacy. If you can't defeat it, you deserve to be trapped by it in return. Gu Mingyuan looked down, placing his hand on the center of the platform. The platform shook. The bell emitted a low hum. The soul bone chain began to tremble, and the soul lamp lit up with a single eye in the wick, a pupil-less eye that was watching him. Gu Mingyuan said, I was just joking, but it really made you create a soul lamp. The Azure Dragon sighed. The final seal is your decision whether to act or not. Gu Mingyuan looked up at the lamp, grinning. Do you really want to live? Then first see if I can kill you. He raised his hand. The fire chain flew up, wrapping around the bell's handle. In the next instant, the entire God-sealing bone prison platform erupted with a loud bang. A system prompt sounded. Warning, Challenger 142-3341 has triggered the God prison release trial. Countdown started. Complete the 4 sealing within 300 seconds, or the seal will be released. Gu Mingyuan licked his teeth, grinning wickedly. All right, the fight has finally reached the real main event. Open the entire dream domain for me. This time, it's not about killing in dreams. It's about slaying gods in dreams. After saying that, he stepped down hard, forcibly opening the 73rd layer. The 73rd layer opened not as a teleportation array, but as a dream. Just as Gu Mingyuan stepped out of the bone prison platform, a gray light burst from the soul lamp, directly wrapping around his ankle, dragging him into the air and plunging him into the depths of the dream domain. Prompt. The God prison dream lock has opened. You have entered the deepest layer of the nightmare domain the owner's original consciousness sea. The moment Gu Mingyuan landed, under his feet was not ground, but a completely sleeping sea. The sea was gray, the waves unmoving, not a breath of wind. Like a dead water tank spilled all over, with a salty and fishy taste even in breathing. The Azure Dragon's voice floated over. You are now in its mind. TSK, this god of death's brain, is colder than any bed I've ever slept in. It has woken up once, now it's gone back to sleep. But the moment you step in, even if it's asleep, it knows you're here. As soon as the words fell, a shadow rose from the entire sea surface. A humanoid figure, but the face was unclear. The head was tilted, the body bent, as if someone had died and soaked in the water for too long. Their bones softened, supported only by a mouthful of resentment. Gu Mingyuan flicked his hand. The fire chain snapped out. You are the owner? The shadow didn't respond. Only took a step forward, and the entire consciousness sea exploded into countless fragments, with black tentacles shooting up from the seabed, swirling into a vortex in the air. The azure dragon whispered, It's not speaking now. It's releasing instinctual consciousness. Then what am I waiting for? Let us fight. Gu Mingyuan's spirit fire surged beneath his feet, and a thunder punch was launched straight out. The shadow didn't dodge, and the fist penetrated through, as if hitting into fog. No use? The azure dragon. It's a consciousness entity. Hitting the surface is useless. You need to strike the core of the soul. Gu Mingyuan flipped his hand and cast Dream and Death directly, the talisman entering the fog, and at that moment, the entire shadow's form paused. A pattern emerged on its chest, the sealing mark from the Tower Master's time. Chapter 87. Ling Feng comes up, Mad Dog goes down, found it. Gu Mingyuan directly wrapped the fire chain around the mark, kicked off the ground, and launched himself towards the mark with a powerful strike. Main Dream Authority activate. His body emanated black and gold flowing patterns. The Nightmare Authority resonated in his sea of consciousness, and an indescribable force surged into his fist. I'm not here to reason with you today. I'm here to close the door. He punched down, and the mark cracked open, causing the shadow to roar violently. The roar was not a sound. It was a mental explosion, shaking the entire dream sea, with waves rising hundreds of feet and black tentacles surging wildly. Countdown, 180 seconds. Gu Mingyuan was knocked back several feet, blood gushing from his mouth, which he swallowed back down. 3 minutes left. You must completely drive this seal into its core within 3 minutes. Otherwise, it can crawl out along the dream path you opened. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was afraid you would run away after hearing it. I want to run away now. Gu Mingyuan activated all his fire symbols, for runes rose up, forming a fire array. Come on, you soul that has been resentful for 800 years. I specialize in dealing with your kind of immortal and undying waste dream. He swung his fire chain, binding the soul with spiritual fire. The Mingwang's formation burst open, and the patterns on his body exploded like thunder, each strike hitting the soul mark like cannon fire. The shadow began to counterattack, all tentacles converging into a giant hand that descended from the sky, slamming Gu Mingyuan into the seabed. Sea water rushed into his ears, mouth, and nose. And his sea of consciousness was filled with numerous images he had never seen before. Dead bodies, severed souls, shattered bones, mountains of corpses, and rivers of blood. The azure dragon shouted angrily, It's devouring you in the dream. Blood welled up at the corner of Gu Mingyuan's mouth, and gritting his teeth, he sank into the sea of consciousness, forcibly activating Nightmare Lockhart examination. 10 chains burst forth from his sea of consciousness, forcefully binding the soul shadow into a cross shape and nailing it to the void. Countdown, 90 seconds. Gu Mingyuan's soul separated from his body, igniting the soul mark, and his fist struck out, the fire chain transforming into a burning seal, slowly pushing the soul mark back into the shadow's chest. The shadow roared and struggled, its hands and feet convulsing, the entire dream sea collapsing, black waves like ink trying to drown Gu Mingyuan. Get back to hell. His fire chain broke, and he grabbed the last piece of Dream Shackles paper, crumpled it up, and stuffed it into the crack of the soul mark. Dream Shackles seal lock. Countdown. 15 seconds. Countdown. 10 seconds. The shadow howled at the sky, struggling so hard that the entire dream sea tore apart, the heavens and earth rolling. Countdown. 3. Gu Mingyuan punched through the core. Get back in your coffin. Countdown. 0. God-level nightmare body owner has been forcibly sealed. Congratulations, Challenger 142-3341. Completed the God Seal Lock. Reward. Qualification for Dream Realm Advancement. Tower Master position officially activated. Authority. Full Tower Dream Layer Reconstruction. Gu Mingyuan collapsed in the Dream Sea, feeling like he had been drained of all energy, only left with breathing. The Azure Dragon floated over, his tone softened. You are now truly the Dream Master. Gu Mingyuan gritted his teeth and raised his head. Dream Master my ass. I just want to sleep dead. You can't sleep. Why? You still have 74 layers to manage. Ling Feng is down on the 3rd layer, can't beat the dancing skeleton, and has cried 3 times already. Gu Mingyuan immediately cursed. Bring him up here. I want him to try the 72nd layer. The Azure Dragon didn't respond, floating around twice, as if confirming whether Gu Mingyuan was serious. Gu Mingyuan lay in the dream sea, the fire chain draped over him, half submerged in water, half wrapped around his right arm, looking like a steel bar just pulled out of a furnace still smoking. If you don't send him up, I'll really go down and replace that dancing skeleton with a dancing explosive barrel. The Azure Dragon said softly. Are you sure you want to send him here? Send him. Your current state has lost 50% of your soul power and hasn't recovered. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to teach. The Azure Dragon sighed. All right, but don't regret it. In less than 3 breaths, the teleportation array twisted at the edge of the dream sea. With a whoosh, a figure slammed onto the surface of the sea, creating a splash. Ah, help! Did I not come to the wrong layer? Ling Feng's hair was all frizzed up, as if struck by lightning, his clothes disheveled, and his face showed unwillingness, grievance, and severe lack of sleep. As soon as he saw Gu Mingyuan, he instantly switched tone. Brother, save me. I didn't mean to step in here. I was just fighting with a skeleton on the 3rd layer, and I was about to grind that thing to death. Gu Mingyuan didn't want to move. Just pointed his finger, and the Dream Realm recognition platform rose from the sea, lifting himself and Ling Feng onto the platform. You cried 3 times? Ling Feng wanted to argue. I didn't. The soul lamp recorded it. Do you want to replay it? Ling Feng shrank his head. I did cry 3 times. Gu Mingyuan directly pressed him down on the stone bench, pointed his finger, and a page of Dream Shackles paper stuck onto his forehead. You've been practicing on the 3rd layer for so long, and still haven't learned your reaction speed. So today, I'll let you try what Dream Realm practical combat is. Ling Feng sensed something was off. Brother, calm down. I only ate half a source stone today. You don't know I was practicing until I nearly went crazy yesterday. Shut up. Gu Mingyuan flicked the fire chain. The chain tipped piercing into the dream sea, and in an instant, a phantasmal gray-scaled shadow rose from the seabed, resembling both a fish and a snake, bringing an overwhelming dream pressure. Have you ever fought your own nightmare mirror image? Ling Feng shivered. No. Your first lesson today is to defeat yourself. Gu Mingyuan slapped the dream chain onto Ling Feng's back, flicked his hand, and the dream version of himself activated. In the next second, an identical Ling Feng stood in the center of the platform, his face colder than the original, holding a gigantic abacus, tapping it rhythmically. This isn't fair. I use a short dagger. Why does my mirror image have an abacus? The Azure Dragon watched and said, Your usual mindset has too much shadow. The dream defaults your psychological weapon as an abacus. What a lousy mechanism. Start. As soon as the words fell, the mirror image Ling Feng slammed the abacus on the ground, and the next second, the dream calculation technique, explosive accounting style, came crashing down. Bang! Ling Feng was slammed into the stone slab of the recognition platform by the abacus, his face almost flattened. I'm not fighting anymore. Can I withdraw? Gu Mingyuan pressed his head down. No, withdrawing from the Dream Realm battle requires a written application, and it takes 3 days for approval. Azure Dragon, can't you help me say something? The Azure Dragon's tone was very calm. He is the Dream Master. I am currently the system customer service. You people are inhumane. The mirror image Ling Feng charged over again, this time with a double-click storage critical hit. And Ling Feng didn't have time to crawl away, getting another abacus mark on his face. Brother, I was wrong. I should have said your fire chain looks like a dog chain. Gu Mingyuan frowned. What did you say? I was wrong. I really was wrong. Next time I'll say it looks like a divine chain. Okay. Chapter 88. The Dream Master Speaks. Ling Feng spits blood. Gu Mingyuan kicked him back in a battlefield. If you keep hiding, I'll add a nightmare wolf to the mix for practice. Ling Feng lay on the ground. Did you just finish sealing your divinity, and now you're doing this? Aren't you tired at all? Gu Mingyuan stared at him. I'm tired, but I'm in a great mental state, especially suited for teaching people how to behave. After saying that, a second trial platform rose in the dream domain, and 3 words lit up on it. Dream Chain Teaching Practical Level 2. Ling Feng trembled and crawled up, I don't want to learn anymore. I'm just a source stone seller. Gu Mingyuan looked at him. Don't worry, once you finish learning, you'll be able to throw source stones at people. Deep in the sea of dreams, the Dream Master is awake, teaching like a mad dog. On the 73rd level, there will be no class dismissal tonight. Ling Feng lay on the trial platform, bruised and battered, his soul power depleted, gasping and cursing. I came up here to find business opportunities for source stones, not to be your punching bag. Gu Mingyuan sat across from him, legs crossed in a chair, holding a dream talisman. Speaking nonchalantly, you can't even defeat the mirror image of your own dream, and you want to sell source stones? Can the place where you sell source stones withstand the dream pressure without breaking? I'm not going to sell in the dream domain. Wherever you go, the dream follows you. If the Dream Master is not present, the dream pressure automatically unfolds. You can't even withstand a level 3 dream barrier. Do you want me to try sending you into a crowd now and see if you can set up a stall? Tears were almost streaming down Ling Feng's face. Brother, I'm really not cut out for this. I might as well be source material. Gu Mingyuan got up and kicked him into the next level of the dream platform. Practical level 3, dream domain reaction class. Ling Feng hadn't even managed to get up before the entire platform suddenly lit up and a 3-headed dream shark emerged from his sea of consciousness, swallowing him whole. The Azure Dragon watched nearby and shook his head. Your teaching style is becoming less and less human. Gu Mingyuan flicked the fire chain. I've never been human. I'm the Dream Master. As he walked, he adjusted the dream domain environment, transforming the original 73rd level into an entire reaction training ground, with wind barriers, illusion strikes, soul hammers, and sleep thorns lined up in a row, dragging Ling Feng's figure down from the first level. I don't want to practice. I just want to live. Shut up. The next level requires a soul spell. If you read it slowly, the dream shark will bite your butt. Gu Mingyuan tossed a nightmare spell imprint onto his forehead. First sentence, remember, nightmare pressure cannot return, locked fire cannot awaken. How can I even read that? Ouch, my butt. The entire dream domain training ground was filled with screams. Gu Mingyuan looked at the system prompt scrolling by. Ling Feng's dream resistance increased to 30. Can resist level 1 dream invasion. Ling Feng's reaction delay reduced to 2. 8 seconds. Ling Feng's pain tolerance in progress. 38. He glanced at the progress, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. After 3 more rounds of practice, he'll be able to protect himself. The Azure Dragon floated over. Is this really teaching? Of course. I'm not interested in the human instance. I want a team that can guard the dream wall in the future. Can his IQ really guard the wall? His slow reactions don't mean he can't run fast. I want someone who can withstand pressure, endure scolding, and bear heartbreak, not just someone to show off skills. That sounds quite sincere. It is sincere. Just as he finished speaking, a light sound came from deep within the sea of dreams. It wasn't the sound of fighting or cracking. It was a sound like a bell ringing. Gu Mingyuan's brow twitched. The Azure Dragon paused. Something's not right. You heard that too? Yeah. It's neither a lost master nor a dream monster. It's an external instance approaching your dream domain. Gu Mingyuan stood up, gripping the fire chain, as the dream domain automatically unfolded beneath his feet, revealing the layer of the ceiling tower in his sea of consciousness. He pointed to the pulsating coordinates from the otherworld. Something wants to connect? It could be a scout or someone trying to steal the tower. Gu Mingyuan sneered. Trying to steal the tower, huh? With one hand, he drew a new page in the sea of consciousness. Dream Master Judgment Mode activated. Whoever connects will have to pass through the 10 questions array first. The Azure Dragon shuddered. Are you really going to open the instance entrance? Gu Mingyuan nodded. It's time. The tower has been sealed for so long. Someone has to know that this is more than just an instance. It's a battlefield. It's the battlefield of the Dream Master. I'll adjust the door for you. Adjust it to the 74th level. Open the door for guests. After saying that, Gu Mingyuan turned and shouted in Ling Feng's direction, who was still crying over the dream shark. Once you finish this round, you'll be ready to go out. Hurry back and help me greet the distinguished guests. Ling Feng's voice was almost hoarse. I invite your grandpa. Then you'll be eating dream dust tonight. Invite people. I'll start memorizing the welcome speech right now. The tower door on the 74th level, after Gu Mingyuan's command to open the door for guests, seemed to be lifted by some power from deep within the dream domain, creaking open. Once the Dream Master Authority was activated, this level was no longer a teleportation landing, but guiding dreams into the tower. This meant that whoever initiated the connection and plotted to invade the dream from the outer realm would be dragged in at this moment. A prompt from the Azure Dragon popped up. External coordinates locked successfully. 3 connection attempts captured. Originating from instance Fogbone Hunting Ground. Identity confirmation in progress. Dream capture authority activated. Proceed with force dragging. Gu Mingyuan bit down on the fire chain. Not saying a word, drag. In the next second, the sea of dreams rippled, and 3 figures plummeted from the top of the tower, crashing into the central trial platform of the 74th level with a thud. Boom! Stone debris flew, the ground shook, and even the tower's symbols were illuminated with bright light. As soon as the 3 landed, before they could react, the system prompt flooded into their minds. Welcome to Dream Tower Level 74. Current stage. Tower Master receiving guests. Assessment task. Survive. Gu Mingyuan stood up from the Dream Master's seat, draped in the fire chain, and walked step by step to the front of the platform, looking down at the 3 individuals. The 3 were dressed in hunting gear, their armor covered in bone symbols, with a Fogbone Order special mark tied to their left arms, clearly members of an alien hunting group. One of them was about to speak when he was struck by the fire chain, whipped against the wall, and vomited blood before he could even utter a word. Gu Mingyuan said, "No need for self-introductions. I know you're not good people." Another burly man warily protected his back. "You are the guardian spirit of this tower?" The Azure Dragon floated over, speaking lazily. "He's your dad." Gu Mingyuan ignored the 2, raised his hand, and all 36 dream chain positions at the top of the tower opened simultaneously. Each person gets 1 chain, no need to fight. You want to find out what the bottom of this tower hides? Fine, I'll let you see what the Dream Master at the top uses to fight back. The 3rd, younger one hurriedly waved his hands. "Wait, we're not maliciously connecting. We just..." Chapter 89, 3 Dreams and Trials. The hunter digs a pit for himself, just wanted to see if this tower was empty, if it was possible to sneak in through the back door, and if I could steal some Tower Master permissions to take back in use. Gu Mingyuan calmly finished. "How about you? I just crawled out of the owner's sea of consciousness. Do you think I'm in a good mood right now? You actually unlocked the Tower Master position." Gu Mingyuan laughed this time, turning to ask Qinglong, "Does that sound familiar to you?" Qinglong nodded. "The last person who said that is now a trial corpse soldier on the 62nd floor." Gu Mingyuan pulled the fire chain. "Since you 3 insist on seeing the details of my dream domain, I won't hide it today. System, activate the 10 questions formation for them." Simultaneously activated. System prompt. Tower Master permissions activated. 3-person parallel dream shackles, 10 questions activated. Countdown, 10 seconds. The 3 of them changed their expressions on the spot, wanting to run, but couldn't, wanting to shout, but their mouths were blocked by dream symbols. At this time, Ling Feng crawled up from the side, his legs still trembling. And upon seeing the situation, his face changed. "No way. I just crawled out of the dream shark's mouth, and you're starting a group fight already?" Gu Mingyuan waved his hand, tossing him a soul exploding talisman. "Help me take notes, see which of them collapses first." Ling Feng took the soul exploding talisman, his legs going soft. "Bro, I have no problem writing a will, but can we not treat people as teaching materials?" Gu Mingyuan smiled, shook the fire chain, and 3 dream shackles simultaneously fell, locking the 3 into their own heart image domains. "Don't be afraid, this isn't an interrogation. It's a welcome ceremony. Welcome to the Dream Tower. Also welcome to you, to become the stepping stones for the new round of corpse trials in the Dream Tower. On the 74th floor, night never sleeps. The Tower Master ascends. Guests cry at the grave." Once the dream shackles opened, the 3 members of the Fogbone Hunter team were like being directly stuffed into the coldest corners of their own minds. The first person was the muscular man, locked in a white stone room. There were no weapons, no armor, only an offering table with 3 copper bowls, each containing something. The left bowl held a human ear. The middle bowl contained a broken Fogbone order, and the right bowl floated a child's finger. Just as he was about to curse, the system had already posed a question. "Do you remember which 3 tasks left this behind?" He instinctively opened his mouth to say it wasn't him. And as soon as the words left his mouth, the entire room began to ooze blood. The walls writhed like flesh. The offering table on the ground started to crack. The copper bowls shattered, and the things inside transformed into the shape of his face. He was so scared that he shrank back, his legs going soft and kneeling on the ground. The dream shackles prompted. First question lied. Soul pressure increased fivefold. He couldn't even speak, only crawling back to the wall corner in a cold sweat, just as he wanted to shout that he was wrong. The second question came. The second person was the younger-looking guy, who seemed inexperienced. He entered a foggy forest, which clearly was a dream structure, but was absurdly realistic. He held a crossbow in his hand, with a fog dog following behind him, as the dream seemed to simulate his first hunting mission. Unfortunately, he had failed that mission and even accidentally injured his younger brother. Do you remember how you tricked him into thinking he was attacked by the enemy? A voice asked in the forest. He panicked, dodging while cursing. I already killed my own people, and you still want me to say? If you don't say, the dream 1T let you out. If you lie, the dream will keep you here. He gritted his teeth and remained silent, slipping and falling into the center of the forest, where his brother's face emerged from the ground. You kicked him into the poisonous mud pit from this angle. The system prompted. Second question, silence defaults to confession. Dream sentence extended by 3 hours. I'll say it. I'll say it. The third person was the middle-aged scholar type, the most clever. He entered a lecture hall filled with people, all his former Fogbone recruits sitting below. On the wall was written a sentence. Did you teach them to survive or to die for you? Upon seeing this, his face turned green. I taught tactics. They went to the front themselves. You let them try the tower instance, saying the tower master is dead. There can't be any living people inside. How was I supposed to know this tower could revive? The system still wouldn't listen to explanations. You're also in the tower. The tower master is right in front of you. Don't you think your words don't count? Wait, I'll change my words. I'll hang the truce banner when I go back. I'll withdraw from the hunting team. The system prompted without letting him say more. Third question, denying causal dream domain judgment, memory seal released. The entire lecture hall began to collapse, and he was pressed into the podium, while those Fogbone soldiers he once taught began to rot on their faces, opening their mouths to curse. You said the tower was empty. You tricked me into dying inside. You said the tower master must have turned to ash. You let us go in to salvage the layers while you drank outside. The three were tortured by the dream shackles like peeled eggs, their consciousness swaying precariously, soul pressure shaking to the point that even external transmission was cut off. Ling Feng stood at the bottom of the stage, feeling a chill down his back, muttering softly. Is this called interrogation? This is almost turning into a divine trial. Gu Mingyuan sat on the tower master's high seat, pouring dream symbols while gnawing on sore stones. The tower top even dares to trap the owner. ISNT a bit too self-restrained for me to interrogate a few outer domain scattered soldiers in my dreams. Qinglong floated over. This ISNT called self-restraint. This is letting them experience that the instance has rules too. If it didn't connect with me, I might really not care. Once they make a move, I have to let them know the tower is alive. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 dream domain platforms flashed red simultaneously. And the system prompt appeared. 3 targets have passed the initial questioning of the dream shackles. Do you want to activate the second round of dream bone locking rings? Gu Mingyuan raised his hand, not activating. Qinglong was stunned. Aren't you going to finish the interrogation? Enough. The first round lets them know the tower doesn't welcome them. The second round should let them take something back. Take what back? Nightmare seeds. He shot out 3 marks, hitting the 3 into their sea of consciousness. When they return, the dream will accompany them and settle for a night. The next time they think about stealing tower permissions, they will dream back to this layer. Dare to come up again? They better first ask themselves if they can fall asleep. Gu Mingyuan stood up, walked to the 3 dream platforms, and waved his hand. Clear dream, send them off. The 3 were sent out of the tower by a gentle breeze, their bodies flying out like hunting dogs waking from a nightmare, kneeling as soon as they landed. The tower door slowly closed, and the 74th floor returned to silence. Gu Mingyuan turned to ask Qinglong, are there any reception tasks on the lower floors? Qinglong, no. Only your left at the top of the tower. Gu Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. Well then, I want to see the real relic left by the tower master. I want to see who he prepared the position for before he died. In this dream, not only do I want to kill the god, but I also need to seal the king. Chapter 90. Tower Master Seat the Royal Seal of Dreams the moment the tower door closed. The entire dream tower seemed to quiet for a moment. But this silence was not sleep. It was a turning. From the bottom up, the 74 layers of the tower plates slowly rotated. The entire main vein of the tower opened in the dream domain's sea of consciousness, with lines of memories, authority, and seals connecting to that highest point, the Tower Master Seat Royal Seal Hall. The Azure Dragon's voice lowered a bit. Are you sure you want to go up now? That place is the exclusive sealing position of the Tower Master's legacy. Once you step in, it's not just a challenge, it's an inheritance. If you inherit it, you'll be fully responsible for the entire tower. If your dreams are unstable, the tower will not be steady. If you cease to live, the tower will completely collapse. Gu Mingyuan stood at the edge of the 74th layer's main platform, looking up at the light-wheeled door slowly opening in the void. With a calm tone, "Then tell me, if I don't go up now, who will take over the tower?" The Azure Dragon was silent for 3 seconds. There is no second person. Gu Mingyuan, then what else is there to say? He stepped into the teleportation light circle at the top of the tower, and his entire being was enveloped in a golden fire of royal patterns. Tip: the transfer of the Dream Tower's main authority is about to start. Do you wish to connect to the Tower Master's legacy? Gu Mingyuan answered, yes. Verification begins. Verification 1. Nightmare source passed. Verification 2. Layer entry of the instance passed. Verification 3. Sea of consciousness capacity passed. Verification 4. Dream lock activation status passed. Verification 5. Record of trial victory passed. Verification 6. Master dream control heart chain passed. Verification 7. Do you already possess a dream domain title? Gu Mingyuan paused. No, create one. The Azure Dragon interjected. This is your own identity marker in the tower domain, equivalent to how you write yourself in the Dream Realm Edict. Gu Mingyuan thought for 2 seconds. Then he said, write Dream Kingbreaker of Chains. The system paused for a moment, then refreshed. The 75th layer of the Dream Tower is now open. Transfer of authority at the top of the Dream Tower is in progress. The new master of the Dream Tower has been established, Dream Kingbreaker Chains. In the next second, Gu Mingyuan landed. It was not a stone floor, but a royal platform paved with fiery golden patterns, with no walls on all sides, an empty space. And in the center was a seat that had never been touched by anyone. That seat was not grand. It was merely a somewhat old stone seat, with a slightly tilted backrest and a dry, cracked bloodstain on the surface. The Tower Master's seat. Gu Mingyuan did not sit down immediately. He stepped forward, reached out to touch that bloodstain, and asked, is this the last mark left by the Tower Master before he died? The Azure Dragon responded slowly, yes. He was still alive, sitting here, offering the entire tower spirit to suppress the lost master. He didn't even leave his last soul behind. Gu Mingyuan said softly, then I can take this position. He lifted his foot and sat down. The system prompt immediately exploded. The Dream King has taken the throne. The Tower Master's legacy is synchronously activated. The legacy content is as follows. 1. The Tower Master's position can only be passed to one person. It cannot be transferred unless dead. 2. Above the Dream Tower, external domains cannot taint dreams. 3. If the Dream Master dies, the tower can be buried and sealed with him. 4. If the Dream Master ascends to godhood, the tower can be elevated to a divine realm instance. 5. The Tower Master possesses the unique authority of full tower dream alteration and can designate a layer as a soul hall, naming it as a king. Gu Mingyuan sat on the throne, raising his brow. What does the 5th point mean? The Azure Dragon lowered his voice. You can choose someone and give them a royal position. This person, as long as they can reach that layer and sit on that throne, becomes a king. Whoever you seal will have the sub-authority of the Dream Tower's royal rank. Whoever you choose will have to support the tower with you in the future. Gu Mingyuan smiled, turning his head to look in the direction of the 7th layer. How about Ling Feng? The Azure Dragon was silent for a second. You must be crazy. I'm not crazy. I'm just giving him a bit of hope. Gu Mingyuan extended his hand to draw in the void of the sea of consciousness, writing a line of text. The 7th layer of the Dream Tower, renamed Hall of Break Accounts, set royal name. Dream King's vice throne keeper of accounts royal trial. Survive the 10 questions of dream chains. Complete 18 laps of the Shark Sea. Dodge my fire chains 50 times. After he finished writing, he smiled sincerely. If he can come up, this position is his. The Azure Dragon sighed. You know he will cry if he finds out, right? Then let him cry while he climbs. Don't forget, I climbed up this way too. The Tower Master returns to the seat. The Tower Layer's Seal Kings. The 75th layer, the Dream Master redefines authority. The new king awaits to be activated. The dream has not yet awakened, and the tower has not yet collapsed. In the next round, who will climb? As soon as the royal decree was issued, the bell of the Dream Tower on the 7th layer rang by itself, and before the sound faded, the entire layer began to reshape automatically. The 7th layer, once called a low-level instance training ground, was now renamed Hall of Break Accounts. The internal structure of the tower changed abruptly, with the central pillar rising, the ground being renewed, soul formations emerging, and training platforms stacking layer by layer. 3 beams of floating light spiraled in the air, lighting up one by one. Trial 1, 10 questions of dream chains. Trial 2, 18 laps of the Shark Sea. Trial 3, 50 cuts of fire chains. The Azure Dragon looked at these words, not saying a word, just stuffing a small part of his body into the symbol slot behind the Dream Master seat, trying to pretend he was already in sleep mode. Gu Mingyuan saw him like this and laughed. Your system is not doing its job. The Azure Dragon's voice floated out from the symbol seam. I'm afraid that kid will really climb up, and I'll feel heartache. If he can really make it up, I can confidently give him the Vice King of the Tower. You are now the Tower Master. Whatever you say counts. Then I will write another rule and inscribe it in the tower regulations. Gu Mingyuan stood up, carving a sentence on the main dream wall behind the Tower Master's seat. Dream Tower Royal Book Volume 1. The king does not wait for anyone. Whoever comes, sits. 2. Dreams do not wait to awaken. Whoever dreams, guards. 3. The tower does not wait for your death. As long as you live, practice for me. After finishing the inscription, the system prompt automatically popped up. Dream Tower Royal Book System activated. The Dream Tower will automatically record the words of the Dream Master and the Vice King, leaving a dream record for future successors. Gu Mingyuan looked at this prompt and said, If I speak, there will be someone to listen in the future, so I won't have lived in vain. The Azure Dragon muttered, You are indeed the Dream King now. The Tower Master's words, even if they are nonsense, are still tower regulations. Gu Mingyuan did not say much. He got up from the main seat, slung the fire chain over his shoulder, and walked step by step down the exclusive passage for the Dream Master, heading straight for the 7th layer. Dream Master personally visiting the Vice Throne Hall. Heart of the Hall of Break Accounts is now open. Inside the 7th layer of the tower, Ling Feng had just completed the 13th lap of the Shark Sea, panting like a dog, and was about to sit down and take a break when suddenly a system prompt rang from above. Candidate detected Ling Feng. Opening synchronization process for the Dream Tower Vice King trial. Current location, Hall of Break Accounts. Task 1, loading 10 questions of dream chains. Task 2, 18 laps of the Shark Sea have progressed to the 13th lap. Continue counting. Task 3, 50 cuts of fire chains supervised personally by the Dream Master. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's face turned green. He had just crawled out of the shark's mouth, his legs still trembling, when he saw Gu Mingyuan stepping out step by step from the heart of the tower. The way he walked was reminiscent of a landlord collecting rent in the underworld. Chapter 91. The Vice King's Fire Chain Pressure Test. Breaking the account and swearing the soul seal, Ling Feng's mouth was trembling. Don't tell me. That Vice Guardian of Accounts you just wrote is for me? Gu Mingyuan smiled. It's not written for you. Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Gu Mingyuan, it's specially sealed for you. Ling Feng, thank you, my dear. Gu Mingyuan unfolded the fire chain. Come on, weren't you tough talking? Didn't you say every day, you practice, I practice, and I want to sell strategies to you? Now I'm letting you skip the trial and directly giving you a Dream Tower Vice King standard package. If you can handle it, sit up. If you can't, keep practicing for me. Ling Feng lay on the ground, rolling his eyes. What the hell am I eating? You're even using dreams to mess with me. Gu Mingyuan flicked his wrist. Crack. The first whip of the fire chain hit the ground. Ling Feng. All right, I'll practice. I accept the fire chain. I'll practice to be the Vice King too. Just wait. If I really start guarding the accounts, you better not regret it. Gu Mingyuan looked down at him. What I want is for you to climb up, not for you to rely on me to pull you up. If you don't move up on your own, even if you sit on the Vice King's seat, you won't be able to stay there. Ling Feng lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he climbed up. I will go up. I will run. I will endure. I don't want you to bear the tower alone. Gu Mingyuan smiled. Then finish the 14th lap first. The trial in the breaking account hall officially started on the 7th floor. The Dream Tower was reforged, and the Vice King was reborn. The Dream Master does not wait for anyone, and the tower does not wait for awakening. The road they must walk can only be shouldered step by step. Ling Feng vomited before finishing the 14th lap. He really vomited, and the soul sea rebounded, even spitting out a small handful of source stones. Gu Mingyuan stood by the shark sea, watching the half-melted spiritual mud, and asked, "Did you sneak some 5 times concentrated body source yesterday?" Ling Feng knelt and nodded. "I thought it would save some cultivation time. You don't even save your life." Gu Mingyuan poked the fire chain down. "All right, after you finish vomiting, get up and keep running. There are 4 laps left, and I'll personally chase you. If I really run you out of breath, don't erect a monument for me. I'll set you up as king." Ling Feng almost twitched on the spot, but he still got up, pulled on his leg muscles, and gasped as he gritted his teeth and charged for another lap. In the 15th lap, a dream shark pounced from the side. He jumped but missed. In the 16th lap, flames rose, and he dove to roll past, losing a tuft of hair. In the 17th lap, Gu Mingyuan personally lifted the fire chain and swept the circle behind, shouting as he chased, "If you run slower, I'll take it as you actively requesting extra lessons." Ling Feng had a dream talisman in his mouth, crying as he ran. "Didn't you say the Tower Master doesn't torture people?" Gu Mingyuan replied, "I said the Tower Master doesn't torture people, but the Vice King doesn't count as a person." Qinglong watched from the side, commenting, "With you two, if the tower collapses it won't be because of the enemy, but because you two killed each other." By the 18th lap, Ling Feng hadn't fallen or vomited. His feet were steady, his steps were stable, and even the dream pressure adaptation prompt lit up. Dream pressure resistance judgment increased. Vice King candidate dream power lock under construction. Would you like to initiate a soul seal request? Gu Mingyuan paused his steps and looked at the prompt. Locking the soul? Qinglong nodded. The Vice King's soul seal, once signed, is a pact of the entire tower's Vice Master. Unless the Tower Master dies, it cannot be undone. Gu Mingyuan raised his hand to open the system. Ling Feng had just finished running, still panting, and his legs went soft, collapsing to the ground. "I'm really done practicing, and you want to talk to me about a will now, right?" Gu Mingyuan squatted down, picked up a dream talisman he had just dropped from the ground, and slapped it on his chest. "If you really finished running, then you should sign the seal." Ling Feng was stunned. "You didn't say this was a joke? I'm the Dream Master. If I say it's a joke, where did the tower's dream rules come from? I'm just a seller of source stones. You're a seller of source stones who just ran 18 laps in the Shark Sea." Gu Mingyuan enunciated clearly. "Now you can withstand sharks and dreams, survive under my chain, and not flee before the 10 questions array. If you don't become the Vice King, what use do I have for you? Keep you to cook?" Ling Feng swallowed hard. Then he stretched out his hand. "Give me a pen. The dream seal doesn't right. Then how do I sign?" Gu Mingyuan raised his hand. The fire chain flicked, and it landed in his palm. "Sign with the fire seal." "Come on. Why didn't you say that earlier?" The fire pattern in his palm burned, and the entire breaking account hall was instantly filled with wind and thunder. A red gold king pattern appeared at the top of the tower, landing on Ling Feng's head. The system simultaneously displayed. Vice King Soul Seal activated. Breaking account hall master position locked. Vice King Guardian of Accounts. Current dream pressure adaptation rate 61. Can open Vice King Tower authority. Beginner. Gu Mingyuan watched Ling Feng being burned by the fire chain, lying on the ground howling, and smiled. "All right, after you're done crying, remember to tidy up the dream talismans. You're no longer just a seller of source stones. You're now the Vice King of the Dream Tower, and if you cry in the future, you must cry out a dream." The throne of the breaking account hall opened. The fire chain established the master, and the dream seal locked the soul. The Vice King ascended, and the tower rules did not change. As long as the Dream Master is alive, as long as the Vice King runs, the Dream Tower will not collapse. Ling Feng lay on the ground, panting for 3 minutes, his face pressed against the tiles of the Dream Tower, his mouth holding an unswallowed, soul-replenishing pill. Weakly asking, "Can I go back and take a nap now?" Gu Mingyuan stood beside him, speaking seriously. "You are the Vice King now." Ling Feng closed his eyes. "I know. The Vice King is not allowed to slack off. I understand. If there are external connections to the Dream Tower, you need to lead the team. Fine. If there are hunting groups probing the top of the tower, you need to intercept them. I'll do my best. If I'm not here, you're the last soul fire of the Dream Tower." Ling Feng wanted to curse, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the tail of the fire chain had already landed on the back of his neck, and he swallowed it back down. "I'm his soul fire." Gu Mingyuan nodded in satisfaction, "Then start taking over from now on." "Wait, I haven't even learned the Vice King's guide. You want me to manage what?" Gu Mingyuan shrugged. "The Tower Master has no manual. I've managed it all by toughing it out. If you want to go faster, you have to change the rules yourself." "You want me, a former Source Stone dealer, to change the Dream Tower's rules? You said you're smart? That was just tough talk. You are the Vice King now, and your mouth also has to take responsibility." Ling Feng's face looked like it would crack. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Gu Mingyuan glanced at him. "If you don't want to take this seat, I can revoke the seal, but if you do, don't even think about climbing the 7th floor of the tower for the rest of your life." Ling Feng gritted his teeth, glaring at the tiles. "I'll revoke your soul." He paused, got up from the ground, the fire chain seal still burning in his palm, reminding him that this chain was branded in, not drawn on. He whispered, "Give me 3 days." "All right. If I don't figure out the Vice King's authority in 3 days, you can scold me as much as you want," and I won tea retort. Chapter 92, The First Team of Humanity Ascends the Tower. "All right. If I dare to slack off in 3 days, you can bind me with the dream chains. And I'll crash into the dream shark myself." Gu Mingyuan smiled. "Remember what you said." "I don't remember, but you will help me remember. I hold grudges and never forget debts." The two stood up, and the fire chains of the broken account hall on the 7th floor of the Dream Tower rolled back. The position of the Deputy King slowly shrinking on the high platform at the heart of the tower, returning to the seal of the soul imprint. At this moment, the Qinglong floated down from the top of the tower, glanced at the two, and asked, "Have you finished?" Gu Mingyuan turned back. "The Deputy King is in place. The tower can be opened." "Qinglong, what do you plan to open it?" Gu Mingyuan raised his hand, pointed at the southernmost end of the Dream Domain map, and wrote a passage. "Dream Tower, the first entrance opens. Coordinates connecting instance. Ruins of Thunder Hall. Opening limit. Under the Dream King's certification. The Deputy King can sever the link at any time. Connection request. Only allowed to come from self-testing. No forced connections or external invasions allowed." Qinglong was shocked. "You were going to actively open the tower? And you chose the ruins of Thunder Hall? Do you know that place was originally a rival of the Dream Tower?" "I know. Aren't you afraid they bite back using the connection?" Gu Mingyuan's tone was calm. "If they want to bite, they must first swallow the 3 layers of dream arrays I set, the 5 layers of soul locks, and the 3 fire chain seals of the Deputy King. If they can bite in, I'll let them eat. If they can't bite, it'll depend on who is fit to climb the tower." Qinglong was silent for a moment, and finally just said, "You really are crazy." Gu Mingyuan turned and walked up. "A madman who can guard dreams is no longer a madman. He is the master." The Tower Master returned to the seat, and the Deputy King held the seal. The Dream Tower reopened the gate. At that moment, in the ruins of Thunder Hall, a passage woven from dream fire appeared at the instant's boundary, and a trial plaque that only the Tower Master dared to stand on was inserted at the entrance of the passage. It was not written much, just 5 lines. "The Dream Tower has awoken. The Dream Master has taken position. The Deputy King is on duty. No soul, no entry, no crossing dreams, no ascending. From today, the Dream Tower reopens to the world. From today, who dares to cause trouble in the Dream Tower? Dream King." Personal review. 3 days later. Southern Region, Shunwu Vocational Academy Branch Square. Tang Ruoxua held a letter from the Tower Master in her hand, standing on the podium and scanning the students below. And the first sentence she spoke choked the entire audience. "Who wants to ascend the tower?" No one dared to respond. Tang Ruoxua smiled coldly. What I'm asking is who dares to ascend the Dream Tower? After a brief pause, a tall and thin boy raised his hand. Teacher, I want to give it a try. All right, Han Zimming, you're noted. Another girl cautiously asked. Teacher, now the Dream Tower is under the control of that Gu Mingyuan. If we go, do we have to greet him first? If you tell the tower to greet him, can he soften your dreams a bit? Does that mean no matter who goes up, they have to really fight? Tang Ruashua nodded. You're going to trial instance, not a tourist dream. The current rule of the Dream Tower is 5 sentences. She read those 5 sentences word by word. The Dream Tower has awoken. The Dream Master has taken position. The Deputy King is on duty. No soul, no entry. No crossing dreams, no ascending. Someone below muttered. This Gu Mingyuan is too arrogant. Tang Ruashua heard it, but didn't say anything. She just threw a dream fire token, and it hit the ground with a thud. Read what's written on it yourselves. Someone picked it up and read. Personal review by the Dream King. Tang Ruashua said lightly, if you think it's arrogant, go have a match with him and talk about it later. The whole place fell silent for 3 seconds, and then, one after another, people began to stand up. I'll go. I'm from the Nightmare Department. I want to see how the new Tower Master reviews. I'll go too. I just advanced to the Combat Master. Just try to practice my skills. I just want to see who that Deputy King is. Maybe it's Gu Mingyuan's self-proclaimed title. Tang Ruashua nodded. You 5 form a group to register. Tomorrow at noon, the instance transportation will open. The tower top is unclear, and the ascenders bear their own responsibilities. As soon as she finished speaking, over 30 people had already squeezed in from below. Over there, Xiao Miao Miao glanced at Ma Su and whispered, Aren't you going? Ma Su, chewing on a candied haw, leaned against the wall. No rush. Let them go in and test the waters. I'm telling you, that Gu Mingyuan kid must have set a trap. How could the Tower Master let you easily ascend to obtain the legacy? What do you think he will set up a tough challenge? The first layer. Huh? Ma Su sighed. Think from another angle. How much Gu Mingyuan holds grudges? He was once looked down upon, trampled on, and laughed at in the tower. Now that he is the Tower Master, do you think he wouldn't come up with some reverse baptism? Then why don't you hurry and remind them? I'm not going. Whoever gets hurt is their own problem. Let us wait and see. If something really happens, we'll just say we came to save them. The next day at noon, the teleportation array lit up, and the first officially approved human trial team stepped into the Dream Tower. The moment they stood still, they heard a rather impolite announcement. Trialist number, Shenwu Trial Team 001. Trial rules. Step into the Dream Array. Dream Fire as the guide. Soul Thought as the proof. First layer Dream Tower Examination Gate. The Tower Master questions. The Dream King reviews. The Deputy King sets the seal. Please submit 3 pages of dream paper and a strand of soul thought within 3 breaths to activate the tower. What the heck? Someone in the team was instantly bewildered. Do we need soul thought just to get in? The teacher didn't say anything about this. This is too hardcore. What if we don't submit? The system prompt continued. Those who refuse to submit will be teleported back, considered as forfeiting. Those who submit and pass will unlock the first layer of the dream trial. Over there, Han Zimming took out a small bottle. I have soul thought. I brought a spare. Where do we get the dream paper? I have 3 sheets of dream paper I made. I don't know if it will work. Just submit it. We've come this far, and it would be a loss if we don't go in. The 5 discussed for a while, gritted their teeth, and submitted the dream paper and soul thought. In the next moment, the first layer of the dream tower opened. The dream fire lit up, and a platform appeared. As the 5 landed and looked around, they saw a gray-white space in all directions, with a bell standing in the center and a person sitting beneath it. It wasn't Gu Mingyuan, but Ling Feng. The person grinned and spoke. Welcome to the first examination of the Dream Tower. My name is Ling Feng, and I am your deputy examiner. What? Who are you? Where's Gu Mingyuan? Ling Feng sighed. With your attitude just now? Luckily, the Tower Master didn't come down personally. Otherwise, your entire team would have been refined by the Dream Fire 10 times. Who are you? Ling Feng took out a sheet of paper from his pocket. The Tower Master instructed, the first layer questionnaire must be completed. If not answered, you will be expelled from the tower. What questions? 5 questions. First question, do you feel that Gu Mingyuan is unworthy of the Dream Tower? Second question, are you here to ascend for the legacy or to fight? Third question, do you think the Tower Master is handsome? Fourth question, How many people have you killed in dreams? Fifth question. If you die in the tower, is it your own fault? Chapter 93. The second layer of the Dream Tower, Bloodline Trial Platform. Han Ziming was furious. Are you questioning my character? Ling Feng flipped through the exam papers. Yes. Will you answer or not? Han Ziming retorted, I'll answer your grandma. Before he could finish, the system notification rang out. Trialist refuses to be judged, activating sub-tower punishment. In the next moment, a fire chain shot out from the dream fire, and with a loud crack, Han Ziming was thrown out. His soul shattered by 30%. The remaining 4 immediately backed down. I'll answer, okay. I'll also answer, just don't hit me. I choose handsome. I choose the handsomest in the Dream Tower. Ling Feng sighed and made a couple of notes. All right, the first group test is over. You're now qualified to proceed to the second layer. Next team, enter. Dream Tower, second layer. Han Ziming, looking defeated, was helped in by others. A remnant of the fire chain still crackled around his soul, and he cursed under his breath, that Gu Mingyuan has gone crazy, judging me. Soul, thought 4-star. He might as well dig up my ancestral grave. A female teammate whispered, you were the one who said he wasn't worthy in the first question. Weren't you just throwing yourself into the fire? I was wronged. How was I to know he was actually looking at the exam paper? Do you know who is the strongest in this Dream Tower now? Gu Mingyuan. Then do you dare to write that he isn't worthy? Han Ziming was speechless. After 2 seconds, he asked, can I change my answer now? The teleportation circle lit up again, and the second team stepped into the Dream Tower. As the 5 new entrants touched the ground, the system announced, second layer activated, Bloodline Trial Platform, test content, true blood reflection. Heart thought as evidence. Each trialist must drip blood onto the mirror, soul patterns reflecting, to demonstrate what they have inherited and cultivated. Imposters will have 1 layer of dream shackles stripped. Those with unstable soul thoughts will lose 10 soul beads. Those who refuse to test will be expelled from the tower, permanently banned from reentry. One of the boys, upon hearing about the dream shackles, nearly jumped back to the teleportation array. The teacher never taught us this. Who dares to face the soul mirror? At the center of the platform stood an ancient bronze mirror, towering over 3 meters high, its surface shimmering with a dim blue light, surrounded by swirling dream fire runes. An old man in a blue robe stood beside the mirror, leaning on a cane, and waved at them. Come, the first one. Who are you? I am Zhen Shou, Zhen, the specially appointed mirror attendant of the Vice King of the Dream Tower. You all say that the Tower Master Gu is not approachable, but he's actually quite nice, knowing that you were scared, so he asked me to come first. Then, can you make an exception? No. The first participant, a fire-type martial artist, stepped forward and dripped blood. As his soul thought reflected in the mirror, a 2-horned flame lion appeared. With 3 blood patterns, his soul thought solidified. Scoring 83. Zhen Shou nodded. You may enter the third layer. The second participant was a little girl. What appeared in the mirror was a blue water lily. But her soul thoughts were unstable, and the image was blurry. Zhen Shou shook his head. Unstable soul thoughts lose 10 soul beads, barely pass. The third boy stared at the mirror, not moving. Aren't you coming? I actually broke through relying on someone else's dream, Dan. My bloodline is unstable. Do you admit it was borrowed cultivation? The boy nodded. Yes. Then you shouldn't come to the Dream Tower. This place requires those who dare to face themselves. After saying this, Zhen Shou waved his hand. The boy's soul thought trembled, and he was enveloped in dream fire, teleported out of the tower. The remaining 2 didn't dare to hesitate, quickly dripping blood onto the mirror, 1 qualified and 1 disqualified. Zhen Shou made a record and shouted to the back, third team prepare. At that moment, on a certain layer at the top of the tower, Gu Mingyuan sat in the main dream seat, watching the data scroll down below, his fingers motionless. The Vice King's fire chains swirled around him, seemingly waiting for his command. He murmured, the pass rate for the mirror platform is less than 50%. That's low. Qing Long, standing next to him, flipped through the data. The recent professional students are too impetuous, relying too much on Dream Dan. Their foundations are not solid at all. When you open the tower, are you trying to filter out the talented or kill people? I don't kill people. I kill imposters. Are you really planning to open up to the 73rd layer? If someone comes, I will let them in. But what if no one can go up? Gu Mingyuan took a sip of tea. Then I'll guard the tower alone. Don't you think that sounds like the words of a madman? You've already said that. Then let me say it again. You will eventually trap yourself in the dream. But there must be someone who dares to dream me. You're really a bit impressive in your madness. Just then, a dream pattern flashed by, and the teleportation array activated. The system notification rang out. High-level trialist enters the dream. Dual Master Peak Zhongwei. Permission granted. 4th layer soul, dual platform. Gu Mingyuan raised his eyebrows. Finally, someone who can fight. Vice King, open the platform. In the next second, the Dream Tower's 4th layer rumbled into motion. Soul dual platform activated. Dream Tower, 4th layer. Soul dual platform. Zhang Wei's first action upon landing was to draw his sword. Dressed in a black robe, his sword aura still lingering. The system notification dropped. Current trialist. Zhang Wei, dual master peak bloodline system flame blade style. Opening rules. 3 rounds of combat. Defeat 2 opponents to enter the 5th layer. Losers will lose 50 contribution points to the Dream Tower. Soul thoughts cool down for 3 days. Zhang Wei glanced around, not saying a word, and directly walked to the center of the platform. Then he saw his first opponent, a chubby man holding 2 short knives, lazily standing at the edge of the ring, chewing on sunflower seeds. Are you sent by Gu Mingyuan? The chubby man spat out a seed shell. No. Link Feng. You? Didn't you say I'm not worthy to be the first round? Zhang Wei's eyelid twitched. Stop talking nonsense. Make your move. All right. My move is called Who Are You Calling Fat? As soon as he finished speaking, the chubby man's figure exploded into 7 blades of wind surrounding Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei swept his long sword, executing a fiery slash to meet them. The 2 forces collided, sparks flying, shaking the entire platform. The chubby man landed, shaking his hand, the short knife spinning back. Not bad for a peak dual master, at least you didn't send me flying right away. Zhang Wei maintained a calm expression. You're not the main examiner. I'm the first hurdle. If you can't beat me, don't even think about seeing the Tower Master Gu. Then shut your mouth. All right, come chase me. The chubby man turned and slid to the other side of the platform, his feet light, as if walking on air. Zhang Wei's pupils tightened, stomping down. His fighting spirit erupted, and he chased like an arrow. The platform instantly exploded with 7 or 8 fighting energy blast points, the 2 of them in a cat-and-mouse chase, turning the entire soul dual platform into a guerrilla warfare scene. After 10 exchanges, Zhang Wei finally cornered the chubby man into a corner and flicked his sword to send a short knife in his left hand flying. The chubby man covered his hand and cursed. Are you really hitting me? I still want to save some energy for the second round. Zhang Wei replied, You're blocking my way, so you have to go down. With a direct stab, the wind broke like lightning. The chubby man pushed off with his feet, flying back 3 meters, landing and rolling to his feet, arms spread wide. All right, you win. I'll withdraw. Chapter 94. Gu Mingyuan sets a trap system. Prompt follows. First round victory against the enemy. Entering the second battle position. Opponent generating. Current opponent. Dream Tower Vice King Qinglong. The color drained from Zhang Wei's face in an instant. Vice King? Qinglong walked step by step onto the platform, draped in a long robe of black and gold, holding a blazing gun in hand. Speaking in a nonchalant tone, I've fought Gu Tazu 3 times, won once, and drawn twice. If you can truly defeat me, then you deserve to climb higher. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. Vice King, no need to hold back. Rest assured, I'm even more merciless than Gu Mingyuan. Before the words fell, Qinglong fired. This shot was unadorned, a direct thrust, like a meteor piercing the sky. Zhang Wei took it head-on, his body jolting as he was knocked back 3 steps, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the force of his aura. Come again. The second shot came down. Zhang Wei tilted his body to evade, gathering his aura into 3 layers of fire wheels to shield himself. However, Qinglong didn't engage in a contest of power. He spun the gun in his hand, changing the thrust into a sweep, as if intending to blow Zhang Wei away, just as Zhang Wei thought to create distance. He heard Qinglong say, Don't think about dodging. Then with a kick, he sent Zhang Wei crashing back to the ground. The platform shook, dream patterns appeared, and the system began its countdown. Get up within 10 breaths to continue. Consider it a continuation of the battle. Those who do not get up will be judged as failed. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, raised his hand to support himself, blood still at the corner of his mouth, and stood up. Come again. But Qing Long stopped his gun. Not bad, you've got some spirit. Do you admit defeat? I said you have the qualification to continue climbing. Zhang Wei felt a weight lift from his heart. The next moment, the dream patterns reappeared on the platform, and the system's final prompt fell. Passed the Dahan Trial Tower assessment. Permission updated. 5th layer unlocked. Hint, the 5th layer is personally set by Gu Tizu. The task is unknown. The state cannot be predicted. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and stepped into the light array. Let me see what kind of trap you've set, Gu Mingyuan. As he stepped into the teleportation light array, he was instantly engulfed by dream fire. No welcoming words or system prompts came in the 5th layer. Only silence. Then a voice echoed, as if coming from the depths of a dream. Welcome to the 5th layer. This is not an examination hall, nor a battle platform. It is a room. You must find the door in this room. Zhang Wei opened his eyes. He found himself standing in a gray stone chamber, with no windows or exits, the walls covered in colorful charms, many of which he had never seen before. On the ground was a chair, a mirror, and a table. On the table were 3 items: a book, a soul pearl, and an incense burner. As he reached out to touch the book, the system prompt finally arrived late. Current dream layer, Tower Master Trial Heart Thought Volume. You must break 3 volumes within 1 hour to exit the dream and enter the 6th layer. Hint, there is no battle judgment in this layer. Death means exiting the tower. Injuries do not count. Zhang Wei frowned and looked at the book. The cover read 5 characters. Who am I volume? Opening the first page, he was met with a question. Who are you? Isn't this nonsense? Zhang Wei picked up the pen. Zhang Wei. The next page automatically flipped out, with the system's floating text. Incorrect answer. Are you kidding me? He gritted his teeth and wrote, I'm a dome master. Incorrect answer. I'm a human warrior. Incorrect answer. I am just a candidate here to climb the tower. Incorrect answer. Zhang Wei was a bit annoyed and started flipping through the later pages, looking for any hints. He flipped to the last page and saw a single line. You are not a name, not an identity, not strength, not a goal. You are the thing you fear most in your dreams. Zhang Wei froze for a moment. After thinking for a while, he picked up the pen again, his fingers hovering over the paper without writing. He suddenly recalled a saying from Gu Mingyuan. The things you dare not write are your true feelings. He lowered his head and wrote 4 words on the paper. I will fail. The next page opened. The system prompt followed. First volume break. Second volume appear. The soul pearl on the table floated up automatically, projecting an image. In the scene, there was a training ground. A young boy knelt on the ground, bloodstains on his face, surrounded by laughter. You think you deserve to say you want to enter the tower? You haven't even reflected your bloodline, just a blank slate. And you want to be a guardian of the dream tower? The boy remained silent for a moment, then got up and left while some people threw stones at his back. Zhang Wei stared at the image, watching for a full 30 breaths. He recognized that the boy was himself 10 years ago. The system text reappeared. Do you want to save him? If you choose to go back to the past now, you must give up everything you have now. Soul power, fighting techniques, ranking, qualifications. Do you choose? Zhang Wei didn't move. He just asked one question in return. If I go back now, can I kill them back then? The system fell silent. After a moment, the floating text appeared. No. Then I choose now. Second volume break. The incense burner automatically lit, releasing a wisp of pale blue dream smoke. Amidst the swirling dream smoke, a figure appeared, standing before Zhang Wei, wearing a blue robe, with black hair, holding a dream chain, a fire mark floating behind him. Gu Mingyuan, you passed the first 2 volumes, which means you are not a useless person. But if you want to climb to the 6th layer, you must answer me a question. Zhang Wei whispered, speak. Gu Mingyuan took 2 steps closer, the dream chain swirling with ethereal fire. Speaking each word clearly. Are you climbing the tower for the sake of reaching the top, or for the sake of descending the mountain? On this tower, there is inheritance, power, the future of the human race, and the obsession of madmen. When you climb up, do you intend to push the Dream Master down? Or do you wish to guard the tower in place of the Dream Master? Zhang Wei fell silent. Gu Mingyuan did not urge him, but tossed the dream chain aside, creating a shower of sparks. You don't have to answer. If you don't answer, you want to enter the next layer. Zhang Wei clenched his fists. I want to break through the tower you set. Gu Mingyuan nodded. Then can you accept that one day when you reach me, you will find that every step you took to climb was a road I paved for you? Will you still fight? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. If you dare to block, I dare to kill. Gu Mingyuan chuckled lightly. Very well. Then, see you at the 6th layer. As his words fell, the dream smoke dissipated. The platform shook, the 6th layer opened. Zhang Wei stood in the teleportation array, feeling a strange dream power sweep over his entire body, and the next moment, he was pulled into a blank space. There was no ground, no sky, no gravity. Only he was left, suspended. Then, the system prompt fell. 6th layer main dream creation stage. Activation method. Dream construction. You must construct a complete dream and maintain it for 60 breaths. The more real the dream, the higher the score. Failure conditions. Dream collapse, dream chaos, dream void, dream shatter. Zhang Wei even had time to complain when he felt the soul power within him beginning to mobilize. Chapter 95. Memory wall of sealing in the dream. I am not me. This was not the kind of mobilization from cultivation. It was the dream tower forcibly dismantling his mind, pulling out all his memories, and pressing his head to create a self. He gritted his teeth. Damn. What is Gu Mingyuan trying to pull? Before his words could finish, the dream began to take shape. The first scene that appeared was a street. People came and went, and he stood in front of a training hall where a large sign at the entrance read, "Recruiting Human Clan Duelists." Surrounded by those who mocked him, looked down on him, and were just watching the show. The second scene was him assigned to a military camp in a border city, carrying dead bodies back on a rainy night, with only 3 people left in his entire team. The third scene was him killing for the first time, a traitor to the human clan who was a teacher. Then the 4th scene, 5th scene, 6th scene, the dreams piled on top of each other. He realized this was not a dream he constructed himself. The dream tower was using his memories to build the dream. It was like layers wrapping him up in the old debts of his past. The 7th scene was him hiding in a corner at night, crying. The dream tower system prompt sounded. Dream intensity, 58. Dream stability, 41. Dream completeness, 53. Current level, unqualified. Zhang Wei was furious. Is this really called unqualified? The system prompt was unceremonious. You are avoiding the essence of the dream. A dream is not what you have experienced, but what you want to change. If you don't dare to change, you won't be able to hold up the dream platform. Zhang Wei looked up and surveyed the dreamscape around him. Then he did something very unreasonable. He completely rewrote the first scene of the training hall street. He tore down the recruitment notice at the entrance, erased the qualifications for duelists on the wall, and then drew Gu Mingyuan standing at the door in the dream. At that moment, the Dream Tower prompt refreshed again. Dream Tower record has shifted. The system is evaluating the new dream configuration. Zhang Wei continued to stir things up. He changed the setting of the second scene border city military camp to the Dream Tower barracks. He replaced the instructor with himself. The third scene was simply removed. He skipped the killing and replaced it with a refusal to execute orders. In the 4th scene, he stood in front of the Dream Tower and shouted, I want to kill the Tower Master. This time, the Dream Tower truly exploded. The system prompt said, Dream Tower permission attempt has been counter-controlled. The Dream Master's Dream Authority has automatically activated. The next moment, Gu Mingyuan's voice appeared. You really dare to dream of me. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. Didn't you say it's my own dream? Fine, then you continue dreaming. As soon as Gu Mingyuan's voice fell, the entire dimension turned upside down, and the dreamscape collapsed halfway. Zhang Wei stood at the edge of the collapsed dream, watching the dream fire churning below, shouting, If you don't dare to let me dream of you, why set up this layer? Gu Mingyuan replied indifferently. I set this layer just to see if anyone can manipulate the dream in reverse. You are now the first. Can I see the real you in that layer? Live 2 more layers, and you will see. I'll remember this. Go ahead and remember. The dream fire extinguished completely, and the dream platform was reshaped. Zhang Wei's foot landed, and he appeared on a new teleportation platform. The system prompt said, Main dream generation platform clear. Dream Tower 7th layer memory wall of sealing is about to open. Reminder, this layer cannot carry current identity consciousness. Enter the dream and forget. Only breaking the wall can awaken, Zhang Wei cursed. Damn, could it be any more sinister? No one responded. A flash of light, and the person was gone. The Dream Tower's 7th layer, the memory wall of ceiling, opened. When Zhang Wei opened his eyes again, he was at a desk. No knife, no sword, not even the fluctuation of fighting energy could be sensed. He was wearing a high school uniform, with Shengwu Affiliated High School written on the left chest. A stack of test papers and a half-worn pen on the desk, and someone behind him was tapping him. Zhang Wei, hand in your paper, the bell has rung. What the hell? Just as he was about to curse, he found he couldn't open his mouth. The task prompt was activated. The system's voice did not resonate in his mind, but emerged from the blackboard, like a teacher's writing, with a line of text floating, current dream identity, Shengwu Affiliated High School graduating student. Background setting, a failed examinee from 10 years ago, previously rejected from a dungeon due to insufficient soul power. Dream goal, please awaken once within 3 days and find out who you are. Restrictions, unable to use any Dream Tower memories. Skills are sealed, full-time substitute perspective. Zhang Wei's face darkened. ISNT this for schooling? He tried to stand up, but his legs wouldn't obey. Good heavens. This dream is so detailed, even resistance is locked down. You think the Dream Tower opens a dungeon without giving you a script to experience? Just as he was about to reason with the system, the teacher at the podium looked up. It was none other than Gu Mingyuan, dressed in a black suit, holding a book on Dream Tower admission laws. Attention, everyone, 3 days from now will be the Dream Tower newcomer assessment. Those who do not meet the Dream Authority guidance line will be eliminated. For those of you still lingering below the sporadic soul power, consider your options. Zhang Wei watched teacher Gu turn back to the blackboard, writing out the words Dream Tower 7-day assessment round 1, self-memory recovery with each stroke. Then he turned around and said, Zhang Wei, stand up. Zhang Wei's body trembled, unable to control it, and he really stood up. Now, tell me who you are. He was stunned. Who are you? Aren't you Gu Mingyuan? ISNT it a bit unethical for you to mess with me now. But all he could stammer out was, were you? You Haven T even managed to awaken before the trial in 3 days? Teacher Gu Mingyuan walked down from the podium and stood in front of his desk. If you don't clarify who you are, you will never awaken from this dream. A curse was stuck in Zhang Wei's throat, unable to be spoken. All the classmates were staring at him. No, not classmates. They were those he had killed. Those he had left behind in the dungeon. Those he didn't dare to look back at in his dreams. He suddenly realized, this is the mechanism of the Dream Tower memory wall of sealing. Who are you? Have you forgotten? Then I will help you dream aversion. To see if you dare to walk through it again. If you dare to face it, you will be allowed to leave. If you do not dare to face it, you will be trapped in this dream forever and never awaken. At that moment, Zhang Wei looked out the window, sunlight pouring in, exactly like reality. But he knew it was fake. He had already entered the 7th layer of the tower. Now the dream was creating a past version of himself, letting him walk through the path of failure again, asking if he could break through this barrier. He took a deep breath and looked at Gu Mingyuan on the podium. Who am I? He gritted his teeth and spoke. I am the person with insufficient soul power. I am the one who did the trial dream, but didn't dare to submit the application form. I am the one who watched others enter the dungeon while I was afraid of death, afraid of losing, afraid of accomplishing nothing. The class fell silent. Teacher Gu on the podium smiled slightly. Chapter 96, Mirror of Heaven. I see no self in my eyes that's more like it. At this moment, the system prompts. Seal memory wall. First question. Broken. The next second, the classroom collapses. It's not an explosion, nor is it waking from a dream. It simply shatters. Like a mirror cracking. Lines of fractures burst forth from the ceiling, the floor tiles, and the air. Zhang Wei blinked, and he was already in the second scene. This time, it was the battlefield in the instance. He stood behind a group of training soldiers, wearing a vice instructor's uniform. In his hand was a knife, and at his feet lay a student still coughing up blood. Commanding voices rang in his ears. Instructor Zhang, this is the one you brought out, right? He's unqualified. Either you chop him up, or we'll do it for you. Zhang Wei looked down. The person on the ground coughing up blood was none other than the boy who had accompanied him to the 6th level during the ascent of the sub-tower. Named Yu Shubai. He remembered. But he couldn't remember now. Because this dream tells him he is the instructor, he is an NPC, and he must complete the choices set by this instance. If he chooses wrong, he will be stuck here. If he chooses right, he must also accept it. This is the second question of the sealed memory wall. Have you ever exchanged someone else's life for your own position? Zhang Wei took a breath. Yes. The system displayed. You have acknowledged it. But the next sentence was, so now, can you save him? Zhang Wei looked down at the knife. In the past, he wouldn't save him. In the present, saving him would also be useless. But this is a dream. This is the dream tower. This is his only chance to remedy it. He bent down, lifted the boy, and began to run step by step toward the tower's exit. Behind him, the training ground collapsed. The system prompt rang again. Seal memory wall. Second question. Broken. Tip. After passing one more level, you can break the wall and wake from the dream. The third level was the most unexpected for Zhang Wei. There was no fighting in the dream. No one scolding him. There was only a table, a notebook, and himself. He sat at that table. The pages read, your current identity, your current honor, your current combat master level, your current obsession for charging into the deepest layers of the dream tower. If you have nothing now, do you still want to try again? Zhang Wei did not speak. He tore up the paper. Then he wrote, yes. The system prompt popped up. Sealed memory wall. Third question, broken, dream master prompt. You are indeed not the first, but you are qualified to move forward. Sealed memory wall cleared. Dream tower. 8th level. Mirror of heaven unlocked. The teleportation array lit up, and Zhang Wei was lifted by chains of fire, sending him out of the closed dream. Gu Mingyuan stood at the end of the 8th level passage, watching him step out, smiling. You finally finished your dream. The dream tower welcomes you, Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei stood at the entrance of the 8th level, the patterns at his feet reshaping, dream, fire floating. What is this level called? He asked. Gu Mingyuan stood with his hands behind his back. Mirror of heaven. Zhang Wei clicked his tongue. You named this tower level quite poetically, making it sound like a gravestone. This level is indeed for erecting gravestones, Gu Mingyuan replied flatly. To erect your own gravestone. System prompt. Challenger Zhang Wei, Dream Tower, Mirror of Heaven activated. Dream Mirror constructing. Please step onto the main platform of the Mirror of Heaven. Zhang Wei looked at the platform, where a silver mirror stood in the center, taller than a person. Its surface smooth and flawless, but it reflected nothing. He raised his foot and stepped on it. Gu Mingyuan added lightly, once you enter, everything you see is not what you did, but it's all related to you. Zhang Wei paused. Clarify what you mean. Haven't you always been confident that you are the cleanest knife in the instance? Then let's see how others remember you. The mirror of this tower reflects the you in others' dreams. Zhang Wei's expression darkened. The next second, the mirror began to rotate automatically, a circle of runes lighting up. The mirror's surface rippled, and a scene began to emerge. The first scene, high-level training area of the Shengwu instance. Zhang Wei stood on the training platform, facing a pale-faced boy. The instructor said to let us try combat energy confrontation. The boy's voice trembled. The Zhang Wei in the mirror twitched the corner of his mouth, sweeping his sword horizontally, directly sending the boy flying out of the ring, coughing up blood. Someone outside the mirror commented, he really is insane. He doesn't hold back even during training. Didn't he also get pushed like this before? Even if he is strong, he doesn't need to practice on newcomers. Zhang Wei's expression changed. That's not what I did. I always follow the rules in my training. The mirror silently responded, switching to the next scene. The second scene, a small instances bounty board. A bounty task posted with his portrait, noted below, suspected of extraneous killings of 3 enforcement team members. Bounty of 800 source stones. Zhang Wei cursed. That was me accidentally injuring him before breaking through. I already explained it later. The mirror suddenly froze, displaying a screenshot of the aftermath of a battle in the instance. The screen freezes. Zhang Wei stands by a pool of blood, covered in blood, with corpses strewn at his feet. Did you do that? No. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. Are you willing to take responsibility for this battle? Zhang Wei was silent for 3 breaths. I am willing. The system prompt flashed. Mirror of Heaven. First question. Do you acknowledge being defined in others' dreams? Answer. Acknowledge. Evaluation. If there's a fault, correct it. If not, take the blame. Score passed. A corner of the mirror shattered. a beam of light breaking through. Only then did Gu Mingyuan speak. To walk the mirror of heaven, you can't only speak of that you in your heart. You have to see how others remember you. Zhang Wei looked up, fire in his eyes. If they remember wrong, I will make them change. The mirror rose to the second round. This time, it was not an image, but a voice. It was a person named Su Su, a medical-type awakener he had collaborated with in the instance. He is a good person, but he doesn't regard life as life. He saved me once and scolded me once. He said, people like you who survive by luck shouldn't think there will be a next time. At that time, I really wanted to hit him. But now I hear he is still climbing outside the Dream Tower, and I think, even if he is not perfect, he really is a person worth supporting. Zhang Wei listened, feeling a bit dazed. Who is this person? Gu Mingyuan said lightly. Climbing the tower is sometimes not for how others remember you, but whether you dare to face being misunderstood, underestimated, and also affirmed. If you really are hard rock, then you can only be a door block corpse in the tower. But you are not. You are Zhang Wei, the one who dares to turn the dream platform around, the one who dares to be killed by the Dream Master. The system prompted. Mirror of Heaven. Second question, can you accept others misremembering you while still upholding your own bottom line? Zhang Wei did not hesitate. I can. The mirror shattered with a loud bang, 2/3 of it broken. The last piece of the mirror lit up. This time it was Zhang Wei himself. A figure identical to him stood in the mirror. Who do you say you are? The one in the mirror spoke. Zhang Wei did not answer. The one in the mirror continued to ask, do you think you deserve to stand on this tower set by Gu Mingyuan? Chapter 97 Dream Tower Master Review Platform. You ask if you deserve to be recorded by the tower rules? Do you really have a stronger qualification than the Vice King or the Deputy Tower Guardian? Zhang Wei said softly, I don't deserve it. The mirror paused. But I will make myself deserving. Zhang Wei clenched his fists, word by word. I'm not here to prove how clean I am. I'm here to prove that I'm not the person they remember from the past. I am the Zhang Wei who dares to climb the tower, dares to dream death, and dares to challenge the 8th level. Boom! The mirror shattered, and the entire platform erupted in a circle of dream fire. With system prompts glowing brightly, Heavenly Mirror platform cleared. Challenger Zhang Wei has completed the Dream Master External Test 8th level certification. Granted temporary Dream Tower Challenger badge. Access permission. Entry to Dream Tower Tower Master contact layer. Gu Mingyuan took 2 steps closer and patted him on the shoulder. Welcome to the 9th level, Dream Tower Tower Master S-Gate. Zhang Wei was stunned. Can I finally ask you something now? Gu Mingyuan smiled. You can ask. But are you ready to hear the answer? The 9th level is not just about asking me. Yes, you have to personally review me. Zhang Wei. Gu Mingyuan chuckled softly. Dream Tower 9th level, Tower Master Review Platform. You come to ask, I come to answer. The moment Zhang Wei stepped into the 9th level, his first feeling was emptiness. Not the kind of emptiness without light or sound, but a kind of virtuality where you know there are people in this level, yet none of them manifest. It felt like he was the only audience in this play, as well as the only protagonist. The ground was made of dark gray tower bricks, with dream symbols engraved between the bricks, floating around but not glowing. There were no walls on all sides, and the space was entirely empty, with a dream fire seal hanging above. He looked down and saw a prompt appear beneath his feet. Current dream domain, Dream Tower 9th level review platform. Identity confirmation, Challenger Zhang Wei. Permission loading, Challenger level reviewer. Mission objective. You may ask questions about the Dream Tower. Tower Master, rules, memories, and will. The Tower Master must answer and cannot refuse. However, with each question you ask, the Dream Tower will strip you of a segment of your self-dream protection right. If you persist until the 5th question, the main dream authority window will open, allowing you to glimpse a corner of the Tower Master's unspoken dream. Zhang Wei finished reading and hesitated for the first time. Gu Mingyuan stepped out of the void, not wearing the Tower Master's robe, just a white t-shirt and black pants, like someone who had just strolled out of home. You want to ask? I'm right here. I have no defenses. You can ask however you want. Zhang Wei looked at him and swallowed hard. So, am I really going to ask? If you don't ask, what are you doing in this level? Gu Mingyuan smiled. Go ahead and ask. Zhang Wei. First question. Do you think that the battle where you killed the Lost Master could have been avoided? Gu Mingyuan didn't hesitate and answered quickly. I knew it could be, but I don't believe in the saying waiting will make things better. At that time, my dream domain had already shaken 3 times. The 73rd level couldn't hold on. Either I took action, or it would crawl out along with my consciousness. Either the dream master kills the dream, or the dream retaliates against the master. Zhang Wei said solemnly. So when you took action, you didn't want to win at all. You were just afraid it would escape, right? Then why did you later involve the Vice King to fight with you? Gu Mingyuan's lips twitched. That was my misjudgment of his ability to withstand dream pressure. Zhang Wei's eyelids twitched. System prompt. First question completed. You have lost the ability to self-awaken in dreams. From now on, any dream in the dream tower can forcibly enter your consciousness without resistance. Zhang Wei. I really didn't lose out by not asking 10 questions. Gu Mingyuan. If you ask for more, I can afford the loss. Zhang Wei. Second question. Why haven't you opened a dream, sharing permission of the tower? This tower seals the divine nightmare. It's the highest dream tower of the human race, the most stable place for soul and consciousness training. Do you know how many dream cultivators, half-soul cultivators, and those with fragmented memories want to enter your tower for a chance to train? What gives you the right to make the decision alone? Gu Mingyuan's voice dropped slightly. Because the dream tower is not a dungeon. It is not a resource pool, nor a training camp. It is something I built step by step from the layers of consciousness. You speak of human cultivators. I want to open it too. But have you really thought about it? Are they brave enough to walk through the memory sealing wall? If they really enter the nightmare lock layer and go crazy, can you handle it? Are you willing to take responsibility for every player who enters the tower? If you can't, then I can't open it recklessly. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. System prompt. Second question completed. You have lost the right to judge dreams within dreams. Future embedded dreams in the dream tower will be strongly controlled by the dream master. Zhang Wei opened his mouth for the 3rd time. When you first climbed the tower, did you also do something like borrowing someone else's life to advance levels? Gu Mingyuan fell silent for 2 breaths. Then he said, I did. Zhang Wei. Who? Gu Mingyuan. You don't know him. He is dead. The 14th level. I had been on the tower for less than 7 days. That level had 3 people fighting to clear it. I calculated the route in advance. Let him take the front and escape from behind. I knew he wouldn't survive. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. You didn't save him? Gu Mingyuan. I did save him. I later traded 3 tower symbols for soul fire reconstruction. But he didn't wake up. The dream shattered. I wrote the rule dream tower trial 14th level. No more than 3 people can share the tower. The tower master cannot eliminate mistakes. The tower master can only change the tower rules. Zhang Wei looked at him and suddenly wanted to curse, but the words wouldn't come out. System prompt. 3rd question completed. You have lost the right to control emotions within the tower. Your state in the dream tower will be subject to the dream tower's judgment. Zhang Wei. 4th question. Did you intentionally let me pass the 8th level? Gu Mingyuan didn't smile. No. In that 6th level dream creation self-destruction, you were the only one I've seen who dared to include the dream master in your own dream. I didn't let you pass. You broke through. Zhang Wei exhaled. You really dare to say I deserve to enter the 9th level? Gu Mingyuan nodded. You do. The dream tower is not a temple. If you dare to dream, it won't dare to trap you. System prompt. 4th question completed. You have lost the right to forcibly reconstruct the dream tower. You will no longer be able to autonomously adjust the dream images of the dream tower. Zhang Wei. Last question. Gu Mingyuan asked. Zhang Wei whispered. Who are you waiting for to reach the top? Gu Mingyuan didn't smile this time. His tone was very low. I'm not waiting for anyone. It's that I don't know if I can keep guarding it. So I wrote the Vice King system. I set the dream tower throne. I left a rule in the 7th level. The king doesn't wait for anyone. Whoever comes, sits. Zhang Wei was stunned. Gu Mingyuan looked at him and said softly, If I really die one day, and you're still alive, you can come and sit. Zhang Wei remained silent. Chapter 98. Dream Tower King's Trial. Who dares to take the seat at this moment? The system issued its final prompt. The 5th question has been completed. You will lose the right to retaliate against the main dream. Special permission activated. Peering into the Tower Master's undisclosed dream realm. The next moment, an image appeared in his mind. It was a broken map of the sea of consciousness. Gu Mingyuan was kneeling deep within his dream. Countless collapsed fragments of tower layers pressing down on him. In front of him was an unfinished dream book, the first page reading, "I know I shouldn't live too long, but at least before I die, I must complete the dream." Zhang Wei's eyes warmed. The light from the dream platform faded. Gu Mingyuan retracted the fire chain and spoke. "Zhang Wei, you don't need to ask about the 10th layer anymore. Do you want to guard my back for the next 50 layers? Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. "I'll go." Gu Mingyuan, are you willing to be the second seat of the Dream Tower's deputy king? Zhang Wei closed his eyes. "I don't want to be second." Gu Mingyuan smiled. "All right, I'll open the king's trial for you at the 10th layer. Dream Tower, 10th layer." The teleportation array flashed, and Zhang Wei landed. This layer had no walls, no stairs, no tower columns. Only a solitary throne suspended in the void. The throne was entirely iron black, adorned with engravings, not flashy decorations, but engraved rules of the tower. Zhang Wei stood 3 zhang away from the throne. As soon as he stepped onto the platform, the system prompt exploded. Challenger Zhang Wei has been confirmed to accept the position of Deputy King of the Dream Tower. Do you wish to start the King's Trial challenge? Note, once the King's Trial is initiated, if the trial fails, all permissions of the Dream Tower will be revoked, treated as permanent expulsion. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. Start. Boom. The entire throne ignited with a circle of gray fire, spreading outward like a ghostly flame. Gu Mingyuan stood at the edge of the dream platform. Fire chain draped over his shoulder, silent. The Qinglong beside him whispered, "Are you really going to let him sit in that position?" Gu Mingyuan, "What I set up is not a position, but a pit. Whoever jumps in, sits." Qinglong, "You, the Tower Master, are really devious." Gu Mingyuan, "The Dream Tower doesn't attract good people." On Zhang Wei's side, 3 phantoms appeared in front of the throne. Each figure had a line of text written on it. The first, those whose physical bodies are unstable are unworthy to take the seat. The second, those whose soul thoughts are weak are unworthy to hold the seal. The third, those whose hearts are impure are unworthy to be king. The system prompt followed. King's Trial 3 questions activated. Current Trial 1. Physical instability test. Rules. Within 10 breaths, withstand the Tower Master's projection dream chain pressure technique. Dream chain pressure? Zhang Wei knew at once that this wasn't a good thing. The next second, a chain came crashing down from above his head. It was not metal. It was a dream. It was the night lock that the Tower Master, Gu Mingyuan, used to seal the Lost Master on the 72nd layer. Now, this night lock became the first challenge of his trial. Press. Gu Mingyuan whispered, and the chain fell like a mountain. Zhang Wei's knees buckled, and with a crack, he knelt down. It wasn't pain. It was the pressure threatening to shatter his soul. His bones creaked, his organs trembled, his fighting spirit couldn't flow. And he felt as if he were sinking in 10 meters of dream mud. Damn, have you really pressed down on someone with this thing? Zhang Wei felt he was losing even the strength to curse. And he still had 7 breaths? Do you think I'm a peak tower body trainer? I'm a soul fighter, not a clay figure. His arms shook, and his fighting spirit erupted, a circle of crimson dream patterns rising from his shoulders, forcing his knees to hold up and not kneel. The system countdown ticked away. 5, 4, 3. Zhang Wei's forehead bulged with veins. Blood in his mouth. If you dare not count this, I'll smash your damned throne. 2, 1. First question of the king's trial, broken. The dream chain retracted, and Zhang Wei collapsed on the ground, his face pale. This was just the first question? He cursed. Gu Mingyuan stood by. Do you think the deputy king is for what? Just to watch the excitement? Zhang Wei gasped for breath. Just as he was about to get up, the second phantom activated. Second question of the king's trial. Those whose soul thoughts are weak are unworthy to hold the seal. Trial rules. Enter the spirit dream corridor. The soul body will face 3 layers of illusionary kills. If the mind collapses, you will be expelled. If you hold on, you will qualify for the soul seal. Zhang Wei, spirit dream corridor? As soon as he finished asking, he was suddenly sucked into the center of the tower platform. The sea of consciousness shook and dream fire surged. The next moment, he found himself back in that high school classroom. But this time he wasn't trapped. He was sitting on the podium, and rows of Zhang Wei sat below. Each one looked just like him, but their expressions varied. Some were sneering. Some were sobbing. Some were cursing him. You've killed. You've given up on tasks. You've borrowed lives. You've failed. You're not fit to be a deputy king. You're just a dog raised by the Tower Master. Zhang Wei stood on the podium, gritting his teeth and remaining still. He knew this was an illusionary kill. Illusionary kills didn't strike your body, but targeted that part of you in the sea of consciousness that you didn't even want to admit. Keep pretending. You're acting like a loyal minister of the Dream Tower quite well. Right now, you look like a new pup, wiping the rear of the predecessor while licking yourself. Zhang Wei took a deep breath. I won't pretend. I am guilty. I also know I'm not worthy of this seat. But now the tower is open. The Tower Master can support 50 layers alone. At the very least, I must take on 10 layers. If you dare to speak. He raised a hand and pointed. Then come down and climb with me. All the phantoms paused. The next second, they collectively shattered. System prompt. Second question passed. You have obtained the qualification to hold the soul seal. You now possess the qualification of the Deputy King's soul position. Zhang Wei collapsed down. Wiping his face, still one question left. The third phantom slowly unfolded. Those whose hearts are impure are unworthy to be king. Trial rules. Face a choice of fate and make a decision on the spot. The next second, Gu Mingyuan's voice sounded in his ear. I give you two options. 1. Seal all tower layers above the 70th layer, ensuring the absolute stability of the human race's tower rules. 2. Fully open the Tower Master's dream rights, allowing other dream towers to jointly establish the Dream Tower Alliance. Which one do you choose? Zhang Wei fell silent. Choosing one means no one can challenge your position. Choosing two means you might be killed off in 5 chapters. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth. I choose 2. Gu Mingyuan narrowed his eyes. Do you know what choosing 2 means? It means this tower will no longer be yours alone. It means you might lose power, be surpassed, be pulled down from the throne. I know. Zhang Wei looked at the empty throne. But what I want is for the Dream Tower to still exist. Who sits? Who can guard that destiny? It's not for me to decide. Gu Mingyuan chuckled lightly. Very good. You're more awake than I was back then. The system prompt echoed throughout the Dream Tower. King's Trial, all 3 questions broken. At this moment, the system issued its final prompt. The 5th question has been completed. You will lose the right to retaliate against the main dream. Special permission activated, peering into the Tower Master's undisclosed dream realm. The next moment, an image appeared in his mind. It was a broken map of the sea of consciousness. Gu Mingyuan was kneeling deep within his dream. Countless collapsed fragments of tower layers